Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter grew and raised in Nevermore Academy, and fell for Wednesday? Movie 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also, check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Prologue. There's this movie I watched once, don't laugh, Twilight. The kind of thing he only admit to seeing duress or in the middle of a painfully slow night. The girl in it, Bella Swan, starts with this line about how she never thought much about dying, but if she had, it wouldn't have been for something so noble. It's cheesy, sure, but sometimes, I catch myself thinking about that line. Not because I'm like her. I'm not staring into the eyes of eternal love or whatever that was supposed to be. But dying, that part sticks with he. It's not the kind of thing most people plan for, but me. I think about it more often than I should. Not in the poetic, tragic way Bella does, either. More like, when it happens, will it matter? Will I matter? That's the thing, though, isn't it? Dying for someone, dying because of someone, it's all the same in the end. But if I had to choose, I'd want it to mean something. To be something more than just another body left behind. Maybe that's why her line never felt cheesy to me. Maybe it was a warning. Or maybe it was just a movie. Either way, I can't stop thinking about it. Suburban neighborhood. This incident took place after his early routine, when Harry LN was in the middle of beginning his walk out of school. He doesn't take a vehicle, at least not at the moment. Maybe he should start picking it up, because the avoiding traffic every single time is starting to become a pain and not worth the cardio. He says goodbye to his friends as he eventually turns the corner that separates him from them. They are inseparable, always there for each other, especially Ethan, whose heart of gold was way too big for even his own good. The cool air gave an ice breeze that almost blocked out the heat of the sun. It wasn't overly chilly too, which helped. Now he just had to head home, hoping that his mom is choosing some of the good for dinner. Part of him wondered how he got to be one of the lucky ones that had the less amount of problems the characters in those movies and shows have. The life he was in felt too perfect. But he knows that the longer he thinks that, the more he's gonna jinx it. After having that thought, he gets a ringing from his cell phone, and ironically, it turns out to be from Mommy herself. Obviously, he answers it. Hello. Hey, honey, could he do me a favor and help his dad with the cooking? His mother requests, to which Harry raises a brow. It's Uncle Freddy again. He know what happens when he gets a little carried away. I have to help his aunt get him out of hospital, so. Right. Harry quickly replies with an understanding nod. He's not as innocent as his mother seems to think of him. He knows exactly what kind of places Uncle Freddy hits way too often. No, he hasn't hurt anyone, but that doesn't mean that his choices lead to expected consequences. Yeah, of course, I'll handle it. Great, awesome, thank he. I appreciate it, his mother expresses with what sounds like a very happy tone, which makes Harry sheepishly smile. As he continues walking, however, he notices something odd. He sees Will, the preppy kid that goes to the same school as him, having a really tense-looking conversation with a girl he also recognizes from the cheerleading team. Something about their body language screams them the wrong way. Oh, and make sure to remind his father to use the proper seasoning. He always forgets that part. Quote, Harry fails to respond properly, still eyeing he couple that is now clearly arguing about something in front of the two buildings they are in between. At some point, it starts getting physical as Will grabs the girl's wrist out of anger. She quickly pulls away and even slaps him, which clearly makes things worse as she is then forcefully taken by Will into the entrance to the woods that they are right next to. Why yeah, will do. Harry, what's wrong? Quote, nothing, just, Harry blinks, still not liking the sight of that. He decides that now is a pretty good time to play the part of eavesdropping onto a seemingly private conversation. I gotta go do what I do best. I'll be home soon, love he. Honey. Harry hangs up before his mother can ask the same question with different phrasing. He continues stalking into the woods. Here he re-spots the two again fairly easily. However, the situation's even worse than he thought. The girl is now being seemingly pinned to a rock, Will's grip on her wrists being way too much for her to fight back against. The sign of what is about to happen here is very sickening, yet clear. He needs to act fast. PP please, I don't want to. The girl pleads for her dignity as Will stands above her. Harry swallows as he feels like he needs to watch the scenario for a few more seconds before moving, still needing to scrounge of the bravery to step it. We're going home, so stop screwing around and I'll let he go. Will demands as he easily pushes the girl back down every time she tries to resist. It's a sad sight. Stop. I'll call the cops. The cops? Seriously. My dad is the darn cops. Stop trying to use that card. Please. Okay. Enough is enough. Hey, what's going on here? Harry loudly interrogates as he finally marches over and makes his appearance known, causing Will to let out a very audible sigh as he slowly turns around and sees the golden boy of River High being in the woods with the two of them. The third party's sure the rich kid knows that this isn't a good look for him. Great. See what he did. Will criticizes the girl with an angry point towards Harry before turning back towards him. We're fine, man, he don't have to stick around. We're just trying to get home. He explains to him. Although it's true that this pathway leads to the neighborhood that Will lives in, Harry doesn't really think it's going to be a calm walk. Liar. He sure about that? Harry asks with a raised brow, trying to see if Will's temper really is as low as he suspects right now. Looking a bit closer at his face, the kid sees that he's also a little under the influence. Which makes sense as to why he wasn't around during third and fourth period. When he have big parents, he overestimate his educational chances. Yes, I'm sure. Will answers with a not so subtle glare. Now go. He demands as he points towards the way Harry came from. Piece of garbage. Yeah, I don't really think I'm gonna do that. Harry tells the bully with a twisted lip, making his stank. Very clear that he isn't going unless it's with the girl or Will walks away himself. The rich kid obviously doesn't look to that response too well. Look, the both of us don't want any trouble, so. Trouble found he, smug boy. Will cuts Harry off with a mean shove, now finally showing his true colors as he gets all up in the kid's face just so he can push him again. So, listen, man, how about he just turn around, walk away? And nobody will remember that this ever happened. He proposes with a smirk that seems ironical, very smug, himself. Bash his face in, tear him apart. Harry tilts his head, taking a minute into thinking that deal over, before rolling his eyes as he then begins to turn around. No, he can't let those thoughts win. Wait, no, the girl then cries out when she realizes that he's leaving. Please, don't, this douchebag always hits me and. Shut up, witch. Will snaps as he twists his head towards his girlfriend. I told he to keep his mouth shut. However, right after he let out that swear word, Harry immediately turns back around and headbutts Will right in the kisser the second he turns to face him. The bully lets out a squeal as he falls to the ground. Grabacard girl looks over and see Harry's eyes changing shape for a few seconds, as if being possessed by something, before shrinking back to normal. As Will drops his hands to his chest, they event. You ally get to see that the douchebag's nose is bleeding. Arg, he son of a he broke my. Hey. A loud, demanding voice then calls out towards all of them, prompting everyone to turn and see a police officer approaching the three of them. Apparently having heard some of the shouting from somewhere. Or maybe, someone called about the situation before Harry even noticed. He kids, all right? He asks, inquisitively as he puts his hands to his hips, easily noticing the tense aura between all of them. What's going on here? Nancy Reagan High School. Morning. This other incident took place at a slightly earlier time, but the events leading up to it will probably strike he as similar, though in a bit more comedic manner. As she passes by the head of the woman that this campus was named after, when SDAY Addams' shoes let out this echoing stomp at the heel as she peregrinates down the hallway, as if alerting every single, normal, human being in the area that she's nearby. Unlike with Harry, her presence makes everyone step back as far as possible, giving her a massive circle that she'd cut the toes off of anyone that dared walk inside of it. As she walks, she passes by numerous familiar faces. The group of females who give her weird looks the second she enters their field of vision, the teachers who eye her observantly as if waiting for her to do something that will get them a paycheck that supports them. And the jocks laughing and hooting like they own the school. She's not sure whose twisted idea it was to put hundreds of adolescents in underfunded schools run by people whose dreams were crushed years ago. But she can't help but admire the sadism. As she approaches her locker, she immediately notices a faint sobbing coming from it, as well as insulting graffiti left by many of H.'s admirers throughout the entire term. She appreciates the effort put in by her fellow classmates that allow her to identify it quicker than everyone else. She opens it without needing to put in the code, and finds her brother, Pugsley Addams, horribly tied up and gagged with an apple. He falls to the floor with a soft thud, gagging on the fruit. The girl kneels down and instantly takes out the apple, which leaves Pugsley's mouth with a crunch. "I want names," Wednesday interrogates with a demanding tone. Her skin may be pale, and her clothes are pure black, but her eyes are evidently burning red. "I don't know who they were. Honest." Pugsley answers her in a pathetic manner that tells her that he's blatantly lying because he knows the many things she'll do once she figures it out. That's how she got expelled 14 times so far and he's been forced to move schools along with her. It happened so fast. Pugsley. Emotion equals weakness. Wednesday scolds as she gets to work untying the ropes that even her brother would have broken out of by now if he wasn't focused on his humiliation, hence her point. "Pull yourself together," she orders, to which Pugsley whimpers. Now, with the ropes gone, she then pulls him up, which is when her head shoots upwards. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The jocks quickly grab Pugsley and bound his wrists and ankles separate pieces of rope, messing with his hair and face as he beggingly pulls away. "He's scared, kid, he's scared." The leader of the posse, Dalton, jeers as they then stuff him in Wednesday's locker and forces him to bite onto an apple for shutting it closed. They walk away, high-fiving, laughing their socks off. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Wednesday's head falls back down, her hair now slightly ruined. As the shock from the image of what happened affected her physical form like it always does. "He okay?" Pugsley asks as she looks up at her, obviously seeing the way she just jolted up and now looks like she just got a sudden 2-second long heart attack. It's not the first time it's happened, but she's not going to confess to her bother that she's recently been plagued by visions. They come on without warning, and feel like electroshock therapy, but without the satisfying afterburn. However, that aside, she's now got the face she was looking for. She remembers passing by those jocks earlier, and recognizes all of their faces. But the one she really needs to enact her revenge on is the captain, Dalton. "Leave this to me," Wednesday instructs as she stands up to go plot, knowing that he'll be able to get the rest of the rope off on his own. "Wednesday," Pugsley calls out to her before she heads off, though. "What are he going to do?" he asks with a worried look, and judging by the mischievous stare Wednesday gives him, his worries are about to come true. "What I do best." A couple hours periods later or so, Wednesday walks up the stairs and enters the school's massive pool. The all practice ground for the sport of water polo, Something she's convinced was invented to weed out the weak, something she would admire if the players in it weren't predictable vermin that she must now put into place. Yo, Dalton, look. One of the players taps on the gang leader's shoulder and points over, getting the attention of everyone else as well as they all turn to Wednesday, who steps tower. RDS the edge of the pool with a water bag with fish in both hands. Pigsley's sister. Hey, freak, this is a closed practice. Dalton tells Wednesday with a cocky grin on his face, prompting almost everyone else on the team to laugh along with him as if he just told the best joke known to man. Well, that's okay, Wednesday has one of her own in mind. The only one who gets to torture my brother is me, Wednesday states very proudly as she hovers the bags over the pool itself. At that moment, the polo team all begin to realize that it isn't just fish inside of those plastic carriers, it's all piranhas. Dalton's face goes from arrogant to pale in a matter of seconds, along with everyone else, as Wednesday then drops the bags into the pool. Oh my, Dalton exclaims in terror as they all beg in swimming away to the other side of the pool to safety. The second the bags hit the water, the piranhas too easily tear themselves out and slither over to all of the meat bags they detect. Although the tiny things are fast, the training of the polo team pays off as most of them push themselves onto the surface, except for Dalton, who's the last time to get out. He grabs onto the ladder and begins stepping himself out, however. The piranhas catch and chomp down on his entire lower torso, including his baby maker. Dalton lets out the most high-pitched scream anyone's heard from. And at that moment, Wednesday smiles. About it. But just know that this Harry's arc will be influenced heavily by a story of my own, as well as the ending. If anyone's wondering what he will be, because I didn't tell them in Discord, I tried to give a small hint in Harry's section of this prologue, but it will be made more and more clear as the story progresses. It should be spelled out loud by the end of Episode 1. Episode 1. Wednesday's child is full of woe. I've been staring at this darn box for days. No clue what's inside. Uncle Freddy handed it to me like it was some great secret, but the old geezer didn't even bother to tell me how to open it. Not that I'd ever admit I need his help, but seriously, I've tried every single combination I can think of, but so far, not a single one of them has cracked it. It's funny. He probably thought it'd be some kind of bonding moment, but asking me to bond is like asking me to admit I think Emma Roberts is insanely hot. Around the American Horror Story fandom. Not gonna happen. But hey, I heard we got a new transfer who's been given the golden ticket to come to this home away from home midterm. I hope she has a horrible first impression. To myself, Harry L.N. Part 1. Wilderness. Roads. https://youtube.be/mc9rmeus. Can't believe she's thinking this, but Wednesday is honestly starting to wish that she just minded her own. Lee effect has now force. Her into this car with her parents as an obnoxiously sweet song plays. In front of her, her dad, Gomez Addams, recognizes the song and starts singing along to the lyrics, his gaze pointed towards his wife and her mother, Morticia Addams. Smiling affectionately. Needless to say, it makes her sick to her stomach. Pugsley, who's sitting in the front along with the zombie driver, Lurch, glances at him through the rear view mirror and rolls his eyes alongside her, especially when their parents share a romantic kiss right in front of them, as if not knowing the rules about things children should not catch their parents doing. Though Wednesday is certain they lost that rule book while under the sheets. Jokes aside, this song slaps. Check out Elliot James Ray's cover too. After all that, N.D. Lurch hits a few crows flying near them, causing Pugsley to jump. Morticia turns to Wednesday and notices her dead stare pointed at them. Darling, how long do he intend of giving us the cold shoulder? She asks her with a small frown, hating the way her blank stare is more blankness to it than it normally does. Wednesday blinks at her before turning her head around towards the driver. Lurch, please remind my parents that I am on longer speaking to them. She requests before facing forward again, and the butler relays this to the parents via a grunting. I promise my little viper, he will love Nevermore. Gomez tells her as he leans closer towards her with an excited smile that is already imaging her future there. Won't she, Tish? Of course she will. Morticia agrees with a quick nod. Having the same thoughts as her lovely husband. It's the perfect school for her. Why? Because it was the perfect school for he. Wednesday queries with a glare that calls her mother out for thinking that she's some kind of clone of what she once was. I have no interest in following in his footsteps, becoming captain of the fencing team, queen of the dark prom, president of the Seance Society. She lets her know, and while Morticia awkwardly looks out the window, Gomez nods with every reference to her previous titles, still proud of her for them. I merely meant that, finally, he will be among peers who will understand he. Morticia corrects Wednesday, but she knows the real reason, and that her smile is really because they've ran out of alternate schools to enroll her into. Maybe he'll even make some friends. Or a high school sweetheart. She adds with a suggestive face, but thought of that second part makes Wednesday shudder in the inside. Like that's ever going to happen. Nevermore is like no other boarding school. Gomez tells her daughter with a face that has lots of stories to tell, though Wednesday is certain that she would rather not hear 90% of them. It's a magical place, he says as she then turns lovingly to Morticia. It's where I met his mother. And she locks eyes with him. And we fell in love. He guys are making me nauseous. Wednesday comments before the two can start sucking face again, causing them to turn to her with some slightly annoyed looks. And not in a good way. Darling, we aren't the ones who got he expelled. That boy's family was going to file attempted violent crime charges. Morticia reminds her with her elbows on her lap, causing Wednesday to glance down with mixed feelings at the use of the two words. How would that have looked on his record? Terrible, Wednesday admits, looking down with a haunted expression. Everyone would know I failed to get the job done. As they continue the rest of their journey in blissful silence, they pass a car heading in the opposite direction of them. A few minutes later, the passenger of that car taps on the driver's shoulder and points towards an obvious path into the woods on the side of the road. Just over here is fine. He directs the driver over, prompting them to park at the edge of the road. Thanks. He sure he wanna get out here? The driver asks with a face that questions his sense of safety while the hiker steps out and grabs his stuff out of the back. The trail might look pretty, but it runs right past Nevermore. The school for outcasts. The hiker recalls as he faces the driver, who scoffs in response. Well, that's a polite way of putting it. I never had a problem with outcasts. The hiker mentions to the driver with an offhanded kind of approach to the matter. My counselor at summer camp was a werewolf. He shares with her, chuckling. Great guy. Yeah, they're just like he and me. The driver sarcastically replies, until they rip his throat out. In response to that very dark comment, the hiker just nervously stands there as the driver then continues staring at him with this deadpan look that's daggering a little too far into his soul. He awkwardly laughs. Thanks for the ride, he says to quickly get out of the conversation, tapping on the hood of the truck before walking into the woods, the woman's dark gaze following him then entire way through until he's out of sight. After some time into his hike, the man finds a turned-over tree on the side of the path and decides to take 5 for a couple minutes or so. As sets his bag down, he double-checks his map and realizes that he may have been going the wrong direction, causing him to let out a huge sigh as he plants it down next to him as well. He grabs his thermos and tiny plastic cup where he pours a shot of a orange energy drink, he whipped up for moments like this when he's tired as balls. During this, he finally takes a moment to breathe in the fresh air. Right as he's about to take a sip though, he hears a loud rustling in the leaves and the bushes nearby, causing him to anxiously scan his surroundings. However, due to all of the fog, he can't really see anything that screams danger. He brings the cup back to his mouth, though a little bit more slowly. And that's when he hears a loud crack. He turns his head to find the most horrifying thing charging at him. The man screams until his head is ripped off. Nevermore. Dormitories. That box is still sitting on Harry's desk in the dorm room he's found himself in. It's kind of been its own ancient artifact with how long it's been collecting dust, waiting for someone to spill its secrets so it's known for something else. Harry ends aware of that, yet so far, that dice isn't swinging correctly. Instead, he's spending rest of the morning he has with his notebook, writing down symbolic images of what is currently plaguing his mind. It's one of the only things that gives him peace. He must have been a little too absorbed in it, because someone finds it necessary to snap their fingers next to his ear. "Hey, housemaster's calling everyone," the boy tells him, and Harry turns around to find his dorm mate Xavier Thorpe trying to get his attention. Part of me wonders if he actually transfer his mind to his pencil or something. "He's one to talk," Harry remarks with a smiling scoff as he closes his notebook and puts it where it belongs. Given that Xavier's a creative artist himself, he shrugs touche as he walks back to get his uniform. "I thought I was allowed 1 hour of self-degradation," he says as he stands up to do the same thing. "He can do that when he's not making me look bad by always trying to show up late." Xavier responds in a somewhat snarky tone, as he grabs the jacket that helps to go with his uniform before putting it on, a style of putting on his preferred clothes plus his uniform that Harry has found himself doing as well. Whatever the Siren said about he can wait, horrible job at trying to hide that have been listening to them from time to time. Harry points out, to which Xavier lets out a small sigh. "So, tell me, do he real? Why like painting on the walls of the campus, or is that just an excuse to listen to Bianca's voice?" he queries teasingly, crossing his arms. "That's not what I meant," Xavier claims while his eyes focus down on his clothes. And Harry raises a brow. "And what even gave he that idea?" "What, I can't criticize he now?" Harry questions with a raisesy chic to just roll his eyes as he walks towards the door. "Hey, I know my relationship didn't end any better, but that's why I also can't be fooled by this whole cool guy act he keep putting on," he states as he follows Xavier out the door and down the hall. "There is no act," Xavier denies, causing Harry to snort. "Yeah, and the sky grows red," Harry replies in a sarcastic manner. That probably didn't help, as Xavier seems to then start walking faster. "Hey," the kid speaks in a slightly softer tone, not wanting to antagonize the guy. "Look, I get it, but the term, moving on, doesn't happen right away." "I know that," Xavier claims before giving him a look as if wondering what his experience is with girls to talk like he knows what it's like. Harry obviously doesn't buy it. "Sure he do. Hey, anytime he planned to tell me what actually happened at his previous school and prove me how wrong everyone is, then I'll happily cry out all my girl troubles to he," Xavier bitterly remarks with a look, to which Harry clicks his tongue, nodding. Point taken. Nevermore. Principal's office. The family's car passes through the gates leading to the school grounds, the clouds letting out a little bit of rain for the time being. They eventually park and enter the academy, where they are greeted by the principal, dresses in all white, including her hair. She leads them into her office where Mrs. Weems, the mentioned principal, goes through the girls' history before finally acknowledging all three of them. Wednesday is certainly a unique name. Weems comments with a plastic smile on her face that the girl simply stares back to, not finding it any kind of friendly, in the slightest way that the woman probably thinks she's coming across as. "I'm guessing it was the day of the week you were born." "I was born on Friday the 13th. Wednesday instantly corrects her, not liking the idea of it being such a boring idea as that. "Her name comes a line from my favorite nursery rhyme," Morticia explains with a face of nostalgia. Wednesday's child is full of woe, she references with a sudden doom-like expression that mirrors her daughter's, which ironically does make a lot more sense when she says it in that way. "He always had a unique perspective on the world," Morticia Weems comments, to which the other woman scoffs amused. Wednesday detects some passive-aggressiveness between them with that exchange. "Did his mother tell he we were roommates back in the day? And he graduated with his sanity intact?" Wednesday questions with a seemingly amazed phrasing. "Impressive," she remarks, noticing the slightly offended look our mother glances at her with while Weems moves on. "Have certainly had a very interesting educational journey," Weems comments as she scrolls through the noteworthy stuff with her pen. 8 schools in 5 years. They haven't built one strong enough to hold me," Wednesday states as if that is something to be prideful about, not shying away from her serial expulsion spree. "I bet this place won't be any different. I believe what our daughter is trying to say is that she greatly appreciates the opportunity." Gomes speaks for his daughter in an effort to save her face, which Wednesday doesn't appreciate all too well. Nevermore doesn't usually accept students midterm. Weems mentions with a small hum as she folds her hands together with a smile that carries great news. But, given Wednesday's perfect grades, and his family's long history with the school, I've spoken with the board and we've made an exception. Gomez and Morticia smile and grin at the news, reaching behind Wednesday to hold each other's hands excitedly. Her, on the other hand, slightly moves her head in a way that he'd miss it if he blinked, her mind starting to finally fathom the reality of being in this dungeon. Larissa, what about Wednesdays, therapy sessions? She then inquiries about, glancing at her daughter with a swallow as she knows that the two have a really hard time mixing well. The court ordered them. The school has a relationship with a therapist in Jericho. Weems lets her know with a calm assurance, taking a sip of her cup of tea that stereotypically comes with her British accent. She can see her twice a week. Did he hear that, my little storm cloud? Gomez happily talks to Wednesday, as if having high hopes for her while she's here. He's in excellent hands. We'll see if she survives the first session. Wednesday notes with a mental hum, as if already knowing that the two will exchange dialogue like paper getting along with water. Gomez's expression changes, meanwhile, trying to figure out what that means. I've assigned to his mother's old dorm, Ophelia Hall. Weems tells Wednesday, which makes her mother suddenly gasps in delight, prompting her to turn her head towards her. Refresh my memory. Ophelia is the one who kills herself after being driven mad by her family, correct? Wednesday queries her mother curiously, and while Gomez looks upwards, not really knowing. Morticia giddily nods in confirmation. How ironic, Wednesday thinks, knowing that she'll soon might follow in her footsteps. She turns back straight, to which Weems gives her that irritatingly, adult to child, grin. Shall we go meet his new roommate? Nevermore. Dormitories. Meanwhile, back in the dormitories, the housemaster Vlad currently has all of the psychics and gorgons of the show. OL lined up due to a matter that has gotten his attention. They don't normally do this kind of thing, but it isn't exactly or either. When someone important comes, gotta do a discount instance of a roll call. And so, for the last time, please make sure Have covered his mirrors before taking a shower, even the psychics. Vlad finishes his lecture with a very serious look on his face, something that is common when it comes to him. I have gotten 6 distracted students exposed in the show this week, and it's Monday, so next time it happens, it'll be the stone that pays the water pill, understood? Yes sir. Almost everyone repeats, knowing that the man treats his job very seriously and makes it seem like they are in the military school rather than one with outcasts in it. Guess it's possibly a little familiar. Everyone splits up, but Vlad isn't done yet. Mr. L.N., mind staying for a few more seconds? Vlad requests the second everyone begins to split up, a few knowing kids begin chuckling amongst themselves while Xavier glances at him with a worried look. Harry closes his eyes tightly before turning around with them open. The two then walk out of the lounge. Coach Vlad, few of his fellow students here at the dorms say that Have been sneaking out of his room at night, trying to hike the woods on his own. Vlad relays to Harry with his arms crosses, once again having been brought with another accusation that he didn't want to do in front of everyone. Is this true? No sir. Harry denies with a shake of his head, while mentally sighing and boiling on the inside. Sure, he's not supposed to be breaking curfew rules, but having him be the only one that gets snitched on is the anger-inducing part of it. He doesn't hear this about Xavier when he goes out to paint. Thorpe can confirm that I'm always in my room at night. Vlad slowly nods, humming to himself. Given his situation with the socialism of his peers, I'm willing to give he the benefit of the doubt. He tells him before leaning closer. But a reminder that breaking curfew is not a minor rule to break. Of course, Harry replies with a nod and blank face. Vlad accepts this response and walks away, allowing the kid to finally clench his fist so hard that he almost makes his palm pop and bleed. Yeah, that was made to sound like the teacher's still on his side, but he knows that kind of tone from a mile away. He's waiting for Harry to give an excuse for punishment, as high as it can get. He eventually steps back inside the lounge where all the boys pretty much hang out here if not at the quad, waiting for classes to start. During which, he spots Xavier leaning against the back of the couch while 2OT Harry also knows, playing retro games on the tiny television they've got. He's slow, Lee approaches with his hands in his pocket, the kid on the couch closest to him eventually noticing. "Oh, Harry, man, there he are." The kid in the beanie, Ajax Petropoulos, waves him over, and Xavier nods at him when he sees him too. "Please, come be my new Smash opponent, this guy sucks harder than Kirby." Harry shrugs as he walks over to the side of the couch. "I don't know, he wanna play with him." The boy sitting next to Ajax asks as he points to him with a judging look directed at the Gorgon. "Why, he know he's gonna touch he mid-game," he brings up, causing Harry to drop his head with a bitter swallow. "He mean like tapping me on the shoulder. Everyone does that," Ajax mentions with a confused shrug, obviously not understanding the remark. Xavier does though, and he slowly shakes his head. Harry's still sheepishly looking away. What are he even talking about? Whatever, he. The other boy shrugs, though walks as far away from the couch as possible the second he stands up and drops the controller. Xavier sighs in disappointment while Ajax blinks, still perplexed. "So," Ajax then looks up at Harry with an expecting look. Yeah, sure," Harry snaps out of his dark thoughts and nods, walking over as Ajax scoots over so he can easily take the closest spot on the couch. The kid hands him his previous opponent's controller and the two begin playing the art of smashing bros. "Oh, he guys hear about Enid's new roommate?" Ajax then brings up with a small grin, his constant substance use always making him join in on the gossip train. "I heard they had to pull our midterm because she got expelled from like 20 other ones." 20. Harry questions with a slightly surprised look, before quickly shaking his head as he doesn't want to humor it. I mean, why would we care? It's just rumors." Ajax. Xavier agreeingly states with a hand gesture that repeats what Harry just said. "He haven't heard what everyone's been saying. Her reason for expulsion landed her in court, guys. Straight up orange jacket," Ajax tells them with a face that seems way too excited to share that kind of information, the mention of court making Harry feel pinch the bridge of his nose. "Wait, does she wear all black?" Xavier blinks before asking, as if now recognizing something about what his friend is saying. "I don't know," Ajax simply answers with a shrug before King as he turns to him with an interested look. "Wait, did he get another dream thingy of the future? Is she gonna over-creep Bianca?" "Never mind." Xavier waves him off as he then walks away. "Awesome. To go to the quad to do some morning art." Ajax blinks as the two boys watch him leave, one more confused than the other. "Was it something I said?" Ajax asks Harry as if he really needs to know. Which the other kid just chuckles at him. "Nope, not at all." Harry tells him with a big smile as he puts his focus back to the game. Ajax blinks before shrugging, not paying any more mind to it because, video games. It should stay that way, until he detects something moving from the wind to his left. He instantly holds up his hand and easily catches the ball that was flying towards him. Ajax jumps while Harry casually looks towards where that was coming from, and sees the same kid from earlier along with some others who turn wide-eyed at his effortless catch. He softly throws it back towards them, which makes the boys jump and jog out the room, not bothering to catch it. "Whoa," Alex looks in awe. Meanwhile, Harry shakes his head at the idiots before his mind goes back to what he was gossiping about earlier. Midterm enrollment, sounds like someone special. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. The Addams family walks into Wednesday's new dorm room for the rest of the semester, ending a room that is overly decorated with everything associated with the rainbow. One of the beds, the ceiling, the circular window that replaces the clock head, the carpet, the desks, all of it has been punched by something colorful. The sight makes Morticia physically, and Wednesday mentally, gasp. "It's so vivid," Gomez comments as they look around, also seeing the visual unappealing aspect with his girls. Weems nods blankly while the girl responsible for all of this, addition to the room, stands up and runs over to Wednesday with an expression of someone who's a little too excited to meet a stranger. "Howdy, roomie, Wednesday. This is Enid Sinclair." Weems introduces the girl to them. Seeing the way she postures herself and unable to keep a heel still for more than 2 seconds, Wednesday feels goosebumps. The bad kind, crawling up her skin. She has an extrovert for a roommate. This is officially it. It's over. Are he feeling okay? Enid asks Wednesday with a slightly concerned look. He look a little pale. She notices, not knowing that she always looks like that. Gomez glances at her daughter, noticing her wide eyes. Wednesday always looks half dead. He explains to Enid for her. To which the brighter girl slowly nods, accepting. Oh well, welcome to Ophelia Hall. Enid excitedly says with arms. Stretches out for an over-the-top greeting, causing Wednesday to almost immediately step back the second she tries to make physical contact. Not a hugger got it. She acknowledges with an awkward nod, respecting her space. Please excuse Wednesday, she's allergic to color. Morticia informs Enid, which explains her and their choice of colors when it comes to their attire. It was a common trait for both parents that has not genetically transferred to their children. Oh, wow, Enid replies in awe as she turns to Wednesday, taking that completely literally. What happens to he? I break out into hives and then the flesh peels off my bones. Wednesday exaggerates, one of her many instances that she will. It succeeds in making Enid swallow, believing it for the time being. Luckily, we've special ordered he a uniform. Weems informs Wednesday, letting her know that she won't be sharing the same dark blue color that everyone else carries. Enid, please take Wednesday to the registrar's office to pick it up along with a copy of her schedule. She instructs a girl before giving the special girl another fake smile, and give her a tour along the way. Enid physically but quietly squeals in excitement. Wednesday turns around, glaring at both of her parents with a look of hatred that reminds them of who put her in this school, with this thing, called a roommate. She then reluctantly marches away, with Enid skipping right behind her. As they leave, the three adults awkwardly stare at each other. They're sure that they are gonna get along just fine. Nevermore. Hallway. Enid does as ordered, walking side by side with an uninterested Wednesday. Down the halls of the school to give her the old-fashioned tour. To its credit, the place looking like it was built from an old castle stands out here, giving it a much more unique flavor to the standard doorway and common room. However, for this one instance, Wednesday doesn't actually want it. Nevermore was founded 1791 to educate people like us. Enid tells the scripted speech to Wednesday, in spite of them not having shared eye contact. Once since they left the dorm room. Outcasts, freaks, monsters. Fill in his marginalized group here. He can save the sanitized sales pitch. Wednesday cuts into her means of dialogue as she stares unamused at all of the decor. I don't plan on staying here for long, she states as they stop in front of a trophy display, while Enid blinks at her. Why not? This was my parents' idea. Wednesday answers with a disgusted tone before spotting an old photo from the fencing team on one of the shelves. Expectedly, Morticia is in the front as the captain. Oh, look, there's my mother, smirking at me, she bitterly remarks as she seems to be glaring at the photo as if they are in some kind of staring contest. They've been looking for any excuse to send me here. It's all a part of their nefarious yet completely obvious plan. What plasmirk, wanting Wednesday to spill the family drama tea. To turn me into a version of themselves. Wednesday tells her, it's something she will not let happen for as long as she holds breath. She knew the seconds she came out of the womb that she was going to create her own future, not be in a clear mirror of their past. Well, in that case, perhaps he can clear something up, Enid mentions with a weird face as they continue their way down the hall. Rumors been swirling around that he killed a kid at his old school and his parents pulled strings to get he off. Actually, it was 2 kids, but who's counting? Wednesday casually responds, causing Enid to abruptly pause while she continues off like nothing's wrong. What? Meanwhile, down at the opposite side of where Wednesday and Enid are having their tour, Harry is walking down while double-checking his map, wondering if he made a wrong turn. 'Cause this is not the hallway he's used to when going by his usual schedule. Yup, this is most definitely not it at all. Crap. He hears a male student loudly swear and looks up to see one of the Sirens, Kent, trying to catch one of the hall's knight statues up before it falls and breaks. Looks like one of the fresher ones he was volunteered to help carry it. Hey, a little help here. The only nay that responds to the desperate call is Harry himself, who jogs over and quickly provides an extra lift to the statue. He turns out to make one heck of a difference, as he's easily able to push the Night up till it's standing in just a few seconds. Phew, thanks, that was my only attempt at saving some lost credit. The Siren thanks him with a small nod as they then start pushing it up to its pedestal. Kent. A third party chimes in, and the two turn to see a group from the same cliché eyeing the two briefly interacting with one another with a raised brow. He needing help from the woods freak over there. The leader, Bianca Barkley, asks him with a mocking grin as she points to Harry. What? Kent stutters before glancing back at Harry and quickly remembering who he is. No, not at all. He quickly interjects, before shoving the guy that just helped him away in order to save his social image with Bianca. Get out of here, creep. Harry looks at him as if wondering if he's serious while the other Sirens laugh in response and Bianca simply glares. Whatever, he quietly says as he walks away, but the second he does, the knight statue falls over and shatters on the floor into a couple 50 pieces. No longer having the strength that was pushing it up. Oh, no, he whimpers looking back towards Harry who's now long gone. That went well, didn't it? Nevermore. Quad. Enid then plans to conclude the tour with the school's most common and well-known of the campus. Welcome to the Quad. She introduces Wednesday to it with her arms stretched out in a gesture that hints that she'll be passing this part of the school more than twice. The other girl does a quick scan of the shape and finds a clear contradictory. It's a pentagon, Wednesday points out with a disappointed tone, wondering which idiot gave this place that name. Enid just glances at her with an unimpressed look. The whole snarky goth girl thing might have worked at normie school, but here things are different. Enid tells Wednesday with a cheeky smile, noting the different standard in normalcy among the peers here. Let me give ye a wiki on Nevermore's social scene, she offers as she beckons Wednesday around the edges of the Quad. I'm not interested in participating in tribal adolescent clichés, Wednesday notes as she reluctantly follows her. Well, then use it to fuel his obviously bottomless pot of disdain. Enid suggests with a manner that shows that she can be snarky when she talks too. Phrasing aside, Wednesday could definitely see it that way. There are many flavors of outcasts here, but the four main cliques are fangs, furs, stoners, and scales. She lists them off as they pass a table of gentlemen students all wearing sunglasses, all drinking from a glass filled with red liquid. Those are the fangs, aka vampires. Some of them have literally been here for decades. She makes a face before continuing on, where she then spots a table with more energetic students. That bunch of knuckleheads are furs, aka werewolves like me. She points to them as the gang catch the scent of Enid and begin excitedly howling at her at the sight of one of their own. Full moons will get pretty loud around here. That's when furs, like, wolf out. I suggest he pick up some noise-canceling headphones. She offers some actually good advice for Wednesday, though she'll use something else to block the sound in when the time comes. She looks around and sees the tinier group in size sitting next to the fountain, as if attracted to the water. I'm assuming scales are Sirens. Wednesday correctly assumes. He catch on quick. Enid confirms as she then points at the one dipping her hand into the water, illuminating some scales that constantly glow along her wrist. And that girl is Bianca Barkley. Is the closest thing Nevermore has to royalty. Although her crown's been slipping lately. She introduces while they both watch as Bianca glances over at a student painting. An image on the wall with a mixed expression. She used to date our resident tortured artist, Xavier Thorpe, but they broke up at the beginning of the semester. Reason? Unknown. Fascinating. Wednesday sarcastically comments. I know, right. My blog is, like, the #1 source for Nevermore gossip. Enid exclaims as she turns to Wednesday, not at all catching it. Oh, and the biggest one definitely has to be that guy over there. She then points to an unusually absent side of the Quad, where a student leans against one of the pillars with a dead expression and his hands in his pockets. Having people take the path around him just so they don't catch his personal space. Harry L.N., he just started his semester here as well, but due to the record he got because of reasons kept hidden to protect the victims. He's earned himself the rotten apple of the bunch. Fascinating. Wednesday against comments, a little less sarcastically. There's a brief moment where the two catch themselves sharing eye contact. As if something about the other is alluring them closer. But due to not really knowing her, Harry eventually looks away. Competition is rare, but at least it'll mean I have a reason to add my count up to 3. She notes, to which Enid blinks rapidly at her. What does that? Yo, Enid. A voice calls out to the blonde, causing the girl to mentally jump and spin to F. Ace, the guy in the beanie, walking over to her. He's not gonna believe the dirt I heard about his new roommate. Ajax expresses with a funny grin. She eats human flesh, totally chowed down on that kid she murdered. He better watch his back. Well, this is awkward. Enid slowly steps to the side and reveals Wednesday standing right behind her. Quite the contrary. Wednesday lets him know, while Axe's curious snake slithers back up to his beanie, showing his embarrassment. I actually fillet the bodies of my victims, then feed them to my menagerie of pets. Ajax, this is my new roommate, Wednesday. Ajax introduces the two with a tense expression, begging the other not to say something that makes their first impression even worse than how it started. Whoa, Ajax mummers in awe as Wednesday turns to face him. He scans her skin and completely colorless clothing, seemingly memorized by it. He's in black and white like a living Instagram filter. I ignore him. Enid quickly cuts in, ushing Ajax back to his group as that plan goes out the window. Gorgons spend way too much time getting stoned. He's cute, but clueless. She explains with a tiny shrug, knowing that they can't help. It's since the weed helps keep the little snakes under their hat garments. It's a small school and there wasn't much online about I find social media to be a soul-sucking void of meaningless affirmation. Wednesday tells her point blank before this uniform chore over with so she can get to more important matters. Enid just slowly nods, knowing that she at least tried. Nevermore. Just outside the massive arch leading into the walls of the campus, Wednesday returns to her family wearing her new uniform she will have to get used to during her time here, which has been given a drainage of color. Now in slightly darker black along with the black strikes, a favor for the Addams. Look at my little death trap. Gomez exclaims with a very happy father's voice, walking over over to observe her unique uniform up close that blends perfectly with the rest of her colors. Seeing in the uniform brings back so many terrible memories. He remarks, grinning at Morticia. Doesn't it, Tish? Yes. Morticia agrees with a massive grin, before remembering something important to do before they leave. Why don't boys wait in the car? Wednesday and I need a moment. She requests, and Gomez, likely knowing what, steps away so Pugsley can walk over, practically jumping at her sister to give her a massive hug. As they eventually separate, Wednesday stares at her brother Lick. Drill Sergeant staring at the fresh meat. Pugsley, he's soft and weak. He'll never survive without me. She tells him, not unless he stands up to the next set of bullies that stick him with an apple and shove him in a locker. I give 2 months, tops. I'm gonna miss too, sis. Pugsley sarcastically responds with a nod, him and Gomez walking back into the car where Lurch opens the door for them. Morticia then takes another step closer to her daughter. Any plans he have of running away end right now, she states to Wednesday with a look that reminds her that she's no fool. She saw the gears spinning in her head the second Weems said that she was accepted into Nevermore. I've alerted all family members to contact me the minute he darkened their doorstep. He have nowhere to go. As usual, he underestimate me, mother. Wednesday remarks with her arms crossed. I will escape this educational penitentiary, and he will never hear from me again, she declares before her, seeing Mo. Artish's words as just a challenge that she's been called to conquer. He are a brilliant girl, Wednesday, but sometimes he get in his own way. Morticia notes with a shake of her head and a sigh. I'm sure he are going to love Nevermore, and find it as life-changing as I did. She promises with a bright smile, before revealing something she's had in her palm this entire time. Oh, I got a little something. She holds up a necklace with a letter engraved in the center. W. She brings it upside down. M. Our initials. It's made of obsidian, which Aztec priests used to conjure visions. It's a symbol of our connection. She extends it to Wednesday, who slowly takes it and examines the design for a second or two. Which one of his spurts suggested this toe-curling tchotchke? She questions with a disgusted expression, dropping the smile off of Morticia's face. I am not he, mother. I will never fall in love, or be a housewife, or have a family. Morticia swallows up the pain of that blow. I'm told girls his age say hurtful things I shouldn't take to heart. She notes with frown, trying her best to accept her constant verbal attacks. Fortunately, he don't have one. Wednesday remarks with a mental scoff, which ironically makes the woman cheer up a bit. Finally, a kind word for his mother. Morticia says with a smile, before turning over to the butler. Lurch, the crystal ball, please. She requests, to which the butler walks up and hands her the tiny rectangular prism box. Now, we can't talk to he for the first week while he's settling in. So, we'll call he next Sunday. She lets her know. She reaches a hand over to touch her shoulder, but unlike her dad, Wednesday flinches away, leading the woman to just hover her palm over her instead. With a pained expression, she hesitantly turns around before walking towards the car where Lurch opens the door for her like with Gomez and Pugsley. Morticia gives Wednesday one more sad look before eventually stepping inside. As Lurch enters the driver's seat, Wednesday glances down at the necklace, showing a little bit more interest in it. Visions, he say. The second they begin driving away, Gomez turns looks over and Al. Reddy sees Morticia shedding tears that show how much she already misses her, and they haven't even left the grounds yet. Don't worry, my love. He comforts her while handing her his black handkerchief to wipe her droplets. Our little scorpion won't be alone. He then flicks a switch on the armrest, and the bottom of the car opens up to allow a mutilated hand covered in stitches hop out. It then begins crawling back towards the campus with a clear goal in mind. To watch over Wednesday. Nevermore. Green room. Meanwhile, as Harry enters the first class, gardening, he's about to head to his desk which, guess what? Has its neighboring seat empty. Big shocker, right? He think the woods creep would get some people that appreciate his reputation around her. That was all sarcasm, obviously. But, sorry, getting off track here. As he was doing that, he passes by Xavier's and sees that he's missing something that's usually on his desk with him. Hey, he okay? Harry asks Xavier with a nod. No tea. Ching, how irritated the guy looks right now. His roommate looks up to see that it's clearly him checking up on him. He mean without my pens and pads that someone stole while I was on the paint this morning, no. Xavier responds bitterly with a shake of his head, causing Harry to hum as he considers helping, but also wants this to pay off for both of them. All help, Harry offers, but Xavier can. Already to detect the ulterior motive behind the kind roomie's expression. I have a habit of finding things I keep losing as well. He mentions with a shrug. That's not as reassuring as he probably thought it would. Look, if it will give me something to do besides walk around and get mocked all day for the 20th time in a row, I'll help a brother out. Harry promises the actual psychic with a determined nod. As long as he promised to tell me why he broke up with Bianca and why it's seemingly still bothering he. He then finally reveals his secondary intentions. Xavier opens his mouth to protest. But knowing that the guy won't let up and that he caught him at the worst time, he nods with a massive sigh. Fine, super, bro potato, he count on me. Harry tells him with a smirk, tapping him on the shoulder before scooting into his seat. Xavier mentally face palms at the nickname before quickly turning his head straight when he sees the mentioned Siren walking into class. Quest accepted. First actual chapter here. Wanted to give Harry something to do besides oogle Wednesday all episode, as well as build up our new potential bromance with Xavier. And Wednesday will obviously be main focus here, but the goal is to make sure that both be their own characters and that the male reader's main focus isn't to be a pushover or simp for the girl. Also, in case he's wondering, he's posing as a psychic. Anyway, Part 2, Wilderness. Evening. The rain has once again picked up in the area as the sheriff's office of the nearby town of Jericho, the neighbors of Nevermore, are called to the scene that happened the morning before. All they find once they get there, one spilled energy drink, one stained backpack, a vomit pile from one of the rookies, a condom from 2 weeks ago, and a whole lot of blood that only a savage animal can do. Where's the rest of him? Sheriff Galpin, the well-known anti-outcast of the town, asks one of his deputies as he stares down at a decapitated head with the expression of the hiker that was carrying that face show nothing but pure terror. Whatever happened was clearly sudden, and barely gave him enough time to scream, leaving his mouth wide open. Well, the torso and arm are over there. The deputy reports as he points at the body part that only has one limb attached to it left. The two of them casually talk about this like it's a standard Monday. We found a LS arm in that tree over there, and the rest of the parts are so far unaccounted for. She tells him while pointing in various directions, showing just how far the dismemberment was whirled around. It matches the profile of the other two attacks last week. Sheriff Galpin nods, thinking the same thing. All right, issue a warning. Keep hikers out of the woods. He orders the deputy, wondering why he didn't do this before this mess happened. Don't approve any more campfire permits for the foreseeable future. What do he want me to tell the press? Deputy then queries, to which the sheriff turns to her with a look. He know they're gonna be swarming like mosquitoes in July. She brings, up to which Galpin mentally groans. He knows, doesn't mean he can't get to. Wish that they'd just disappear for a few seconds and not spread more panic to their name. Tell them the bear is back. Galpin instructs her, to which the deputy laughs. He don't really believe that, Sheriff. No, I don't. Whatever did this wasn't human. Galpin doesn't deny with a slightly irritated look, since he currently has nothing else that he can work with. Look, I know these murders are connected to Nevermore. I just can't prove it yet, so until I can, he tells his deputy while looking up at the view of the campus he has with a hate-filled gaze. It's a goddamn bear. Nevermore. Art studio. As the moon starts to rise and the sun starts to lower, Harry takes the moment while there's still light in the sky to check out the old shed on the grounds that he knows Xavier uses as his new art studio. A little honor he was given after showing his artistic abilities. Yes, it's a silly assumption to assume he left it there. But when he's looking for an item he know, the place he always go to is where it should be to confirm that it didn't fall through a crack or something. How did a kit fall through cracks? Well, given how the logic of losing something he cherished works, Harry would be surprised if a set of less stressed eyes finds something he didn't. He walks over and opens the doors, which emits that small bell above them. Don't exactly know why this shed needed a bell, best not to ask what a place with a gothic aesthetic had in mind for it. He steps in and uses his own flashlight to help him see instead of turning on the light, not wanting anyone else from outside to see that he's here. He looks around and finds the usual paintings of Xavier's mind, a lot which comes from his psychic genetics. How, exactly? Well, that's kind of the reason he's here, so he can finally learn more about his friend. When he's in a world where everyone hates the only thing he can ask for is a friend. Not just someone like Ajax who just jokes around with but a true friend. Someone he can trust to share everything with. While scanning the area, his flashlight catches a painting that can't help but get his attention. He sees a dark vision radiating from it as the figure in a dark cloak takes the spotlight of the stage. The red and subtle crimson-red colors signal something dark, and Harry, maybe he's just seeing things, but can't help but see it as a symbol of something that's a part of him. But what does it mean? He quickly shakes his head, knowing that he needs to focus on the task at hand. Turning around, that's when he spots something hanging on an open nail in the edge of the studio. Something small that only someone with Harry's eyes would have detected. He reaches over and touches a piece of fabric that was seemingly ripped off of a shirt. Judging by the black and dark blue stripes, this was a very tiny piece of the Nevermore uniform, and when Harry observes it curiously, it shows shades of purple during certain angles. Someone must have almost gotten caught by Xavier and made a quick run for it, getting this fabric caught on the nail. And judging by the color scheme, Harry has more than a few ideas as to who the culprit is. He smirks as then pockets the fabric piece before heading back out the door he came in. Despite the reasoning, he didn't think this strategy would actually work. Thank gosh that it did, it mean he'll be truthful when he tells Xavier that he's gotten a clue. As his feet once again touch the dirt, Harry looks up at the sky and sees that there's still time to make it to the dorm before curfew. He just can't waste time with any pit stops. That shouldn't be that much of a. Before he can finish that thought, a sudden and seemingly deliberate chill goes through his skin, causing him to jump and shiver a bit as goosebumps grow along his body. Harry turns around, rapidly blinking as he tries to figure out where the heck that came from. But either due to so many trees, or the growing darkness, he can't really see a real cause. Sighing to himself, he continues straight, and that's when she sees the undead body of a girl staring straight at him from behind a tree dead ahead, no pun intended. Harry freezes for a few seconds, which seems to make the girl instantly shy away behind the wood. The boy snaps out of his fear and jogs over, but when he turns the corner, the girl is gone. Harry looks around, breathing heavily as he still feels a strong sense of unease over what just happened. That face, he's seen it somewhere before. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall, with nothing else to do but spend the rest of the night in her room, Wednesday. In casual clothes, uses that time to help give the room a much-needed makeover. She already has her escape plan prepared, somewhat, and thinking about it too much hurts the mental system. So why not do her part for school and dorm society? She's currently tearing down the last of the colored papers, whatever those horrific things are called, of her half of the clock window. When she hears the door opening behind her. What the heck did he do to my room? Enid, also now in her own attire, questions hysterically as she slams the door closed behind her, horrified by what she just did. Once the school hours are over, the uniforms commonly go off for most students, unless there's some who actually appreciate the aesthetic or something. Dividing our room equally, Wednesday responds while also cheekily correcting her choice of words, kicking the colorful trash onto Enid's half of the room. The place now looks like Two-Face's lair in a cheesy Batman movie. Looks like a rainbow vomited on his side. She comments as she steps back to hers, to which the other girl blatantly fumes. Silence would be appreciated. Wednesday interrupts her before she can even get the first letter out. Sitting down in front of her desk, which only holds a lamp and a typewriter on it. "This is my writing time," she states as she pulls up her jacket sleeves and gets started on her violent crime mystery. "His writing time?" Enid questions with a raised brow. "I devote an hour a day to my novel," Wednesday explains, in case the term wasn't already obvious for her insultingly dumb question. Perhaps if he did the same, his blog might be coherent. She criticizes as she starts her slide that sets off a ding. "I've read serial killer diaries with better punctuation. I write in my voice. It's my truth," Enid states in an incredibly offended tone, never thinking that she needed formal English to practice her freedom of the press. "It's what my followers love." His followers are clearly imbeciles. Wednesday scorns while needing to turn around, finding that last bit to be completely ridiculous to hear. If she had a sense of humor, most likely, she would have cackled at that. She stands up and walks challengingly towards her. They respond to his stories with insipid little pictures. Enid at first wants to ask how the heck she's even aware of all of this if she doesn't even touch social media, much less look at it, but then she realizes what she was trying to describe at the end. He mean emojis. She asks Wednesday, squinting at her with a weird look. "It's how people express their feelings." I realize that's a foreign concept to he. When I look at he, the following emojis come to mind. Wednesday quips, while blankly staring at Wednesday. She coldly remarks before turning around to get back to writing. "By the way, there are 2 D's in Addams. If he's going to gossip about me, at least spell my name correctly." Enid seethes, clenching a fist as she clearly thinks about shooting back with another line. But instead, she comes up with a better idea. She turns on her Pro Watch and easily finds her playlist and plays them on the speakers, causing Wednesday to instantly cease all activities and face her again. "Turn that off," she demands with horrified eyes, to which Enid just dances mockingly in front of her. This is his final warning. Enid swiftly pulls out her nails towards Wednesday when she begins marching into her side, the nails extending into sharp, rainbow blades. "Don't mess with me. This kitty's got claws and I am not afraid to use them." Quote. The two glare into each other's eyes for a good 5 seconds before the door to the room suddenly opens, signaling a third-party arrival. "Good evening, girls." A woman with pure red hair, glasses, a likely teacher, greets as she steps inside, causing Enid to hide her hands behind her back to calm her hands down. The teacher notices her moots bringing her earthly work into the room. "Oh, sorry about the mud. Just wanted to make sure that Wednesday was settling in." The two girls separate from one another, staying on their separate sides. The teacher ices their tense looks and also looks down and sees that one of her red boots isn't stepping on a crack, but rather a larger black line that separates the two together. Oh, is this a bad time? She nervously asks, to which Enid awkwardly glances at Wednesday, who doesn't chance a muscle on her face. I'm Mrs. Thornhill, his dorm mom. Apologizes I wasn't here to greet he when he arrived. She introduces herself to the new girl, holding up a flower pot. I'm trust Enid has given he the old Nevermore welcome. She's been smothering me with hospitality. Wednesday replies, to which Enid gives Thornhill a big smile. I hope to return the favor, in her sleep. She adds, causing that smile to then drop right away. Well, here's a little welcome gift from my conservatory. Thornhill offers, in a quick attempt to pretend she didn't hear that. She extends the flower over to Wednesday, who takes it with interest. I try to match the right flower to each of my girls, and when I read his personal statement in his application, I immediately thought of this one. Wednesday mentally nods as she eyes the black-colored flower, recognizing it almost right away as part of her personal interest with Mother Nature's design. A black dahlia. Oh, he know it. Of course, it's named after my favorite unsolved violent crime. Wednesday happily responds, to which the other two females show different reactions to that. Thank he. Okie dokie, Thornhill says, glad that she knows about and likes it. Oh, before I leave, I wanna go over a few house rules. Lights off at 10, no loud music, and no boys, ever. She lists off to both of them, though it's up for discussion if that third rule has been followed all that well. A question then comes to mind for Wednesday. What's the story about going into the local town? Passes to Jericho are a privilege, not a right. It's a brisk 25-minute walk, or there's a shuttle on the weekends. Thornhill tells Wednesday with a somewhat serious face when she talks about the normie town. The locals are a tad bit wary about Nevermore, so please don't go making any waves or perpetuating any outcast stereotypes. That means keep his claws to yourself. And no smothering people in their sleep. Are we clear? Dead silence. Great talk. Nevermore. It's once again time for fencing. Harry finds it fun, but never really has the passion to master it the way Bianca has. He was never good with the sharp tools anyway. He would be lucky if there was a day he didn't even get a paper cut. But all of that doesn't really matter. What matters is that he wants to use the locker room as a quick opportunity to catch someone where they aren't expecting. He walks inside, and to his luck, he spots Kent sitting on a bench casually getting the gear on. He was the Siren that made himself look like an idiot earlier. Still though, he's not to be taken lightly, so Harry better make this quick and easy. Kent, buddy, Harry sarcastically greets the guy, causing him to jump a bit when he taps on his shoulder. I was wondering if he were here. How have he been? What, dude? No. Kent quickly pushes Harry's hand off of him with a panicked expression, looking around to see if anyone saw that. I can't be seen around he. The last thing anyone in the Siren dorms needs is for people to think that he's friends with the woods creep. Don't know what he's talking. Anyway, can I ask he something? Harry queries as he casually brushes Kent's comment off so they can stay on track. Do he have a, how do I put it? Love for the creative arts? Huh. Kent utters as he blinks at him, perplexed by the question. What are, maybe some of Xavier's? I was asking because someone stole his sketchbook and kit, and when I checked the last place he left it, I found a piece of his uniform ripped off a nail. Harry goes on, ignoring Kent's questions. The Siren blinks when he hears this, looking up with a now slightly more serious face. I mean, it was his uniform, right? He asks as a form of bait. I don't know what he's talking about, creep. Kent claims with a scoff as he glances around and finds his kind starting to look over, giving him anxiety. Look, just screw off, alright. We can't be talking to each other. However, Harry doesn't abide by his demand, humming amusingly. Oh, okay, so if I open up this locker right now and check the suit inside, there shouldn't be a scratch on it, right? He assumes teasingly with a smirk he knows is getting the kid's nerves. Now he's taking it. Because I still remember that when I was helping he with the night, his uniform was completely fine. Hearing him trying to make things worse by calling out the night incident, Kent drops what he's doing and slowly stands up menacingly, glaring at Harry. The tension in the room is now screaming towards all of the other male students, including Xavier and Ajax, who all watch at the scene. "He have 10 seconds to get out of my face." Kent growls in Harry's ear, to which the outcast in a school of outcasts smirks. "Or what? Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot." Kent angrily grabs Harry's shoulder, and Harry grabs Kent's wrist and twists around and forces it behind his back. Kent yelps right as the guy them kicks his legs out before grabbing his head and pinning him down. Everyone else inside takes a step back in shock as Harry now has Kent forced on his knees with a mocking glare. "That's what I thought," he remarks with a disappointed tone, wishing his friend didn't make him do that. "Hey, what the?" Kent tries pulling himself off of him, but to his everyone else's shock, he finds himself unable to break free out of the expert hold. "Let me go. Where is it?" Harry interrogates, not letting go until he gets the truthful response. Would he relax? "It's just a darn sketchbook. It's my friend's, and my friend's property is worth a lot more than his precious ego right now," Harry states with a waiting look. Kent already wed how much he cares about his school image, so he should have been ready to defend it better. So, quote, Kent looks up at everyone, embarrassed, before letting out an exhale of defeat. "Bianca has it, all right," he finally guesses, though says it in a whisper so only he can hear it. "She was gonna give it back to Xavier, she just wanted to look at it." "She wanted to look at it?" Harry questions with a raised brow, finding that ridiculous. Even for Bianca. "It's true. Now will he let me go already?" Kent demandingly asks, wanting to be put out of this embarrassing situation. Harry hums before letting go and stepping away, allowing him to get slowly stand himself back up. "I like talking with Kent," Harry notes with an uneasy smirk, forcing him to face him before S shoulder. "He helped me feel a little less pathetic." He then walks away, having already put most of his guards on. As everyone watches him leave, Ajax slowly steps towards his bro. "Dude, I thought Kent was the strongest guy on campus," he comments with a shocked face. "How did a psychic learn to backstreet brawl?" Xavier squints, glancing at the humiliated Kent, and sees him feeling his wrist, which might have pulled the full muscles. "I have no idea." Nevermore. Dueling Hall. When Wednesday saw that fencing was part of the schedule, she would be lying if she said she wasn't mentally carrying some manner of excitement. It's one of her favorite hobbies. Especially when the sharp edge is allowed to draw blood. She's gotten herself a pitch-black version of the fencing gear in comparison to everyone's pure white. Another special order she got from the academy. She presumes. Well, good thing she got her own instead. She marches down the narrow rectangular room, even through the mats where people are trying to duel. They don't say anything though. Just give her a questioning look at best before continuing what they are doing. One of which takes off their masks at the sight of her, showing Rowan's face. His opponent, unsurprisingly Harry, does the same. None of them notice the walking hand hiding under the benches. Wednesday eventually stops at a duel where one person has a clear advantage over the other, and Eve Chuli strikes them a third time after they fall on the floor. The defeated student quickly takes off his face guard and looks up at the instructor who's been watching. Coach, she tripped me," he accuses as he points as the victor. "It was a clean strike, Rowan," Coach Vlad declares with a blank look, quickly shooting down his accusation. Maybe if he whined less and practiced more, he wouldn't suck. The girl, who Wednesday now sees as Bianca when she takes off her mask as well, lectures the poor kid with a rather poor winner's attitude. "Seriously, coach, when am I gonna get some real competition?" She complains to Vlad, who hands Rowan his glasses as he steps aside in shame. "Anyone else wanna challenge me?" "I do," Wednesday announces, causing everyone who isn't dueling to look over in interest as Bianca turns around to see who that voice belonged to. Oh, he must be the second psychopath they let in. Bianca acknowledges, with a very acidic grin which Wednesday isn't impressed by. "I'm wondering if this is some kind of trend where the court orders involve enrollment into Nevermore as a punishment. And he must be the self-appointed Queen Bee." Wednesday responds with a slightly similar tone. To which Bianca nods with a look that seems to have happily embraced that stereotypical title. Interesting thing about bees, pull out their stingers and they drop dead, she quips, to which the onlookers snort and chuckle amongst themselves. The Siren's expression slightly drops as she glances at the attention the scene's getting. Rowan doesn't need he to come to his defense. Bianca states coldly to Wednesday, as if that's the actual reason she challenged her in the first place. He's not helpless, he's lazy. Are we doing this or not? Wednesday questions with a bored look. Having better things to do than defend a weak man's honor. Bianca gives her a glare in response before nodding her over to the other side of the mat, showing that she's ready when she is. The bold match seems to draw in more attention. On guard, Vlad declares, as everyone turns to watch the match. Wednesday puts on her face mask, and Bianca does the same. And soon, the duel begins. Bianca starts it off with a tiny jab at her, which Wednesday easily blocks. She then sends a faster one her way which she deflects before trying to counter with a strike that Siren also blocks before. Parrying with a 3-strike combo that Wednesday blocks before finishing with a slice that she swiftly dodges. Wednesday attempts another counter, but Bianca once again blocks it. Then, she ends the pressure as she sends another set of blade attacks her way which ends with the same result, blocks, sidestep dodge, and a counter that doesn't land. The two have a clear difference in fighting styles. Yet they seem to be evenly matched in the sport. Xavier holds his hands while Harry paces left and right as he watches the two, unable to help but be hypnotized at the display that both fencers show with their skills. They aren't the only ones, as the other dueling mats pause to direct their eyes on the match. For the first time this term and semester, in a duel involving Bianca, he's not actually sure who would win. Just, who is this girl in the black? As Bianca delivers another flurry of attacks, she gets a little too aggressive which opens a window for Wednesday who ducks down and strikes her center chest with the tip of her blade. Point to Wednesday, Vlad declares as there's a small pause before both girls step back into their previous positions before resuming the duel. She's good, Xavier comments impressed to Harry, who slowly nods in response. Yeah. Bianca swings at Wednesday with another strong set of swings which the girl expectedly blocks and dodges. She then does another counter but gets a little too greedy as she tries pressuring with multiple swipes directed at her at once, which leads to her opponent tapping the forehead of her mask with her sword. The score is even, Vlad declares. Bianca takes off her mask with a still confident expression. That first point was clearly beginner's luck. She taunts to get under the girl's skin. Wednesday also takes off her mask as the two circle around like ring match, a few gears cranking in her mind. Let's finish this. For the final point, I would like to invoke a military challenge. Wednesday states, as she stares directly at Bianca with sanguine eyes. No masks, no tips, winner draws first blood. She proposes, causing everyone to share a surprised look, a challenge that has never been declared before in their life. It's his decision. Bianca, Vlad tells the Siren with a calm face, not objecting to it. Bianca scoffs until Wednesday gives her a very teasing brow that asks if she's too scared. That she'll ruin that perfect face of hers. The Siren glares daggers at her, clenching her sword palm. Let's see if he bleed in black and white. Bianca quips before tossing her mask to the side, fully accepting the challenge. Wednesday does the same as well, and the two once again get into a dueling stance. Wednesday starts off by swiping her blade at Bianca who blocks it. Then, she sends it. Her strike before blocking her attempting counter and swinging the blade around and over before swiping at her face. The Siren dodges it, however before having to block another combo that Wednesday delivers her way. Jumping up when she also takes a swipe at her legs. She finally gets to strike back with Wednesday crouched on the floor, sending multiple blade swings which Wednesday continuously blow. CKS by holding her sword upwards in various directions. She blocks the one Bianca sends under before rising up and forcing her to step backwards as she does another swipe at her legs before raising her blade up to block another tap directed at her head, not falling to that a second time. Wednesday stands up to deliver another strike, which Bianca blocks and tries to counter only to get the same treatment. Bianca tries again but Wednesday blocks and sends another swipe towards her face which Siren leans her head back to dodge. She brings her sword down at Wednesday, who blocks it, only for Bianca to then lift her foot and kick her sword hand. Wednesday grunts as she loses her stance for a few seconds, but quickly recovers by blocking the strikes Bianca sends towards her chest and then her back. She catches her in a clash which allows her to send her opponent's blade down onto the floor before kicking her foot the same way when Bianca lifts it back up so she can jump over her attack and Ari with a sword downwards towards her head. Bianca blocks it before sending down to the floor the same way she did. Then, as they both stand antage, she's now received by swiping at her with the same 3-strike combo she's done before. Most of the spectators gasp when the last one cuts her forehead. Wednesday freezes when she sees Bianca's victorious smirk followed by the stinging pain. She presses a finger against the spot on her forehead and sees the drip of blood on it. It's over. His face finally got that splash of color it so desperately needed. Bianca drops a one-liner before showing a massive cocky grin creeping up on her face. For the first time, Wednesday feels humiliated. Nevermore. Lockers. Harry sets the fencing gear right back where it was, while he feels his mind getting distracted on the match that had just occurred in front of him. It's not really because he feels bad that he loses or something, but more of the way she walks, the way carries herself. Something about that reminds him of something. But he can't really pinpoint as to what it is. Either they met in a previous life, or he's overthinking it, which is the more likely case. Wow, that sure was something, wasn't it? Ajax comments as he walks up to him and Xavier, who are both conveniently sitting next to each other. I've never seen such an intense fight like that since Alien vs. Predator. He references with a chuckle as he replays some shots of the movie in his head. I've seen better. Harry remarks with a tiny shrug as he grabs his jacket and puts it back on, feeling like comparing it to a match like that would be exaggerating a little. I see it more as a Batman v Superman. Oh, come on, what other fence duel have he seen was better than that? Ajax questions with a curious brow before his face changes as something comes to mind. Ooh, was the rumor that he used shives on that guy in the woods actually true? He asks in awe. Yeah, after I covered them with GUTS of my previous cell victims and took a massive dump on them. Harry sarcastically replies before giving him a look as if why he still keeps trying to ask about something he clearly doesn't like talking about. Ajax, meanwhile, blinks as if freaked up. He was being snarky. Xavier explains to his friend, reassuring him. It was better than creep. Another random student chimes in before Abru. Ptly pushing his shoulder into the locker roughly, and the group walks away, laughing. Harry grunts as he rubs his arm while the others just watch them go in disgust. What the heck's their problem? Ajax questions as he turns to the two, causing them to just chuckle. What, he are a special boy, eh? Xavier quips with a small nod, to which Harry teasingly chuckles. Ajax blinks. Is that a compliment? Look, I can assure whatever he think Wednesday is, she's a little bit nicer than douchebags like them. Xavier tells Harry as he ignores the high kid's confused mind, pointing back at the door that the bullies left through. He know her? Harry queries with a now very curious look, to which Xavier reluctantly nods in confirmation. Well, hold up, spell the T, sis. Give us some background on who we're working with. No thank he, the less sources Enid had for her blog, the better. Xavier responds with a fixed smile before finally dropping the last of his equipment, grabbing the last of his stuff, and leaving the locker room. Harry sarcastically clicks his tongue while Ajax blinks again. What was that about? I asked a question. Harry simply answers, knowing the answer to that. Ajax hums, not really getting it, before eventually going to catch up with Xavier. Harry shakes his head with a sigh as he wonders if anything he asks his roommate is going to constantly get shot down the way it always does. As he's about to leave, he double-checks his pockets and realizes that something's missing. Crap, where's my phone? He mutters in frustration, to which a walking hand reaches over and extends it to him. Oh, thanks, Harry says as he pockets it. Then he freezes. What in the actual foo? Instead of saying, good evening, Harry the hand quickly grabs at the boy's face the second he realizes that he's given away his own position. Harry lets out muffled yelps as he grabs at the hand before flailing his body around until he accidentally runs into a bench and trips on himself. He hits the ground with a harsh thud, and so does the hand, who's now pinned thanks to his big fat head. Harry gets up, but still grabs onto the hand, which prevents him from getting off. So he's unknowingly making the situation only more stressful for the both of them. He once again jogs around until he remembers where the water is. He brings his attacker over and swiftly opens the bowl before dunking him in it. As if the hand's actually capable of drowning. After a few minutes of Needles struggling and squirming, Harry then frantically throws him away into a locker. The hand quickly gets up and onto the row of them, though not before grabbing a face mask and throwing at him in petty vengeance. Once again, however, Harry simply catches the object thrown at him. Hey, what did he think that was gonna? Boink. Asterisk. He's cut off when a massive ball then hits his face, causing Harry to jump and land on his back hard. The hand no doubt laughs behind its stitches as it crawls away, leaving the poor kid to sigh in pain. He feels his forehead and realizes that he just got a pop knot. What the heck was that? Nevermore. Infirmary. Wednesday begrudgingly has escorted herself to the nurse's office where they clean up and apply a bandage onto her cut. She cannot believe she let something like that happen to her. She trained herself to be better. Then again, she remembers Rowan was complaining to the coach earlier, and recalls how her foot was tripped mere moments before she drew blood. Maybe the whiner wasn't lying about that. Yet again, in a military challenge, does it really matter? He's Wednesday, right? A voice asks from behind her, and Wednesday turns around to see that same exact boy from before, currently in the process of getting his checkup and inhaler refilled. Rowan. He shyly introduces himself, though she already knew that. I know how he feel. I guarantee he don't. Wednesday responds with a look that requests that he doesn't try and be sympathetic with her. Last person who tried that almost tripped on her vomit. Rowan shrugs, letting that slide since that kind of humiliation was probably a little different for her. My mother promised me I'd finally fit in somewhere. Rowan shares with her before letting out a bitter sigh. I never thought it was possible to be an outcast in a school full of outcasts. But hearing all of the rumors about the woods creep, I shouldn't have been surprised to be dismissed like garage. He vents with a shake of his head, before looking back up at Wednesday with a weak smile. But hey, looks like He'll be giving me and Harry a run for our money. Woods creep. Yeah, it's what everyone's calling him, most of them, anyway. Rowan explains with a look of empathy. He was almost convicted of a felon before his parents' lawyers saved his life in court and got him put here in Nevermore. For what? I'm not really sure, but I guess it has something to do with the name, he says before looking up ND shudder a bit at the sight of her blood. Sorry about the nick. No good deed goes unpunished. Wednesday remarks with a blank bitterness before grabbing her umbrella and jacket and walks out the door. Not having done it because he wanted to help him. As she leaves, Rowan slowly nods, gripping the inhaler tightly after the nurse hands it to him. It's such a shame. She seems like someone he would have gotten along with. If only the circumstances would have been different. Nevermore. Hallways. After receiving his unexpected injury thanks to a walking freaking hand that he's sure no one is going to believe him about, Harry forces himself to head to the infirmary to make sure it gets checked out, knowing that thing had a really good throwing hand which undoubtedly comes with the territory. Still, what the heck even was that thing? And why was it in the male lockers? Did it have eyes? Was it able to what? Why? Harry rapidly turns around when he hears that weird whisper pronouncing half of his name. He doesn't see anything though, but it almost feels like that wraith from earlier was creeping down the hallway and stalking him. But that's just a guess. The kid shakes his head, thinking he's probably lost it after seeing Evil Dead come to life 30 minutes ago. As he gets to a small part of the school that leads outside, he notices just how heavily it's raining, meaning that he's now going to get himself soaked as well as have a bandage, one additional thing for everyone to make fun of him for. He sighs, but stops when he sees someone coming out from the opposite side, much more prepared than he is. He then hears a loud scraping noise coming from above, though can't see the cause from his angle. He sees that the girl heard it as well, pausing to look up just as a snap from some kind of rope then emits, suddenly cluing Harry in as something falling. Look out! He charges and quickly tackles the girl out of the way at a very unnatural speed right as a gargoyle. Statue falls and crashes into the ground where she was standing. They slide through the concrete with a rough thud, and after taking a breath, Harry looks down at the face of the girl he's currently on top of, recognizing it as Wednesday. And then he also realizes that she hit his head, and he accidentally knocked her out. Dang it, he must have tapped into the monster's power. Nevermore. Infirmary. After getting himself some help and an ice pack, Harry's about to grab his stuff when he glances over and sees Wednesday's eyes opening. Not much time passed since she passed out, only a couple minutes or so. But it's still releasing to see another human being not kicking the bucket. Hey, he's finally awake. Harry greets her with a small nod, chuckling as he purposefully makes it sound like she's been in that bed again for a long time. He watches the girl then suddenly sit up like she's Frankenstein's monster. Whoa, hey, take it easy. He hit his occipital lobe, so don't move too fast. He advises as he decides to take a seat next to her bed just to make sure she's okay. The last thing I remember, I was walking outside feeling a mixture of rage, pity, and self-disgust. Wednesday, Y recalls as she glances down while getting her memory back, to which Harry empathetically chuckles. I've never felt that way before. Yeah, that's Bianca Barkley for he. Harry comments with a nod, knowing what kind of concoction she brews up for everybody foolish enough to stand in her path. She's a cuck's wet dream. And then I looked up and I saw that gargoyle coming down at me and thought, well, at least I'll have an imaginative death. She continues before looking up at Harry with a massive squint in her eyes. Then he tackled me out of the way. Why? Because I could. Harry simply answers with a shrug, not really seeing why that's a question. Wednesday, however, does, and raises her brows skeptically at him as if finding the answer amusing. So, he were guided by latent chivalry, a tool of the patriarchy to extract my undying gratitude. Wednesday concludes, to which Harry slowly nods, before blinking the second he takes in all of her words at once. Guilty. Harry playful. Lee confesses with his free hand that's not holding the ice pack raised up and a cheeky smirk, before dropping them with a look that wonders how she was able to make an act like that sound so selfish. I guess I just have a habit of not wanting to see people get hurt, it comes with the territory. I didn't want to be rescued. Wednesday claims with a criticizing glare, to which Harry gives him a sarcastic nod. Oh, is that so? I would have rather saved myself. Wednesday responds, which Harry makes crank out a small fit of laughter. Absolutely, I'm sure he were just staring it into submission. Harry remarks with a cheeky smirk, to which Wednesday responds with an unamused glare. Seriously, though, he don't have to read so much into it. I'm not asking he to thank me, so rest assured, he don't owe me anything. Good, because I don't plan to. Wednesday replies in a cold tone before standing up to get back to more important things, knowing that her writing time is just around the corner. Do yourself a favor and stay away from such pathetic heroics, it'll only get yourself killed as well. She drops some harsh advice before grabbing her stuff and walking out. Name's Harry, thank ye for asking. The boy sarcastically informs her, to which the girl pauses and turns her head back. I don't care, she tells him before closing the door behind her. Yup, it's confirmed, there is no hope. Harry whistles as he drops his ice pack, shaking his head. Which, Nevermore. Bianca is currently putting the last of her staff in her bag after the last period ends. She's the last one to leave. This classroom is the only one that has her separated from Davina and Kent, but that doesn't bother her at all since they still practically follow her everywhere she goes. As she lifts her bag up to her shoulder, she's about to turn the corner before literally bumping into Harry who's standing in front of the doorway. Oh my, she exclaims before grabbing her heart, having never expected to be caught off guard like that before. Really, creep, wait until I'm so close to reveal yourself. Where is it, Bianca? Harry interrogates her, not bothering with her trying to turn something he's doing into sounding really weird. I pegged he is a lot of things, but a petty thief wasn't one of them. What are he talking about, short stack? Xavier's sketchbook, Bianca. I got one of his little posse to tell me everything. Harry reveals as he tilts his head with an expecting look. The Siren opens her mouth, but seeing the way the guy's hands glare daggers into her makes her give up and just casually pull the thing out of her bag and hand it to him. I didn't do anything to it, before he asked. Bianca says as she fumingly watches Harry take it with an unimpressed look. Tell him that, if he'd talked to me for at least 1 minute, I wouldn't have to resort to this. I'll make sure to forget telling him. Harry sarcastically promises before walking away, his quest now complete. Bianca rolls her eyes before going in the opposite direction. As he walks, though, he notices something on the news wall he passes. Bear attacks return. Harry feels a knot in his stomach just from the title alone. Bad memories coming back from the surface like they did a week ago. But he quickly shakes his head before going to return to the dorm. In spite of this, he finds the news engraved in his head. He rubs his face with a loud exhale. He needs a coffee. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. Wednesday is now alone in her room, working on her novel like she said she would. She doesn't plan on breaking duel just because of a stupid gargoyle or being incarcerated in a school that holds no worth for her and her future. She moved it up to days, since Enid will still likely bother her every night with that music belonging to the deafening angels. She's replaced it with a nice, smoothing song from a vinyl record. During which, however, she hears a loud creaking coming from her bed, causing her to abruptly stop and turn her head towards it. She knows that she doesn't put anything on it besides what is necessary, and that she just saw something move under her sheets. This also isn't the first time. She felt something following her earlier. She stands up and walks towards it, not wasting any time for tension build-up before throwing the sheets off and exposing the walking stitched-up hand hiding underneath. I knew it, she says as the hand freezes at being caught. Hello, thing, she greets with a smirk, causing the hand to quickly make a run for it. However, she catches him before he can jump off the bed, causing him to cling onto the rails for dear life until Wednesday eventually pulls him off and holds him up to her face. Did he really think my highly trained olfactory sense wouldn't pick up on the faint whiff of neroli and bergamot in his favorite hand lotion? Schiff wondering he thought she was that foolish, taking him over to her desk while he tries to struggle for nothing. I could do this all day, Wednesday tells him before slamming him onto the desk on his palm, where Thing once again tries to break free only to succeed in making it shake a little. Surrender, she asks, to which the hand eventually has no choice but to tap out. She slowly lets him go, and he makes no move to run away. Mother and father sent he to spy on me, didn't they? She correctly assumes while shining her desk lamp onto him. Thing wags his finger in denial, prompting Wednesday to give him a glare that doesn't take too kindly to lying. I'm not above breaking a few fingers, she threatens, causing the hand to eventually confess. The fact that they thought I wouldn't find out just proves how much they underestimate me, she states with a disappointed and offended face. Thing, however, retorts this and signs that they are just worried about her. Oh, Thing, he poor, naive appendage. My parents aren't worried about me. They're evil puppeteers who want to pull my strings, even from afar. Thing signs asking what they makes her, but Wednesday glares, ignoring the question. The way I see it, he have two options. Option 1, she states, before grabbing Thing and hovering him over her empty drawer. I lock he in here for the rest of the semester, and he slowly go insane trying to claw his way out, ruining his nails, and his smooth, supple skin. And we both know how vain he are, she says as she teases Thing by pushing him down into it while he desperately holds onto the desk, leaving some scratch marks. Option 2, she then puts him back on the desk. He pledge his undying loyalty to me. Thing paces around the desk, but the choice here is pretty clear for him. He bows his fingers before her. Wednesday wins this round. Our first order of business is to escape this teenage purgatory, she states, to which the hand sign asks if she has a plan as to how she will accomplish that. Of course I have a plan, she responds, smirking, and it begins now. And here's the new chapter. Wednesday and Harry have now met each other. I hope that didn't feel cheap for anyone. In case anyone's wondering, in this fanfic, Xavier won't have any romantic feelings for Wednesday. Because I don't want to turn the plot into a love square, and it would be really weird. He's more of just the Enid to Harry's Wednesday. However, all of the other canon plotlines should still remain. I appreciate all of the comments on my previous chapter, so please don't hesitate in sharing his thoughts down there. They really do a lot in helping my motivation. I have planned a lot for this book, so I'm hoping that I don't screw things up. Anyway, Part 3. FYI, I changed some continuity involving the confrontation between Kent and Harry, because to be honest, my Harry shouldn't actually be that physically strong. Yet. So, that part's rewritten, if you want to reread it for context. Jericho. Wednesday now has one of those annoying days of the week where she goes to see the therapist. Eames drives her into town of the normies that, according to Thornhill, could possibly tear her into two separate pieces if she dared as look the wrong way. She's not intimidated by it in the slightest, however. At least that'd sound like her preferred social environment. She'd provide the perfect basement for the bodies. Dr. Kinbot's office is on the second floor. Weems tells Wednesday as she brings the car in front of the building. She scans the place and sees the painfully white building with the rooftop separated into two bits by the mentioned second floor, a waterspout connected to it. With that in mind, stating that the office is on the second floor is like saying that water is wet. Other Nevermore students swear by her. And he'll be waiting here until I'm done. Wednesday asks for the sake of minor information. To which Weems nods. Perhaps afterwards, we can visit the Weathervane for hot chocolate. Weems suggests with that overly polite grin that Wednesday hates every single time she wears it. Does she really seem like the person that is warmed by that? Principal Weems, this feeble attempt at bonding is beneath he. Wednesday criticizes before opening the door and stepping out of the car. Knowing that she could be putting effort in something a lot better. And chauffeuring his students around is clearly below his pay grade. Given his history, I'm sure he's intent on running away. Weems mentions to the girl, her plastic expression dropping a little bit. I'm here to prevent that from happening. I wish he luck, Wednesday states before closing the passenger door. She then walks into the building belonging to the therapist, and she screams, polite professionalism. The way she stands, the way she talks. Wednesday is neither impressed nor comfortable with this. I read the notes about his counselor. The woman, Dr. Valerie Kinbot, mentions as she invites her inside into the cream decor of the room Wednesday will be imprisoned it for a few days. It's vomit-inducing. Mrs. Bronstein. Wednesday obviously remembers the counselor. What a fun moment that was. She had a nervous breakdown after our last session, had to take a 6-month sabbatical. She calls with a slightly proud edge to her voice. Go ahead and take a sit. Valerie invites with a hand gesture, and the two both take a spot on the separate sofas simultaneously. How did he feel about that? Vindicated. Wednesday emotionlessly answers, always ready to fight with words instead of poisons. But someone who crochets for a hobby isn't a worthy adversary. She states as she glances judgingly at the blankets hanging on the armrests of her couch. Adversary, Valerie queries as if surprised she would use that term, but she should know better. I hope we can forge a relationship based on trust and mutual respect. She tells Wednesday, who lets out an audible sigh, already bored. This is a safe space, Wednesday. A sanctuary where we can discuss anything. What he's thinking, feeling, his views on the world. Personal philosophy. That's easy. Wednesday replies with a cold stare. I think that this is a waste of time. I see the world as a place that must be endured, my personal philosophy is kill or be killed. So, for instance, when someone bullies his brother, his response is to dump piranhas in the pool. Valerie then asks in response to that, seemingly Ying to challenge Wednesday on something, as if she isn't expecting that kind of dialogue. He know the old saying, never bring a knife to a sword fight unless it's concealed. The point is, he is so a boy and showed no remorse for his actions. Valerie reminds her with a slightly serious tone. Though, honestly, what else was she expecting? That's why he's here. He lost a testicle. Wednesday simply points out, as if admitting to mutilation provides a much easier sentence. Though, judging by who she did it to, that's understandable. I did the world a favor. People like Dalton shouldn't be allowed to procreate. she says to defend her act of justice. And already, she's grown tired of this predictable line of questioning. I've answered all his questions. She stands up. We're not done yet. Valerie verbally stops her before she can even move a foot towards the door. She gives her a frighteningly calm smile despite every single word Wednesday has chosen. She mentally seethes but reluctantly sits back down. Therapy is a valuable tool to help he understand yourself. It can teach he new ways to deal with his emotions. It can also help he build a life that he want. I know the life that I want. Wednesday cuts in with an irritated glare. Valerie once again doesn't seem to take any verbal offense to the tone, and remains purely patient with her. Tell me about it, Valerie encourages with an inviting smile, though only gets a blank stare from Wednesday in response. Everything said in these sessions is strictly confidential, she assures her, though the girl still doesn't respond, just glances sideways. Do his plans, she correctly assumes, leaning in with a plastic curiosity. I understand have written 3 novels about a teen girl detective, Viper de Lemuert. Can he tell me about her? Wednesday visibly rolls her eyes, knowing that she won't be able to help but talk about her passion. Viper is smart, perceptive, chronically misunderstood. She tells Valerie in a bothered manner. Any luck getting his work published? Editors are short-sighted, fear-based life forms. Wednesday responds in a way that is clearly venting her frustration on that part of the plan. One once described my writing as gratuitously morbid, and suggested I seek psychiatric help. She references, noticing the way Valerie hums. Ironic, isn't it? How did he take that? I sent her a thank he. Wednesday answers with a hint of a smirk on her face. The thank he involved 6 armed mouse traps bigger than necessary hidden under a fake row of flowers stuffed inside a bee. Ag that she knew the editor would blindly open. I've always been open to constructive criticism. I'm glad to hear that, Valerie says with a nod. Because I was sent the manuscripts as part of his psych evaluation. The relationship I found most intriguing was that of Viper and her mother, Demonica. Why don't we dig into that? She suggests, causing Wednesday to blink as she starts feeling genuine fear for the first time. She knows the personal motivation behind her writing, she's learned the means behind her personality. She feels exposed. Wednesday, part of this journey requires you. Going to uncomfortable places emotionally. I don't travel well, Wednesday states in a dry tone, but inside, she knows that she has to get out of this place now before Valerie learns more about her than she's comfortable with. Would he mind if I used the powder room first? She requests, and Valerie gives her a pointed look before pointing towards the non-clear door on her left. Wednesday calmly stands up and steps inside, remaining eye contact with Valerie as she closes the door. Once it's shut, she quickly locks and turns around to give the area a quick scan, knowing that she now has to be swift if she's going to choose now as her time to act. During which, though, she turns herself around a little too fast, and her bag accidentally knocks off a candle next to the sink. Wednesday, is everything okay? She hears the muffled voice of Kinbot. He can't hide in there for the rest of the session. I'm all right, just preparing myself for our uncomfortable journey. Wednesday ls out back to her in an anxious manner before eyeing the window and remembering the mental notes she made earlier when the car rolled in front of me. She taps on her back and holds out her hand. Nail file, she orders, and Thing pops out and hands her the item. She steps over and uses it to easily lockpick the locked window quietly, allowing her to lift it up and crawl over it to set her feet down on the rooftop. She then marches over and uses her bird's view of the area, and notes that the food trucks and stands on the other side of the street will provide the perfect hidden in plain sight scene for her to blend into. She uses the waterspout to slide down and quickly walks behind Weem's car while she's distractedly on the phone. However, her eyes are too distracted on her that she bumps into the owner of one of the food trucks. The second she makes physical contact, her brain enters another state of shock. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The farmer drives WITH a smile before hearing a loud ding from his phone. The second he pulls it out, his hand accidentally slips on the wheel and it turns straight in the direction of a semi-truck. The farmer screams before paying for his huge error. The driver steps out in horror and sees that the farmer has broken his neck horribly. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Meanwhile, the farmer loudly groans in frustration as he picks up the peaches she knocked over when they bumped into each other. Who let he out? The farmer angrily asks Wednesday in frustration as stands back up, seeing that she's one of the outcasts that go to Nevermore. He goddamn weirdo. He growls at her with a glare before setting them into the back and closing it with a bad attitude. If Wednesday was considering telling him about what she just saw, she no doubt has just changed her mind. Nevermore. Weathervane. I'm standing behind what is confirmed to be the third bear attack in the woods surrounding Jericho and the outcast school of Nevermore. According to the local town's sheriff's department, the reporter on the screen states as he points his thumb back at the crime scene where, if he squint close enough, he can see the medical professionals escorting body parts into their vehicles. The aftermath follows the same as the previous animal attacks, as both victims suffered a brutally painful death from having their. Harry closes the laptop before the video can go on any longer, rubbing his hands alongside his face with a large exhale. He knows that he shouldn't force himself to be looking at this kind of violence. But he has to confirm it for himself that any involvement on his part is just him assuming crazy things. Why would he think that? That's a long story. Breaking him out of his thoughts is abrupt deafening hissing coming from the counter. Harry looks over and is once again reminded of the sight of Tyler Galpin, one of the baristas working here that he knows a little too well, struggling and failing to fix the machine that keeps their business intact. Harry smirks and chuckles at his expense, now feeling a lot better. He wishes he could be distracted by that douchebag's struggles more often. He sees Tyler giving everyone a very embarrassed smile every time the machine lets out that blow of steam, knowing that he'll possibly be blamed if this thing doesn't get fixed soon. However, when the door to the coffee shop opens, Harry quickly puts his head around and puts his fist against his mouth as if having just digested something disgusting. During another one of those new definition of hissy fits, comes Wednesday, who suddenly appears behind the smoke. Holy crap, Tyler exclaims and jumps, having not even seen her walk up to him. Do he have a habit of scaring the heck out of people? It's more of a hobby, Wednesday remarks with a mental shrug, to which Tyler slowly nods as he eventually notices the emblem on her uniform. He go to Nevermore, Tyler acknowledges, taking the moment to notice the very different color that she wears in comparison to the dark blue he's used to seeing all of their outcast visitors to come in. Didn't realize they changed up the uniform. I need a quad over ice. It's an emergency, Wednesday orders in a way that highlights how much of a rush she's currently in. However, all Tyler does is stare hesitantly at her. It's 4 shots of espresso. Yeah, I know what a quad is. But, I mean, spoiler alert, the espresso machine's having a seizure. Tyler points out as he gestures towards the piece of machinery in front of them. Wondering if she hadn't noticed until now. So, all we got is drip. But drip is for people who hate themselves and know their lives have no real purpose or meaning. Wednesday refuses with a cold statement, causing Tyler to blink before awkwardly glancing at Harry, who is currently refilling his mug at this moment. It's true. Harry acknowledges with a nod, dead expression as he walks away, taking a sip of it. Very true. What's wrong with his machine? It's a temperamental beast with a mind of its own, and it doesn't help that the instructions are in Italian. Tyler complains as he waves the manual around in frustration, having gotten no help with it whatsoever, even with the pictures. Wednesday mentally hums before walking around the counter and taking the pages herself, on a quick read before easily learning the steps. I need a tri-wing screwdriver and a 4mm Allen wrench. Wednesday states confidently, causing Tyler to blink at her. Wait, he read Italian. Of course, it if Machiavelli. Wednesday mentions, though Tyler clearly has no clue what the heck who or what that is. Here's the deal, I'm going to fix his coffee machine, then he's going to make my coffee and call me a taxi. No taxis in Jericho. Tyler informs her while finding the screwdriver she mentioned and handing it to her. Try Uber. I don't have a phone. I refuse to be a slave to technology. Wednesday tells him as she gets to work, using the appropriate tool on the correct place without needing to reread the instructions, it seems. Then, he's out of luck. Tyler remarks with a blunt shrug, though also a little surprised at hearing someone his age show a clear distaste for mobile devices. Where are he going, anyway? That's on a need-to-know basis. Wednesday dismissively replies, to which Tyler nods as he knew that he probably should have seen that response coming. What about trains? Nearest station is Burlington. It's half an hour away. Tyler answers why, watching Wednesday continue to fix the coffee machine. This is looking a little too easy for her, like this whole deal isn't something new to her. He have a valve issue, I've seen it before. Wednesday tells Tyler, who squints at her oddly massive show of experience and knowledge. Where? He have one of these monsters at home. Steam-powered guillotine. I built it when I was 10. Wednesday explains, before quickly noticing Tyler's face that's obviously wondering what the heck she needs a steam-powered guillotine for. I wanted to decapitate my dolls more efficiently. Tyler nods, clearly, regretting that he even considered asking. Sure. Grim Reaper Barbie. Makes perfect sense. He sarcastically remarks as Wednesday finally finishes fixing the machine, which hisses one more time before the valve shuts and the steam stops wafting out. Wow, thanks. Never met a Nevermore kid who got their hands dirty. He expresses his gratitude while closing the top of the machine with a relieved sigh. I'm Tyler, by the way. I didn't catch his name, or is that on a need-to-know basis too? The girl scans for a few seconds as if quickly going through her mind on if this man is trustworthy anew. For her to exchange that small but possibly exposing information. She did help save his job, so there shouldn't be any harm now. Wednesday. She introduces herself, to which Tyler smiles. Well, tell he what, Wednesday. To show my appreciation, how about I drive he to Burlington myself? Tyler happily offers her, having a car of his own so she won't need an Uber for that as well. Looks like Wednesday made the right strategic choice in helping him. Perfect. Put that quad in a to-go cup. Wednesday instructs before turning around to leave, causing Tyler to blink at her abruptness. But I don't get off for another hour. He brings up before she starts getting the idea to take off, still valuing the means he used to get that car in the first place. Wednesday, however, doesn't really have a lot of time to waste. So she reaches into her purse. I'll sweeten the pot, Wednesday offers as she pulls out a $20 bill, showing some clear signs of desperation to leave. $20 whole. Tyler chuckles as he stares at the cash, not at all impressed by the attempted bribery. Tempting, but no, I'll make it 40, Wednesday adds, pulling out another one on top of it. Tyler sighs, seeing that she's clearly not seeing the point that his snarky remark was making. Listen, Wednesday. One fun fact about me, I can't be bought. Tyler tells her with a tiny, amused smirk, making it very clear that she could pull her entire wallet out and it wouldn't work on him. So, Either wait or find someone else to drive. Wednesday stares at him before accepting his stubbornness. Rather respecting it as almost everyone else usually accepts the bribery, no matter if it was $20 or $5. She walks away, leaving Tyler to resume his job. But as she's looking for a table or booth, she catches Harry on one of the booths, writing down on what might possibly be a diary. She remembers him chiming in earlier, but she doesn't plan on giving him any undeserved attention until he shouldn't be wearing that. Harry tells her, without even looking up, causing her to pause. I beg his pardon. Wearing his Nevermore uniform around here is like lighting up a cigarette in an oil factory. Something's bound to ignite and blow up, Harry remarks as he glances up at her with a look that knows, or at least is certain he does. I thought he were smarter than that. I fail to see how it's any of his business. Wednesday retorts with an unfriendly glare, finding another reason to feel irritated at this boy. Plus, circumstances didn't give me much choice, else I would. They've chosen a more tactical choice of clothing, she claims, although Harry raises a skeptical brow in response. He couldn't even bring a jacket to wear over that. Harry questions as he glances down at her emblem. Are he really this clueless over people? First, he can't even thank someone when they save his life, and now, he walk into a popular hangout place while looking like he's about to violent crime the entire staff. He's not even standing normally. Wednesday blinks, staring at him for an uncomfortably few seconds. The Telltale Heart. Quote, what? In Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart. What psychological condition best explains the narrator's obsession with the old man's eye? Wednesday sits down across the table from Harry and quizzes him, to which the guy opens his mouth, nothing that knows the answer comes out. It's paranoia and guilt, a classic case of moral projection, something he showed from outside the window. She mentions as she nods towards the glass, having noticed his weird face earlier while he was on the laptop. YN scoffs at her. Why would I care? Because my point is that he shouldn't lecture me on the arts of socialism when he have little to no intellectual on them to begin with. Wednesday states while giving him a cold hard stare. He's the dullest knife in the drawer that I've come across. Harry hums as he slides his diary away, putting his elbows on the table as he gives the girl an amused look. Wednesday doesn't know it, but her constantly bashing him every chance she gets only fuels his point of her. He's not really good with people, are he? I'm good enough. Before Harry can respond, his eye catches 3 boys their age walking through their window. They stop and point at them, specifically, Wednesday's uniform. Oh, great, he mutters, hating that he was right on the money. The 3 walk in, and Harry immediately recognizes the Walker kid. Wednesday doesn't seem to know that they exist. They all walk over to the table with troublesome faces. What's a bunch of Nevermore freaks doing out in the wild? The supposed leader of the gang, a boy with black skin, questions them. This is our booth. The kid who's clear. Lee put on more than a few pounds he needs states in a very dominant manner, as if they own them. Harry sighs, thinking that he was finally done with these moments. Does it have his name on it? Harry questions with an obviously bothered face, to which the kids squint at him. Oh wow, the woods creep too, why am I not surprised? The black kid, the son of Mayor Walker, recognizes him as all of the bullies share a cocky look as they start reading the site in front of them in their own way. So, who's this? The newest victim for his sick, twisted desires? He asks as he gestures towards Wednesday. Funny, I was just about to ask he the same thing. Why are he 3 dressed like religious fanatics? Wednesday abruptly chimes in, finally turning her head up to look at them. The 3 bullies share a perplexed look, wondering where the heck she got that description from. We're pilgrims. The 3rd kid, a very tall boy, points out like it should be pretty obvious. Potato, pot too. We work at Pilgrim World. Lucas Walker points out like she's stupid as he flips over the ad on the table, sliding it towards her so she can keep up. Wednesday quickly gives it a reread, and an ironic way by what she's seeing. It takes a special kind of stupid to devote an entire theme park to zealots responsible for mass genocide. Wednesday comments as she doesn't even read the entire small thing before sliding it away, unimpressed. My dad owns Pilgrim World. Lucas points out in an offended voice, glaring daggers at the girl in all black. Who he calling stupid? Wednesday looks back up at him. If the buckled shoe fits. She quips, showcasing that she didn't stutter. Strong start. Harry mumbles with a sarcastic nod. Guys, back off. Tyler orders and he marches over and grabs onto the heavy bully's shoulder. However, he just gets shoved away in response. Stay out of this, Galpin. Yes, stay out of this. Wednesday agreeingly advises as she abruptly stands up and gets face to face with Lucas. As the confrontation gets more tense, Harry starts hopping his leg up and down, his pen rapidly tapping on the table, looking very obviously uncomfortable as things build up. Hurt them, so tell me, freak. Lucas takes a menacing step closer, looking like he's ready to throw a punch if he feels like it. Tyler swallows nervously while Harry continues to anxiously tap his leg, a fist against his mouth. He ever been with a normie? I've never found one that could handle me, Wednesday responds in a dark, quiet tone, the two glaring at each other in silence which doesn't look good to anybody else. Okay, enough. Harry cuts into the confrontation as he abruptly stands up, only for the tall bully to stand in between him and Wednesday. There's now a dark change in his expression, blank like Wednesday's. And his body language very stiff, only moving when he needs to. Look, this isn't some funny joke. Guys, so would he please leave us alone for someone does something they'll regret? Kill them. Don't talk. Kill. Who are he? Creep, our dad. The tall bully questions with a mocking chuckle as Avery turns towards him. Was the girl being funny, huh? He get nasty in the woods, under the bushes. Pinning her down like the animal she is. He asks as he starts softly jabbing at Harry's shoulder. No one's take any advice from a rapist like he, but how he, just, get low. He's interrupted when Harry snaps and swiftly lifts the tall bully all the way up into the air before bringing him down onto a table when breaks apart on impact. Tommy Jarvis style, then, he goes to town and starts punching his chest with a stressed face. Kill, 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 hey, the heavy bully yells as he running to his friend, only for Wednesday to grab his arm, twist it, and knee him in the stomach. He grunts as he tries to then punch her in the face, but she easily steps aside, causing him to sock Lucas instead. She then pulls him by the arm she's still holding and bumps him into his friend, knocking the main bully down. Before turning him around and kicking him in the face. The both of them fall like a sack of potatoes, right as Harry quickly snaps out of it and swiftly stands himself up. Looking down at the tall bully in horror. Thankfully, he doesn't look as bad as Will did, but the flashbacks he gets doesn't make him feel any better. Wow, I didn't know I was serving to a backstreet brawler and a martial artist. Tyler reacts understandably surprised, looking at all of the bullies who are all panting and groaning on the dirty floor. However, Harry isn't so proud of it. He grabs at his mouth as he feels his jaw and teeth changing size inside, and his eyes once again start changing in pupils. He shudders before shoulder past Tyler and Wednesday in a desperate attempt to leave. During which, he accidentally bumps into the sheriff right as he walks into the coffee shop. Sorry, he quavers as he quickly walks around him and bolts it out of the building. Dad, Tyler acknowledges nervously, not expecting to see him here at this time. What the? Sheriff Galpin utters as he sees the kid taking off before turning around to see three defeated kids and a broken table. Tyler, what the heck is going on here? He asks the obvious questions as this looks really bad for anyone who wasn't paying attention to what's going on. They were harassing a few customers until they put them in their place. Tyler explains as he points to the door the kid just left through. Sheriff Galpin glances back, and even though Harry's gone, his eyes blink in recognition. Wait, he mean, Harry L.N. He let a kid with multiple assault charges help this little girl. Galpin asks Tyler like he's crazy while pointing at Wednesday, who just rolls her eyes at his gender-based ignorance. Dad, I swear, I didn't notice that it was him at first. Before more questions can get asked, a new person walks into the coffee shop, and everyone turns to see Larissa Weems. Looking around and all of the damage with no doubt panicked thoughts. Apologizes Sheriff, this one slipped away from me. Weems quickly explains sheepishly in front of the lawman, while giving SDAY a fixed smile that's obviously carrying a lot of anger right now. Come on, Miss Addams. Time to go. Wednesday blinks at her with an open mouth, but now sees that her first escape plan has failed for the meantime. However, as Galpin blinks as soon as that last name is mentioned. Wait a minute, hang on, Galpin chimes in as he turns around, verbally stopping them from leaving. He's an Addams. Don't tell me Gomez Addams is his father. He asks her with a serious face, to which Wednesday nods. That man belongs behind bars for violent crime. If he's hanging out with a bad influence like Harry, I'm guessing the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, he says before pointing at the girl with a pointed look. I'm gonna keep my eye on he. Okay. Weems takes that their cue to quickly leave, during which Wednesday gives the sheriff a smirk that seems to happily take the promise from him. At least there's someone here who won't give her the parental treatment. As they re-enter the car, one thing crosses her mind though. Bad influence. The two are back on the road, with the scene in the weathervane still fresh in their minds. His first day and he's already on Sheriff Galpin's radar. Weems remarks with a mental sigh, having had this happen before. Guess it's safe to say that lightning does in fact strike twice. Wish I could say I'm surprised, but with how fast Harry's past moved here, I'm used to it. What did he mean about my father? Wednesday asks her curiously, surprised that she never knew of such an accusation about him. And why did he call Harry a bad influence? I have no idea, but a word of advice. Stop making enemies and start making a few friends. He's going to need them. Weems advises with a serious look, though the way she dismisses Wednesday's question on makes her wonder what else her family has been hiding from her. As they keep driving, they come across a nasty scene. Oh, it looks like an accident. Weems comments a cop directs her towards the other lane. I hope the driver's okay. Wednesday scans the accident and finds many things way too familiar. The semi, the food truck, and the peaches scattered all over the road. He's dead, she bluntly relays to the woman. Broke his neck. As they pass, Weems eventually sees the body for herself. How can he tell from this angle? She asks Wednesday, squinting at her. As they pass it, she sees it his body now. But with all of the boxes knocked around the seats, it was impossible to see it by the time Wednesday opened her mouth. The girl stays silent, not saying a word, but now she knows one thing. Her visions don't just tell the past. They can show her the future. Nevermore. Dormitories. Harry is now thankfully much calmer by the time he's finished his run back to his dorm room. He's gotten here just in time before curfew. Xavier isn't around, meaning that he's probably snuck out to do his secret painting in peace. He also heard that Rowan isn't around either, but hey, they aren't the woods creep. They'll get by unnoticed. While putting his diary back on his desk, he looks over and finds his electric guitar still leaning next to the bed, since he decided to bring it with him in the first place. He steps out onto the balcony, one of the best perks the male psychic Gorgon dormitory has, since the only one the others have is that one next to the clock on Ophelia Hall. As he starts idly playing with the keys, his ears pick up a cello from the distance, coming from the same direction of the clock he was thinking about. https://u2.be/ucompt1bqlxq. Whether it's by some sort of respect or compliment, he identifies the song and starts playing the same kind of rhythm it is. Eventually, he feels the two instruments blending in, and he's sure the others do too, as the song turns into a symphonic metal cover. He has no idea who the other player is, but why should he care? This is honestly kinda fun. By the time it ends, he hears the door to the balcony opening and turns to see Xavier walking up, playfully clapping his hands for him. He didn't tell me that he were secretly a gothic soul in disguise. That was a lame joke. Harry responds with a look, to which Xavier awfully chuckles as he takes the seat next to him. Seeing him reminds the guy of the side quest he accepted yesterday. Oh, right, his sketchbook. He brings up, pulling it up and extending it towards him. Here he go, thanks, Xavier says with a grateful nod as he quickly checks the pages to see if they were messed with before setting it down. Not a scratch on them, surprisingly. It was Bianca, wasn't it? She's been doing everything it takes to get my attention. He guesses correctly, causing Harry to blink as he wonders if he knew the entire time. So why don't he just talk to her? I mean, it's been an entire term, hasn't it? Harry queries, understanding his hesitation, but feeling like he's taking it too far. Then he realizes something. Hold on a second, did he purposefully not do an why thing about his sketchbook just to ignore her? I wasn't gonna play into her stupid mind games. Xavier explains while confirming it, causing Harry to snort at his remarkable stubbornness. Not after she manipulated me. Manipulated he? How? Harry asks with a curious look, to which Xavier does that reluctantly shift in his seat again. Hey, remember what we agreed on. He better not do that cold shoulder thing again. He brings up, causing the other boy to open his mouth before sighing in defeat. She used her song on me last summer, that's why we were together. Xavier reveals with a hardened expression, causing Harry to blink rapidly. I mean, she hasn't admitted it yet, but I know she did. I caught her using it on a co-worker at my summer job who was always talking about how we should break up. I didn't listen to him at first, but got it, Harry says with a nod, not wanting Xavier to say anything more if he's uncomfortable. Sounds complicated, unable to trust whether or not his ex-girlfriend is telling the truth when she speaks. That's the immediate deal breaker. Hey, Xavier then starts talking again the second Harry opens his mouth, looking like he has something he really needs to say. I know I've been kind of a dorm dick this whole time, and I'm sorry about that. He apologizes, turning to face him to show he means it. It's just that after Rowan, they've been starting to wonder if I can ever trust again. Harry hums agreeingly. Well, take it from someone who's had it hit to him just as hard. Optimism can be such a scam sometimes. He tells Xavier with a knowing look on his face. He can never know the person standing next to he, and it sucks balls. He says before blinking. Well, unless he's Wednesday, that girl's an open case. Xavier looks like he's about to burst out laughing. She's not actually that bad, just really sucks with people. He tells Harry with an assuring look that they just need to get to know each other first. His dorm mate responds with a skeptical brow. I mean it, seriously. He actually mean to tell me that the two of he are old friends or something? Depends, but I still owe her my life, and that's not an exaggeration. Xavier responds as he looks up at the sky, still remembering it to this day. We met each other at my godmother's funeral when we were 10, apparently, her grandmother knew her. Anyway, we were bored and decided to play hide and seek. I had the inspired idea to hide in her casket. I got stuck as it was headed to the crematorium. Right as the steel was getting hot, she hit the big red stop button and saved me from being flame broiled so. He shrugs. I wouldn't exactly call her a psychopath. Harry hums, putting a hand on his chin, and he takes that into consideration, but still doesn't find his mind being changed about her. He sure she didn't just think his godmother was trying to claw her way out and she wanted to see the woman who cheated death. He suggests with a still pessimistic opinion. Or that she was just using the latent chivalry. Xavier blinks in response. The what? Never mind. Harry quickly shakes his head, not wanting to talk about her anymore. So, we cool now? He asks Xavier, who just leans into his seat with a shrug. For now, Harry repeats him, raising a brow. What do he mean, for now? What? He expect us to start hugging? Who says we can't? All right, stop. Teasing is not his thing. Xavier quickly demands with a raised hand, causing Harry to cackle at him, something his dorm mate eventually follows him in. He thinks it's working. New chapter. Hope y'all are having a good free week and have a happy Thanksgiving and Christmas with his family. I obviously didn't update Saturday because of this, but I'm sure he all understand. I added in another hint to Harry's secret monster species, so if y'all go theories, don't be afraid to comment them. I like surprising he guys when I can. Last chapter will include a little special flair I'm gonna add to part 4. For the rare few who have watched the old move Bloody New Year or seen the kill count of it on Dead Meat, he'll probably know what I'm talking about. Anyway, part 4. Warning. This part is going to be a blast. Jericho. Galpin residence. Thing finds himself at the address of the home Wednesday directed him towards. He knows and has seen who Tyler Galpin is through the small open zipper behind Wednesday's backpack while that old scene in the weathervane played out. He also recognized the kid he ran into in that locker room. He doesn't like him. He WLS up the spout and steps on a small bit of the roof where he steps towards and looks through the window. Thankfully, it looks like he has spotted Tyler's room, meaning that no major sneaking will have to be in order. Though the greeting process will likely have a rough start. He knocks on the window and sees the boy looking up from his bed and slowly standing up before approaching it. He looks tense about something as he walks towards it, probably never having had someone knock on his window before. He opens it up and looks around, not seeing thing at first until he quickly crawls into the room's interior. "Holy crap," Tyler exclaims in massive fright as thing comes out of nowhere. He quickly grabs a bat and begins swinging it at him, but the hand easily dodges every attempt to smack him out. He crawls through his bin and drawers, causing Tyler to break a few items and spill his dearie clothes all over the place, before getting on top of his desk. Tyler takes another swing at him but Hing quickly grabs it before it hits him, and to the kid's surprise pulls it out of his hold and throws it across the room. Then, the hand points towards the chair demandingly. "Oh okay. Tyler raises his hand and surrenders and does what the mutilated body part asks, slowly sitting down in his desk's chair. "Okay, I'm taking orders from a hand. This isn't weird at all." He slides the phone over towards him, and Tyler slowly takes it while thing stands on his wrist and opens up his palm, showing a message written down for her. "Call me 413-555-1938 Wednesday." Thing taps on it demandingly, and Tyler quickly nods with a swallow as he punches the number into his phone and calls it. A few minutes later, Wednesday picturing a little too closely to the camera. Hi, he shakingly greets her, glancing at the hand he's sure is glaring at him or something. "That's thing," Wednesday explains to Tyler, who still finds himself creeped out at a walking body part behaving like it can see and feel everything. "Is he, like, his pet?" Tyler questions her with a weird look, prompting Thing to respond by flipping him the bird. Wednesday sees the guy's reaction at being cussed by a walking hand. He's sensitive. "Okay, I know Nevermore is ground zero for all things weird, but this is next level," Tyler remarks with an awkward chuckle before doing his best to focus on Wednesday so he can stop thinking about it. "So, what happened to not wanting to be a slave to technology?" "Desperate times," Wednesday simply answers, with Sunday right around the corner. She'll officially be here for a week, and that's something she won't be able to handle on a pride level. "Are he still willing to help me escape?" she asks, still hoping her chips are still in order. "Well, after what happened at the Weathervane today, I figured they'd have he in solitary and Harry in Blackgate," Tyler remarks with a humorous shrug, though it doesn't sound like a no. Though, the mention of Harry again makes Wednesday wonder how horrible his record is compared to hers. But that doesn't matter at all. There's the Harvest Festival this weekend. Attendance is mandatory, Wednesday tells Tyler, seeming why already having developed another plan mere moments after her previous hit a roadblock. "I'm going to use it as a cover. If he's still willing to drive me to the train station, I can make it worth his while." Tyler thinks on it for a couple seconds before nodding. "Yeah, I'm in," he tells her, before shaking his head at her offer. "And no charge, consider it a freebie," he assures her, causing Wednesday to blink, perplexed. "Why?" "Because I wish I was going with he," Tyler tells her honestly, glancing down at the floor. If things were so much different, he would have grabbed his car and driven his way out of here like Tracy Chapman. But sadly, that can't happen. At least one of us will get out of this hellhole town. Jericho. Harvest Festival. The place is very flashy during the night. The Harvest Festival calls everyone to its attention as the crowd grows big tonight, likely because of the upcoming fireworks. The entire Nevermore student body in their casual clothes are here too, helping make it a little bigger. It's the perfect place for anyone to blend into and sneak out of if done right. Wednesday obviously knows how to do it right. Are he sure he can trust that normie? Enid asks Wednesday as she stands beside her. The both of them watching Tyler arguing with his dad about coming to the festival when a bunch two Nevermore students with records are currently here. It's a little bit amusing, to say the least. "I trust that I can handle myself," Wednesday replies confidently, knowing that this time her plan has less of a chance at failing. They can't hear them over all the noise. But Galpin seems to be jabbing some rules into Tyler's before he eventually leaves and gets into his car, leaving the place slightly police-less. Well, good luck and safe travels. Enid wishes for her as she turns to face her, stretching her arms out again, which makes Wednesday take yet another step back. Still not a hugger, got it. She remembers with a nod, walking to go meet back with Ajax and Yoko, who are talking near a spinning ride. As Wednesday looks around, she makes eye contact with Weems sitting on a picnic table, who stares at her with such an arrogant-looking smile that might actually succeed in making her blood boil. Well, she'll be getting the last laugh eventually. Ambling around, she sees a game booth where the man behind it gives the winning couple a massive stuffed panda bear as a reward, which lets out a little "I love he" when pressed. Its chest button gets pressed. This gives Wednesday an idea as she walks over right as the couple leaves and takes her turn at it. She grabs the darts and hits the first balloon with ease, not even breaking a sweat as an entire row of them follows suit, popping one by one. Even the man at the booth is stunned as she doesn't even miss one. However, right as she's about to get the last remaining point she needs, 3 darts swoop in and pop the group of balloons on the other side of the booth. They all get taken down 3 at a time until there's none left, swiftly beating Wednesday's score. Good eye. A painfully familiar voice chimes in and Wednesday turns to see Harry standing next to her, wearing a very cheeky smirk. If only he also taught yourself card throwing, he would have gotten a whole pack. He adds in a cocky tone, clearly trying to show her off. Pandas don't travel in packs, they prefer their solitude. Wednesday blankly replies with a look as she ignores his attempt to upstage her and uses a dart to pop her last balloon, still getting the points she needed. However, she would be lying to herself if she said she wasn't a little envious of his rapid display of skill. See, how did he keep doing that? Harry asks as if earnestly curious, pointing at her. No matter what someone says to he decided to turn it into a subtle jab at their expense. He notes with a click of his tongue. Wednesday gives him a glare, knowing that he understood the subtle hint she made and is blatantly refusing to take it. He should know. I'm waiting for someone, she tells Harry, which doesn't involve him at all. Oh yeah, who's the lucky guy? Harry queries as he leans against the booth's stand with a teasing smirk. Or girl, what does it matter to he? Wednesday questions harshly as she quickly snaps her head towards him, which Harry responds by growing his smirk directed at her. Oh, did I touch a nerve? He asks with a snarky grin, smacking his gums against his teeth. See, I can do that too. Not a very fun conversation, isn't it? Harry remarks as he soaks in Wednesday's look directed at him, knowing that she's feeling the same frustration he does on a daily basis because of people like her. Thankfully, the conversation is cut short. Didn't mean to interrupt. Tyler Galpin chimes in, having not expected Wednesday to have company by the time he caught up to her. They all turn to face him, and Harry's expression notably drops upon seeing his face. Don't worry about it, Harry tells him dismissively, taking the new toy he just won. I got a new friend. He quips before making panda faces. He glances between him and Wednesday suspiciously before finally walking away, leaving them to do whatever it is they're planning. Wednesday notices an odd bitterness between them, but ignores it as Tyler takes Harry's place. This is gonna be trickier than I thought, Tyler tells Wednesday, as he steps closer with a weary scan of his surroundings. Dad hit me with a curfew. We need to go if I'm gonna make it back in time. I've got some dead weight I need to lose first. Wednesday info. RMS him as she glances at Weems, who nods at her while now holding a small burger in her gloved hands. Meet me behind the parking lot when the fireworks start. She instructs him, and Tyler nods while walking away. The booth man shows back up, perfect timing, and sets the massive panda she won on her side as well. He see that sad, lonely woman over there. Wednesday brings her attention to, pulling out a $20 bill. She needs this pathetic validation more than I do. Would he mind distracting her? The man takes the money with a shrug, walking over to the picnic table where he shows his prize by pressing against its chest, where it lets out that, I love you again. Weems seems to actually enjoy the gesture. However, when she looks back at where Wednesday is, the girl has literally already vanished from view. Just as planned, The fireworks start popping into the air, and Wednesday is now in the parking lot where nobody spots her. Tyler also appears and walks up to her, now holding a file in his hands. "Hey, before he leave, I wanted he to have this," he says as he hands it TS police file from when he was in Nevermore. "I think it's the reason my dad hates him," he tells her. He couldn't find one for Harry. Guess that happened a few states away, but this should at least give her some closure, he thinks. Wednesday takes it with a heavily conflicted face. Okay. I'm not used to people engaging with me," Wednesday says after being weirdly silent for a few seconds. "Most see me coming and cross the street," she mentions, to which Tyler chuckles a bit. "He's not scary, he's just kinda," Tyler replies as he tries to find the word he's looking for. "Kooky. I prefer spooky," Wednesday quips as she puts the file into her inventory for a later read. Tyler nods with an amused smile, believing that for a fact. "Now, my train leaves in an hour, we're burning moonlight," she says as she beckons them through the parking lot. Tyler considers questioning how that makes any sense, but keeps it to himself and follows. As they find and start approaching Tyler's vehicle, however, 3 men appear from behind separate vehicles with mean expressions on their faces. The 2 stop as Wednesday eventually recognizes them as the bullies from earlier, now brandishing baseball beats. Her training isn't gonna be able to stop them this time. "Hey," Tyler softly taps on Wednesday's arm, knowing that the 3 of them aren't planning to invite them for a game of baseball. "Come on, Wednesday," he warns her as he pulls her back where they came from, as the bullies begin following them, forcing them back into the festival. Meanwhile, Harry is currently at the basketball game, having shot 4 out of 4 basketballs from every angle he's made it to. At the end, he gets the high score and wins yet another new friend. "Wow, I'm glad I met you guys," he tells them with a seemingly genuine smile as he holds up the tiger and panda together. "Hey Harry," Xavier calls out to him, and Harry sees him approaching while eyeing his new prizes with an amused look. "Was wondering when I was gonna spot he. How's it been for he so far?" he asks him, talking about the Val experience that they've been forced to go through. "Well, I've only been called creep once, and I've successfully managed to get on Wednesday's nerves, so I'd say that it's going pretty well for me so far," Harry answers with a wide smirk, as the 2 of them start walking past the numerous booths, looking for the food stands. "I think she likes me." "I'm sure she does," Xavier replies with a skeptical yet joking brow. As they eye to see which treat strikes them fancy, one of them hears a hint of a commotion, and turn around just in time to have Wednesday and Tyler bump through them recklessly as they run, causing the 2 to quickly step back. "What the?" They both look where they came from and sees the 3 bullies giving chase. "Isn't that Lucas Walker?" Harry confirms with a quiet and mean tone. "That little punk." https://youtube.be/maxgroup28. The 3 bullies chase Wednesday and Tyler through the festival where they eventually decided to be smart. The tall one cuts them off, and they all force them to retreat into a tilt-a-whirl ride that's currently on. Without much choice, the boy and girl run around spinning the floor while the bullies hop on and move into separate positions until they start to corner them. However, Harry and Xavier show up, and as they walk to the edge of the ride, they see the bad position the 2 are in. "I got it," the former yells as he runs back around the ride until he finds the breaker under the larger opening of the uneven circular ride. He brings down the switch and takes out one of the important parts, causing the ride to abruptly stop. "Guys, hold on to something," Xavier yells out to Wednesday and Tyler as a warning. Although the 2 did not expect him to show up, they thankfully catch on fairly quickly, and grab onto a spinning cup while the abrupt stop causes the bullies to suddenly fall off and land on the steel floor with a rough thud. Wednesday and Tyler quickly run off while Harry reappears. "Hey, losers," he calls out to them excitedly, waving the part he took with a cocky grin. "He having some trouble," he quips as he then throws it at them. The bullies don't appreciate this obviously and stand up, causing the boy to quickly drop his act as he and Xavier quickly make a run for it, the 3 baseball bat-carrying hooligans right behind them. The 4 run until they find themselves going in separate directions during the panic. Harry and Wednesday getting followed by the tall kid, Xavier getting chased down by the heavy kid, and Lucas right behind Tyler. The situation seems to get mostly ignored by everyone else, including the adults, seeing it as stupid teens being stupid teens. Wednesday keeps running, though eventually finds herself losing Harry while the tall bully is still going after her. She spots a ladder leading up to a weird-looking platform and decides to go up it, not afraid of heights and knowing how to jump down them. Her purser still follows, swing his bat upward in an effort to get her legs. But failing every time due to her speed in the climb, she gets up and gets onto the wooden part of the platform, where she looks down and spots Harry waving at her, holding up a ball. That's when she realizes what kind of platform this is. She glances at the bully who's at the top as well. Wednesday waits for him to take another swing at her before jumping down, rolling T. Hurrow the grass for a safe and elegant landing. Harry throws the ball onto the target, successfully sending the platform over and causing the bully to fall down into the dunk tank. Nice moves. Y admits as they watch the guy squirm under the water with a satisfied look. Still think I'm the better thrower. Wednesday gives her a blank glance at best before the two of them take off once again, leaving the bully to figure out how to get out on his own. Xavier is still getting chased by the heavy kid, despite his seemingly lack of cardio. He spots a funhouse and quickly makes his way over to it, bumping into numerous kids as he steps inside where the entrance immediately starts with a floor moving left to right. The bully follows him, not as ready for the moving floor as he ends up tripping a little when he tries to hit him. He continues on and goes through the stairs, having to be careful with the ones that sink when he presses his foot down on them. The bully has to do the same, but is now ready for the shenanigans of the house. He's right behind him as Xavier continues down the liner path to find a room with a moving circle. He quickly dashes through it and turns the corner into a room of mirrors. Perfect. He hurriedly enters right as the bully gets past the room to follow him inside. The heavy kid looks around for his target, trying to quickly figure out which is a mirror and which is the path. It takes a minute, but eventually, he re-spots Xavier and Bull charges at him, to which his bat hits a mirror and ricochets into his face. With a sigh, he shakes his head and gets back up. Noticing a strange thing moving from the corner of his eye, he turns around to what he's sure is the actual path, and sees a black spider hissing at him. The bully screams in terror as he finds himself carrying a newfound arachnophobia. Xavier pops out from his hiding spot and watches with an amused smirk as his sketch-created creature chases the bully back into the opposite direction, allowing him to navigate through the rest of the maze without fear of getting whacked. Meanwhile, Tyler is still finding himself getting chased by the last bully left, during which, he trips on a tip of a ride and falls down under a spinning chair's ride. He's about to get up until his attacker catches up and tries to bring the bat down on him until the Galpin kid catches eye. T mid-swing and struggles with him for the weapon. The two grunt and sigh as they tug of war for the baseball bat, trying to maintain the physical advantage. Sadly, the bully wins, though right as he stands up, a flying chair smacks him across the forehead, causing to fall a loud yelp. Tyler takes that as his cue to keep running, having a better head start. The bully stands back up fairly quickly, and bolts down the direction he went through. However, as he finds himself at the food stands, he looks around and realizes that he seems to have lost Tyler. He swears he knew where he went, yet he can't spot a running boy amongst the crowd. Right as he's about to rage and give up, Tyler suddenly pops out from behind a stand and squints mustard all over the guy's clothes, followed up with ketchup that is sent into his face. The bully frantically wipes his face while stepping backwards, causing him to bump into a few people and fall over with them. Sorry, the innocent guy tells the employee who just witnessed him his condiments before hopping the counter and running away. Eventually, Wednesday, Xavier, Harry, and Tyler all find themselves regrouping as they all have seemed to lose or disorientate their attackers. What the heck were you guys doing? Tyler asks the two boys who got themselves involved. The same thing Harry answers with a duh look. But then, they notice their respective attacks and turn to see the three bullies marching up to them with really pissed off faces. Guys, he shudders as the four of them slowly back up where a haunting house resides behind them. The three bullies walk up where they flex their bats in a synchronized threat of violence, making it very clear what they are going to do with them. Great, Xavier frustratedly grumbles as the four quickly respond by turning around and sprinting into the haunting house, with the three right behind them. The four practically slam the doors open, finding themselves in an incredibly dark room, with the only lights being a couple flashes of neon colors. Never thought I would be happy to be in here, Tyler quips, shuddering. Quiet. Wednesday hushes as they all walk around, splitting up once again in the same manner. They're once again gonna have to be jesters in order to fully lose the crazy people after them. The doors open behind them, and the three bullies quickly start patrolling the area, finding multiple paths that their targets of revenge could have taken, during which a lot of puppets and animatronics jump out from time to time, spooking the heavy kid almost every time. Lucas looks around until he spots some shadows moving behind a door with a bright hue underneath it. Looks like a room with its light on that one of the kids chose. He taps on the tall kid and points towards it. His friend nods agreeingly as the two slowly step over to it, ready to give these suckers the beating of a lifetime. They stand in front, where the two share a look until the tall kind finds himself having to open it. He hovers his hand over the handle before giving it a swift tug. The doors fly open, but it isn't Xavier or Tyler inside, it's a cart. The two blink in confusion before looking down and noticing some rails. This isn't a haunted house, it's a roller coaster. Oh crap, the tall kid exclaims as the coaster turns on and suddenly bolts it towards them. He jumps to the right, getting himself caught in a tangle of fake webs while Lucas jumps up onto the roller coaster which takes him away with him. Xavier and Tyler, who were responsible for that unnaturally fast minecart, pop out from some hay they were hiding behind, letting out a sigh of relief as they run past the tall kid who's too busy struggling with the fake web wrapped around himself to pay attention to them. Meanwhile, the heavy bully continues looking on his side of the haunted house. He still gets scared by the occasional puppet he comes across, striking it with his bat every time it gets him. He looks around until he spots a set of old-looking wooden doors that seem like a closet. A cliché but go-to hiding place. He walks over and puts his free hand on one of the handles, preparing for whoever's inside. The bully whispers to himself, confident. He swings open the door, catching a bottle of pepper spray to the face. The bully squeals and cries as he drops the bat and grabs at his face in pain. Wednesday, standing in front of Harry, keeps spraying which makes the heavy kid fall back into his leg bumps into the booth of a scare puppet. He falls into it which causes him to be caught in a horrible position, not that he'll try and get up due to what's attacking his touch sense. Where the heck have he been keeping that? Harry questions Wednesday with a raised brow, to which the girl turns around to face him with that same emotionless stare, though he suspects a glint of pride in his eyes. He know the saying, never bring a dagger to a sword fight, Wednesday references he tucks the pepper spray back into his jacket, unless it's concealed. She quips as she then casually walks away as if having not spent the past 20 minutes sprinting. Harry hums with a shrug as he follows her. The four all take themselves out of the building, where they share a look and confirm with each other that their respective pursers have all been disoriented or apprehended by the building's elements. Tyler grabs at his knees, breathing heavily. Darn, that wasn't fun. He tiredly says. That, we can agree on. Harry reluctantly says before giving everyone a quick scan. He all okay? What did he expect? Wednesday brashly answers as she seems to be the less exhausted one out of all of them. Harry rolls his eyes, thinking why he even bothered being considerate. Glad he haven't changed. Xavier remarks while giving her a breathless chuckle. Wednesday blinks, wondering what that means and if they've met before. Look, whatever he too did to earn that kind of treatment, just please stay safe. Hey, I was involved too. Harry mentions slightly offended, but agrees as they head off to find a much safer area in case those bullies still have some kind of energy. Before that happens though, Harry looks at Wednesday and gives her a brief nod of respect. The girl responds in kind, but it's a little weaker. Tyler taps on her shoulder and beckons her back to the task at hand. Hopefully, this didn't take so long that he won't be able to lose curfew. But, even if he does, screw it. The two take their own direction as they try to find the parking lot. As they run, Wednesday's eye catches Rowan's glasses just as the boy bumps into her. Wednesday's head then shoots up again. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The book falls onto the floor. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The raven's eyes open. It caws and flies away as the fountain of the quad bursts into flames. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The gun open fires. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Rowan screams in agony as its claws tear into his chest, each slashing spraying blood all over himself. There's nothing he can do to break free. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Wednesday, come on, we can still get to my car in time. Tyler pulls on her arm after seeing that she's stopped. Wednesday comes back into the real world, glancing at him before turning back to Rowan, who staggers away, as if trying to avoid them. For some reason, she finds herself not caring about the escape plan anymore. Wednesday, come on, Wednesday, Rowan, come back. Wednesday calls out to the boy, jogging towards him instead, much to Tyler's confusion. Harry also notices and glances back, watching the running girl in confusion. Rowan looks back and sees Wednesday following him, which, for some reason, prompts him to start running away. She runs just as fast as they sprint across a wooden bridge over a lake, the end leading to a deep part of the woods where there's no one around. The boy eventually runs out of air, though, and stops to take a massive hit of his inhaler. Rowan, wait, ow, what did he want? Rowan questions as he jerks his head towards her, seemingly irritated with her not getting the hint that he's trying to get away from her. Why are he following me? I don't have time to explain, but he's in danger. Wednesday warns him, making sure her face is relaying that she's being serious about it. However, Rowan doesn't react in the wasn't blink or stare at her, bewildered. Instead, he laughs at her. I think Have got it backwards. Rowan tells her before suddenly throwing her against a tree with his telekinetic powers. Wednesday doesn't even have time to blink before she finds herself pinned against the bark. He's the one who's in danger. Wednesday gasps as she feels a harsh pressure against her rib cage. What are he doing? She questions him with a bewildered face, wondering if he's lost it or something. Saving Harry from Rowan answers as uses his hand to maintain his hold on her. He seems to be having some trouble, though, as tears fall down his eyes as his body twitches every other second. I have to kill Wednesday blinks at his statement, before thinking back and putting two and two together. The gargoyle, that was he. She realizes, to which Rowan nods in confirmation. It's always the quiet ones. Rowan looks down and uses his mind to pull a paper out of his pocket and bring it towards Wednesday's face. He unfolds the page to show her what's on it. The girl in the picture, that's he. He claims, convinced of it. Wednesday glances at him crazy, until she fully sees the picture and sees that it's some type of sketch involving the background of Nevermore and a girl that does, in fact, look exactly like her. There's also a dead body of a boy laid across her feet. Wednesday's mouth is agape, face actually showing shock as Rowan transports it back into his pocket. He want to kill me because of some picture. She asks the boy as if he's insane. She's used to delusional motivations, but his is putting all of them to shame. My mother drew that picture 25 years ago when she was a student in Nevermore. Rowan barks at her, insisting that he's not crazy. She was a powerful seer. He swallows, body shaking as he holds his telekinesis. Though it's starting to seem like it's holding him instead. Told me about it before she died. Rowan, put me down. No, my mother said it was my destiny to stop this girl if she ever came to Nevermore, because she will kill the chosen one meant to protect our school and everyone in it. Rowan passionately states, his telekinetic grip on Wednesday getting tighter as he wraps it around her throat, squeezing the life out of it. Rowan. Wednesday tries to speak, but her growing lack of oxy gen and vocal cords closing makes only one word possible. Rowan. She repeats right as the snapping sound of a large branch skips into view. The boy pauses his choke hold as he finds himself and his powers getting weaker. What's going on? Then, a large hand suddenly grabs him by the ankle and lifts him up before throwing him down. He falls onto the leaves and grass where he looks up to see the sight of an unholy monster roaring into his face. Rowan screams in agony as its claws tear into his chest, each slashing spraying blood all over himself. There's nothing he can do to break free. Wednesday falls to the ground due to Rowan's hold obviously breaking, and she can do nothing but watch as the monster tears the poor boy to shreds. After what feels like forever, the monster finally stops and slowly turns to her. It growls, obviously considering her as its double homicide. But instead, it sprints away. Snapping out of her shock, Wednesday then crawls towards Rowan and kneels over his body, another vision brought to life. Why did he have to die? What was that thing? And why did it kill him but leave her alive to tell the story? As all of these questions flow through her head, she looks up and sees the page floating down and landing on his torn chest. She takes it, knowing that it'll be very important to answering them. For the moment, however, she needs to tell someone about this. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. It's now officially Sunday, and Wednesday checks the clock to see that it's around the time that her parents will be contacting her. So, reluctantly, she grabs the rectangular prism box and pulls out the crystal ball, setting it down on the desk. She then sits down on her chair and waits patiently for the inevitable. Eventually, the crystal ball dings, and her parents' faces appear through the mist. Hello, my little black cloud. Gomez excitedly greets with a wave once they see her face. So, tell us, darling, how was his first week? Morticia queries, just as excited. That's ironically very good question. Let's see from what. As much as it pains me to admit, you were right, mother. Wednesday confesses as she glances at Thing, smirk growing widely. I think I'm going to love it here. Harvest Festival. Earlier. Rowan, come back. Wednesday calls out to the boy, jogging towards him instead much to Tyler's confusion. Harry also notices and glances back, watching the running girl in confusion. He watches as the two take off farther away into a path he knows leads into the woods. Why would Wednesday be following Rowan there? Curiosity gets the better of him, and he follows. But at a much slower pace. He slowly walks down the bride leading into the lake, slowly around the woods where he gets lost a little bit, before hearing a loud scream which gets his attention. That's when he picks up the pace, jogging towards where the two were headed. However, by the time he gets there, all he finds is Rowan's dead corpse. Harry freezes in place, eyes growing wide. His hand grabs him mouth in horror as his body suddenly feels like it's going to throw up. Except, wait, no, that's not what's happening. Far from it. Smells familiar, doesn't it? By the time he realizes what's happening, Harry feels an abrupt spike of pain in his ribcage, causing him to grab at him with a loud growl. No, he whimpers, shaking his head rapidly as he turns around, and sprints in a direction that's away from all of this. All of the blood, the gore, the death. Turn, I want to come out. However, the pain increases, no matter how far he runs. He then starts hearing the cracks. Feeling the change, Harry eventually falls to the ground on his knees, grabbing and pulling on his clothes as they and his shoes slowly start ripping themselves apart. His eyes begin to grow in size, his spine shoots itself upward, his nails turn into claws, and he becomes drastically stronger. He turns into his darker self, the Hide, and with that, we end episode 1. Yeah, back to back. Technically, it's already the next day in my time zone, but it feels the same day to me. Writing the chase sequence was definitely my favorite part. It felt humorous, yet oddly fitting for the type of show Wednesday was. Plus, I was a little disappointed that it wasn't there in the first place, but know why, there wasn't enough time for a moment like that, even as a montage. A lot of the establishing mysteries and stuff out of the way, I'll be able to focus on my own story for Harry, blending the romance with Wednesday and the mysterious that he has to solve. Like, why was he, a non-psychic, having a seemingly undead girl follow him around? And what exactly happened in the prologue that registered him as a he-know-what? Anyway, episode 2. Woe is the loneliest number. The box is still unopened. Whatever sick joke fate is playing, it's getting old fast. At this point, it might as well be Pandora's little keepsake, holding all the reasons my life keeps spiraling downhill. Fun times. The Poe Cup is up and coming later this week. It's a very important moment of Nevermore culture. I don't plan on joining, but Xavier is definitely committed to it, even though our Bianca's dorm has won every single game so far. How? Who knows? Rules don't apply once his boat touches the river. I haven't turned in a long time, since it first happened months ago. I blacked out, and still can't remember. But I know I did. I woke up exposed in the woods, had to grab my spare set that I'd never thought I'd have to use again, so I didn't strut my junk around the campus. I don't know how long I was out, but it was thankfully long enough that the flimsy excuse I gave Weems worked, and I was never questioned further as to where I went. It feels wrong to keep this from them, Onger. Every night, I hear his whispers growing louder and louder. But I can't tell them. They'll think it was me that killed Rowan, and I'll once again be imprisoned for a crime I didn't commit. Or did I? Part 1. Nevermore. It's been at least a day since the events at the Harvest Festival, 3 bullies getting themselves tangled around various attractions and Rowan getting brutally murdered in the woods. However, finding the body has been more difficult than expected, as Sheriff Galpin comes to Nevermore to reveal that they still haven't found the turn-up body. All 3H Avenue been found within seconds after time of death, and here, there's nothing. How could he miss a dead boy? Wednesday questions as she, the sheriff, and Weems all walk down the halls of the building. Still trying to grasp how that's possible. 'Cause it wasn't there. No footprints, no blood, no sign of a struggle, nada. Galpin states specifically, knowing that if there really was even a hint of something wrong, they would have found it. My search party looked all not well. His search party must have left their seeing eye dogs at home. Wednesday sarcastically remarks, seeing Galpin roll his eyes in response to it. I saw that monster kill Rowan right in front of me. Did he get a good look at this monster thing? Galpin queries her, hoping to finally get a physical description of this monster, since all they have is the aftermath, or this time, lack thereof. It didn't stick around for a chat. Wednesday quips, to which Galpin shrugs. Maybe it was one of his classmates. Sheriff, I find that question offensive. Weems passionately states as she snaps around, hand on her hip as she glares at him. Well, I don't care, 'cause I got 3 other dead bodies in the morgue. Galpin quickly responds, tired of having to deal with all of these crime scenes and no evidence or leads to follow, so he can deal with it. Hikers just ripped apart in the woods. The mayor said those were bear attacks. Weems points out, dismissively. The cop scoffs, not needing to be reminded of the constant lies he has to spoon-feed his political superior with. Yeah, well, the mayor and I disagree on that, Galpin says in a quiet tone, reminding her that it's not the mayor that's in this building talking to her. Besides, anyone who's actually there, that the way a bear could have left a body like that as if it was on cocaine. And even that's a stretch. So he automatically assumed that a Nevermore student is the murderer, even though there's no evidence that a crime was even committed. Weems questions her, notably glancing at Wednesday for a second while talking. He mean after he enrolled someone like Harry L.N. He'd excuse me for not thinking all of them are the most morally motivated. Galpin brings up with a tense expression, obviously referring to the crimes he's been alleged accused of. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, he only teach the good outcasts here, right? Weems sighs, as she slightly tilts her head a little bit. The court system's already ruled Harry is not guilty of those crimes. Yeah, the bruises on Will Hudson's face says otherwise. Weems rolls her eyes before getting back to guiding them to her office, where she quickly opens the doors and approaches her desk. My guess is that Rowan ran away, she says as she gestures towards the chairs as an offer. The state troopers have put out an alert, and I've contacted his family, but they haven't heard from him either. Dead people are notoriously bad at returning calls, Wednesday points out with a matter-of-fact tone, earning herself a fixed look from the woman. Seeing Weems's confidence that it's anything but a violent crime makes her suspicious, given that this is one of her own that she should be caring about. What were he doing out in the woods with him, Ms. Addams? Galpin interrogates as he decides to take the offer, leaning into the chair where the springs let out a small squeak in response to his weight. He wants to get the full story before he stays committed to her story. I heard a noise in the forest, and I went to go investigate. Wednesday testifies as she turns to face him, folding her hands together. She can't exactly be honest yet about the visions, knowing how unreliable they may sound. That's when I stumbled upon the attack. Then what happened? Then I ran into Bianca Barkley, and I told her to go for help. Wednesday continues. She's not exactly sure why Weems asked for her in particular to go find her, but guess she still succeeded. Next thing I remember, I was awakening in my dorm. And just to be clear, this monster wasn't a bear or some other wild animal. I've hibernated with grizzlies. I can tell the difference. Wednesday references with a straight face, too, which Galpin shows a not as weirded out face as the others she shares personal information to. Guess he's not surprised when it comes to an Addams. Thank he, Sheriff. Weems chimes in, standing up as she seems all too eager to put an end to this line of questioning. I think Miss Addams is done now. Actually, I would like to speak to Sheriff Galpin, alone. Wednesday proposes, causing the man to blink at him while Weems almost shifts in her step, clearly not liking that idea but keeping her cool. I'm not sure I can allow that. Well, I'm sure I can take her down to the station and get a formal statement. Galpin suggests, causing Weems to give her a blank, but obviously ticked look. The sheriff responds with a cheeky smile before turning to Wednesday. Yeah, let's go. Fine. Weems gives in as Galpin stands up. He have 5 minutes, and everything is off the record. She states her demands as she reluctantly steps towards the door, though pauses to glance at them. Play nice, or I will call the mayor. She promises passive-aggressively before leaving the room, closing the door behind her. The second it's shut, Wednesday turns to the sheriff. Someone is trying to cover up Rowan's violent crime. She tells him with a very serious conviction, knowing that she saw what she saw and that it couldn't have just disappeared overnight. That's the only reason to scrub the crime scene. Sheriff hums, though seems to give her some kind of skeptical brow. Is that his professional opinion as the daughter of a murderer? He asks her, and Wednesday's surprised he didn't bring up Harry again since he seems just as obsessed with both people. My father is twice the man he are, and the only thing he murders is the occasional opera in the shower. Wednesday shoots back, causing he sheriff to roll his eyes at her constant remarks in response. Addams, it's been a long night and I'm tired of his games. I'm not playing games, I'm telling the truth. Wednesday insists, she does a lot of exaggerations for fun. But this is not one of them. He want to reject my claims, but he can't. She says knowingly as she takes a step closer towards him. Galpin blinks, squinting at her with a pointed look. Why is that? Because he and I both know that there's a monster out there. Wednesday points out, knowing that a man like him will always suspect foul play from an outcast, which ironically plays into her favor for some merit. And Rowan is his latest victim. Just then, the other door to the office opens up. Sheriff, the same deputy from In the Forest, walks in, a weird look on her face. He's gonna want to see this, she says before opening the neighboring door, revealing Rowan Laszlo, who steps into the office, smiling and completely alive. For the second time on 2 days back to back, Wednesday's face reveals her shock. She stares at Rowan, who innocently waves at them while Galpin glances between her and the boy, bewildered. Edgar Allan Poe said, "Leave nothing he hear and half of what he see." Clearly, Nevermore's most famous alumni picked that up here. No wonder he became a drug-addled madman. Jericho. Kinbot's office. Wednesday constantly plays that scene. In her head and still can't believe it, even more so at the cliché phrase itself she found applying to herself. Rowan bumped into her, ran away from her, attacked her in the woods, was Tear, who wasn't even interested in eating his flesh. Then comes back a day later like he simply just got lost in the woods. Also, everything left behind in that killing is now gone, something Wednesday is technically guilty of. Though only partly, since all she took was the page of a sketch devoted entirely to her. Help me understand why he would claim that he witnessed a violent crime. Valerie pleads from Wednesday, because apparently, that has to be the topic of the second session. Was it to gain attention? Why should I bother telling he anything? Have already decided I'm lying. Wednesday points out, not bothering to humor her silly questions that attempt to understand her motives. I know what I saw. His life's had a lot of upheaval recently. It's normal to be confused about things. Valerie states, which is the opposite of helpful for Wednesday. Something did happen in those woods to Rowan, and she still has the page that proves it, to herself at least. Don't try and lure me into one of his psychological traps. No one is trying to trap he. Valerie denies with a shake of her head, smiling amusedly at her still pessimistic view of her. I'm here to help he process his emotions. Emotions are a gateway trait. Wednesday chimes in instantly, finding the word to be somewhat triggering for her. They lead to feelings, which trigger tears. She states, a process that she's taught herself to avoid. I don't do tears. Valerie thinks for a second, clearly seeing that they are getting nowhere with this. So, she moves on to a different but still somewhat related topic. Tell me how his adjusting to school. Sart said, heck as other people. He was my first crush. Wednesday replies, a very theatric way of saying that she already wants to use the new batch of termites she's ordered and scour them through the entire Nevermore campus. Wednesday, part of the reason his parents sent he to Nevermore is that so he could find his people, become part of a larger community. Valere tells her, even though Wednesday finds the idea absolutely ridiculous. I like being an island. Wednesday retorts with a blank, bitter look. A well-fortified one surrounded by sharks. She adds, maybe a volcano under the water too. Except that it explodes when she gives the command. Have he considered his antisocial tendencies might be motivated by fear of refection? If he were to reject me right now, I would not be upset. Wednesday replies, the glint of her eye practically challenging her to do so right now. But instead, Valerie smiles at her. He can't get rid of me that easily. Valerie tells her with a somewhat cheeky smirk. She checks the cuckoo clock and sees that it's about to reach its mark. And look, he made it through an entire session without trying to escape. I'll take that as a win. She quips as the mechanical bird comes out and chirps, causing Wednesday to let out an irritated sigh. A win for the therapist is a loss for Wednesday. Meanwhile, there's blood everywhere, body parts on various pieces of furniture that has been also torn apart. Intestines strewn across the walls like Halloween decorations. Police sirens blare outside, and in the center, he watches as the killer turns around, wearing his face. What did he do? He cracks open his claws. What did you do? Nevermore. Male dorm. Harry quickly shoots out of bed with a cliché gasp, almost having felt an actual cut with the deadly blades that woke him up. He looks around and finds himself back in the Nevermore Psychic Gorgon dorm for boys. He puts a hand on his chest. ND feels his heart slowly calm itself down. He rubs his hands against his sweaty face. After who knows how long of him just lying there in bed, he finally forces himself up and finds his clothes and uniform, with the weekdays now returning. He's heard the news and feels like the only shocked one here when he saw Rowan walking into the dorm to grab his stuff, because apparently, he's been expelled. Why? Well, apparently. Even he can't say. What the heck's up with that? He sometimes still wishes that time at the Harvest Festival was just the wacky fun that included avoid those outcast phobics rather than him, losing it. And having to save his sorry hide. The main problem being that he always can't remember what happened after. But, maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Or maybe it isn't. Because for all he knows he shouldn't go there. He changes in front of the room's bathroom mirror, having a somewhat oddly classy way of dressing himself. Once he finishes it off with a quick and lazy comb, he sees himself as looking mighty fine. He's already taken some food that he brought to his room, because, well, he know. So, he then opens the cabinet to grab his toothpaste. However, the second he closes it, take a big guess what happens. Yup, there's a creepy-looking undead zombie behind him. Harry snaps his head around, only to find nothing but air around him. He turns back to the mirror and sees nothing as well. It was just his imagination. At least, that's what he hopes. It was that girl again, looking even uglier than dead Lucy. Once familiar, but unrecognizable, he takes a deep breath, knowing that he must dreaming again or something because he shouldn't be seeing things. He's not an actual psychic. Angry, he slams a fist on the sink. Jericho. Wednesday steps out of the building. Glad to finally be done with that, but angry that she forced herself to sit through it that time. As she turns around, she sees a surprisingly familiar face approaching it, recognizing her as well. Guess he decided to stick around Jericho. Tyler Galpin comments with a weak grin before glancing at the doors. Wait, he see Dr. Kinbot too. He should know I'm legally required to be here. Wednesday tells him as she begins walking away from the building. If she had any other choice, like Russia's gulag, she definitely would have taken it by now. Me too, court ordered. Tyler mentions as he seemingly decides to walk with her, hands in his pockets. Believe or not, he too ended up crossing a line that he probably shouldn't have, which is probably why his dad is always a prick when he sees him. Look at us, a couple of teenage tearaways. Wednesday bitterly remarks, to which Tyler chuckles in response. Yeah, but unlike her, he's somewhat starting to actually regret his actions. Meaning that whatever Valerie's doing to him is starting to work. Hey, he know when he ran off last night at the Harvest Festival, I wasn't sure what happened. Tyler brings up with a seemingly concerned tone, prompting Wednesday to stop and turn around to face him. And then I heard, he draws out before shrugging, knowing that she understands. What he's talking about, kinda crazy. Everyone, including his father, believes I made it all up. Wednesday mentions to her, somewhat feeling a little isolated in that regard. Tyler nods understandably. Tyler speaks but then hears his PH1 dinging and checks it to see his reminder of the session he has today. Time to get in touch with my inner rebel, he mutters with a sigh as he pockets it in an irritated manner. No, for the record. I believe he tells her earnestly, to which Wednesday blinks, wondering how much she means that. Tyler smiles at her before walking into the building so he doesn't get in trouble for being late. Wednesday would possibly be glad to hear that, but she doesn't buy sincerity that easily. Why would he say that? Nevermore. Outside, after the school routine's over, Harry idly walks around the outside of the campus. Hands in pockets to show his core introvert. He expects to be finding everyone doing their own thing like they usually do, but when he crosses the path to his dormitory, he finds Xavier, Ajax, and a few other boys he doesn't know painting on some kind of boat. Unless his dorm mate is trying his hand and painting art with friends genre, something interesting is happening. No, it's on this side of the eye, Ajax. Not that one. He hears Xavier talking in a very strict manner as he approaches, pointing precisely at where be painting. And make sure he's using the right colors. This jester is going to take the cup like he took the king's life. Dude, will he relax? Ajax pleads as he turns to him with a slightly freaked out look. It's just boat. Literally all of ours will be the same as theirs. Except it isn't just a boat, Ajax, it's gonna be a complete symbol of our victor this year. Xavier corrects him with a slight tap on the snakes, causing Ajax to yelp and look at him crazy. Harry has never seen his dorm mate take something so seriously, even with his art. I am going to fully enact my revenge on Bianca with this vessel of revenge. Do I even wanna ask about this? Harry chimes in as he finally walks into frame, causing everyone to turn towards him. Harry, I'll be damned, Ajax exclaims as he drops all of his brushes and such to hop over to him with an excited expression. Much to the anger of his best friend. I heard about what happened in the Harvest Festival. Did he guys really send the mayor's kid flying off of a roller coaster? Harry blinks. What? Ignore him. He's high again. Xavier advises as he decides to do Ajax's job for him, glaring. I don't think he even noticed when everyone was searching for he and Wednesday when he both suddenly disappeared on us. Oh yeah, that, I remember. Ajax stutters out in response to that, though his embarrassed expression says otherwise. Then, he gets another weed-induced thought and turns to him. Oh, wait, were he too, like? He asks with a grin, making weird gestures with his hands. No, Harry answers with a disgusted face. Did he miss the part where Whedon Estee told everyone that Rowan got sliced to bits up in the woods? Or did he think that was me too? He brings up with a look, causing Ajax to drop his head in disappointment. Oh, I wonder where the heck she even got that idea from. Xavier wonders out loud while he and the boys paint his boat, shaking his head. I mean, we all literally saw him this morning, alive and well. He mentions the obvious, before letting out a sigh. Wish I could say I was relieved. Quote, oh yeah, that reminds me, have he talked to him since the festival? Harry asks as he looks over Ajax's shoulder at Xavier. Ever since it's been confirmed that he's still alive, he's been having constant mental debates with himself ever since. His dorm mate said that his side was all packed this morning. No, and I hope it stays that way. That bad? Harry questions with a small chuckle, to which Xavier sighs. No, but he's just. Xavier stands up with a shrug. Rowan's always been a little off. Telekinesis messing with his head and all that. But the week when Vlad had to move him out, he was so erratic, and took all of it out on me. He explains, but realizing that he's not handling his part of the boat. Ajax, why the heck am I doing his job? He angrily questions as he stands up with an intense glare. Geez, okay, relax. Ajax responds as he seems to flinch at the passion Xavier displays when it comes to this event. It's stuff like this that makes me wonder why the Poe Cup hasn't incited a riot yet. The Poe Cup? Harry questions with a raised brow, the first time having heard that. Those woe words have almost always come out of someone's path. When he passes them, or in class, but he's never really understood what it was all about. Oh, yeah, that's right. He enrolled this year so have never heard of it. Ajax quickly turns around with that excited grin, easily forgetting what Xavier was getting onto him about, causing him to sigh in annoyance. It's named after Edgar Allan Poe, the actor, right? Writer, right, same thing, Ajax dismissively says with a wave of his hand. Anyway, it's this oddly hyped up canoe and foot race, get to the island, run around the island. And then bring his boat back to the shore, all while pretty much being able to do whatever he wants to succeed. It's called the Poe Cup because we all gotta use Edgar Allan Poe stories as inspiration for our aesthetic. He explains as he then points towards the boat, which looks like some kind of clown-ofied monstrosity. Xavier wanted to do Hop Frog this year because we're gonna be gestures that enact our revenge on the queen and take her throne for good. Xavier chimes in with a loud voice, causing both Harry and Ajax to blink oddly as they glance at him. Are my ears broken? Or did Xavier just give an intense statement? Harry questions out loud with a perplexed expression, to which Ajax snorts. Yeah, he takes this very seriously, even more so when his ex-girlfriend keeps winning. Ajax mentions to Harry with a look that has seen a lot of outbursts courtesy of the normally calm psychic. Hey, he wanna help. I'm sure Owen would appreciate if he took his spot on the team. Guy gets anxious around water. He invites him as he points to the boat. Harry thinks about it, but easily finds the realistic answer. No thank he, I don't want to ruin his chances at winning. Harry responds in a polite excuse not to attend to an event he doesn't really care all that much about. Ajax blinks at him in confusion of this comment. Nothing hurts morale than having an outcast in this school of outcasts be on his team. Ajax scoffs. Oh, come on, what are they gonna say? Hey, guys. A loud voice chimes in, and everyone turns to see a group of boys staring at them. Don't let the Woods creep pee on his boat like he pissed on that girl. One hoots at them, prompting them all to laugh and one to share a high five with the one that made that joke. As they walk away, Harry snaps his fingers and points at them while wearing a very snarky face. Ajax and Xavier to share an awkward look before nodding. Point taken. Nevermore. Principal's office. Wednesday's novel is going horribly. She's not sure if it's simply writer's block or something else, but so far, Thing has tossed 8 pages into the bin so far because of how bad they look. She's always hated the expression, right? What he know, because that is just a hall pass for the imagination impaired. But when his life becomes a twisted mystery, maybe it's time to lean into it. So, when she once again finds herself staring at the sketch and sees an odd little symbol on the top right corner, she decides to ask the expert on it. She marches towards Weems's office without needing to be called, after failing to spot any glimpse of the guy with glasses. She opens the doors, and the creak of the knob announces her arrival. I need to speak with Rowan. I can't find him, she tells the woman. It won't be possible, I'm afraid. He's been expelled. Weems answers while distracted typing away on her laptop. Something that all of the staff seems to have to do for some reason. Wednesday blinks at this bizarre information. For what? Never he mind. He'll be on the first train out this afternoon. Weems dismissively informs her, an answer that only makes Wednesday more confused as to what happened. What were he doing? G out in the woods with him in the first place. She drops her laptop and squints at her. I told he already. I heard a noise, and I went to investigate. Wednesday repeats her earlier testimony, though Weems scoffs in response to it. That excuse may have placated the sheriff, but he can't fool me. Weems tells Wednesday, requesting that she doesn't treat her as moronic. He had a psychic vision, didn't he? She deduces, prompting the girl's face to show that she's correct. I realized he might be having them when we passed by the accident and he knew that poor farmer had broken his neck. His mother started having visions around his age. They were notoriously unreliable and dangerous. I remember at first, she thought she might be losing her mind. Have he spoken with her about them? She queries, and Wednesday's eyes drop to the floor. Clearly, the person withholding information here is he. Can I go now? Not until Have picked his extracurricular activity. Weems declares as she puts her hands on her desks with that fixed smile back on her face, the adult-to-child looking one. We want our students to be Autopsy, although Wednesday's pretty sure that it has to do with her SUD. NLY coming in midterm and needing more credit to graduate the same time as her fellow sophomores. I prefer to remain sharp-edged. Wednesday replies in a snarky way to show her disapproval, but given Weems's face, she takes as her having no real choice in the matter. I took the liberty of putting together a list of clubs that have openings. Weems informs Wednesday as she holds up the clipboard and sliding it towards her end of the desk. The girl stares at it like it's a cure to her plague. How thoughtful. He need to have picked one by the end of the day. Weems declares, though not exactly being clear on what would happen if she doesn't not get into any of them. Sounds all right by her. I'll be keeping an eye on he. No doubt he'll find something that tickles his fancy. The last person who tickled me lost a finger. Wednesday mutters as she reluctantly takes the clipboard, giving Weems a glare before exiting the room, all while she smiles at her. She can tell that the woman is having a little too much fun with this, and she wishes she could say she blames her for it. Nevermore. Hallways. Harry walks down to his next period, still unable to stop thinking about Rowan. His memory is always unreliable when it comes to transforming. But even Wednesday says that she saw Rowan dead. He would say something too, but it's not like anyone's going to add another freak's word as well as the others. Plus, He's not sure if he can even trust himself to tell the truth. Freaks love to lie. He finds himself stopping when he walks near the trophy display, looking towards it with this weird sense of hypnotization. Not precisely at the trophies themselves, but at his reflection, his face. Would someone really trust what he says? Even if it confirms another person's story? Probably not. Also, he can hear the whispers in his own skull as he stares into his eyes, reminding him of the transformation. People can say a lot of things about him. But this time, he's sure that he saw Rowan dead with his own eyes. Rowan, come back. Wednesday calls out to the boy, jogging towards him instead, much to Tyler's confusion. Harry also notices and glances back, watching the running girl in confusion. He slowly walks down the bride leading into the lake, slowly around the woods where he gets lost a little bit, before hearing a loud scream which gets his attention. That's when he picks up the pace, jogging towards where the two were headed. However, by the time he gets there, all he finds is Rowan's dead corpse. Harry closes his eyes, wincing at the memory. However, that acid reflex only helps confirm that he saw what he saw. Sure, even the most gruesome thoughts can trigger it, but this feels even stronger. He almost has to throw up just to stop it from coming out. And revealing itself to all of these people. I saw it too. I didn't do anything to it. Harry opens his eyes, looking back up at his reflection with curiosity. He's dead. Then why did he just see Sally walk into Nevermore like he just forgot his car keys at the festival? Harry asks out loud in response, clenching a fist as the mental fusion is starting to tick him off, as well as his other side. Just then, he sees Enid and Yoko pass by him, talking about how Rowan has just officially been expelled. Right after all of this. That's odd. Someone is trying to trick us. I hate it. Me too. Harry agreeingly murmurs as he walks over right as Yoko separates from her friend. Hey, Enid. Enid yelps at what seems to be the sound of his voice, spinning around to see him walking over to her. Harry pauses and raises a brow at the rather over-dramatic reaction. Why Harry, hey, she says with an odd bit of nervousness. It takes him a moment before remembering why. Hey, listen, don't tell anyone I asked he this. But what has everyone been saying about Rowan? Harry interrogates her, knowing that the gossip queen has something he can use to make sure he isn't losing his mind. Like, he know, about him supposedly dying. Oh, that, Enid thinks while swallowing. Her love for rumors is obviously clouding her judgment about him by the way she seems eager to give him what he wants to he can leave her alone. But Harry can let it pass. He's used to it. Well, nothing really. Everyone saw him pretty much, not dead, so. She shrugs idly, before something seemingly comes up. Well, Harry squints at her. Well, what? I mean, when I think about it, he's been very nice ever since he came back. Enid mentions with a small hum. He complimented my hair when he passed me this morning and she brings up with a tiny smile, before suddenly blinking rapidly. Well, he's usually known for being a weird loner, please. Don't tell Wednesday I said that. I will. Thanks. Harry quickly promises before walking away, already having heard what he needs to hear. He can hear Enid letting out a sigh of relief, something that makes him shake his head. So, let's get this straight. The guy who went from eccentric and awkwardly shy, is now calm and chill. And has the standard confidence to give an idle compliment. How does that make any sense? Nevermore. Quad. The first club takes place over at the Quad. Since this group currently has many numbers yet still is allowing new members in, apparently. Well, given that it is choir, Wednesday shouldn't be surprised. It could take up half of the student body and still allow more voices. Still, she's pretty sure that this one is going to be a simple audition and pass given the person who's leading it. He'll see in a minute. Right as she hears the singing voices, she opens up her back and signals her little friend to hop out. Thing lands on the concrete without a single piece of damage to his nails and skin, and looks up at her curiously. Weems is clearly trying to keep tabs on me. She shares with him as she looks around, knowing that one of her spies is somewhere in the shadows. Keep an eye on Rowan. Don't let his fingers out of his sight. Thing salutes, and the two separate. As the choir, mostly Sirens which should come as no surprise, finishes their song, Wednesday walks right next to Bianca, who even Julie turns to her with a, "Why the freak are he here?" look when she notices her band staring at her. Weems said he'd be stopping by. She recalls with a shrug. But, to be honest, after yours and WOOD's Creep's performance at the Harvest Festival, the drama club might be more his speed. Wednesday knows she's talking about the dramatic chase with the bullies, but still uses that as a way to quickly ask her one questions she knows she only has available. "After I passed out, who did he tell?" she asks her, really wanting to know. "The sheriff. He think I'd trust normie cops?" Bianca questions with an as if kind of brow. "I went straight to Weems and let her handle it." She answers with a shrug, not really seeing the point of asking, but to Wednesday, that only makes everything seem more off. "Anyway, let's get this audition over with." She claps her hands as the pianist gets into his seat. What are he? Alto, soprano, or just loco?" she asks teasingly, followed by a giggle from everyone else. Right as the pianist hits the key, Wednesday's mouth opens and his glasses suddenly crack. He takes them off, bewildered, as windows around also crack in multiple places, somehow not shattering. Weems's glass around her head statue cracks on her desk, causing her to pause her work and squint at her window, wondering if someone did it again. Harry jumps as the trophy display suddenly cracks as he passes it again. "What in the goddamn?" https://youtube.be/mzsftwqqkkm. "What was that?" Bianca asks as everyone looks around. Baffled, they all hear werewolves howling excitedly in the background from multiple directions. A note only dogs can hear. Wednesday answers without blinking. "I'm surprised he didn't." Needless to say, she did not get a spot in the group. Thank gosh. https://youtube.be/68vzx2uka. Nevermore. Target range. The second club also takes place out in the fresh, doesn't involve any sirens. However, it does include a bow, which Wednesday doesn't find as exhilarating as combat with a sword. Even if she's fully trained her skills with the weapon. The only exciting time she had was with fire arrows, and those were eventually made unavailable when she set a wasp nest on fire and set a suburban town on lockdown before their photographic mind and telekinetic communications sent them on a warpath against all humans. Why were they mad at her for that? She has no idea. It was literally one of those movies they all craved to be in. She walks up to the leader, who also happens to be someone she's met before, back when he helped her fend off a bunch of physical tormentors. After landing a shot, Xavier notices her arrival and turns to her. He actually showed up. He comments, only not expecting it, but unlike Bianca, seems happy that she did. Xavier Thorpe, I don't know if he recognized me. I was about 2 feet shorter, 40 pounds heavier. Harry refreshed my memory. Wednesday quickly answers before Xavier can waste her time with unnecessary details about his life before puberty. Xavier nods, knowing that he was probably gonna say something stupid about himself anyway. He ever shot a bow and arrow before? Only on live targets. Wednesday answers with a face that once again looks like she means it, though it might just be another exaggeration because, again, the only biological ones were the wasps. At least, I'm sure that's what we are all hoping. Okay, Xavier says as he decides not to question it, taking an arrow from the barrel. He'll show her the basics anyway, just so he can say that he taught her how to do it. Square stance. Load the arrow like this. Yellow side out, 3 fingers, pull back and he pulls on the strong by his glove shaped precisely for archery, scoring a shot right next to the red dot. Let it fly, he finishes before turning back to her. Any questions? As Harry L.N. here. I saw his name on the club's list. Wednesday asks for which, makes Xavier blink in understandable surprise, considering that he thought the pair hated each other judging by what Harry's said about her. Despite this, he points to the haystack a few feet over, and the boy is standing there, doing the same thing. Don't kill him, please. Xavier requests, to which Wednesday gives him a glance at best before approaching Harry, who was busy messing with his bow to notice her at first. Once he looks up, he blinks at the sight of her being here. He coming to talk to me? I must have won an anti-lottery. Harry quips with a small hum as he readies his aim and shoots the target. Wednesday doesn't see it, but his pupils ONCE again change in size as he imagines the target to be someone he hates, helping him aim precisely in the edge of the red circle. Yeah, Xavier's a pretty good teach, he comments with a proud smirk. However, it's doubtful he'll ever be able to use this in a real-life scenario if there ever is one, because he currently has the emotions of a teenage boy, and he know who strives off of that. He does another one where he looks away. He once again taps into the inner bloodthirst before doing a trick shot with it. He gets close yet again. Why am I not surprised? Wednesday comments as if criticizing Harry's need to do them. Oh, what? He can do better, Harry asks with a petty response as he grabs another arrow. Wednesday responds by calmly grabbing his bow and shooting an arrow dead in the center, easily outscoring him. Wow, okay, when's the last time he saw Rowan? Wednesday questions him, which makes Harry turn to her with a raised brow. He mean the guy that died in the woods? Harry remembers, and Wednesday blinks as she notes how he says it without a shred of sarcasm in her tone. Harvest Festival, I saw him bump into he calmly answers as he idly shoots another arrow, which doesn't score as many points. He don't think I'm crazy when I said he died. I don't see a reason why he would lie about that. Harry casually replies with a shrug, stating that he does, in fact, believe her. I heard that he replaced him after an altercation with his previous roommate, Xavier. Wednesday brings up, to which Harry hums in confirmation, though wonders why she isn't talking to the man of topic himself while he's standing right there. How long have he known him? All I know is that Weems told me before I moved in that Xavier had a physical argument with him and that's why they had to separate. Harry answers with a slightly haunted look, as the mention of it triggers some bad memories in him. I tried to be friends with him, because he reminded me of, he says, but then finds himself pulling back from saying the word, me. But he always kept a safe distance, like all the others do. Wednesday processed that information, finding it a little strange in a contradictory way. She still remembers Rowan calling Harry the chosen one, yet he did his best to stay away from him. Why? Is it because of the rumors about me? Yes, what else? No one like a kid with a record. Harry answers before Wednesday can even finish the question, bitterly shaking his head as he reaches into his uniform's jacket and pulling out a blindfold. Once he covers his eyes with it, he once again lines up a shot that hits directly in the center, somehow even closer than Wednesday's shot. And I keep my crown, he quips while grinning. He's careless. And he's boring, Harry retorts with a small look, wondering where her sense of thrill is. So, what's the deal with he and Tyler? He then asks, turning to Wednesday, who was clearly judging his chance of topic. Oh, what? I can't ask questions about his relationships. There is no deal. Wednesday answers with a voice that denies whatever cliché romantic tropes the boy was constantly thinking in that predictable motivated brain of his. He was doing me a favor driving me out of town, she states, to which Harry skeptically hums. Yeah, well, word of advice, be careful around him. Harry advises as he irrita. Bly taps on his bow just thinking about that guy. He's bad news. Why? Because he's a normie, Wednesday questions, obviously trying to pick at some possible double-standard xenophobia. Because Tyler is a coward and a hypocrite, just like the rest of his friends. Harry answers with a sarcastic lace around friends. His face shows clear hatred that hasn't been unleashed from its cage yet. He may be nicer, but nothing's changed about him, trust me. This is coming from the boy who's eternally serving more than just an assault charge. Wednesday remarks coldly as she fetches an arrow, causing Harry to snap his head at her with a tense glare. She may have done some things of her own, but nothing compared to his crime. He actually believed those rumors. What that Jericho asshat said about me? Harry asks her as if she's even stupider than he thought. He thought she was better than that at the very least. No matter what they say, at least I don't boast about the time I dump killer fishes into a pool filled with children, says he and my court-ordered therapist. Wednesday remarks, though her face seems to tell him, touché. At least I'm not a closeted pig. She says She pulls an apple from her backpack and throwing it into the air before shooting an impressive shot that lands precisely on the end of Harry's own arrowhead, winning the match most definitely. Harry sighs as he drops his bow. That's a new one. New chapter. I needed a day to figure out what I was going to do for this episode, but I've already got it figured out for the most part. Harry's arc and how it laces with Wednesdays, etc. Still is probably going to be a lot more chapters before they team up, or so. Thanks for all of the votes and comments you guys have been leaving out. It's been helping a lot. I've also noticed the rankings my story's been getting, and I was really giddy to see them, even if they don't remain there for a long time. Anyway, Part 2, Nevermore. Beehive. The third club is surprisingly a lot more interesting than the previous two. Werther away from the main building to find herself in a literal playground of bees. They buzz from one place and buzz from another, all staying at their respective honey spots. She has no trouble walking around them, as she is plenty aware of the personalities of the tiny creatures and the fact that stingers are some of the things that do the opposite of scare her. As she looks around, wondering if she entered through the wrong path, someone pops up from behind her. Are he interested in the ancient art of beekeeping? They ask her for their version of a greeting. And Wednesday turns around to find a boy shorter than her, in glasses and braces. Eugene Ottinger, founder and president of the Nevermore Hummers. He introduces himself, holding out a hand for her to shake. Wednesday Addams. She responds in kind, shaking his head. The boy probably doesn't know it yet, but he just accomplished what many other Nevermore students here have failed to do. Am I late or is it only he? Wednesday asks as she notes nobody else around. The hive life isn't for everyone. Eugene answers with a knowing nod, which means the latter is her answer. Most kids are afraid of venomous insects. He tells her, which causes Wednesday to blink, genuinely wondering why. Are he willing to feel the sting? He asks her, leaning to show a face of a student who's been through a lot with this little guys. Hearing one of her favorite phrases, Wednesday shows a crack of a smirk before going into the bee shed and coming out wearing her own beekeeper suit. She can deal with the fact that it's white, since it's still a part of her no-color rule. Bees have been producing honey in the same way for 150 million years. Eugene, excited to see her in it, starts dropping a bunch of trivia onto her while Wednesday observes her new attire in the sunlight. They're nature's perfect community, all working together to achieve a common goal. As he goes on, Wednesday hears some tapping form a desk, and glances over to see things signaling to her that he's found Rowan, but he's about to finally take off very soon. All while avoiding the bee getting a little too close to him. Fun fact, it's also one of the few ecosystems in which females dominate, from the queen bee to her workers. There's no patriarchy in the hive, Eugene exclaims with glee, before turning around to find Wednesday gone. Eugene looks around, awkward and confused, but also a little impressed. How did she do that? Nevermore. Gates, out in the front areas of the campus. Wednesday quickly puts back her uniform and such on while jogging over to the car where Rowan is supposedly about to leave in. She runs through the yard until she eventually sees him packing up with Mrs. Thornhill, prompting her to sprint over until, Rowan, wait up. Harry's voice calls out to the guy, making Wednesday abruptly pause in her movements as she watches the alleged woods creep walking up to Rowan from another side of the car. Not even a goodbye before he take off on us. Harry, I'm not allowed to speak to anyone. Rowan responds dismissively as he finishes stuffing his suitcase into the back seat. Wednesday squints, stepping off to the side to watch the interaction from behind a tiny corner. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Friends aren't an exception, Harry playfully asks with a raised brow, to which Rowan just gives him a blank look, obviously asking to be left alone. The other rolls his eyes with a sigh. Fine, can he at least telephone? Tell me what happened in the woods that made everyone have to look for he. I almost thought those bullies at the Harvest Festival tore he a new one. I don't know, really, it's still a little foggy. Rowan answers with a small stutter, turning shyly towards Harry as he leans against the car, hands tucked in his jacket's pockets. Another sign that he isn't comfortable with this conversation. I went into the woods to clear my head, and then Wednesday just came at me. He testifies, biting his lip anxiously. I had to no choice but to defend myself. Wednesday suddenly attacked he, Harry asks, blinking, to which Rowan shrugs. Yeah, it was just. Rowan, we have to go. Thornhill chimes in, giving him a knowing look. Right. Rowan nods at her, turning to Harry with a seemingly apologetic look. Sorry, Harry, I'll see he later. Hey, wait. Harry quickly taps on Rowan's shoulder before he enters the backseat. He's still gonna come to the trail with me and Xavier on summer break, right? Just like the three of us planned together, he asks him with a very hopeful voice, to which he opens his mouth but hesitates in a response. Probably not. I don't think Xavier would ever forgive me if I showed up. Rowan quickly answers dismissively, giving him a fixed smile before quickly getting in. The engine starts and the car begins to drive away, not noticing the walking hand attached to the bottom of it. Once they are gone, Harry's smile instantly drops as he turns around and walks back to where he came from. I knew it, he mumbles with a shake of his head. It's a shame that he won't make it. Because he and Xavier never did make plans for the trail. Despite whoever's clearly trying to cover all this up, he needs to find out the truth, because it's something he feels like is in short supply around here. Wednesday mentally hums before also walking away. Burlington Station. About an hour later, the car makes it to the train station where Thornhill stops at the front as Rowan steps out and grabs his luggage, allowing her to drive away as soon as she arrived. Thing hops off of the car, right behind his trail. He moves his fingers as fast as he can to follow him, while also trying his best not to get stomped or kicked by the completely oblivious people walking past him. Despite the lady in the rolling bag in front of him, Thing is still able to see Rowan walking outside and make a left. He quickly goes to follow, but as he passes through the doorway, the brief sun glare causes him to accidentally step on a wad of spat gum, forcing him to pull himself off of it in disgust. He spots Rowan entering the toilets, prompting him to speed walk towards it as quickly as possible so he doesn't lose him. Right as he gets to the door though, a much older man steps out and almost crushes him with his boot, causing Thing to jump away. If he would swear at the human, he would right now. He then enters the toilets and sees nobody else in the room. He checks all of the stalls, one by one. Thankfully, nobody he shouldn't see inside. However, when he gets to the last one, and finds Rowan's suitcase, but no Rowan to speak of, he's vanished. Meanwhile, the older man from earlier enters the subway, where he double-checks to make sure if anyone's around before pulling on his collar and swiftly turning back into Principal Weems. Her shapeshifting having gone better than she probably thinks. Nevermore. Greenhouse. The period is now taxonomy, meaning everyone is now in the stylized greenhouse, where it is surprisingly not as hot as one would expect for a place that is supposed to look like a, well, greenhouse. Xavier sketches another creature he could bring to life. Harry does something similar in his half-closed diary. Ajax asks Thornhill for the materials that he supposedly lost. And everyone else like Enid or Yoko pretty much just minds their own business, idly chatting with one another. During which, Thing reports to Wednesday the confusing events at Burlington. Rowan Laszlo, quiet, awkward, and about as threatening as a wet sock. Or so everyone says. But people don't just come back from the dead for no reason and behave like a different person. Something doesn't add up. How did he lose him in a bathroom with no windows? Wednesday questions him with an obvious more than disappointed tone. Thing shrugs in response, prompting her to glare daggers at him. A lefty wouldn't have failed me, she acidly remarks, to which Thing slinks down and insists to Wednesday that he was doing exactly what she asked of him to the best of his ability. Don't sulk. Wednesday hisses with a sigh. Bianca, Davina, and can't pass by and notice her talking to what seems to be absolutely nothing from the angle they are standing at, causing them all to raise brows. Now, I'm going to have to find new evidence myself, since he's the one who lost our only lead. I see he finally made a friend. Bianca chimes in, prompting Thing to slither farther into the row of plants. Out of sight and out of the classroom. Even if it is a plant, I go for quality over quantity. Wednesday replies with a blank look, poking at the Siren's choices in kind. Bianca ROLLs her eyes. She and the trio find their seats, which are obviously next to each other. Sharp tongue, sharper glare. Every word out of her mouth feels like a jab straight to the ribs. And yet, it stings more than it should. The things she says about my record, my past, they cut deeper than when anyone else says it. Why? Why do I care what she thinks? I shouldn't. She's like everyone else, Somio. Nay, who reads the cover instead of the entire book. So why can't I shake this feeling that her insults matter? Wednesday also goes to find her seat, but as she looks around, she finds that this class in particular is fully packed. The only half-empty lab table has Harry, who looks up and notices her awkwardly glancing around, causing him to sigh. There's an open spot next to me, he offers her, feeling uncomfortable with her just standing there. If he can stand being that close to a closeted pig. The girl clearly has to think on it for a moment before eventually setting her pride aside and taking the open seat. Harry then scribbles out a line in his diary with closing it shut with a snap, knowing that he has a neighbor who can try to read it. At the sight of it, Wednesday raises a brow, her curiosity piqued despite herself. There are far more better ways to express his thoughts than in a leather notebook cliché. Don't care, didn't ask. Harry instantly brushes her off as he puts the diary into his bag, zipping it up nice and tightly. Wednesday rolls her eyes, not knowing why she even bothered anyway, while the boy stares forward and folds his hands, before noticing the way they twitch. He's wrong, by the way. About what? Wednesday queries with an odd glance, only for Harry to stay completely silent, ignoring her for the rest of the in-between periods. She squints at him with a suspicious look, knowing that there's something about him that he's still trying to keep hidden from everyone, and for bad reason. Harry then catches a look from Xavier, who shrugs at him, as if trying to say that progress is being made. Harry shakes his head, not amused, and the other boy just smirks teasingly as he closes his sketchbook. Bianca seems to notice the approval from the Thorpe kid, and a small frown shows on her face, not liking it. Good morning, class. Thornhill then announces herself, bringing all attention to her. Wednesday, we're thrilled to have you join us on our journey into the world of carnivorous plants. She welcomes her as she walks up to the center of the stage, which is the front of her desk. Now, who can tell us the name of this beauty? Bianca raises her hand confidently, and Thornhill nods to her. However, Dendrophylax iantony. Wednesday answers the second Bianca opens her mouth, not even bothering to raise her hand. Otherwise known as the ghost orchid. Bianca adds while giving Wednesday a look. First discovered on the Isle of Wight in 1854. Wednesday also states, despite the Siren's obvious attempts to cover up. Harry looks over at Xavier, trying to figure out what is happening, but the other guy tells him with his eyes that it's exactly what he thinks. Very good, Wednesday. Thornhill comments with a genuinely impressed look. Looks like he may have competition for the first chair, Bianca. She tells the Siren, whose eye twitches while most of the other students snicker amongst themselves. Wednesday, perhaps he can identify the ghost orchid's greatest qualities. She queries, and Bianca challenging stares directly at her. Resilience and adaptability. Wednesday easily answers like she has that knowledge engraved in the back of her head. It's able to thrive in even the most hostile environments. But its mere presence can change the ecosystem, causing the established plants to reject it. Bianca adds onto this, giving Wednesday a pointed look when she says that, usually because the native species is allowed to strive unchecked. Wednesday mentions, her brows slowly lowering to give her eyes a dark shade. Nothing a weed whacker couldn't fix. Bianca smirks darkly. He can most certainly try. Are we still talking about flowers? Xavier asks out loud, causing everyone to chuckle, while Harry blows some air. Wonder what the heck he just got himself into by inviting Wednesday to his table. Thank ye, ladies, for those illuminating insights. Thornhill chimes in, hoping to break up the no longer subtle attempt to go at each other's throats. Clearly, the plants aren't the only carnivores in class today. She remarks with a cheeky smirk. Harry exhales as he wonders what the heck he just sat himself in between of. That is most certainly an understatement. Nevermore. Outside, Wednesday has thought about it, but now knows of another possible way to get a lead to the mystery surrounding the monster and Rowan's violent crime, not violent crime, the scene of the crime itself. She walks back to where Enid's gang was working on their boat earlier this morning, and finds her predictable. Using her free time to add more detail to her humble transportation to victory. I have to get back to the woods, Wednesday states as she suddenly appears from behind the girl, causing Enid to jump slightly. But Weems has been watching me like a vulture circling a carcass. Yeah, humiliating the mayor's kid and his group of friends in a festival can do that to he. Enid remarks with a tiny s. Mirk as she gets back to what she was doing. And he want me to cover so that he can return to the scene of a crime that didn't happen. I have beekeeping club this afternoon. Wednesday mentions, KN. Owing how the suits could help bring the perfect alibi for her disappearance. I need he as decoy. Sorry, 2 strikes. Enid replies with a hard wince. The second, bees, comes out of Wednesday's mouth. I'm busy. And bees totally creep me out. Why don't he ask thing? She suggests before snapping her fingers. Oh wait, he can't because he's mad at he. She points out with a face. Why is he mad? Wednesday questions with a perplexed look. He's the one who screwed up with Rowan. All I know is that we spent an hour giving each other Manus and he really opened up. Enid replies with a shrug. As she shows her bond to the hand might possibly be as strong as Wednesday's, possibly stronger according to what she's saying. He feels like he don't respect him as a person. Well, technically, he's only a hand. Wednesday, he's his family, and he would do anything for he. Enid reminds her with a somewhat serious look, wondering if the girl is really this horrible with people to the point he. Had the ones close to her feel disrespected. Go apologize and I'll reconsider helping he. She declares before putting her focus back to her boat, not giving her any more attention unless otherwise. Wednesday mentally sighs as she realizes she has no choice. One of her own spells has been used against her. Nevermore. Male dormitory. Harry paces up and down the commons of the dorm, his mind mixed muddled of thoughts about what he's going to do surrounding this confusing mystery that he's stumbled himself into. He looks down at his diary, tapping on the cover with his pen, not really sure how. He can figure out what to do next without writing at least something. There's something wrong about all of this. Everyone acts like what happened in the woods never did, because that's what they believe. But if they paid attention to something that wasn't just the poke up, they would have noticed the things I have. He slipped up today, that little Q&A I pulled on him. He answered a quest. On that hater he was lying for no reason, or he's forgotten who he is from the day he moved her to the day of the Harvest Festival. Either way, it proves one thing. He's not Rowan, not really. Whatever he is, he's hiding something. Harry pauses as he finds himself staring out a window, into the sun that is slowly disappearing and fading into the clouds where it will soon become night. He feels his face burying itself in frustration, hating how the day just passes by like innocent people weren't killed. This place is rotten with lies. Rowan isn't the first, and he sure as heck won't be the last. But the difference here, this time, I'm not letting it go. The truth is out there, waiting to be dug up, and if no one else will dirty their hands, I will. Why? Because I'm tired. Tired of people looking me in the eye and feeding me stories like I'm some dumb kid who doesn't know better. Tired of the secrets, the half-truths, the constant sense that nothing here is real. So I'm going to solve this. Not for Rowan, not even for myself. But because someone has to. And because the last time I ignored the truth, it nearly cost me everything. He feels his own chest, his mind constantly going back to another time in the woods. In a place far away from here, when he tried standing up for what he believed is right and it ended up blowing in his face. But that memory only helps fuel his convictions. He snaps his diary shut and locks it safely in his room. During which, he eyes the box that's still locked since the day Nevermore came into his life. He rubs his finger against the dust, his sense of adventure returning. He opens up his closet, and changes into a different jacket and pants, something that will help him blend into the woods and shadows just in case of the small possibility there's something out there that he doesn't want to catch him out of school grounds. Time to go find out what really happened in those woods. Let's see if Rowan still has something to hide. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. Wednesday marches into the dorm room, looking around at her side of it as she expects him to be lounging around there. However, she doesn't see a single walking hand in sight. She can't believe she let Enid convince her into embarrassing herself in front of another living organism, but she has to solve this mystery before it fades away into the air like a small pack of smoke and dust. Confused, she then hears flapping from behind and turns around to see Thing on Enid's side of the room instead, flipping through pages of a model magazine like he's actually interested in reading it, when in reality, he's obviously just depressed. Wednesday closes her eyes and takes a deep breath before approaching, hands folded together. I snapped at I'll check my tone in the future. She apologizes, like a celebrity under fire would give to a news reporter. Now chop chop, before all our leads turn cold. However, Thing doesn't move, instead he just flips through pages again, ignoring her. Wednesday feels slightly irritated as she notes how words clearly didn't get anywhere, which is something that should have been expected coming from her. What is it that he want? Hand cream, nail buffer, new cuticle scissors. She offers, needing to get past this and onto the other stuff as quickly as possible. Consider it done. Feeling like she's still not getting it, Thing angrily rows that magazine away and points his finger down on the bed, demanding her to sit. Wednesday lets out a loud sigh before reluctantly planting herself on the painfully colored sheets. Thing points how she's been acting lately and how she's been taking it out on others. I know I'm stubborn, single-minded, and obsessive, but those are all traits of great writers. Wednesday states, to which Thing makes finger guns. Yes, and serial killers. What's his point? Thing sighs as he says that his point is that Wednesday clearly has something bothering her and it's making her negative traits shine much more than they should be. Whatever it is, she needs to share it or else he's going to be reading pages of hot-looking models all day. I have nothing to get off my chest, and I am not submitting to his emotional blackmail. Wednesday retorts, but Thing taps waitingly on the bed, making it very clear that he's not moving unless otherwise. Fine. Begrudedly, Wednesday pulls out the drawing. Rowan showed her and sets it down in front of Thing. When Rowan showed me this, it confirmed my greatest fear, that I'm going to be responsible for something terrible. Not good terrible, like Ivan. Bad terrible, and I can't let that happen. That's why I need to find out the truth. She finally tells him, and Thing responds by comfortingly tapping on her hand, thanking her and promising her and he still has her back. Breathe a word of this to anyone, and I will end Thing slowly scoots back. Hey y'all, shorter chapter than normal, not really sure how, but I hope he still enjoy. I was thinking of just including this with part 3 together because things might be the same cause for that chapter, but I know a lot of you guys want more as soon as possible, so here's some more. I'll try to get part 3 over to you guys as soon as possible. Part 3, Nevermore. Beehive. It's now time to once again outsmart her beloved principal who thinks that she can stay one step ahead of Wednesday. Sadly for her, it will always be the other way around. She's going back to the scene of the crime of Rowan's violent crime she knows did in fact happen, and she's going to find some sort of proof of it, if not to prove to the others, then at least herself. Whoever cleaned house was smart, but even the best has the occasional slip-up. If Weems comes sniffing around, keep his distance, look grim, and don't say a word. Wednesday instructs Enid, who's now forced to confront her greatest fears after she lived up to her end of the bargain. Payback's going to be a witch. Enid whines after finishing getting the hat on, clearly regretting her choice of words from before. Despite all of this attire, she still doesn't feel any safer. I expect nothing less, Wednesday remarks, her face blank, but obviously getting a small amount of satisfaction from this. She then turns to Eugene, who's also here in the shed with them. Blab, and I will squeeze he like a honeycomb. She promises him as he turns around, flexing his glove. Snitches get stung, it's hive code. Eugene assures her, with a 2-finger salute. Besides, I should be thanking he. This is the most girls I've ever had in the shed, other than bees. He mentions with a very big smile, which can be seen as half win, half sad. Shocking. Wednesday sarcastically replies, not sure how exactly to feel about that. Eugene doesn't really say, to detect it or is just too busy leering over at Enid with a very obvious kind of look. I've always had a thing for werewolf chicks. Eugene mentions without making sure if anyone asked first. I wonder if that woods creep guy does so as well. I heard he's pretty good with the ladies. He references with a smirk, in a way that makes Wednesday suspect he doesn't know what creep means or actually heard the rumors surrounding him. The chance that Enid ever becomes romantically interested in he is less than 1%. Wednesday tells him bluntly with a stare that is very confident in her mental calculations, adding into her established crush on Ajax and her clear disgust with bees, which Eugene has associated himself with. So I've still got a shot. Yes, Eugene exclaims with a fist bump to the air, showing that there's really nothing Wednesday can say to him. That's definitely a good thing for her and her mouth. She leaves them to their business, and once it's just the two of them. The boy grabs his cap and confidently walks closer to the werewolf. In ancient times, honey was used to treat wounds and in sacrificial burial rites. He goes on another trivia rant while Enid Jew Saint stares at him without moving a muscle. Cleopatra was rumored to bathe in honey, gave her skin a little luminous glow. He ever taken a honey bath? I just don't wanna get stung. Winces when she hinks she hears a bee sneaking through a crack in the shed. The key is to remain calm. Eugene tells her the basics, clearly trying to establish himself as a protective figure for the damsel in distress, as one would say. Bees detect fear, but he don't need to worry, 'cause I have a very big smoker and I handle it like a pro. He tells her before getting an excited look. Would he like to see it? Enid whimpers. Wilderness. With the distraction now in one place, Wednesday is able to patrol the woods of the outside area of the campus as she pleases. She uses her knowledge of the events of He Harvest Festival and her time finding the perfect hibernation spot for grizzlies like she mentioned earlier to find her way. All she has to do is find something that looks even remotely out of place, and she has more than enough proof that a struggle or something along the lines happened here. As she walks though, she hears a small crunch and rustle in the leaves, causing her to briefly pause and take a look of her surroundings, wondering if that was her imagination or if her keen sense detected something. However, she sees nothing except the trees and the nature, nothing moving that even the wind could have caused. She squints before continuing on, until she suddenly bumps into Harry's chest. What the heck are he doing here? Harry hisses in her face after appearing behind her from seemingly nowhere. A slightly embarrassing moment for Wednesday as that's usually her area of expertise. Are he crazy? Plenty. Wednesday easily responds with a blank look before pushing off Harry's hand on her arm. What are he doing here? Going on a nice, wood-wise stroll. Harry responds sarcastically as he glances around, anxiously feeling up his jacket. The real question is, how the heck he been casually hiking around in his shoes that could signal a deaf yak? He questions her with a judging glare, noting that there's something else her in the woods with them. What do he? Just then, they hear the barking of a dog, and before Wednesday can move, she's suddenly pulled behind a tree, hand on her nose and mouth while Harry backs up behind a different one, doing his best not to breathe as much as the third party. They all hear, rustling as Sheriff Galpin passes by, his dog leading him to a trail. The shepherd slowly marches towards them, his nose scrunched, before picking up something in the opposite direction. The good boy barks and leads Galpin farther away, allowing Harry to let out an inhale of relief. While Wednesday quickly snaps herself out of the other person's hold, the both of them turn to see Tyler Galpin standing behind her. Sorry, he awkwardly apologizes, knowing she's probably not a toucher. I didn't want Elvis to pick up his scent. What are he doing here? Harry brings up the obvious question for him as he squints at Tyler with a suspicious look. Case was closed, but my dad made it painfully obvious to me that he thinks there's a monster out there. Tyler answers with a shrug, before staring at him with a similar look of his own. Not whatever his weird mind thought of. Oh, how nice. Thanks. How'd he throw them off? Wednesday queries curiously, to which Tyler pulls out some beans from the weather vane from his jacket's pockets. Coffee grounds. Deer hunting hack. Tyler explains with a shrug as he puts them back, having a little know-how himself. It was kind of the only thing he could bring in a short amount of time. One of the perks of being a part-time barista. Well, great, now we've just bumped up the chances of us getting caught to 60%. Harry remarks with a sigh as he looks around, slowly pulling out a flashlight that he apparently brought with him, one of those tiny ones. And the 20% came from me and Wednesday combined. Hey, I just saved our asses, so thank ye very much. Tyler points out with a similar amount of disdain in his tone, to which Harry rolls his eyes. The Galpin kid then turns to Wednesday. He probably think it's weird that I'm stalking my dad. No, I consistently stalk my parents. Wednesday answers with a serious face, to which Tyler has learned not to question if she is or not. But I'm more curious as to why he's here. She then asks Harry and she turns her head directly towards him, to which the boy just gives her a snark smile before trailing down a path, expecting them to follow if they want to. Rowan's been acting really off ever since he came back from the Harvest Festival. Harry answers, not going into too much detail about it like when he ited the fake Rowan into answering a trick question. So, I wanted to see if maybe he really was dead, and being a guy who's raised himself in the woods, I decided to check it out myself. So, what? He's some kind of Bear Grylls? Tyler questions as the two do, in fact, end up following him. Harry gives him a glance in response to what he thinks is a silly comment. Yeah, and my survival tip for he is to go eat a big bag of werewolf dicks. Harry responds in a sarcastically vulgar manner. Don't ask me stupid questions. He advises while keeping his eyes on the path, Tyler scoffing at him in response. Yeah, that doesn't make me very confident in his abilities. Good, because he'd probably jinx us if he said something. Harry remarks before abruptly holding a hand out, bumping Wednesday's chest when she almost walks past him. He kneels down at what looks to be a shoe print that was dragged in through dirt. There, our first sign of a struggle. Like if someone grabbed somebody by the other leg and threw them back on the ground. Wednesday mentally notes, flashbacking to the moment right before Rowan's stomach was sliced up. Tyler looks over and hums conflicted as he stares down at it. Isn't it kind of big, though? Tyler suggests as he points to it, challenging Harry's judgment. I mean, it could a deer, could be Bigfoot, could be his mom. Harry shoots back childishly, turning on his light and flashing it in his face. But we're not leaving until we find out. His arts at juvenile insults belong in a history book. Wednesday sarcastically comments, obviously thin. King that they should actually belong in the dung pile that they originated from. Whatever being put her in a room with these two mortals must hate her indeed. Aim to please. Harry replies with a fake amused smile. Actually, now that I think about it, what did happen back at the Harvest Festival? He then asks her, Tyler looking at her curiously as well as he too wants to know. Wednesday doesn't respond at first, just moving forward. Hey, it's not like anyone would believe us if we told them. Yeah, and I swear I won't tell my dad. Tyler adds, causing Wednesday to mentally sigh before turning to them. I thought Rowan was in danger. Wednesday tells them, though once again leaving her visions out of the equation so her stalkers can figure the why part out for themselves. Turns out I was wrong. And then he proceeded to use his telekinesis to try and choke me to death. She relays to them with a face that shows no sign of lying, before going back to following the trail they discovered. Holy crap, Tyler silently exclaims while he and Harry share a perplexed look. Why would he do that? He asks what's on both of their minds as they seem to be following her now. Guess it makes sense, since she was the main witness. No idea, Wednesday answers quickly, still keeping some secrets to herself. She's most definitely not going to reveal Harry's chosen one title to his face, both because of his ego and the fact that she's very skeptical of it. That's when this monster came out of the shadows and gutted him. Gutted, Harry repeats, shivering a little bit at the mere mention of gore. Something that only Tyler notices as he stares at him suspiciously, as if knowing how that feels or something. So, he were really there. And it just left like it got a call from Mom that dinner was ready. He then asks Wednesday, wonder if that's what she's suggesting, and if so, that sounds very odd. It actually saved me from I'm trying to figure out. Wednesday shares with them as she now steps into what she feels like is the exact area that the corpse was when she left it that night. I came out here to find something that can prove he was murdered and that I haven't lost my mind yet. Really saved yourself with that last part. Harry comments with a tiny chuckle, causing Tyler to give him a weird look. Because I was about to say, hey, will he lay off of her? Tyler butts in defensively as he softly shoves him, causing Harry to jerk back and face him directly. She's not what he thinks she is. I'm sorry, did I ask he for his opinion? Harry questions as he gives Tyler a glare as he pockets his flashlight like he's prepared to fight this guy in the middle of the woods, where the trees will witness. Because he got a good sense of people, right? Not too far off when it comes to he. Tyler responds shamelessly, getting in the guy's face. Going by what he did. He too are getting on my nerves, and not the ticklish ones. Wednesday chimes in, as the two boys turn to see her giving them an impatient look, wanting to get this show on the road as soon as possible. After all, they still have the sheriff's bloodhound lurching around. Tyler and Harry share a heated look before eventually setting it aside for now. After what feels like ambling around forever, Wednesday's eye finally catches something noteworthy, soon followed by Harry. They both walk over and see a pair of broken glasses laying on top of the grass, glasses that look precisely like Rowan's. Those are definitely our victims, Harry notes as Tyler walks over, looking down at the item with a hum. I knew it was a cover-up, Wednesday says pridefully as she picks them up, sending her head into the air. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Rowan puts all of his energy into the gargoyle, sending it straight towards Wednesday's head. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. What are he talking about? I found it on his books, he's psychopath. Xavier accuses as he points towards his dorm mate's desk. Yeah, speaking of that, Rowan sarcastically remarks. He's creeping her out. Shut up. Rowan sends Xavier into the wall with his powers, creating a small crack in it. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Rowan telekinetically pulls the book to his palm where he opens it, and tears out a drawing written by his mother. On the other page, is the figure of a tall and menacing pilgrim. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Rowan sneaks into the dorm room and stands over the sleeping Harry. Hesitantly, he then presses his fingers against his forehead, implanting something into his mind. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Rowan drops the book, the symbol on the cover the same as on the page, just like the rest. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Wednesday then comes back to the real world, where Harry and Tyler are kneeling beside her from both sides after seeing her suddenly get some kind of exaggerated shock attack, he okay? One of them asks, noticing how her hair has been slightly messed up because of it. Despite the painful but not satisfying aftermath, Wednesday is more than okay. She's gotten another lead. Nevermore. Library. When Wednesday had that V-zone from Rowan's glasses, it gave her another idea. In one of those images, there was the book Rowan ripped the page from. That book had the same exact symbol the sketch of Wednesday had on its top right corner. Given that she has a page for reference, and her memory is photographic when it comes to these things, she's taken thing to the library where they should be able to easily find it. Keyword, should. I keep seeing that same purple book. Wednesday vents to thing as he goes through an entire shelf, pulling out a more brighter book as if asking if it's the one. The cover was darker, more like a day-old contusion. Keep looking. She instructs, and the hand gives a thumbs up before checking one farther up. The home of books, and yet 2 hours in, they still can't find the one they're looking for. Don't know if that's ironic, or just plain frustrating. I don't usually find students in her looking for actual books. A female voice chimes in, causing Thing to quickly hide behind the pieces of literature while Wednesday turns to see Mrs. Thornhill walking down the steps with an impressed smile. Most sneak in to make out. I accidentally walked in on 2 vampires Fang-ing. Wednesday shares with Thornhill, who chuckles in response, definitely able to relate to that. I can't unsee that. He know, it's usually only Harry around here, idly reading or pretending to read something. Guess it's because it's the only place nobody bothers him. Thornhill mentions with a tiny smile, though there seems to be a faint hint of sympathy as she talks about it. Have he talked with him yet? I know he two sit together in class. I hope that's as far as it goes. Wednesday coldly responds, to which Thornhill awkwardly chuckles as she notices she hit a sore spot with her. Is there something I can help he find? Thornhill queries, offering her older services. Wednesday considers sharing how much that she knows, before deciding that it should be safe, and taking out the drawing, her drawing, not Rowan's. Have he seen this before? Wednesday asks, showing her personal sketch of the symbol that was on the book and on Rowan's drawing. It's a watermark from a book I'm looking for. She explains as Thornhill adjusts her glasses, squinting at it. I think it's the symbol to an old student society. Thornhill notes as she seems to bring trying to remember it. The nightshades. Like the deadly flower. Wednesday questions as she turns the back around, staring at it again in a different light. Now, the compass rose-like shape behind the skull makes a lot more sense. Color me intrigued. I was told they disbanded years ago. Thornhill mentions a book holding a drawing of a girl that looks like Wednesday, and the society supposedly behind that book are now gone. Can't be surprised at how convenient that is. Any idea why? Sorry, Thornhill says with a shake of her head, seemingly only knowing them by name. Wednesday hums as she notes herself for trying as she walks back to her back and slides the paper back into it. If the expert hasn't spotted a copy, it's likely that it isn't in here, because a book like that would be easy to remember, even if he didn't have a vision. I was very impressed with his answers in class today. Thornhill tells her with a bright smile. My mother is a carnivorous plant aficionado. Wednesday shares with Thornhill, sending her obvious attempts to bond with her students, and accepting it for now as her visions have her a little shaken up at the moment. I assume I get my red thumb from her. Are he and his mother close? Thornhill asks innocently, which only prompts a tense reaction from Wednesday, who pauses her movements for a brief second before finishing in sipping up her backpack. Like 2 inmates sentenced to life on the same cell block. I know it can't be easy showing up mid-semester. Thornhill expresses empathy to Wednesday, apparently needing to take a seat next to the same table her bag is on. I've been here a year and a half, and I still feel like an outsider. Is that because he's the only normie on the staff? Wednesday correctly deduces, causing Thornhill to glance down, emotionally conflicted. Enid told me. Thornhill bitterly smiles in confirmation. To tell he the truth, I've never really fit in anywhere. He tells Wednesday, who glances down, able to relate but not wanting to express that to the teacher. Too odd for the normies, not odd enough for the outcasts. I thought Nevermore would be different, but there are still a handful of teachers who will barely acknowledge me. The only gift I ever received was from Harry, who somehow was able to make it a tiny cake and sneak it onto my desk without anyone noticing. She shares with Wednesday, giggling softly. Such a sweet boy. Wednesday glances down upon hearing this information. Not just about Thornhill's similar backstory, but about the mention of Harry. She can feel her heart slowly coming to her viewpoint of the kid based on alleged files that were proven not guilty. But she refuses to change her mind so easily. I act as if I don't care if people dislike me, she says to Thornhill, eyes still looming around the floor. Deep down I secretly enjoy it. Thornhill chuckles enviously in response. Never lose that, Wednesday. She advises her with a big smile. Wednesday blinks. Lose what? The ability to not let others define he. Thornhill specifies, clearly, looking like she wishes she has more of what Wednesday does. It's a gift, she claims, though the girl mentally shrugs at that. Doesn't always feel that way. The most interesting plants grow in the shade. Thornhill remarks with a face before checking the time, seeing that she has to go. And if he ever need anyone to talk to, the door to the conservatory is always open. She informs Wednesday before walking away, leaving her to resume whatever search she was on. Meanwhile, Harry stares down at all of the books on the table, hand to his chin as he brainstorms conclusions. Rowan was dead, and yet he came back, but different. What kind of species or spell allows something like that to happen? And why can't he find it in this Book of Outcasts? Why can't this whole playing detective thing be easy? I'm currently now starting to understand skepticism. Why believe a hard truth when an easy answer doesn't make he constantly ask more questions where the answers only bring more? I think if Tyler Galpin did tell his dad, he wouldn't believe him despite the man's obvious suspicions of a monster from Nevermore. Harry rubs his face, starting to feel really tired. Then, he hears a soft thud, and quickly turns around to see that one of the books somehow fell from one of their shelves. Blinking, looking around to see if there's someone else in the library with him, but it's as quiet as a bear's cave. He stands up and walks over to the fallen book, looking around for anyone trying to retrieve it before kneeling down to pick it up. Right as he goes to place it back, he sees Sommet, Hing non-human staring at him from the other side. Harry freezes as he comes across the biggest eyeball someone's ever witnessed engaging in eye contact with him. He then stands up, allowing Harry to look up and see that it's taller than the bookshelf entirely. He soon recognizes it as his darker half. Then it breaks the shelf in half. Holy! Harry exclaims before suddenly taking a step back. It somehow is enough for him to fall over on the bookshelf behind him, knocking it down and the ones behind it like a set of dominoes. Footsteps louder than they should be echo across the library. The boy watches as the hide walks around and slowly approaches him. Weak. The hide growls at him, marching closer as Harry throws himself off the shelves and tries crawling himself away, only be grabbed by the foot and pulled by his large and strong grip. Friends. Dying. Friends. In danger. He growls as he then throws Harry onto the floor to face him before lifting the teen up. Do nothing. Now is not the time for this, Harry mutters in a raspy voice, trying to pull and grab for air. The hide just roars at him in response, only able to talk due to currently still being in his imagination. Rowan, give me strength, the hide growls as he slams Harry against the wall in rage. Let's me, remind he, of me. Harry gasps out, starting to lose the ability to talk. He's the one creating all hallucinations of her, he realizes before getting his neck squeezed tighter as the hide grins his sharp teeth in confirmation. No master, means, I do what I want, he stressed. Me powerful, the hide remarks pridefully, showcasing how much power he has over Harry thanks to the source of their horrors being entirely removed. No one to command them and influence their thoughts. But, new master, possible, he then tells Harry before angrily throwing him onto the floor. Furious, how is that possible? Don't know. The hide roars as tears into the library, knowing that there can't be any consequences for it. Don't want master, want freedom. He then grabs Harry again, lifting him up by his foot. Find person doing this and kill. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Harry, Hearing his name being called and feeling his shoulder being shook is finally enough to wake the poor boy up. He frantically looks up and sees Mrs. Thornhill looking down at him with a heavily concerned look. "Are he all right? Have been making weird noises in his sleep." Yeah, Harry quickly answers, standing up and fixing his clothes. "I'm good," he assures her with a fake smile. Thornhill doesn't seem to buy it, but accepts it for now and leaves him be, much to his gratitude. Sighing, he then reaches down his back for his diary, feeling inclined to write another paragraph in it, only to find that the space inside the pocket is empty and the zipper is already open. Blinking, Harry looks up at the table to find it already on his table, open. Even though he doesn't recall doing that, he pulls it closer and finds words written in bright red and yellow crayon. "Monster creep get lost." He then hears a loud sliding Sue. ND and looks over to see a kid in a Nevermore uniform, slightly purple, quickly rushing up in the stairs, allowing Harry to put two and two together. He seethes before ripping off the defiled page and slamming the diary shut. Wiping his face with his hands, he's about to mentally give up until he sees something on the Book of Outcasts page he left off on before passing out. Once he sees the title of the species, it all makes sense for him. Nevermore. Male dormitories. Xavier completes his evening job as he finds himself backing it back to the school right as the bell tolls, signaling the night. Where every student's expected to be in their beds for the night. He passes by the numerous people before quickly entering the room, finding no Harry writing in his diary or such. He takes off his ear pods and sets them down on the nightstand before grabbing his shirt and pajamas and stepping into the bathroom. The second the bathroom door closes, Wednesday pops out from the door to the room's balcony, fully dressed for a mission. It wasn't in his old room, so that purple book must have been left here. She notes as she does a quick scan of the area. They wait for the sound of water from the showerhead before she turns to him. Start investigating. Again, the two quickly get to work, focusing on spots that suit them the best. Thing flips through the narrow places like the boys' bookshelves and the nightstands while Wednesday starts with each desk. She starts with Xavier, finding simple sketches of random things that admittedly look decent. Next, she checks Harry's where she eventually spots his diary in a drawer. With no sense or respect for personal privacy instead of her own. She goes through it, looking for keywords or something, and that's when she stumbles upon that paragraph. Sharp tongue, sharper glare. Every word out of her mouth feels like a jab straight to the ribs. And yet, it stings more than it should. The things she says, about my record, my past, they cut deeper than when anyone else says it. Why do I care what she thinks? I shouldn't. She's like everyone else, someone who reads the cover instead of the entire book. So why can't I shake this feeling that her insults matter? Wednesday makes a weird face. It doesn't state a name, but she feels like Harry's talking about her. She finally has the common sense to close it and put it back where she found it. With things still on Xavier's side, Wednesday takes a black light and turns off the lights so she can hopefully spot something that thinks it is expertly hidden. She crouches under Harry's bed. Here she notices an extreme lack of dust on one plank in comparison to the rest of the wooden floor. She feels it until she opens it up and reveals a hidden cache. There's no gold or incriminating evidence, though. Just some kind of masquerade mask inside. Wednesday sits up and brings it closer better look. Rowan's full of surprises. However, the door then suddenly opens, causing Wednesday to SL. Ink down as fast as a bug afraid of light. Thankfully, with the lights off, Harry doesn't catch her in his room before he flicks the light switch. He looks around, slightly suspicious as he hears Chavi in the shower before walking over to his desk and setting the Book of Outcasts on the desk. Then, the door knocks almost right as he's about to call out to his friend, causing him to sigh as he walks over to answer it. Expecting it to be Bianca who's once again snuck inside for some weak apology. However, much to his surprise, it's actually Davina standing on the other side, giving him that old smiles of hers the second they make eye contact. He shouldn't be up here. Harry points out the obvious as he pulls her into the room before someone sees her. Xavier's in the shower. Are he crazy? Good to see he too. Davina remarks with a slightly offended look as she fixes her jacket after getting pulled like that. Wednesday slides under the bed as she gets the hint that she and Thing going to have to be under here for a good long while. How'd he get past Vlad? Use his siren powers again? Harry questions judgingly as he closes the door, giving her a look as he walks back to his bed. He know the rules. We have to wear this at all times. Davinia responds as she grabs at her necklace, the enchanted piece of jewelry that blocks all of a siren's powers. Look, think the worst of me all he want. But please don't call me stupid. He would know if I did just like Xavier knew Bianca did. Why are he here, Davina? Harry asks with a roll of his eyes, calling her by her real name and not her nickname like he once did. To apologize for Kent. Davina answers with a small shrug, putting her hands in her pockets as if seemingly a little nervous, even though Harry believes he are to be incapable of feeling a genuine emotion besides a cult boner for Bianca Barkley. Look, he's petty and still doesn't like how he manhandled him in the lockers that one time. He doesn't treat diaries the way he do. He know. I would believe that, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm more on the side of he telling him to do that. Harry calls her out with a look that seems to now better, ONL. Why for Davina to blink and look at him like he's lost it? I'm not that heartless. Could have fooled me, Harry remarks with a shrug, causing Davina to scoff as he paces around the place. Wednesday can't help but be interested in the conversation she's currently eavesdropping. Enid, the queen of gossip, never mentioned a connection between Bianca's pet and Xavier's dorm mate, so why are they discussing like they have some kind of history? So, if I'm a ruthless fish, what does that make Wednesday? Davina queries as she stops pacing and turns directly at Harry, arms crossed. Are he really saying, gee, he just keep bumping into her that much, or did his slobber come from something he ate? She asks with a raised brow, and the boy cackles at what he's suggesting. He notices his diary open and quick. Lee closes it before turning around to face her again. Seriously, why did he feel like he have to prove something to her? I don't feel anything about her. Harry retorts with a disgusted look that she would even assume he has that kind of connection towards a tragic goth girl with funeral parlor fashion sense. The only reason I'm still able to stand here is because she doesn't see me as a safe option. He brings up with a glare, causing Davina to drop her hands with a small frown. I said one bad thing and he can't forgive me. Davina vents with a look while Harry sighs through his nose at her attempt to play victim. He treat each other like crap, and he can't get enough. Okay, why are he so fixated on Wednesday? Davina almost shouts, before quickly checking her volume due to the roommate still in the shower. As Harry squints at her, showing some genuine concern despite his buried anger, she takes a deep breath and calms herself down. I'm sorry, it's just that. I hate hearing Bianca talk about her so much. She complains with an irritated exhale. She talks about how Wednesday thinks she's better than everyone else, and how she's a psychopath like every 2 minutes. Bianca talks about anyone she's worried could actually match her. Harry states the obvious with a knowing look. Wednesday feels a sudden stab to her stomach upon hearing that, her body temperature rising as she starts to realize just how much is being said about her behind closed doors. Look, Wednesday's a lot of things, which included, but egomaniac isn't one of them. Davina blinks upon hearing that. Was that a compliment about her? From he? She asks with a pointed look, causing Harry to mentally roll his eyes as he stares blankly back at her. Wednesday is also sharing a look with Thing, surprised to have heard it. He sure he don't like her. Can we stop talking about Wednesday? Harry semi-snaps with a hiss, shaking his head as he finds himself going into an emotional territory he doesn't like. What I really want to know is what his queen did to the black cats. Does his girlfriend know he willing gave Bianca the means to put garlic in her food? He questions with a raised brow, causing the siren open her mouth but shut it almost instantly, showing true guilt. I didn't know she was gonna. Like heck he didn't. That's how his dorm keeps winning. Harry calls her out before she even finished her lying sentence. He remembers how Xavier and Ajax complained about it and knew that a feat like that was only possible with either luck or sabotage behind the scenes. Look, I didn't come here to constantly fight with he. I just wanted he to be careful. Wednesday isn't someone misunderstood like he are. Davina states as she slowly walks towards Harry, who NTS to flinch away but finds himself not doing so. I'm just looking out for a friend, she says as she softly takes Harry's hand. We're still friends, are we? He tell me. Harry responds as he looks up at her, conflicted. Do friends expose their records to the entire school and brand them as the Woods creep for the entire semester? He asks, causing Davina's face to turn red as she rips her hand away. Which was probably what he was trying to do. At least I didn't ruin my friend's favorite dress. Davina counters, reminding him that he's not the completely innocent one in this. Trust me, Wednesday Addams is not the girl of his dreams, she's the stuff of his nightmares. She says before finally leaving, closing the door behind her. Wednesday clenches a fist, finding herself feeling a blender of emotions all at once in a way that makes her feel sick, but she's been hiding under this bed for so many minutes that she's not going to let the tiniest drop of vomit give her away now. Right as the siren's gone, the bathroom door opens and Xavier steps out in his night clothes. The psychic awkwardly turns to the pretend one. How much did he hear? Harry asks, knowing that he wouldn't be human if he didn't. All of it, Xavier admits as he throws his dirty clothes into the bathroom hamper before closing the door behind her. He mind telling me why one of the famous Siren twins was in his room, wanting to talk to he? Yes, I do mind. Harry answers defensively as he turns around, prompting Xavier to roll his eyes. But this, I do want to talk about. He then adds, beckoning his roommate closer as he pulls out the book he just got from the library, successfully getting his attention. What's that? A book about outcasts, and every kind there is in the world, so far. Harry answers, the last bit being because a certain species he's familiar with is oddly not a part of this book. Check this page out. He invites Xavier as he opens up the one he specifically wants him to see, and the guy takes it. Obviously noticing the title first. Shapeshifters. Xavier questions with a raised brow, wondering if Harry is trying to hint at something, which he definitely is. They can take the form, clothes, garments, and voice of anyone with just imagination. Harry explains to Xavier, knowing that he's really onto something with this one. Think about it, one night at the woods and all of a sudden, the quiet and unstable Rowan is suddenly able to give compliments and be the chilliest quiet guy ever. He brings up, trying to tap into the guy's mind. Whoever we saw this morning wasn't Rowan. Come on, that's ridiculous. Xavier comments skeptically as he dismissively tosses the book back on the desk, causing Harry to raise a brow at him. He's telling me the monster that killed him, assuming Wednesday's story is true, was a shapeshifter. No, of course not. Harry answers with a slightly offended look that Xavier would accuse him of being that dumb. But someone else played a part in having that violent crime be covered up. Okay, but who would do that? Xavier brings up the next obvious question as he leans against the railing of his bed, looking at Harry challenge this deduction that he's put together. And why? Why go through all the trouble of cleaning up a violent crime when there's already 3 confirmed animal attacks of the same nature? Okay, for that last question. Because those were ruled out as bear attacks. Harry quickly answers as he stands up, confident about that at the very least. For the others I'm not really sure yet. Oh, okay, Xavier says with a look, sighing as he goes to check the time. Look, it's close to 10, we should. One more thing. Harry interrupts as he holds up a finger, causing Xavier to sigh as he crosses his arms, listening. I'm in. He then tells him after taking a deep breath. The lack of any context causes his roommate to blink, confused. In what? Phrasing, and I mean the poke up. Harry tells him, his face showing that he really means it. This definitely grabs Xavier's attention a lot more as she stares inquisitively, wondering what prompted the change of heart. They spread my closest secret to the world. They poisoned their own classmates, and now, they ruined my diary for sick games. He lists off, clenching his jaw tightly. I'm sick of people like Kent, Davina, and Bianca W.H. Think they can just do whatever they want and get away with it. Xavier nods, obviously able to understand that sentiment. I thought he didn't want to hurt the team's image. He asks, just to make sure he really wants to do this. It's not about our image. Harry retorts as he stands up with a determined expression. It's about making sure that tomorrow, Bianca Barkley doesn't just lose her winning streak, but walks home a defeated woman. He states, fully meaning it. Once again, it's time for the jesters to slay royalty. New chapter. The last scene took a little longer than I liked, Beck. There was so many variants for that scene that I wanted to write, but ended up sticking with the one I got while blending them all together. Next chapter will obviously be the Poe Cup, which will once again be tweaked up to be my personal cut of that scene, if you want to call it that. I guess it's going to be a common thing for this book where the final part of each Wednesday episode will be expanded and or have its own little spin on it, courtesy of me. Anyway, Part 4, Nevermore. Docks. The next morning comes, and that means it's time for the Poe Cup. A slightly tired Harry walks over towards the docks after putting more work than what was probably necessary into that hop frog boat of theirs. It's a large crowd out here, larger than he honestly expected. Either attendance was mandatory, or this thing has a lot more hype for it than even he anticipated. The sun is out bright today, shining on the dirty river, so hopefully that doesn't provide such a strong sun glare. All of a sudden, determination is now combated with a strong feeling of nervousness, anxiety of what will happen when he fails. But it's too late to take it back. He made his bed, now let's hope he doesn't sink in it. As he walks, he passes by the twins, not giving them even a glance of attention they likely expect from him. But then he passes by Wednesday, who he does blink at, surprised to see her standing next to the black cats. As in, 6 feet away, but even that's closer than normal. Is she actually participating in this thing? Davina notices his stare, a glint of green in her eyes. As soon as Harry makes it to the tents, Xavier approaches him, watching the guy scan his competition with a blank expression and shaded eyes. Are he sure he's ready for this? He asks him for what feels like the 3rd time today, to which he gives the same reaction, staring back at him with a confident smirk. I was born ready yesterday, Harry answers half-truthfully, before letting out a hard yawn. Xavier blinks as he once again notices his slight exhaustion. Did he do the sketch? He then asks. Yeah, which almost sacrificed my entire wall. Xavier answers as he rubs his head just thinking about it. Good. Today is the day for some good old-fashioned jester payback, marked with a humiliation for Errol's meaner cousin that's so great, that even a vulture wouldn't want to eat her corpse afterwards. Ha, RRY states as he rubs his hands together like a old-school cartoon villain. Yikes. Xavier simply comments with a nod, admiring his motivation that's still fueling him up. Though, he's still a little concerned. Even more so when Harry lets out another yawn. Hey, did he get any sleep last night, man? Bold of he assumes such a thing. Harry responds mid-yawn, wiping away some tears it creates. He still remembers how Ajax said he pretty much being able to do whatever he want to succeed, and took it into extreme consideration. That, and Bianca and the twins being the master of the water makes her a deadly force. What will happen on the island? That will be up to his friends. Don't worry, my Uncle Freddy raised me in a survivalist compound for a good long while before I came to Nevermore. I picked up a few tricks from him. Harry L.N. Hot darn, Ajax exclaims excitedly as he walks over, marching over to high-five the two, though they do it very pathetically. Now it's a team, he pumps up as he beats his chest, wrapping a hand around Xavier's shoulder to pull him in for a brief hug but also forcing him to smell the aftermath of his morning routine. Dude, please tell me he didn't wake and bake on the one day I told he not to. Xavier requests pleadingly as he pulls Ajax off of him slightly uncomfortable at the smell of weed. Harry blinks, giving the Gorgon a really kind of look. What? No, relax, man. I'm in full focus, and even if I was, I'm still in focus full. Ajax assures him, backing up in a way that's supposed to make himself look cool, only for to end in him bumping into a random vampire girl. Oh, crap, I'm sorry. Then he trips on a rock and starts rolling down the hill. Then he crashes into a pair of boxes beside another team's tent, GTING them all, an entire thing to fall right on top of him. Harry and Xavier watch this entire sequence of events play out with faces that are just not surprised or mad, just disappointed. Anyway, Xavier sighs, shaking his head as he turns to his roommate. His costume's in the text. Harry blinks, staring at him wide-eyed. Costume. 20 minutes later, Harry steps out of the Hog Frog's tent. Now literally looking like a medieval jester. From the clown makeup, to the silly-looking hat, to the reddish maroon clothes, he certainly looks the part. Ooh, looking cool, Joker, Ajax quips, with a grin as he and Xavier come up to admire his new look, the two of them also in their jester costumes. If I was a girl, I'd make myself his tripeda. Don't ever say that again. Harry pleads, with a cringed face as he proceeds to walk to the boat, Ajax laughing like an jerk as he follows him. Xavier shakes his head at the two as he does the same. Something tells me that it's not going to be just the queen that I'm killing today. Oh, chin up. The players are all now lined up, Ajax in the front, Harry right behind him, the other player right behind him, leaving Xavier all the way in the back. After the LN kid finishes M's set one more time, they all ready their paddles. Ajax feels eyes on him and looks over to see Enid blatantly smiling at him, causing him to sheepishly smile back. Shaking his head with a slight blush. He's gonna throw the game for his girlfriend, are he? Harry whispers in his ear teasingly, causing the boy to rapidly turn his head to him with a glare. See, Oz, he know what they say about black cats. Shut up, she doesn't like me like that. Ajax retorts with a slightly embarrassed look, facing forwards so none of the boys can see it. Harry shakes his head in response. He are hopeless, he's one to talk. What do we have here? Bianca chimes in, looking directly at Wednesday, who turns to her. She's loud enough for the other players to hear though, as Harry also looks over to listen in on the trash talk. The runt of the litter. Davina adds on to these, the two girls smirking tauntingly at the unexpected player of the Po Cup. For the record, I don't believe I'm better than everyone else. Wednesday informs them, causing both girls to squint as she references something she shouldn't have even been in the room for. Just that I'm better than the two of he, she says, causing Davina to glare as they all face forward again, using that to fuel their fire. Harry finds himself smiling at that line, slightly wishing he said it first. Hey, Xavier whispers over at Harry, noticing him watching Wednesday. Once he's done staring at his own girlfriend, he mind telling us what he were doing last night? He asks with an inquisitive look, followed by the rest of the team. And spoil the surprise, that's not the jester way. Harry quips with a wink as he faces forward without giving him a satisfactory response, causing Xavier to roll his eyes as they all get set and ready again. He shouldn't worry though, Harry took every bit of survival training he got from his Uncle Freddy into this race. Just then, the feedback of a mic infects their ears, and Mrs. Weems takes the metaphorical stage in front of the spectators. I want to welcome ye all to the Edgar Allan Poe Cup. Weems greets the excited students and teachers alike, all with our own expectations and hopes for the possible winners of this annual event. This is one of Nevermore's proudest annual traditions dating back 125 years. Each team must row across to the Raven Island, pull a flag from Crackstone's crypt, and hustle back without sinking or being sunk. She states the usual, during which, Wednesday looks down at Thing, who walks under the seats. While Harry taps his foot against his bag filled with tricks under his seat, ready to cause all kinds of mischief. He searches through it, and while the others aren't looking, calmly rolls a looking ball over across the docks where it plunks into the gold bug's side, hitting nothing. First team to cross the finish line with their flag wins the cup and bragging rights for a year as well as some special privileges. Harry fixes up his costume, Wednesday taps on the paddle, Bianca's glares at the other teams, and the fourth team is doing whatever, who cares? Let the Poe Cup begin. https://youtube.be/_HKV_N9C3Z. With one gunshot into the air, the race is on. The students behind each boat pushes them out of the docks, and everyone quickly gets to rowing. Go, go, go. One boy from he vampire team orders as they find themselves in open water. The crowd cheers behind them as they are all close with one another, moving their arms and pulling at water as hard as they can. The Hop F. Rogs find themselves catching up fairly quickly, though, the shared determination of half of their members showing. Oh, excuse us, Xavier playfully quips as they pass by the black cats, taking the lead. They slightly bump into their boat. Still maintain their heading, straight towards the goal. The Sirens are in last place, but that doesn't mean they are losing. Bianca looks over at an abandoned dock where Kent is currently standing. She nods at him, prompting him to quickly rip off his shirt and dive into the water, his lower half turning into a massive scale that allows him to swim faster than the average normie and his hands into dangerous flappers with claws that can push an entire anvil if it fell underwater. Meanwhile, the black cats are in the second lead, but that doesn't last low. As the vampires catch up fairly quickly. Stroke, stroke, stroke. The pilot rallies his team as they all turn at the girls with a hardened stare. That's when one of the boys pulls a switch that activates the axes planted onto their boat, revealing that they aren't just for show. They swing at the cats who duck down for dear life since they didn't account for life insurance. However, this little encounter gets interrupted fast as Kent, from underwater, starts pushing against the vampires' boat. The four of them are all confused as they start moving left instead of straight like they should. Bianca and Davina giggle as she watches the team desperately try to turn themselves in the correct direction, not knowing the true cause of their troubles. Turn, turn, turn. They all yell, but it's too late, as they crash into a giant floating buoy-like structure, capsizing their ride. The Sirens behind them get to watch as they all fall into the water with a big splash, much to their delight. 10 minutes in, and already, a team is knocked out of the race. The vampires cough out water they accidentally sucked in while having nothing else to do but tread water, defeated. Come on, man, we lost because of they argue, throwing their paddles at each other. Kent grins pridefully before sinking back under the water. Farther ahead, the black cats and hop frogs are still rowing alongside each other with the latter only ahead by a few feet. During which, Harry's eye catches something a little too big moving in the water. Hey, did he see that? He asks loudly at the guys. See what? Xavier asks as they all look around. Apparently having missed it, Wednesday saw it too, however, and puts down her paddle for a few seconds to grab her monocular. She scans the area and catches the fin of a siren flopping back into water, cueing her in on the potential danger that's coming after her team. Wednesday calls out his name, and the hand doesn't need to even be ordered as crawls around and finds the appropriate switch. Right as they know he's close enough, he clicks it, and from under boat, a huge net shoot out and down towards Kent, ensnaring him in a swift and sudden trap. Thankfully, that distraction for them helped the hop frogs take the lead. They dock onto Ravein Island first and quickly hop out of the boat. Alright, me and Ajax will go get the flag. Xavier states as he turns to Harry and the other teammate. He too stay here and make sure the other teams don't mess with our boat. Why do I have to stay? I'm literally the woods man. Harry questions as he points to himself, however. Xavier just smirks at him as they both take off into the wilderness to grab that flag, leaving the guy to drop him arms with a sigh. Glory hound, he grumbles childishly to himself. He taps on his boat as his mind gets to racing. Eventually, the black cats then pull up after them, and the Sirens are not that far behind. Wednesday runs to go fetch the flag while Bianca and Davina does the same for their team. Harry and the other player are still idly hanging about, and Enid starts coming up with something devious as she stares at the two boys who are bored out of their minds. She looks down at the hand looking up curiously at her. I need he to distract a couple of jokers. Enid instructs the helpful little fellow, and Thing salutes the way a hand can before hopping out and circling around the woods towards the jester's boat itself. He glances between the two targets before recognizing Harry, and how he dumped him in that vat that one time. He picks up a tiny pebble and flicks it towards his forehead. The hit lands and the guy yelps, grabbing at his head before looking over and seeing the walking hand was responsible for that. Harry growls. Red Thing flips him off before jogging away. Him and the other player share an angry look. Let's get him, the teammate encourages, and the two stand up to go after the little turd. This gives Enid the perfect opportunity to crawl on over to the hop frog's boat and unleash her claws, scratching a good chunk of the wood that it's made out of, and pissing off the bees that are inside it. Oh my gosh. Enid screams in terror as another one of Xavier's sketches pops out from under the boat and begins flying towards her. Although they are obviously fake, the werewolf's fear of the little things gets the best of her and she takes off, the bees made of black chalk chasing after her. Enid, wait, the other black cats yell as they mentally sigh before standing up to go fetch her before she wanders off too far. Meanwhile, Harry and the other player pop out of the tree they were really hiding behind, laughing and hooting as they watch them run like a cat with its tail on fire. They high-five, having fully embraced the jester way of trickery. Harry then walks over to the now undefended cat boat, glancing at the rest of the Siren team who just smirk at him. For once, they aren't looking at him with disgust and allowing him to do his thing. Grinning, the boy pulls out a tiny bag, doing a little trick with it too before unwrapping it. My turn. Meanwhile, Xavier leads Ajax through the woods, knowing the path to the crypt better than anyone. Within only a few minutes, they find all of the flags, which proves just how far ahead they are in comparison to the others. Here, alright, let's go, man. Ajax rushes Xavier frantically as he looks back and sees the competition starting to catch up with them. She's right there, come on. Yeah, despite what his weed is telling I'm not moving in slow motion. Xavier tells him with a look as he shows him the flag in his hand, and the two quickly run back in the direction they came from. Later, Wednesday, he says to her as they pass the girl. She does the same thing they are doing and rushes to the black flag, grabbing it as her hand touches the crypt, which sends her into another shock. However, this isn't like a standard vision. Wednesday wakes up to find herself in the same place on Raven's Island, but the entire world around her has changed. It's now sunless, foggy, and cold as death itself. She turns around, bewildered until she once again bumps into Harry, now wearing a trench coat and hunting boots. However, just one look at him and Wednesday, eventually realizes that this isn't actually Harry. The way he smiles at her feels incredibly different than the cheeky way the real Harry does it. He looked just like her, he whispers as the figure reaches a hand towards her. Wednesday step away from human contact, however, causing him to chuckle. He then pulls on his coat, turning into smoke and dust as Wednesday finds now a clone version of herself standing behind his original position. It's like looking in a mirror, if the mirror turned all of his black clothing and hair into pure white and gold. Here the key, she says to her. Then she disappears. Wednesday wakes back up to find herself now on the ground, likely having fell over with no support after suddenly getting that vision. Taking a cat nap, Bianca mocks playfully as she and Davina smirk at her as they take off with their flag, now ahead of her as well. Wednesday looks up at the crypt, the name Joseph Crackstone engraved on it, curious. But then quickly gets her head back in the game of revenge. Meanwhile, Xavier and Ajax comes back to their hop frog where they find Harry and the other jester clapping each other up. Did she try to scratch the boat? Xavier asks them with a knowing look, to which the LN boy points at them, laughing. Yup, Ajax was right on the money. Harry answers as they all hop into their little boat, grinning like clowns as they now have the flag in their possession. Of course, I knew it, Ajax says with a hand into the air. Who said I was wrong? Nobody. All three of the oath. Players answer as they once again start patting, Bianca and Davina returning just in time to do the same. Ajax shrugs as they get their ride back into the water. And lastly, the black cats have gotten all their chickens, or in this case, cats, back into line. They row down back into the river, right behind the other two which are rowing very close to each other. However, the hop frogs are still ahead, making them a prime target for Kent, who has broken free and is on his fin again. Before they can realize it, they are suddenly getting pushed. The boat suddenly tilting causes them all to most fall off, but they manage to regain their footing. What the who's turning right? Xavier questions in confused anger, as the jesters all look over to see the floating vampire team's boat and EY are heading towards the same structure that they ran into. I don't think that's the current, human printer. Harry quickly responds stressed, as he quickly remembers that odd thing he saw before, and slowly puts 2 and 2 together. He doesn't have the hardcore mechanical prowl that Wednesday has. But that doesn't mean he didn't bring a defense mechanism. As the canoe starts getting into an ANGLE before for the Hop Frogs to join the 4th placers, he reaches into his bag and finds his uncle's gifted rifle. He lines himself into the position as taught, and looks down at water until he catches the silhouette of a merman swimming. The boat is 3 seconds from hitting the buoy. Harry, I got it. Harry quickly assures Xavier as he aims down the sights, finally getting the perfect show. Right as Kent looks up and finally spots the edge of a barrel. Smile. He son of a. Bang. Asterisk. A tiny ball quickly shoots out of the rifle and bonks Kent right in the eye. It doesn't do anything to him though. Only the things suddenly start cracking, popping into tiny balls made of rock that smack him relentlessly, forcing him to let go of the boat and still knocking him out despite the heaviness of the water. Harry drops the rifle with a grin as he quickly gets back to rowing. However, things aren't exactly optimistic, as the gold bugs are now way ahead of them. Come on, stroke. Xavier yells at his fellow jesters with conviction. Not ready to give up yet, and the boys are right behind him, not literally though. But then, they glance to the left and see the black cats have caught up with them due to their little distraction. Harry glances down and sees some holes in the boat opening, and spikes come out of his swiftly. The cats are threatening to puncture a hole into their hop frog. Oh no, we're gonna sink. Ajax screams in terror as the spikes are inches away from their wood. It land a soft poke, but thankfully, only scratch a layer of the surface for now. However, they quickly line it up for another strike. Until a sudden boom and shockwave from inside the book suddenly knocks it overboard, taking the rest of the cats with them. Holy crap, Ajax exclaims as he watches all of the kids, Enid and Wednesday included, increase their chances of being sick today with all of the water they are now going to have to clean of their own devices. What the heck was that? My uncle's cannon fuse. Their spikes ignited it, Harry explains while taking a sigh of relief, honestly just hoping to his religious figure that it would work. Despite the obvious good feeling, this little fact makes the others blink. The heck does his uncle need cannon fuse for? Xavier asks the obvious question, to which Harry looks at him as if wondering what he thinks. His cannon, he answers with a shrug. Meanwhile, Weems with the binoculars, watches as the boats return into the spectators' field of view. The final 2 teams are the gold bugs, she announces, prompting the students of that dorm to wave their yellow flag. And the hop frogs, she announces next, prompting that dorm to start waving their maroon flags as well. Weems pulls down the binoculars, slightly said, nonetheless. ACH Vlad is seemingly clapping nonchalantly, but deep inside, he's feeling like a quokka. However, now is still not the time for cheers from that dorm, as the gold bug is still way ahead of them. Guys, Ajax whimpers in front of them. Seeing the distance and knowing that it's not looking good, Harry hands him another clown-like toy, and the Gorgon points it straight at the enemy boat, ready to take the lead. A boxing glove connected to a spring shoots out, but misses the boat by an inch. The Sirens smirk at their failed attempt as they are now about to make it back to the docks. Great, Xavier mutters in frustration as it's starting to look like all of their little tricks have been for nothing. He got anything else in that little bag that'll slow them down? He quickly questions Harry, starting to depend on his tricks just like he depended on his sketches at this point. However, Harry regretfully shakes his head in response. Nope, so we're screwed. Ajax questions as they try to row as fast as they can. But the girls seem to be getting farther with every stroke. However, Harry shakes his head at this too, smirking. Nope. Just then, the gold bug rubs on Someth. That's been floating since the start of the race, the ball that Harry threw into the water earlier. The second it feels physical contact, it suddenly erupts and turns into a large net, entrapping the canoe and everyone inside it, adding a lot of weight that threatens to bring the Sirens down. Can't lift them up and set them on fire, but for the Mermaid Mafia, that'll do. Harry quips, and the boys start laughing as the feeling of obstacles rolls off their shoulders. By the time the Sirens are still trying to figure out how to break free from the snare, the Hop Frog makes it onto the docks. Go, 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 Xavier encourages as everyone quickly and somewhat frantically gets off the boat. The Psychic and Harry take the flag as they all begin running up the hill alongside the loud noises of the spectators. Without wasting a single second, they then cross the finish line, officially winning the race. Yeah! Xavier exclaims excitedly into the air, the most excited and happy anyone's ever seen him. No gloom or doom on his face whatsoever, not today. He quickly covers his roommate in a bear hug while Ajax and the other jester high-five, having only come for the ride, but not refusing to soak in the sounds of victory. Ow, ow, ow. Harry winces as he never felt Xavier be so close to crushing his rib cage, rubbing his chest when he finally lets him go. Looking around, his Amat Ian's turn to shock as he starts to realize that, despite his makeup being clean, despite him clearly being the woods creep with a nasty record, everyone's cheering for him. Maybe the team, mostly, but no one's glaring at him with disgust. He stands there, frozen, before finally busting open a smile. All right, he exclaims as he starts celebrating with his team too. Hey, he know what man. The fourth no-named jester taps on his shoulder. He clearly don't act like how they say he are. Yeah, he's awesome. The dorm hero. Ajax adds onto this as they both pat on his back. I think it's fair to say that the jesters have once again repeated history. Xavier also says with a proud smile. Harry grins before looking back and seeing both Bianca and Wednesday reach the docks. For the first time in his life, he doesn't feel like such a loser. One glares at him, the other stares blankly at him, mentally perplexed. I bet he can guess which is which. Harry grins. He didn't say it was such a splashy, wet history. Nevermore. Quad. Everyone is now standing in Nevermore's favorite spot, with all members of the Hop Frog standing next to Weems and in front of everyone. Xavier looks like he's trying to get back to his normal self, but his body shaking betrays his persona. Ajax smiles with his arms crossed and Harry just stands there next to his roommate, now a little shy due to the bow. Of them standing in the center the sort of stage. The first Poe Cup took place in 1897 as a way to not only honor Nevermore's most famous alumni, but to celebrate those values that all outcasts share. Community, perseverance, and determination. Weems gives a speech that's likely be repeated multiple times to the student body every time a race comes to its conclusion. And we certainly saw those values on display today, she says, even though half of the excited parts took place out of view from everyone else. That side, she concludes the speech by taking the massive trophy from the pedestal and hands it to the winners. Xavier obviously is the one to take the massive cup with absolutely no hesitation. All right, he exclaims in another burst of proud excitement, prompting almost every nay else in the crowd to scream and cheer in celebration along with them, even some of the students that aren't in their dorm. Harry, not really sure how to cheer, just waves and smiles which slowly too RNS into a grin due to all of the happy emotion he's feeling. Congratulations to unestablished dorm name that I would just make up with if it wasn't going to likely be corrected in season 2. Weems announces as she gestures towards the jester team. As a former resident, I'm sure Coach Vlad will be happy to see the cup back on the mantle after all these years. While clapping with his fellow teammates, he looks over and spots a girl in an easily noticeable black version of the Nevermore uniform walking away and into a small alleyway thing of the quad. He squints, wondering if she actually cared about winning or something. Or maybe it's all of these loud people. Come on. Xavier taps on his shoulder as the team gathers around a random empty picnic table and sets the cup down where they and other members of the dorm can admire it up close. Wow. I didn't think I'd be so stoked to have this sitting right in front of me. Ajax shares with the others as he's super busy staring at the massive trophy in awe. The other boys obviously can't help but join in that with him. I was kinda forced into this whole thing by Xavier. Are he telling me he's still wishing he weren't? Xavier asks with a raised brow. To which Ajax shrugs in defeat. No, definitely not anymore. Harry smiles before awkwardly clearing his throat, turning to Xavier. I'm sorry about bringing up the whole ex-best friend is murdered theory constantly onto he. He sincerely apologizes to him in a way that makes the psychic blink at him. I know that I was probably pushing something that didn't need to be tested. Hey, he know what? Don't worry about it, his theory may not be so far off. Xavier assures him, tapping his shoulder. Harry squints as he wants to ask what they means. But forget about all that, man. Let's live in the moment. He encourages as he gestures back towards the trophy. As the gang starts cheering again, Harry smiles as he gets the hint to keep what he's thinking to himself for now. Yeah bro, he just became the official dorm hero. Ajax agreeingly states, prompting yet another cheer from the boys. Harry sheepishly chuckles as he glances down while Xavier pats him on the back as a way to say that he should embrace it while this good feeling lasts. Man, we need to celebrate this somehow. Oh, that reminds me, they're bringing us cake, I'll get us some waters to wash it down with, Harry brings up. Remembering the way Xavier described how all of this little after po-cup parties turn out. Be right back, he quickly jogs away, during which, he bumps into Wednesday right as she's about to peep back out from her hiding spot. Sorry, Harry quickly apologizes, though finds himself stopping upon seeing her. Wednesday doesn't give a response to that basic human dialogue, obviously. So, are he hiding? Quote, all those people can create a lot of noise. Wednesday brings up as she stares at him with her arms crossed, still able to maintain such a blank and robotic posture despite everything right now. It's unsettling. Yeah, it kinda is. Harry agrees, having had that same exact feeling while talking the trophy-s of having an actual polite conversation with one another is turning the other off. And they can both see it on each other. So, he's not mad about losing. My goal was to make sure Bianca suffered a humiliating defeat. I've still accomplished that, even if it wasn't by my own hands. Wednesday tells him, looking very nonchalant. I don't follow such trivial school events in a way he seemed to do. Really? Harry hums as he leans against the railing of the quad, raising a skeptical brow, because according to his own words, we were after the same thing. Whatever, Wednesday dismisses, walking away the second she detects Harry's attempt to try and get along with her, something she would rather avoid at all if possible. The boy finds himself chuckling despite his still negative opinion of her, and while watching her go, glances at the Siren table where he sees Bianca sitting bitterly like Davina scolds her defeated brother who now has a black eye about getting himself knocked out. He then continues to go get those drinks which he's sure is totally non-alcoholic. Meanwhile, as Wednesday finds the exit to this quid, she ends almost running into Weems, who stares at her with that obnoxious smile again. It's good to see he fitting in, she comments, apparently having noticed her brief, non-hostile interaction with Harry. Just like his mother. My mother and I are two entirely different people / species / everything. Wednesday corrects the woman, once again finding it appropriate that she avoids all types of connection with her parents whenever possible, even if she has gotten used to this teenage slum called a school. He know. The last time anyone other than Goldbug's dorm won the Po Cup, his mother captained the team. I was he co-pilot. Weems shares with Wednesday as she glances at the boys all still hooting and hollering about the trophy they just won. Maybe he two are more alike than he think. Wednesday can certainly see the resemblance, not refusing to let it dawn on her, but the idea about it still makes her uncomfortable. Harry then returns to the quad, where Xavier quickly walks up to him before he fully joins the table. Hey, me and the guys were talking, them and Ajax want to KN. Al if he's willing to hang out next weekend. The psychic asks them, not looking like he's bluffing. Harry blinks, trying to make sure he heard that correctly. What? No one's gonna stone he, I promise. And no, it's not that, it's just. Harry stutters, trying to remind Xavier that literally yesterday, people were still turning the corner every time they'd see him in the hallway, and now they want to hang out. Sure, maybe it's just the guys from his dorm, and the treatment will still continue, but still, this is all just so baffling to him. I'll think about it, he ends up saying, and his roommate smiles before nodding him over to the table. Come on, we gotta win to celebrate. Nevermore. Boys' dormitory. After spending most of the day reminding himself about how he won at the Po Cup, Harry returns to his dorm room. Surprisingly, he doesn't find Xavier in here at all. The bathroom's lights are off, and he's not on the balcony admiring the view either. Guess one of those special privileges meant he can spend the night wherever he pleases, and he's far from tired yet. As he does the usual, brush his teeth, take off his uniform, change into pajamas and a more comfortable shirt, he's about to hit the hay until his eyes land on that box, once again still locked. However, after going through the depths of water heck and almost gotten his team's canoe sunk multiple times, he thinks he's found the answer to the code. He walks about and sets it down on his desk. Harry takes a big, deep breath before typing it in. TEAM. Bingo. Harry chuckles at his uncle's sense for cheesy-like answers. But it makes sense now. He just needed to use his brain for once to solve it. With a click and a snap, the box unlocks itself, and he slowly opens it up, not to find any jewelry or knife or anything of that nature. Instead, he finds a bunch of pictures, papers, and what might be a note folded up. Curious, he goes through multiple of them. He slightly regrets it when the first thing he picks up and flips over is a picture of a Hyde, the monster. Not just a sketch, but the actual thing somehow letting itself be taken in a photographic image. He swallows, but his happy emotions outweigh any ideas of him ruining his vibe. There's a lot of these, probably take up 76% of it, but then, he spots another picture. This one is much different than the photos. This comes in a rectangular envelope-looking thing, with an oval in the center to show the face of someone that must be blood-related to him, because his name is Chaxln. However, despite the obvious difference, and the fact that the date clearly shows 1672, there's something about him that sets a bad chord with Harry. Mostly, the fact that this boy carries his face. This distracts him long enough for a hooded figure to sneak up and gag him. Nevermore. Quad. The night has now fallen over Nevermore, giving Wednesday the moment to once again sneak out with no one noticing her absence. During that moment where she had to hide from the crowd, she sat next to a statue of Edgar Allan Poe, and noticed that the book that was molded has a symbol on it the same as the one in Rowan's drawing and the book in Wednesday's vision. It's not the real one, obviously, but it's something she has to check out. Nevermore continues to be an enigma, a place where the questions far outweigh the answers. But sometimes, the answer is staring he right in the face. She walks back to where she previously hid and re-finds the statue. She turns on the flashlight, briefly staring back at Edgar Allan's sanctimonious smirk before noticing some writing on the pages of the book part of the statue. She sees a much of one-line paragraphs that make no sense at first, but Wednesday knows that Edgar's penchant for riddles was legendary, and this might be his cleverest one yet. Reading each one at a time, she realizes that they aren't part of one big riddle, each line is its separate riddle. She opens up her notepad and solves each one at a time, pulling out a pen to write each answer. The opposite of the moon, sun. A world between ours, nether. 2 months before June. April, a self-seeding flower, pansy. 1 more than 1. 2. Its leaves weep to the ground, willow. It melts in the sun, ice. Its beginning and end never found, circle. Every rule has one exception. Now, that still doesn't put anything together on the surface, but Wednesday knows that there's some next step to this riddle. There has to be if he want to understand Edgar's complexity when it comes to this. She circles the first letter of each word. S. Naptwice. Snap twice. Wednesday smirks as she sees that she still has something that even Harry can't beat yet, intelligence. She steps back and stands in front on the statue directly, snapping her fingers twice precisely. Right after, there's a loud crack from the Raven before the statue moves and reveals a hidden staircase. She walks down and observes the circular room. It's mostly dark in her, aside the small lights that are shining on the many portraits of old figures she only recognizes half of. Once she reaches the last step, she looks down at the floor and at the center where the moonlight shines on, paints the symbol of the nightshade. She starts recognizing this room. This was where she saw those few seconds of Rowan pulling out the book, ripping out the drawing, and then dropping it in her visions. This is definitely the place she needs to be. Secret societies, hidden libraries, a portrait of Wednesday's mother staring at her in a judgmental way, these are all things she's come to expect. It's a breath of fresh air to encounter, rather than be brutally hit with the unexpected like the past few days have brought. She finds a bookshelf with an entire row of books matching the same color as her target. But upon seeing a spot where dust has clearly something dragged through it, she finds the appropriate up and sees the other half of Rowan's drawing, still showing the haunting silhouette of a large and menacing pilgrim. Finding what she needs, she stuffs the book into her bag and heads out only to suddenly have a bag forced onto her head. Luckily, Wednesday's not scared of the dark. And with that, we end episode 2. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Once again, a slightly different ending than in canon, but only slightly. All of the needed events for the story to continue still happened, obviously. But it gave Harry more room to shine. Let me know what you guys think of the book so far. I know I'm probably unknowingly screwing up on some aspects, but I'm also trying to make sure I do whatever it takes to stick to the route and set up the ending that I'm going for, which can get in the way of fixing those problems. For episode 3, which takes place on Outreach Day IIRC, I'm thinking of putting Harry and Wednesday into separate places so I can have much more space to continue both plotlines without the male reader insert being trapped by the continuity of canon. Though the Y will obviously meet back up with each other to resume their romantic subplot. Anyway, episode 3, Friend or Woe. I finally opened the box. Part of me wishes I hadn't. It's funny how something have built up in his mind can feel so much smaller once it's real. Just scraps of paper, and a photograph. But that photograph, that's the one that won't leave me alone. A man in Puritan garb from the 1600s. My face. Only not mine. A cruel joke, a coincidence, or something else entirely. Maybe the universe is trying to tell me that no matter what century, I'm destined to be the same. A monster wearing the mask of a man. And then there's Outreach Day. A yearly reminder that we're expected to play nice, shake hands with normies, and pretend we belong in the same world. But let's not fool ourselves, it's not a bridge. It's a stage. Outcasts putting on a show to make the audience less afraid of what they don't understand. Maybe that's fine for some people. Maybe Principal Weems or Mrs. Thornhill L can keep their smile plastered on while serving double-shot caramel lattes to soccer moms. Me, I'll pass. Still, I'll do what I'm told. Because sometimes, when he's hunting answers, he don't get to pick the battlefield. And answers are what I need. The monster is still out there. Or maybe it's closer than I want to admit. Could be hiding in the woods, lurking in the shadows, or looking back at me in the mirror. Part 1. However, despite the obvious difference, and the fact that the date clearly shows 1672, there's something about him that sets a bad chord with Harry. Mostly, the fact that this boy carries his face. This distracts him long enough for a hooded figure to sneak up and gag him. Finding what she needs, she stuffs the book into her bag and heads out, only to suddenly have a bag forced onto her head. Luckily, Wednesday's not scared of the dark. Where we left off, let's assess, shall we? Bag over Wednesday's head for optimal disorientation that is swiftly removed after she is put into a chair. Wrists tied tight enough to cut off circulation. Her eyes that had just gotten used to darkness are now blinded by the light of a projector playing some random video associated with birds. According to the shadows behind her and the cause she hears from the machine. Wednesday glances sideways to see another person tied up to a chair right next to her. The hooded figure then wraps his bag off too, revealing Harry L.'s face underneath. When did he get in here? They then removed his gag, allowing him to spit on the ground. As she looks around, finding them surrounded by half a dozen hooded figures with masquerade masks to hide half of facial features, she wonders if this scenario brings a high possibility of death. This is definitely her kind of party. One of our guests has broken our rules and has brought someone with him. That is, until she hears the horrible attempt a deep, modulated voice. Rules? Harry questions as he blinks, realizing that he's actually tied up to the chair. This dream feels more lucid than the others. That's because it's not a dream. Wednesday informs him without even glancing in his general direction. Harry blinks as he looks around, a little bit more confused than she is. Who is this other specimen that has breached our inner saw? He can take the mask off, Bianca. Wednesday lets her know, cutting her off mid-sentence. This prompts a frustrated Siren to then bring down her hood and confirm the face of Barkley, soon followed by Kent, Davina, Ajax, Yoko, Xavier, and 2 other people that neither of the captives recognize. And just like that, her hopes were dashed against the rocks of bitter disappointment. Wait, I preferred he with it on. She takes back her cool play, to which Bianca gives her a sassy look in response. Xavier. Harry reacts bewildered as he sees more than a few familiar faces reveal themselves as the ones responsible for this weird predicament that he recalls should be very close to a crime. So, I'm out of the loop here. What is this? One of Piers Anthony's rape trials. That's the first thing that pops to mind. Davina questions him with a weird look, to which Harry shrugs. Ironically, Wednesday would have preferred to be kidnapped for that than having been caught off by a bunch of high school clowns. So, is that a yes? No, Xavier quickly denies with a disgusted shake of his head, sighing as he sees that they are quickly starting to get off track. Okay, Harry was invited, but how did he get down here? He asks Wednesday, causing all eyes to fall on her. This is his idea of an invitation. Harry questions before shifting uncomfortable in his chair. Please don't tell me what happens when he abduct someone. Rowan showed me the way here. Wednesday answers, before re-glancing down at the first clue that led her down this trail. Left pocket, she invites, and Xavier glances at the others before walking over and pulling out the drawing that the non-victim left behind after getting not mauled by a monster that doesn't exist. I tracked the watermark from the page down to the Poe statue. Then I solved the riddle. Wait, there's a riddle. Kent chimes in, low. King awfully confused at that statement. I thought we just snapped twice. He says, causing everyone else to sigh at his failure to understand even the basic means of exposition. Wow, that blow to the head did a lot more damage than I thought. Harry remarks with a slightly surprised look at the words that came out of his mouth. Or did he hit the bottom of the ocean when he were born? Why relax. Xavier quickly holds him back before Kent can do something drastic. Seriously, though, what is up this whole thing? Harry questions them as he looks around, still not actually getting in. Why context as to why they were tied up and why they are all dressed like a massive cliché? He guys running some kind of cult down here. The Nightshades are an elite social club. Bianca explains, to correct Harry's term of their group. Emphasis on elite, she adds with a degrading look, to which the boy rolls his eyes. We have roof parties, campouts, the occasional midnight skinny dip. Yoko adds with a suggestive smirk. And Yoko's an amateur mixologist. Davina casually mentions, she makes a killer virgin mojito. Ajax shares with the 2 of them, grinning slightly. It can get pretty wild. Wow, do he guys even have a bedtime? Wednesday sarcastically asks, beating Harry by 1 second, to which he shuts his mouth with a mental sigh. Last I heard, the Nightshades had been disbanded. Yeah, the group kinda lost its charter 30 years ago after some normie kid died. Xavier explains, a time frame that Wednesday recalls as the exact same as the date for her father's violent crime case. She wonders if the 2 have a connection. But we have a lot of wealthy alumni, so Weems looks the other way as long as nobody makes any waves. Yoko states, which somewhat explains why something like this exists despite the risky reputation it brings. Define waves. Hairquisitive look, if kidnapping is assumed normal for them. Mostly as it sounds. Kent answers with a small shrug. Bringing it into Jericho, trying to actually follow the old rules, or using the name as justification for some stupid thing or another. Someone like Rowan, Wednesday queries, having learned had he somewhat had money to his name in the past, and the final part aligning perfectly with the incident in the woods. We booted that loser last semester. Bianca shares, her and some of the other members looking weirded out at the mention of him. Sounds like he wasn't always an outcast in a school of outcasts. Question is, what are we gonna do with them? Only members are allowed in this library. She then brings up, bringing all judging eyes on the 2 roped up individuals. Xavier glances at them with a conflicted expression, eventually deciding to act on his instincts. I say we do same thing we came to do with Harry and invite her to pledge. He suggests, creating a mixed reaction from everyone else. Come on, We saw the kind of things Harry can do, and Wednesday has a legacy. Nah, there's no way in heck. That was his idea, Thorpe, not ours. Bianca is quick to protest, making both Wednesday and Harry assume that it has something to do with the things they pulled in the Poe Cup. We would be painting all of us in a bad light if we brought in the woods creep. And Wednesday. We talk about not making waves. She's a tsunami. What? Because he couldn't handle being lifted up a chain and set on fire. Wednesday calls her out, to the sight surprise of Harry. Bianca gives her a sour look in response. Let me save he the trouble for myself, I'm not interested in joining. He's seriously turning us down. Yoko asks as if having never predicted that ever in their world. I'll pass too. Harry chimes in, doubling the spoon of salt to their wounded ego. Clearly, a few crimes are allowed in this elite club of yours. Sure, I made it clear and even proved that I did nothing of what everyone keeps accusing me of doing and makes fun of me for. But hey, abducting someone against their will and possibly hazing them for an initiation is a-okay, right? He sarcastically rants, giving them a very twisted smirk. Interestingly enough, nobody has anything to say to that. However, there's still the matter of the two non-potentials themselves. Untie them, Bianca orders, wanting to get this over with. I freed us 5 minutes ago. Wednesday reveals as she LDS up her free hand with cut-open rope dangling from it. Harry blinks before lifting up his hands and finding them to have been freed as well. How did? He questions out loud, bewildered. He never even felt his retrains being messed with that entire time. Placebo effect. Wednesday answers as she stands and pulls Harry up while he's feeling his wrists and the blood being pumped back through them. They both hand the ropes to Xavier as he gives Wednesday her drawing back before walking back towards the stairs, only for Kent to abruptly stand in their way purposefully. Seriously, Harry questions with a raised brow before lunging at him, causing the Siren to do more than flinch, but jump back and hit his back against a pillar. He scoffs as the two of them then casually walk up the IRS like this was a normal day of the week. Though as Harry leaves, Wednesday glances back at all of them with a slightly angry face. It's amateurs like he who give kidnapping a bad name. Nevermore. Quad. A couple days later, it's time for another annual event. However, judging by what he's heard of it, Harry can bet that he's going to like any minute of it, unless it brings home some kind of mere ACLE like the love of his life suddenly dropping from the sky, into his arms, completely exposed. Oh, what? That's not going to happen. Then don't expect good mood Harry today, expect the usual mood. Sarcastic loner. All students will report for their volunteer jobs at 10 a.m. sharp, followed by a community lunch at 1 a.m. Weems continues whatever speech she was given to all of the students that have bunched up together at the quad. As he know, this year, Outreach Day culminates in a very special event. The dedication of a new memorial statue in the town square, which will also include performances by Nevermore students. She mentions, there are some cheers and giggling in the crowd, but a small few in the crowd stay silent, like Wednesday, Harry, and Xavier. Yeah, and the crowd falling asleep. Xavier mutters pessimistically to Harry, who shrugs in response. As representatives of our school, I trust he will all put his best face forward. Weems concludes with that usual plastic smile, though Harry visibly cringes in reaction to that. That's in poor tastes. What? Xavier asks, squinting at him confused. Harry answers by pointing sideways at the faceless voidskins, who give Slender a run for his money. Oh, quote, the teachers all begin handing letters over to everyone at random, which all hold one of the town's most famous locations. In other words, they've been chosen to indulge as child labor in order to win the normie king's favor. Yeah, like that'll solve everything. Yes, I got Pilgrim World, Enid exclaims as she jogs over to Wednesday, feeling lucky this year. I do have natural people skills and a love of performing, so kind of the obvi choice. What did he get? She boats before asking her, prompting the less ecstatic girl to open her letter and see the name of a place she hasn't gone to before. Uriah's Heap, whatever that is. Wednesday answers in a monotone voice, to which Enid winces at the mention of it. It's this weird, creepy, antique store. He'll love it, though. Enid somewhat explains. Wednesday raises a brow at her, assuming that she likes all things weird and creepy, thinking that she was doing a good job at keeping that to herself. I'm crossing my claws, Ajax and I will be outreaching together. She and Ajax share eye contact, both grinning. Over on his side, Xavier groans the second he reads his card. Oh gosh, I got the weather vane. He complains, mostly because of a certain guy that works there. He turns to Harry. Yo, trade with me, please. Sorry pal, I got it too. Harry regretfully informs him as he shows him what's on his card. Having the same reaction he does, even stronger. Xavier then turns to Ajax, who holds up a hand in refusal. No way, man, I got Uriah's heap, Ajax tells him with a slightly excited face. Loud enough that Wednesday is able to catch in through her eardrums. Sounds like Enid got it too, and it has that alleyway for breaks before lunch. I thought he didn't like Sinclair like that, Harry questions with a squint, causing Ajax's face to slowly turn from happiness to red. And he do know that they check he for drugs at the bus, right? Xavier also mentions, causing Ajax to just give up with a response and sigh as he pockets his card. He too don't let me have anything, man. Harry. Weem's voice then chimes in, and the three boys turn to see the principal approaching the outcasts of outcasts directly. I'd like to inform he that he don't need to worry about his guitar. I'll have it brought to the town square this afternoon. Harry blinks. My guitar. I caught he and Whedon's combined serenade the other night. Weems explains with an admiring look. Very impressive, he both worked well together. I volunteered the two of he to accompany the Jericho High School marching band at the ceremony. She lets him know, causing Harry to slowly go wide-eyed. He glances over at Wednesday, who stares back at him, definitely having just been hit with the same news before him. I'm sure it won't be challenging to play an uplifting Fleetwood Mac melody alongside the instruments of the band. No, it's not a problem at all, Harry assures her with an overly wide, teeth-showing smile. Weems smirks satisfied as she walks away, allowing him to drop it as he turns back to the boys. I'd rather hang myself by the balls. So to summarize, Tyler Galpin, Karen's, and marching band. Xavier lists off with a massive sigh. I share almost AAND, yet I still do not want to be in his shoes right now. Wow, he guys must have used up all that luck at the Poe Cup earlier. Ajax comments with a small giggle. Thanks for his undying support, bro. Harry sarcastically replies as he rubs his face with a massive and loud exhale, before glancing between the two nightshades. So, is it too late for that? Stop, Jericho. The bus lands and everyone hops out, the town square being where everyone needs to go first before they start doing the volunteering part of this little show dance. Everyone in town is decorating the place like outreach as some kind of special holiday. As Harry steps out of the bus, he begins walking over to the square until he stops and looks over at Ma Nequin wearing an awfully rich-looking jacket. Oddly enough, it's designed like the same one Will was wearing back in the woods. Harry crosses his arms, glaring at it through the display window. He can just hear it making fun of him with its faceless expression, showing just how wonderful the guy's life must be now that he's here and he's still in that school that probably doesn't know any better about their prize student. Trouble found he, smug boy. I told he what would happen, didn't I? Why are he staring at a mannequin? A monotone girl asks her, snapping Harry out of his flashbacks. He glances over and sees Wednesday, apparently finding interest in his weird choice of eye screws. Reminds me of someone, Harry cryptically answers as he keeps glaring, not giving her the satisfaction of knowing who. She would probably use it for some unnecessary part in her investigation or whatever it is she's doing around the school, looking like a girl on a mission. Why didn't he do it? Wednesday then randomly asks next, causing Harry blinks and raises a brow at her. Have been called so many names his entire semester, and the one chance to finally be a part of the cool kids, he throw it away to still be labeled a woods creep. Why? She specifies, looking like she really wants to know. Because there's nothing cool about a wannabe sorority. Harry answers dismissively, not wanting to talk about that embarrassing and weird situation they were in. Wednesday hums, funny, that sounds like something she would say. I want friends, not rich kids who spend their youth throwing orgies. He states before glancing at her. He should try making some. They would make he more human. I like being voidless, it makes me neutral and invisible, helps when I need to hide my poisons. Wednesday answers pridefully, to which Harry shrugs with a sigh, knowing that she wasn't going to listen to his advice anyway. Besides, I have more pressing issues on my mind. Oh yeah, like what? Tracking down the monster that killed Xavier's former roommate. Wednesday easily answers, to which Harry slighting chuckles at the way she says it out loud, point blank. Right, I almost forgot he's playing Nancy Drew for a second. He says with a slow nod as he turns to face Wednesday directly. Why do he care about it so much, anyway? I never pegged he is the type to be so buttered da. She's something embarrassed he in front of the entire school by simply debunking his original claim. Don't pretend to act like he know me. Wednesday criticizes as she looks up at him with a small glare. Others have tried it and ended up being extremely disappointed. He's right, I don't know he. But I can say for certain that I've been figuring he out. Harry replies as he stares challenging in Wednesday's eyes, meeting her abrasive nature with knowledge. Does that scare he? He queries as he takes a step closer towards her, to which the girl stays still, acting like she doesn't care. Nothing scares me, Wednesday claims, to which Harry hums with an amused smirk. Now I know he's lying. Harry points out as she uses Wednesday's own words against her. She blinks but rolls her eyes as she begins continuing on towards the square, with the non-psychic deciding to walk with her. What were he doing in that library thing, anyway? Didn't seem like it had any connection to what happened in the woods. The part where we found his glasses. I was looking for this. Wednesday answers, stopping to reach for something in her backpack, prompting Harry to stop as well. Given how little people take him seriously, she deduces him to be safe enough to share information with. She pulls out the Nightshade book, which causes the guy who has no clue about it's important to squint at it. What is that? A Nightshade's journal. Rowan's mother owned this one. Wednesday tells him as she opens it up and scrolls through the pages until she finds the one that owns the sketched drawing. Harry takes it and observes it with a blank face. A reaction that intrigues the girl. He don't look so surprised upon seeing a sketch of me. Yeah, because Rowan already showed this to me, a couple days before the Harvest Festival. Harry informs her as he casually hands the journal back to her. This definitely gets Wednesday's attention, glad that she chose to test him for what he knows about the case. It was the reason he and Xavier had to separate. Apparently, Xavier found it in his room at one point that assumed he just stole it off of someone. I don't know, I guess Xavier's parents were also Nightshades or something. He explains with a shrug, causing Wednesday to go back and remember her vision about Xavier and Rowan fighting about something which ended with a telekinetic throw into the wall. Anyway, he kept going on about this vision his mother had where a great evil would be unleashed and how he were chosen one to defeat it. Wednesday abruptly finishes his sentence for him, causing Harry to stop talking and blink at her, perplexed. He never actually believed any of what Rowan was saying, but now hearing someone else say the same things makes him feel weird. Yeah, Harry confirms, looking Wednesday up and down with a pointed look. How did he know that? Lucky guess. Wednesday quickly lies to save her secret weapon, causing Harry to rapidly blink at her some more, obviously skeptical. However, she doesn't look like she'll say any more, her eyes glued to the sketch. Right, Harry slowly nods, leaving it be for now. But, yeah, he also mentioned even though according to his story, he wouldn't even have been in diapers yet by the time this was written. He mentions as he taps on the drawing. Also, Crackstone would be older than Joe Biden in here. He adds, the name causing Wednesday to look up at him curiously. Crackstone. Yeah, Joseph Crackstone, like Crackstone's crypt. Harry answers, reminding her about how far of an influence the man had. Even he eventually got to know his story during the first half of his semester. He's Jericho's founder father that Pilgrim's World is based on. The whole day's about him and his unity of outcasts and normies. He mentions as he points to an advertisement of Pilgrim World that a few social workers are putting up from a lamp post. Though, between he and me, his origin story seems a little off. Really, Wednesday replies as she looks over and stares into the face of the man that is supposedly responsible for this tense battleground called a society. Off how? It's just, the way it's told. Sounds like something a fanfic writer would have written. Harry answers before giving off a small shrug, knowing that's probably just his opinion. Oh, hey, I know he don't like my advice, but take this one into consideration. He then re-grabs Wednesday's attention. If he have Pilgrim's World, don't speak in German, it creeps everyone out. Why would he assume I know that particular language and use it with such malicious intent? Wednesday queries with a blank innocent look, but Harry knows better, and shows it with his eyes. As he walks away, a small hint of a smirk creeps on her face. Guess he is figuring her out. Jericho. Town Square. Sheriff Galpin idly paces around the square until he finds himself staring out into the clock of the massive church, like it's staring down him trying to tell him something off to the sudden lack of clues that's been left behind ever since the Rowan incident, and the lack of murders since the hiker they found in the woods. But he knows that the attacks couldn't have just stopped, not yet. Sheriff. A man's voice breaks him out of his mental trance, prompting him to turn around and see his technical boss, Mayor Walker, walking up him with a familiar boy in a pilgrim outfit walking with him. He remember my son, Lucas? I sure do. Galpin responds as she looks at Lucas Walker with a big smile. I remember finding him and his boys being tangled up throughout multiple places at the Harvest Festival. He mentions playfully, not needing to call him out on the property damage, chasing, and what happened at the weather vane. Mayor blinks as Lucas now stands there, embarrassed. I'd better get to work, Lucas says as he quickly exits himself out of the conversation, getting the subtle message that the sheriff just gave him. Hey, no trouble today, got it? Mr. Walker instructs his son, who nods obediently, not wanting to deal with any more consequences for now. The second he's out of sight, the sheriff sees the crowd of outcasts roaming into the square and audibly groans, which doesn't go unnoticed by the mayor. Hey, don't look too excited, those outcast kids might think we're happy to have him. We've still got something lurking in the woods, no doubt connected to that school. Galpin states that he nods towards the lot of them, expressing the cause for his constant concerns every day and night. Then they just walk in and start helping, like they're part of the community. It doesn't sit right with him. Come on, will he stop pointing fingers at Nevermore? Walker asks with a look, not having the same opinion as him. And even if he did, it wouldn't paint a good picture on them if they just blatantly accused non-normies as the supernatural killer. He know how much Jericho depends on that place. Who do he think pays for our roads, our parks, even his salary? I'm just doing my job, looking out for the well-being of our town, boss. Galpin sarcastically informs him with a shrug, prompting Noble to mentally roll his eyes. Look, don't lecture me, Donovan, Walker orders as he turns to face him with a very serious look. Now, before the good citizens of Jericho elected me mayor, I used to wear that badge, remember? He brings up, to which Galpin hums, not needing a reminder. He never struck me as much of a history buff back then. Yeah, well, if it's good for business, then it's good for Jericho. Especially if his business is Pilgrim World. Galpin references, knowing the real dark history about the events that place is inspired by. Even he knows a place like that shouldn't actually exist. It's complementing the witch trials. Hey, Walker almost snaps, giving him a glare. Just find the darn bear and take care of it. He orders him seriously, forcing Galpin to just sigh and shake his head as he finds his seat. He too has to be a part of this silly event. Yes, all right, everyone take a seat, we have a special announcement. Noble hears the voice of Weems bringing all of the outcast students into their suits, prompting him to quickly fix his trench coat and mentally ready himself. Once he knows he's good, he turns to the audience with a big white grin on his face, some thing he's practiced since the days he earned himself the office. Welcome, welcome, Nevermore Academy. Noble, excitedly, greets everyone, arms stretched wide. Harry and Wednesday have also caught up with the gang, standing next to the bleachers as they listen in on his grand gesture. Now, on behalf of the entire Jericho community, we are so pleased to have you all here today. Translation. Thank he for his free slave labor so we don't have to repay he for keeping our miserable little town afloat. Harry whispers to Wednesday venomously, shaking his head as he listens to him talk. The girl doesn't visibly react to this, but something tells her that they finally agree on something. His generosity and hard work are truly outreachers. Walker concludes his speech with a pun, owing like he didn't have that joke written in his back pocket ahead of time. He clears his throat at the lack of response while Weems quickly takes the stage that's not really a stage. Okay, everyone. Weems snaps her fingers as she talks, making sure everyone's still paying attention since this isn't going to be some long speech about unity and such. We'll see he back here at 1 o'clock for lunch, enjoy. She includes with an excited grin that could make the calmest being in the area cringe. Well, good luck, we'll both need it, Harry mutters to Wednesday as everyone stands up and St. Art's heading to their desperate locations. Wednesday glances down and notes that if she's going to find any more clues surrounding her investigation, then she's going to need to head to the place that is dedicated to Joseph Crackstone. Enid. Wednesday calls out to her roommate, causing her to turn around to see her urgently approaching. She brings up her card and presses it against her chest. Switch volunteer assignments. What? No. Enid cringes, wincingly extremely once again at the proposition. Uriah's heap is definitely not my bag. It's an emergency. I need to check out Pilgrim World. But Wednesday, this is not a fair trade. Enid states as she steps away from the card like it's made out of what Uriah's heap has to offer. Why would I agree to spend an entire day at some dump emporium of crapola? Because Ajax is going to be volunteering there. Wednesday easily answers. The mention of what he had earlier got her attention, and she sent her real best friend to check it out. Things sneaked a peek at his assignment, but if he's not interested. No, Enid practically screams as she steals the card out of Wednesday's palm, squealing as she squeezes it, giddy. Oh my gosh, thank he's the best, she exclaims as changes direction and takes off, jumping through the doors that are literally right beside them. Satisfied inside, Wednesday then heads to Pilgrim World. That was predictably easy. Nevermore. Weathervane. Harry and Xavier and a couple others who have gotten this assignment walk into the Weathervane together, looking around before they all awkwardly walk. Tyler Galpin and some other adult wearing the same colors the other employees wear plus a little extra to signal he's important around here, discuss something with one another. Given by the body language, it looks like the younger guy is getting lectured about the day that is coming. Eventually, the older man notices them in their Nevermore uniforms. Speak of the, volunteers. E-man who Harry can see as the manager or boss of the place remarks as he walks over to them, though notably sounding like he quickly had to change his phrasing for a few seconds there. As he approaches, he also notices a pin with an odd-looking symbol on his chest. My name's Mr. Craven, I own the Weathervane. However, I will be gone for a couple hours, so Tyler Galpin here will be in charge of he until I return. He will all be expected to help him when he asks, and to memorize every order that's been given to he. So, be advised, he will not be getting any special treatment just because of his help. He tells all of them in a blunt but quick manner, before walking past all of them and out the door. Once the bell rings and he is gone, he outcasts turn to Tyler, who swallows as he looks like an employee who clearly had all of this suddenly dumped on him a few minutes before they all arrived. Okay, so aprons are in. There, he points to a room next to the emergency exit. And, I'll let he know what needs to be done when he come back, I guess. Everyone shares a look as the four all start heading inside, during which, Harry notices a strange symbol on that espresso machine from earlier. The one that was steaming up earlier. It's the same symbol that Mr. Craven had on his jacket. A skull with a witch's hat and a monocle on its right eye. What's wrong with You're reeking the guy out of his staring context with it. Nothing. Harry quickly denies with a shake of his head, though when Tyler gives him a look, his curiosity gets the better of him. What's up with that symbol on the machine? It's not on any of the Weathervane signs. He eventually asks, causing the Galpin kid to look down and notice it as well. Oh, it's the symbol for the Cravens. They were The most popular families here next to the gates until most of them suddenly disappeared a few years ago. Our manager is the only one that's still around. Tyler casually explains with a shrug, not seeing any big deal with it. Harry slowly nods, humming as he finds that interesting for some odd reason. Why, he trying to find a new family for yourself? Harry gives him a blank look in response to that comment. Not surprised that he knows of his family history. Yeah, one that's actually around. He counters with a cheeky look before heading into the employee's room, leaving Tyler go clench a towel as he gets back to work. Yup, the two of them are gonna get along just fine. Nevermore. Pilgrim's World. Most of the Nevermore student body has Pilgrim World, due to its extreme importance in the economy and identity of Jericho. As Wednesday can likely guess, it's something that attracts tourists, so there's no debate as to which place is the most rated when it comes to this town in particular. The outcasts all just pretty much hang out while they wait for whatever manager is supposed to manage them. Wednesday looks around until she catches Eugene taking photos for the Siren's pos. With the Pilgrim stand-ins with Joseph Crackstone in the center, not allowed to have anyone take his place and pretend to be him. That is an interesting choice. Hey, Wednesday, Eugene calls her over upon seeing her. Wanna grab a Hummers group photo? He asks, only to get a silent stare from the girl in response. Guess not. Good marrow, my young Nevermore kin. A woman loudly greets everyone, which is to say that she's here for the volunteers in particular. Everyone turns and walks over to her, giving her their attention. I am Mistress Arlene, a real OC. She introduces herself, causing students to either cringe or giggle in response. Original colonist. Arlene explains the initials, causing them all to then be silent. Now Prive, put his cell phones on vibrate and make haste. For he are about to travel back in time to the year of our Lord, 1625, to Jericho's first pilgrim settlement. Talking like they should be excited, she begins a little tour of the massive attraction. Since this place will require a bit more know-how of the environment unlike the tinier location. As they all follow her, Wednesday wonders if they are all supposed to talk in character like she will once the working part initiates. Yonder, behold, the meeting house. She gestures towards a building that, like all the others, look the part of the timeframe they are supposed to be from. In C. D is a collection of artifacts related to Jericho's most beloved and pious founder, Joseph Crackstone. She tells them all, which Wednesday mentally notes for as important to her. And beyond as are, privy. America's first gender-neutral restroom. I haveth a query. Wednesday chimes in, obviously knowing the proper speech to get into character. Pray, be quick, child. In the meeting house, W. Hitch of Joseph's Crackstone's artifacts are on display. Wednesday asks, really wanting to know if there is a certain amount of things related to a certain something that was being held by a certain pi. L. Grim during a certain possible end of the world. It is truly a treasure trove, including original farm tools, tableware, even the Crackstone family chamber pot. Arlene answers with pride, and although Wednesday doesn't find any of those interesting, she still finds it as a clue of saying that a certain staff-looking object is there as well. Fascinating. I volunteer to work in there. Pray, no. Arlene quickly shoots down before Wednesday can start trying to march her way into the building. That exhibit is being renovated. She informs her, causing the girl to glance down, knowing that can't let that stop her due to the small window frame she has to be in this idiotic idea of an theme for attractions. Today, thou will all be working at the beating heart of Pilgrim World. A few minutes later, everyone finds themselves standing in front of the place's famous chocolate shop. Ye old fudgery. Eugene reads the name out loud in excitement. More like ye old diabetes in a box, Wednesday mutters next to him. Volunteers, price up thine ears. Arlene quickly grabs everyone's attention, holding up a box that carries all of the uniforms for boys and girls alike, meaning that they'll have to play the part as well. Fudge is a lifeblood of our humble community, and samples equal sales. So, grab a uniform and a box, and make our forefathers proud. Everyone eventually takes their respective gender-appropriate uniform one by one, or gender of their choice. Wednesday blankly stares at her cap, feeling red at the sight of it. Are these for muzzling tourists? She asks with a hopefully expression, only for Arlene to give her a disapproving look. Guess not. First chapter for the next episode is here. As mentioned previously, I gave Harry and Wednesday separate jobs so I have more room to explore Harry's arc as well as his antagonistic relationship with Tyler and friendship with Xavier and such. He will also engage in his house investigation at the Weathervane, so more time for him to shine. Part 2. Jericho. Weathervane. Whatever he may have grumbled or complained about employees behind their back, he might want to apologize to them after working this kind of job. Harry most certainly will. He can promise himself that he did something wrong. The lone female costumer complains to the female as she almost slams her cup to the table hard enough that everything might have jumped out. Harry blinks, understandably confused. That's exactly what he ordered. He's sure, but it doesn't taste right. It's too sweet. The female insists with an angry look. Get me another one, she demands, her face possibly challenging him to do something that he'll no doubt get arrested for. Though, he definitely won't regret it for the most part. Still, he has to play it cool. For now. Fine, Harry mutters as he gives her a heavily fixed smile before walking back to the counter where Tyler is working on another order. He may call the Galpin kid a lot of things, but he can say that he was right about one. That the Weathervane is hectic around this hour. Hey, he sets the cup down. Getting the guy's attention. He knows what he has to say, but it feels like he's Rui. And his dignity much just pronouncing even one word of that sentence. Miss Crazy wants another double tall, vanilla latte with 3/8 a pump of vanilla. Tyler helps say it for him, showing just how aware he is of the woman who has been forcing them to mark each of her cups with a Sharpie. No, not as in, we had to do it because her order was just that crazy. She actually forced them to do it, that's how precise she wants it. Harry sighs before nodding. Yeah, he confirms with a whisper, almost sounding like a defeated man with the way the day is currently going along. Tyler hums in a way that says, welcome to my life. Paul, let me see it, Tyler says as he takes the cup and takes off the lid before bringing it next to the machine. So, how's Wednesday? He then idly asks him as he does nothing but take a spoon and start mixing the cup around, sometimes doing it very dramatically as if trying to show off to the woman. She hasn't escaped from Nevermore yet, right? Escaped? Harry questions with a raised brow, causing Tyler to awkwardly freeze, having assumed that he would have known. He know what, don't answer that. He assuring holds up a hand, knowing that whatever Wednesday does is best left to be Wednesday's business. She's fine, I guess. I mean, she may still hate it, but I see her getting used to the place. Yeah, I know what he meant with a small chuckle. She's not as hard to read as she probably thinks she is. He quips humorously as if thinking it would pass as a joke to Harry, only for the boy to raise a suspicious brow instead. Yeah, but he's not, right? Harry remarks with a snarky stare, wiping the smile off of Tyler's face. Tell me, does she know who he really are? What he did to me and Xavier? He queries, causing the guy to noticeably shift uncomfortably. I told her to stay away, but considering the way she took my advice, I'd guess no. Funny, I was wondering the same thing about he. Tyler replies as he decided to give Harry the same kind of look. Wednesday may have gotten enough clues, but something tells him that she doesn't know the whole story. Does she know what he did? There's nothing to know, Harry retorts with a glare, as if trying to say the infamous, that's different, line. Tyler responds to his slight hypocrisy with a slow, sarcastic nod. Ditto, Tyler quips smartly before holding up the cup of latte and setting it back down in front of him. Here, give that to her. He then instructs him. Harry slowly takes it, gives it a quick look before noticing that this is the same one. All he did was mix it up, Harry points out with a raised brow, perplexed as to what's going on. However, Tyler just nods back at the lady, encouraging him to bring it back and see what happens. Okay, he mutters and gives up, knowing that he has to be used to whatever verbal abuse comes his way next. He walks back and sets it down in front of the lady who gives him a glare before taking a small, 2-second sip. Then she smiles. It's perfect, she says before waving him away. Harry can feel the vein popping out of his forehead. Great, he exclaims, his voice high-pitched. He then slowly turns around and walks off to the next thing, continuously reminding himself to take deep breaths. During which, however, he notices a book on the table carrying a very similar symbol, the same one that Tyler said belonged to the Cravens. He blinks as he looks over at the man sitting in the booth. Are he a Craven, too? The man looks up upon realizing that Harry's talking to him, staring at him curiously. Oh, no, not really. The man awkwardly explains as he holds it up, waggling it around with a sheepish smile. Just a fan of their work, I guess. Oh, really? Harry queries with a curious hum, to which the man nods. Trying to open his own coffee shop? He asks humorously with a chuckle, although the man shakes his head in response. No, I mean the other thing they were famous for. The man specifies, cow. Sing Harry to give him a look that asks for elaboration. They were also mixologists. He know, in the potion industry. They made almost everything Jericho has today in terms of medicine. Cure werewolf bites, calm telekinesis. I heard they even made a different version of Nightshade. He explains, fueling his curiosity even more. Is he talking about the flower? Someone made an elixir of that. What's Nightshade? Hey, Harry, Tyler calls out to him, breaking the conversation. I got another here for he says as he holds up an entire tray of cups, causing Harry to sigh as he gives the man a grateful smile for talking to him before walking away. Hey, wait a minute. The man then raises up a hand, standing up slightly as Harry turns around. He's that kid, aren't he? The one with a record? He then asks, squinting, causing the boy to glance down in a way that accidentally gives him the answer. He should be careful about asking about Nightshade. Some people may think he's gonna use it yourself, he warns. Harry is a member of those, some people, judging by his look. Harry sighs and nods as he walks away. Glad to know. Jericho. Pilgrim's World. Wednesday is also not having the best of times at her position of handing out samples. However, she's made her own bit of fun of the situation by doing the exact opposite of what Harry advises her not to do, make herself the go-to tea translator for the current tourists the attraction is having. Enjoy his authentic pilgrim fudge made with cacao beans produced by the oppressed indigenous people of the Amazon. Wednesday, he guessed it, speaks in German while also dropping trivia that makes the tourists all gasp and share an uneasy look. All proceeds go to uphold this pathetic whitewashing of American history. Also, fudge hasn't invented for another 258 years. She adds before raising the tray with a sanguine smirk. Any takers? Quote. They all quickly shake their heads and pour out of the store one by one. Just in time for Arlene to come in and see the highest amount of potential customers retreat and possibly already be grabbing the bus back home. She looks over at Wednesday, who smirks at her before stepping away. Now able to do more important things. She's sure Arlene won't be disappointed when she disappears. She eventually sneaks out of ye old fudgery to where she needs her potential minion. It's not easy, given other male outcasts wearing the same outfits as him, but the true key is to mark off anyone that isn't abusing the opportunity to eat their own samples, which is 99% of all of them. This part will just as simple. She eventually hears thuds and sounds of a struggle, soon followed by the sound of heavy vomiting caused by eating way too much of the high doses of sugar. Yup, that is definitely Eugene all right. She follows it over to the witch trial stage that was advertised heavily on the signs of this playground, where she spots the similar faces of the Jericho bullies tree. To stuff the poor kid into the wooden device made for pure humiliation. Right as the tall bully's about to entrap him though, her hand stops the lid. Howdy, pilgrims, she quips, causing all of their eyes to turn towards her. Let him go, she then demands with a blank stare. The bullies all laugh at her in response, however. What, he wanna end up in the stocks, too? The tall bully threatens, though that is fairly hard to do with his clothes and half his face covered in chocolate-colored puke. Remember what happened last time we did this dance twice? Wednesday queries with a look that advises them to not be more of a fool than they already are. However, the bullies just once again laugh in her face as if that's not enough to scare them off. Yeah, and I recall he needing his little boyfriend, the woods creep, to help he. The tall bully mocks Wednesday, the three of them clearly not seeing her as much of a threat now that she's alone, and the only backup she has is clearly in no condition to help her. Spitting out remains of vomit out of his mouth. I didn't need him. His friends over there will tell he the same. Wednesday responds coldly. The tall bully glances at his buddies, who look a little bit more hesitant in confrontation, but that doesn't stop him from scoffing at her. He don't scare me, freak. The tall bully says as he aggressively pulls Eugene out of the stocks and throws him to the other two. He marches over and grabs her by the throat. However, Wednesday simply kicks his shins from under him, causing him to fall down on his side. He groans angrily as he quickly gets himself back up and throws a punch at her, only for her to duck down and dodge it. He tries to palm her nose, but she grabs it and twists his wrists and fingers, causing him to grunt as they let out a crack. Then finally, she grabs him by the arm and forces him into the stock, and stomps her foot down to trap him in it. With him now struggling pathetically against it, Wednesday the N looks towards Eugene as well as the bullies that were watching. Are he two still here? She asks them with a glare. The heavy bully looks like he's considering throwing hands, but Lucas quickly puts a hand on his shoulder before he does. I can't get into any more trouble with my dad, Lucas tells him, knowing when to fight and when to back down, and it looks like he ought to back down this time in spite of his tendencies. Sorry, Jonah. He apologizes to his friend before he and the heavy bully push Eugene towards Wednesday and calmly walk further embarrassment. What? No. Hey, the tall bully, who Wednesday now has a name for, yells at them as he tries even harder to break free, much to no avail. Lucas. With them taken care of, again, Wednesday turns to Eugene. Let's get he cleaned up. Eugene gratefully nods, as his stomach makes another putrid noise. Jericho. Weathervane. Harry still thinks about the cravens every time he doesn't have to memorize an order or remember which person's getting which. Coffee and potions. Something about that and having them disappear without a single trace of what happened feels off to him. Taking that, and the whole deal with Rowan's death that was covered up so expertly except for that one piece of clothing left behind, something inside can't help but wonder if this is a similar case. Like he said, one thing he hates is when the truth is blatantly ignored in front of him. Man, I hate this, Xavier mutters next to Harry as he glances over to find him going through his phone despite the obvious image it paints him as. Bianca still W. Aunt stop sneaking me texts about what happened in the library. He vents to his new roommate, sighing as he pockets it. Are he mad that I shut down his invitation in front of everyone? Harry asks, as he looks over at Xavier, noticing that his usual expression has kicked up its moody side to the max. How mad are he? He queries with a slightly scared face. Relax, bro, I'm not mad. Xavier quick, Kaylee assures him with a slightly calmer look. Although, I'll be lying if I said I didn't go out on a limb for he, what with the whole court thing he have going on. He mutters as he tries getting back to work. Look, I'm honored that I was invited, and the whole kidnapping thing wasn't what turned me off, it's just not my thing. Harry says in his defense, arms raised for a few seconds before going back to figuring out the espresso machine. If he have to call his group elite to feel special, then that's a group I don't want to be a part of. What is that supposed to mean? Xavier Questio. NS as he turns to Harry with a raised brow, not sure if that's supposed to be advice or a slight jab towards him. Let's just say that people who are special tend to show it off. Before Harry can further explain what that means, they hear the bell ringing and looks over to see Thornhill and Principal Weems walking into the building, signaling that the Nevermore staff is soon about to start having a break of their own. Oh great, talk about stressing expectations, Xavier mutters with a tired sigh. No kidding, Harry agrees, but while Xavier isn't looking he adds a little extra powder to the espresso, which absorbs into the liquid perfectly swift, before closing the lid. He taps Xavier on the shoulder as if to say, good luck with them, before he walks over to the order he's currently working on. Here he go. The customer, too distracted by her laptop like she's been for the past 20 minutes, takes the cup and sips it without thinking, causing her to abruptly spit it out when she tastes something extremely off with it. Harry's apron and uniform takes the entire blunt of it, which every single person in the store witnesses. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. She quickly apologizes upon realizing what she did. No, it's fine. I must have messed something up. Harry assures her as he looks down at the mess, exactly what he wanted. Check. Let me go make sure nothing's wrong. G with the machine and make he another one. He says as he takes the cup with a nod, walking back to the counter. Ain't that karma, creep? A young adult whispers as he passes, causing him and his gang to chuckle amongst themselves. Harry closes his eyes, hearing the dark whispers, but calms himself and moves on. He okay? Tyler asks as he walks back, a confused look on his face as to what happened. What did he put in that thing? What? He actually care? Harry questions with a look as he takes off his apron, prompting Tyler to just roll his eyes in response. Look, he mind taking care of that? I need to change really quick. He requests, walking away before the guy actually can answer him. Tyler scoffs as he's left to handle it without much choice, especially when Thornhill suddenly pops in front of his counter next. However, right as he's about to turn the corner, Harry slowly turns back around and scans the area very quickly. With him and Xavier occupied with various tasks now, he makes a U-turn and sneaks into the manager's office, not even needing a key to get in. Checkmate. Jericho. Pilgrim's World. A few feet away from the witch trial location, Wednesday is current. Lee wiping all of Eugene's leftover fudge off of his costume with the help of her cap that she hated in the first place. She finds it to be a suitable use for the original gag tool that she was gonna throw into the trash anyway the second she snuck out of that troublesome shop. Nobody's ever stood up for me before, Eugene mentions to Wednesday while she's cleaning him up, looking a little surprised. Said that she did it still despite that being over 5 minutes ago. Clearly, he's gotten to the point where he doesn't expect it, as the girl can see. He said Hummers stick together. Wednesday references, having assumed that he meant it with the way he was so idiotically sincere. Besides, she still needs her help with a little honey quest of her own. I know this might come as a shock, but I don't have any friends. Eugene reveals to Wednesday, who just emotionlessly blinks at him. Nope, she had no idea at all. What a shocker. He remind me of my brother. Wednesday shares with Eugene as she then throws the tainted cap away. Glad to finally not be wearing that anymore. Sans the desire to strangle him every waking moment. She quips, to which the boy chuckles a bit. It's probably the reason she tolerates his presence every single time they interact, unlike some people. Now follow me. I need to know more about this crackstone, so we have a meeting house to break into. The two SNEAK around Pilgrim's World until they find the mentioned museum. Wednesday makes sure that Eugene is just as careful as she is, assuring that even the livestock that are available for petting don't notice them. They step around the walls of the building until they get to the door, which is expectedly locked. However, Wednesday knows a trick that he'd probably expect her to know. Give me his retainer, she orders as she holds her hands out, waiting to be able to take it. What? Why? His teeth are really good. Eugene retorts ignorantly, causing Wednesday to slowly turn and silently stare at him. Not as straight or white as Enid's, but still. Hand it over. Wednesday orders again in a stricter tone, thankfully silencing Eugene, who takes them out and rubs them against his sleeve as to not spread his saliva onto her palm. What if Mistress Arlene catches us? Eugene brings up as he reluctantly hands her his teeth protectors. Wednesday then uses them as her own lockpick to slither through the keyhole and poke at the locking mechanism inside. Hive code. Deny everything. That's not Hive code, Eugene instantly retorts, wondering why would even have learned it from an outside source anyway. What's the big deal anyway? The fudge is definitely the best thing about this place, he comments, which she can definitely believe given how well he shared his feelings about it onto the Jericho bullies. Stop talking. Wednesday shuts him up as the lock then unlocks with a snap. Keep watch, she orders. She hands him the lock before opening the door and stepping in, pretty much forcing him into his new role of the plan. Stepping inside, she finds a room filled with a lot of the stuff she did technically expect. She opens up her back and thing plops down onto a casing display so the two of them can search together. As mentioned earlier, there's old-looking farm tools, old-looking pictures, an old-looking pot, but what oddly grabs her attention more is the mannequin in the center of the room. painted and dressed exactly like the man of the town. She stares down Crackstone's soul, knowing that something than what everyone else is saying about him. Her grandmother once told her that zombies are like secrets. They can never truly die. She doesn't know this pilgrim man has been hiding for 400 years, but she has a strange feeling the answers to her future lie in the past. Especially when she eyes the staff that the pilgrim in her drawing was holding. Guess that's how Harry identified him earlier. She feels thing tugging on her robe, causing her to snap out of her A's and look down to see him pointing over at what he thinks is an item of interest. She steps over and sees a massive Renaissance-like painting. The Old Meeting House, 1625. She notes as she stares at it and sees Crackstone seemingly hovering around a crowd of pilgrims separated into two separate parties it seems. Given the heroic pose, it seems like it's trying to say how he brought the normies and outcasts together. But something's off about it. That's when she notices a girl that isn't staring at Crackstone, she's starting at Wednesday herself. She squints at her, before her eyes widen when she scans her face. This is the girl from my vision. She tells him. She's even holding the same book. That black one she had outside Crackstone's crypt. But then, as she glances around, she notices something more morbid about the painting next to it. She walks over, and notices a similar craft, this one more rectangular from top to bottom, and focused on one single person. However, this person isn't painted as some kind of hero. This person is shrouded in satanic darkness. She's not sure how she should feel about it. Whether it's Ivan Terrible, or Bad Terrible, Jericho. Ravein. Right after Harry disappears, the mayor of Jericho steps in and casually looks around before noticing Weems at a booth, her face being very familiar to him. Principal Weems. He quietly calls out to her, causing the woman to look up and blink in recognition. Ah, Mayor. Well, it looks like another successful outreach day is upon us. He remarks as he gestures around with that fixed smile still on his face. One that Weems similarly has as she laughs in response. And, thank ye for his generous donation to my re-election campaign. Noble also expresses his gratitude on that. Consider it a token to our ongoing cooperation. Weems replies with a smile that says she was more than happy to help him stay in office, considering just how much he helps in keeping Nevermore safe from certain normies that could reconsider the law now that organizations like the Nightshades no longer exist. A third party who is currently still at the counter notices the principal and quickly makes her way over to her. Apparently, everyone is off to their assignments. And so far, no incidents. Mrs. Thornhill reports, to which Weems nods, grateful to hear that. Mayor Walker, I'd like you to meet Marilyn Thornhill. Weems introduces the man to her, to which Thornhill nervously nods in greeting. In the spirit of outreach, she's Nevermore's first normie teacher. Ah, well, the pleasure's all mine. Walker quips as the two politely shake hands with one another, during which, he does another scan of the teacher's face. Hey, have we met before? He then asks with a slightly perplexed expression, feeling some similar about her eyes behind her glasses. Not officially, but I see he and here every morning. Thornhill explains with a big smile, as if really happy to finally be talking to him face to face. He's always tucked into that little back booth when I come in for my daily matcha latte. Hee, I knew it. Walker replies, chuckling as he points at her like that was the answer he was looking for. Mrs. Thornhill, please keep me posted, especially about a certain pig-tailed upstart. Weems requests as she gives him a look that knows she's aware of who she's talking about. She doesn't want a repeat of what happened at the Harvest Festival, where she will have to pay for possible damages. Thornhill nods but also swallows nervously. Jericho. Pilgrim's World. Everyone else in the outcast group is still handing out samples. However, Arlene has noticed that two sheep in the herd are unaccounted for. One of them including a certain someone that was speaking in German earlier. Finding one of her little helpers, she walks over to Bianca Barkley. How now? She slithers behind her, causing her to turn her head around with a weird look. His Nevermore sister. The one with the dark eyes and the sour face, where has she hithered? She queries, to which Bianca's expression changes into a mischievous one, and she giggles softly. He mean Wednesday Addams. Bianca obviously knows which girl she's talking about. Knowing her, She's hithered somewhere she shan't be. She answers, causing Arlene to frown as she marches away, unknowingly making the Siren's day. Let's see her talk her way out of this one. Jericho. Weathervane. As Harry steps into Mr. Craven's office, he double-checks and assures himself that no one saw him inside. Timing's great, but he likely doesn't have much of it, as he has however long it is for Tyler and Xavier to remain busy and who knows when the man himself will return. He quietly closes the door behind him and flicks the light switch. Once he does and the lights flash on, he finds the place to be a little different than what he somewhat expected. There are drawings posted to the wall like posters, showcasing various zodiac signs. There are also odd-looking bottles placed across the two massive shelves in the room, and then, right across from him, there's a painting showing devils attacking from below and angels defending from above. Something about it rubs Harry the wrong way, but then he quickly shakes his head and forces himself to get back to the task at hand before somebody realizes he's gone and or in here. He circles around the desk and looks over, though the folders all carry useless stuff, and he obviously doesn't know the password to get into his computer. However, looking through the dressers, he notices that one of them is hidden behind a lock, the true thing that Mr. Craven didn't want anyone to see. Interesting. However, what could the code be? Oh, it's the symbol for the Cravens. They were the most popular families here next to the gates until most of them suddenly disappeared a few years ago. Our manager is the only one that's still around. Worth a shot. Since it's a 4-digit number lock, Harry uses some quick math for a few years ago, and sets the first two numbers as 2 and 0, before trying every duo possible for the other half. Starting with 2010. To his total shock, it actually succeeds at 2018, snapping open and giving him full reign of a man's personal privacy. His hands start searching the inside until he feels something made of leather there. He then finds a notebook, where inside it is a bunch of maps drawn by hand. Man, remember when he was angry about his diary earlier? Yes, his hypocrisy is not completely unaware to him. He's possibly going to end up committing a very similar crime. However, when he's currently dealing with a monster that has killed 4 people, one of them being someone he might need to start changing his standards. However, right as he's about to hide this thing under his messy apron to store inside a locker later or something, he hears the knob of the office door turning. He goes WI-eyed as he frantically looks around before deciding to go with a closet that's conveniently here for some reason. I'm sure it's there not because the author needed a plot device to keep Harry from getting caught, nah. He puts the notebook back and quickly hides himself, though doesn't have enough time to relock the drawer. The second the closet door is shut, Mr. Craven walks in, none the wiser. He lets out a sigh that Harry can hear as he closes the door behind him, walking over to his desk and practically falling onto the seat. He looks over at the photo display next to the computer, staring at it with remorse. From what the hiding boy can see, he clearly has no idea what either, or maybe he does, but doesn't want to accept it. However, he stops his sulking when he glances down and notices the drawer keeping his notebook safe is unlocked. The thing that should be keeping it shut is causally laying on the desk like it needed a coffee break or something. He blinks as he grabs and holds the lock. Seemingly looking around, Harry feels a knot in his stomach. Oh no, he's figured it out. He knows. It's over. *RENG. Or it's not, as Mr. Craven hears his desk's landline ringing. Ignoring the bad feeling he has, he walks back to his desk to answer it. Weathervane. He tiredly answers it, only to instantly wake up upon hearing whatever it was that his caller just said. Already, what did it say? He asks them, to which he then slowly nods in response. Okay. Yeah, I'm on my way. He hangs up and leaves the office almost as soon as he entered. Harry takes the moment to thank his religious figure before stepping out and sneaking out of the office to go change for real this time. That was close. By the time he makes it back, Tyler has just finished the whole fender bender he found himself in. And Xavier is also done with his order as well. The former turns and notices him returning. Dude, how slow do he change? I literally had to take care of 2 things at once and they took 2 hours each. He complains and vents at him, to which Harry just shrugs with a smile. I needed to tie my shoes. Tyler blinks at his so bad it works excuse, as Harry taps on his Ace like he's his little brother or something before walking over to go grab a towel and soap to go clean the tables. What in the name of foo? Jericho. Pilgrim's World. Wednesday is still staring back and the paintings that were presumably written from a long time ago. However, something about both feel incredibly strange. The girl that looks like her in the first painting looks much more detailed than everyone else. Like a completely different person included her into it, and then the second one is just, well, radiates evil altogether. He probably get it by now. Turning around so she doesn't get hypnotized by them, she glances around until her eyes fall upon a book that seems a lot like the one the gold-haired girl was holding in said painting. She marches over and takes a closer look. Codex Umbrarum. It says on the cover. This is the book, she recognizes, opening up the display casing. That's Latin for Book of Shadows. She lets thing know for fun. However, when her fingers touch it, it feels just like everything else in the room brand new. That's when she opens it and finds nothing but blank, fresh pages. Disappointing, but also odder, so she flips it over to find a barcode on the back of it. Great, it's a fake. I don't know who Etsy is, but I doubt she was an outcast settler. Right as she's about to tell Thing to hop into her bag so they can head out, half unsatisfied, she hears Eugene grunting from outside before the door suddenly opens and Mistress Arlene steps in, dragging the caught kid by the arm. Just what the fudge are he doing in here, Missy? Mistress Arlene. Wednesday greets with a rapidly fixed smile. How now? How not? Indeed, Arlene questions as she glares at Wednesday with a very irritated look. I proclaimed the meeting house is under repair. I know thou'st heard me. She reminds her, knowing that she did this on purpose. I told her the door was unlocked. Eugene tells Wednesday, having tried to do his job to the best of his abilities. And I told her he were dying to learn more about Crackstone. Yes, and this display case was already open. Wednesday agreeingly tells Arlene the most blatant lie in the snake history of slithery lies. Arlene lets go of Eugene while smirking, amused at the attempt of thievery that she made. That book's a replica. He don't say. The original was stolen last month during the 2 o'clock witch trial. It was probably the only authentic thing he have in here. Wednesday quickly calls her out on which she knows to be a possible lie, knowing that the old tools should be much more rusty and overall older than they evidently are. Yet he still charged $25.95 for a ticket. Hold thy tongue, Arlene hisses as she doesn't seem to take Wednesday's obviously correct deductee on of her practices with a tense lick of her lips. I'm reassigning he both to fudge churning duty, she declares, causing Eugene to drop his shoulders with a sigh. The original meeting house, Wednesday brings up, not caring about whatever job she gives her, since she'll likely endanger that one on purpose as well, probably make it worse. The one shown in that painting, where is it? She inquires with a look that says she isn't leaving until she gets an answer. Arlene glares at her until she sighs, giving up. How the heck should I know? Arlene questions with a shrug, so tired with Wednesday. To the point that she's blatantly breaking character. I only moved here from Scottsdale to April, she mentions with a defeated sigh. Wednesday glances down, disappointed. Why is she not surprised? New chapter. Sorry about the slight delay. Needing a small break from writing to focus on other things, and Thanksgiving break ended as most of you know, so I now have less time to work on this. But anyway, hope this was worth the wait for now. I know there wasn't a single bit of Wednesday and Harry interacting with each other in this part, but don't worry, the rest of the episode will obviously include this. I decided to cut out both of the Ajax and Enid scenes because, let's be honest, those do not contribute at all to the overall plot. And we didn't come here to reread that stuff. Those two were great together though. So good for them. Anyway, Part 3. Jericho. Weathervane. With a new lead but no direction in which to get there, Wednesday finds her Nevermore uniform, heads to a coffee-s hop where she found out her father is suspect D of violent crime, in order to hopefully ask the right people she suspects has that information. Having to wear the badge is harmful, but she'll take it any day over some cheap and measly attempt at pilgrim's attire. She steps inside and finds it not as crowded as it usually is. Guess it's the hour where everyone's over at other sides of the town. She stops briefly when she notices a weird set of placed ads on a board hooked up to the wall. One of them features a weird-looking psychic. The story of one's own life. Would he want to know how it ends? Easy. Her answer is no. Once the unpredictable becomes predictable, life is no longer worth living. Look what the black cat dragged in. Someone chimes in from behind, and Wednesday turns around. ND to see Harry staring at her from the counter. He squints at her for a second, as if trying to quickly find out who her leader is. Let me guess, he made yourself the German translator anyway. I have no idea what you're talking about. Wednesday responds, not giving him the satisfaction of knowing what she was up to. Harry nods skeptically in response. I deserted it while my sanity was still intact. Oh, he mean helping the spread of obesity isn't his thing. That sure stumps me, Harry remarks with a cheeky grin. Foul, but not one of the pranks that Wednesday would conjure up. She would come up with something much more ambitious, as she's sure everyone at Nevermore knows. So what, he's trying to switch jobs. Or do he want me to make he a coffee? I'm actually here for Tyler. Wednesday answers with her arms crossed, making it look like she's here for business only, anything but pleasure. Harry slowly nods, his smile somewhat twisted at the mention of the Galpin's first name. Of course, why am I not surprised? Let me guess, he want him to help he escape again. Harry guesses with a knowing smirk, before seeing the look on Wednesday's slightly surprised face that confirms it. Yeah, he talks a little too much. Most of the time it's about somebody. He explains, a hinting lace in that tone of his. But I guess he don't care about that too much, do he? Who I speak to is my business. Wednesday simply states with a look that echoes into hers. Someone may think he's trying to isolate her. Harry sighs with a shrug as he grabs a towel, just wishing that she wasn't one of he people that was blind to his obvious traps. Besides, everyone has a secret to hide, like the one he's hiding with Davina. Harry freezes the second that name is mentioned, slapping the counter. I knew that was he exclaims as he marches towards her. He should have realized what it meant when Xavier was in the shower, but the lights were all off, along with his diary suddenly being wide open, a careless mistake he never makes. Sneaking into a boy's dorm, really? That doesn't sound very classy of he. Somehow, something tells me that I'm not the only one guilty of sneaking around. Whedon, Estee guesses as she squints at Harry for a reaction, who doesn't bother hiding it, knowing that she won't care about it anyway. Tell me, why does Bianca's best female Siren have such an odd interest in he? Why do he care? Harry asks with a raised brow, wondering if the tables are suddenly turning on him. I thought he heard all of the context he needed. Or do he think it's supposed to mean something with his investigation? The only thing it means is that he have incredibly bad tastes. Wednesday reports with a denying blank stare. However, Harry finds himself humming in a way that lets know that he's wondering if that's really case. Though it may also be that I'm currently trying to figure out what she saw in a boy like he anyway, and what he saw in her. Who I talk to is my business. Harry whispers venomously as he menacingly steps closer. Now, the two are a little bit closer than they probably should but it's probably because of the reason that others aren't thinking of right now. Ooh, rebuttal, he quips with a whistle. What are he looking for? Wednesday states at him, seemingly not all that bothered by whatever attempt he's making. Instead of answering that question, she reaches over and taps on the bell, and no more than 2 seconds later, Tyler Galpin pops out of the back. He rang. He quips with a smile, before awkwardly squinting just how close the two are to each other. Until Harry finally separates and walks away, having gotten the hint that she doesn't want his help. He want the usual. Tyler asks the second he's out of earshot. And some help. Wednesday half confirms, pulling out the map of the local area, setting it down onto a table which Tyler follows her gaze curiously. He know the original Pilgrim meeting house, the one from the 1600s. She queries as she unfolds the map in front of him. Do he know if it's still around? What's left of it is out in Cobham Woods. Tyler answers with a small shrug, though talks hesitantly. He has a bad feeling about whatever reason Wednesday has to take an interest in that place. But, it's pretty much a ruin. Show me, Wednesday requests as she steps back, though it sounds like a police order rather than an ask for directions. There, Tyler says as he steps forward and points at a location marked as Deep Woods according to the dark shade of the grass. But look, it's kinda sketchy, he mentions with a look that doesn't advise this plan, as if having forgotten who Wednesday is. Squatters and meth heads use that place as a crash pad. My dad has to clear it out every couple weeks, he explains, before squinting her. What's this about? Nothing. Wednesday quickly and blatantly lies as she takes the map and puts it back to her bag, causing Tyler to chuckle. Once again, for someone who sneaks around a lot, she doesn't do a very good job at hiding it. He's really becoming obsessed with this whole monster in the woods thing. Would he rather I develop an obsession with horses and boy bands? Wednesday asks with a look, to which Tyler shrugs touche. He didn't say he doesn't find that to be out of character for her. Thank ye for the help. Hey, listen, the ruins are kind of tricky to find. Tyler brings up before Wednesday starts to leave for her little mission. But I could take ye this afternoon, my shift ends in 2. Principal Weems would hang, draw, and quarter me if I miss the big statue dedication. Wednesday brings up the main reason as to why she doesn't feel like waiting this time around, along with what happened last time when she did. And as enticing as that sounds, I'd prefer to keep a low profile. Is it that he want the survival compound guy over there to guide he? Tyler asks as he nods over at Harry, who Wednesday glances over to see is currently wiping down a table, not paying any attention to them. If so, I wouldn't recommend that. That guy has a bad history with the wildlife. He mean the way he got his nickname. Wednesday assumes correctly, showing him that he's fully aware about Harry's criminal past and that everyone keeps talking about it. Tyler tries not to nod, but she can tell that she's right on the money. Don't worry, I wasn't planning to. Last person who put their hands on me ended up becoming thing. It's not just the girl, about what he was actually handcuffed for. Tyler meant, Ians with a slight shifter like he's getting goosebumps, once again piquing the girl's interest. He, busted a guy's nose in when he caught him making advances. He believed he actually did it. He mean, going by what happened after? Tyler questions with a confident nod. Why yeah, I do. So then he definitely have nothing to worry about. Wednesday tells her with an unfazed expression. People like that fear me, not the other way around. Ask the wannabe jocks in the pool. She references, causing Tyler to nod with a soft chuckle. Besides, I know my way around the great outdoors. Don't tell me he were a Girl Scout. Tyler asks with an amused brow. I could eat Girl Scouts for breakfast. Wednesday remarks, which also reminds her of her own family. Actually, I have an uncle who went to prison for that. She mentions before turning around and walking away like that was such a casual thing to say. She passes by Harry, and two share a pointed look with each other, obviously suspecting the other of being up to no good. Tyler then turns to Harry. Hey, can he? Suddenly, the espresso machine lets out a huge gust of steam, causing almost everyone in the shop to jump. Holy, he exclaims as he stares at it wide-eyed, praying that it's not broken again. Hey, can he get? When Tyler turns back around, Harry is now gone. The guy drops his shoulders with a sigh. REF, asterisk hiss, asterisk, wilderness, old Jericho. The birds squawk from above as they fly over Wednesday, who is currently making her way through the wilderness. Like said before, she knows her way around the woods, and tracking the path that leads to the old meeting house. Whatever she may find in there, she hopes it will explain the historic part of this investigation. When she walks in, however, she finds the place more broken down than even she predicted. She drops her backpack, and Thing steps out, and he makes a very similar comment. I was expecting more too. Wednesday agrees, looking around and the torn walls, the lack of a floor, and an obvious lack of anything that looks like it would have the Codex Umbrarum hiding behind it unless it was buried into the ground. She should get a shovel from Jericho at some point, given how often she investigates the woods. Who are he talking to, little girl? A menacing voice questions behind her, and Wednesday turns around to find a Thai-looking squatter glaring at her like a man whose property has been infested by rats. If she recalls correctly, she feels like she saw this mean leaving the Uriah's heap earlier with a camera. He got it honestly remains to be seen. Use the words, little, and, girl, to address me again and I can't guarantee his safety. Wednesday threatens the man with a cold stare. Even her enemies at Nevermore know better than to describe her with that combination of words. This is my place, the squatter declares protectively, angry at what feels like to him is a massive invasion of privacy. Wednesday may not be scared, but might actually resort to low-tempered methods to get her to leave. Get out, thing, a hand here. Wednesday requests, and the hand quickly obliges by lunging forward, and grabbing the man by his massive beard. The squatter yelps in fright as he tries pulling him off, but Thing maintains a strong grip and even pulling on his gums and hair. This causes the troublesome obstacle to stumble away, screaming as he desperately tries to get the unique creation off of her. Wednesday then gets back to staring around the burned house. However, after the squatter leaves, shadows of an unseen figure pass by the cracks of the ruined wood planks. Their feet slowly step around until they enter the doorway, where a hand then slowly creeps over the girl's head, looking ready to grab her. Pissed, Wednesday swiftly turns around to Harry L.N. who quickly steps away from her upon seeing her alerted expression. It's just me, he tells her with his hands raised, almost saint like she was gonna tase him or something. Why was he the one that just jumped there? Do he have a habit of constantly showing up in the woods where I'm around? Wednesday questions as she squints at him suspiciously, before glancing around at the den for meth heads and squatters. Or have he considered finding a new calling? Trust me, if I was on drugs, everyone would know. Harry responds with an unamused look, before looking her up and down with a perplexed expression. What are he doing here? I was just about to ask he the same thing. Wednesday tries deflecting it back to him, though Harry crosses his arms, indicating that it's not going to be that easy. He first. He please, I insist. He mean he haven't eavesdropped on me to figure it out? If I did, he wouldn't know. Harry presses his lips together as he sighs due to the constant back and forth they are sharing. This isn't getting him anywhere. I read at the Weathervane that the Cravens owned the actual meeting house. So I came here to see if there's any weird symbols attached to the walls. Out of curiosity, Wednesday questions doubtfully, to which Harry shrugs as a non-answer. This makes her brows drop slightly as she stares at him. Don't take me for a fool. And don't take me as someone who wants to share every tiny thing with he. Harry responds with a face that almost seems to be mocking her deadpan staring of him. Unless he's willing to talk about his psychic visions, don't me about my motives. Wednesday blinks before glancing down at the ground. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh please, don't start. The fact that someone like he considered putting me and chosen one in the same sentence is a dead giveaway. Harry calls her out with a look, using hand gestures as if they are the words themselves and mushing them together. Only a psychic would believe another psychic. Oh, and seeing he go into shock and paralysis for a total of 5 seconds helped me out too. Guess he's used to actual shock, considering the way he handled that boy who spotted he that one time. Wednesday remarks as she stares at him with her arms crosses, causing Harry to bitterly chuckle as he knows what he means by that. Are he gonna tell me, or are we just gonna keep playing, spill the other's secrets? Harry questions in an impatient manner, really wanting to get on track. Wednesday mentally sighs as she paces around the house, glancing idly at something only to still find nothing. Did something on Rowan's glasses bring he to the library? Does it matter? So far, everything they've been led to has concluded with dead ends. Wednesday states in a slightly frustrated voice, knowing that she isn't going to find any codex book here. Just vermin and ashes, like this pathetic excuse for arson. I think he's dismissing things a little early. Harry quips with a humorous smirk as he glances around, surprisingly more optimistic about the scenario than she is, despite not finding what he's looking for either. Have he tried checking for visions? He mean touch something and hope for the best? Wednesday questions with a tone that judges him for thinking that it's so easy. The psychic really suggests something Sonormi. It doesn't work that way. My visions seem to happen spontaneously. Aren't his parents also psychics? One of them, anyway. Harry mentions with a curious brow. Have he asked them? I would rather dye my hair pink than ask my mother for advice. Wednesday instantly shoots down with a glare, then she raises a finger right as Harry opens his mouth. Yes, I know that he would love to see that. Harry laughs before shrugging as if accepting defeat. Good to know he's always open-minded. He will not cease with this line of questioning, will he? Wednesday asks as she stares blankly at Harry, wondering why he cares about her visions so much or why he seems so interested in them all of a sudden. He want to use me as information. Oh, please, let me drop everything and offer my undying services. She then sarcastically deducts from him, touching random places of the building for the sole purpose of proving him wrong. I'm just saying. No. Wednesday shakes her head as she touches an old table, deciding to keep going anyway. She touches the center pillar. No. Then she touches the wall above the old fireplace. Nothing. She then walks over and finds a Taco Bell takeout bag, likely belonging to the squatter. Ah, I bet this will give us some real insight. She sarcastically comments as she holds it out in front of him. Propose. Fully mocking her symptoms by shooting her head back and pretending to be shocked on purpose. Harry swallows as an awkward silence takes over, before asking an honest question, did it work? Wednesday blinks. No, she dryly answers, throwing the bag which bounces off Harry's face. For someone who's also a psychic, he appear even to lack more knowledge of the field than me. She NTS critically before walking away towards the door, only to go into shock when she touches it. Oh crap, Harry exclaims as he quickly runs over and catches her before her head almost lands smack on a rock that could have popped her skin open. He sighs in relief as nothing bad happens. Wow, I hope to Lord that she is ready for the I told he so. He quips to himself as he sets her down in a comfortable position for when she subconsciously comes back. As he steps backwards, thinking about what he's going to do now, he hears a sudden bump coming from the ground he stepped on. Harry glances down, getting a very perplexed feeling. He taps his foot down, nice enough, but then he stomps down on it, and hears an echoing thud as if he just stepped on wood. Humming, he uses his foot to scur dirt and rocks out of the way until he finally gets the hint of a handle belonging to a makeshift basement door. Like the one door for Evil Dead. Lukey, Harry mumbles to himself as he decides to literally get his hands dirty and dig through the earth to eventually reveal the entire thing. However, judging by how easy it was, no shovel needed, it's almost like this was actually covered by someone else. Not by Mother Nature herself. Either this was made recently, or someone has crawled down recently before him. He opens up the basement and finds a ladder that obviously high. NTS that this was made by someone years ago with a lot of time to spare. This must have been here long before the place was burned down. Harry crawls down and pulls out his flashlight, the only source of light that can help him see through this puddle of darkness. That's when he notices some kind of archway that was clearly covered up with dirt. Was this some kind of secret tunnel that someone didn't want other people to use anymore? Before he can come up with an answer, his foot then comes into contact with something, and he looks down, finding Mr. Craven's dead body. Oh crap, Harry TLY exclaims in shock as he quickly looks away, feeling his body already reacting to the sight of another corpse. No, not this time, he whispers frantically to himself. By what he saw for seconds, Mr. Craven's throat was slit, a method of violent crime that was done by a normie. Someone lured he here to silence he realizes, maybe new master. Question is, was it the caller, or someone else? And what someone trying to clean the Craven house? Looking around other place, he also notes how barren this is, aside from a table with nothing on it. Whatever used to be in here has now been taken and put somewhere else. Does someone really hate the family that much, or is it something about their legacy they wanted? Someone at Jericho, framing Nevermore framing us. Harry shakes his head frantically, needing to get out of here before the hide starts trying to crawl. More whispers to his head. He can't be listening to him right now, he needs quiet. That aside, he still has to ask what is going on with this town. Before he can find an answer to that question, He hears harsh footsteps coming from outside of the burned house. He looks around, thinking it was the squatter or Wednesday. But she's still on the ground, and it feels more like he's being watched. He squints as he notices something fading through the cracks. Blinking, he slowly steps over and peeps through the cracks, hoping that was just his imagination. Until the monster's massive blood-soaked eye suddenly pops into view. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Wednesday meanwhile, finds herself not receiving a massive set of flashes. But instead, feels completely lucid as she's now surrounded by what looks like a completely different world than the one she was in a few seconds ago. Standing up from her knees, she looks over and spots a crowd of pilgrims armed with torches and pitchforks surrounding someone who they throw to the ground. She hears the sound of light feminine grunts and thuds. Something that sounds a little too much like hers. Burn her, burn her, burn her. The crowd chants as they raise their elements of fire above, worried that she might be seen even in this, whatever it is. She quickly hides herself behind a barrel while watching the perplexing scene in front of her. Eventually, there's a small angle from behind the crowd where she finally sees the cause of all of this anger. The girl herself from her vision in the painting, and once again, she looks exactly like her. Stand aside, a loud male voice commands as the entire crowd breaks to give way to a pie. El Grim with a cape to add flair to his presence, signaling himself as someone who's important to this community. Wednesday can recognize him plain as day from the posters and pictures she's seen. That's Joseph Crackstone himself. Goody Addams. He roars the girl's name, revealing her to be sharing the same surname as the girl watching his scene. He carries his staff with authority. He have been judged before God and found guilty. He are a witch, a sorceress, Lucifer's mistress herself. For his sins, he will burn this night, and suffer the flames of eternal hellfire. I am innocent. It is he, Joseph Crackstone, that should be tried. Goody Addams proclaims in her innocence, looking up at the man as if he's the devil's advocate, not the other way around. We were here before he, living in harmony with the nature and the native folk. But he have stolen our land. He have slaughtered the innocent. He have robbed us of our peaceful spirit. She yells at him with a fury, slowly peeling down a hidden shive from under her sleeve. He are the true monster. All of he. She then sends it towards Joseph's face, only for her wrist to be caught mid-swing. Everyone gasps at the attempted assassination while Goody looks up to see a boy his age smirking at her. Wednesday squints deeply at him, and is honestly shocked when she finds him looking exactly like Harry. Almost, Addams, he quips before twisting her wrist, causing her to whimper in pain before he smacks her back to the ground. But his instincts are too slow for he to wield such a blade. He tried to kill me, he witch. Joseph roars as he points wickedly at her. Chaxwell, he cynical traitor. Goody growls at her, angry tears rolling down her cheeks as she stares up at him. We're the reason he's still alive. I was the reason he weren't chained like an animal. How could he do this? She questions with a passion that is completely stung by betrayal. What I've been created to do. Chax answers with a dark expression. Someone that isn't going to change their mind, but also like someone who doesn't want to. He and his friends have put on a fair chase. Love, sad that I don't get to do it myself. He remarks sadistic, ally before grabbing and forcing her in front of Joseph, easily able to keep her together in spite of her struggling against him. The devil may send such a demon, Joseph growls menacingly as he leans down to glare daggers into her eye sockets. And I will send he back, he declares, slamming his staff down like it is a gavel in a courtroom. The crowd cheers and roars as Chax effortlessly drags her towards the old meeting house, where everyone clears a path for the two to open the doors. No, no, Goody cries as she desperately tries to break free to no avail. Once the doors are open, she gets to see all of her fellow outcasts that have been thrown into the building with her. Wednesday blends into the crowd before sneaking behind a massive stack of hay, watching as Goody is the last to join the group. Landing on the ground with a harsh thud. You are abominations in the devil's grip, Joseph accuses, with toxic rage in his voice as he stands before all of the guilty ones, glaring down. At them all like pests that need to be checked out. I will not stop until I've expunged this new world of every outcast. Godless creatures, he promises, before glancing over at his servant. Chax. Yes, master. Chax replies calmly, staring at everyone with black and voidless eyes. Do what I have created he to do. Joseph orders, prompting the boy to nod before robotically stepping like a puppet who has his strings pulled. The pilgrims then close the doors behind them, and a loud clank signals the doors to be bolted shut. Wednesday is somewhat confused, judging by the shaking and silent whimpering from the outcasts. They are aware of what's going to happen, as Chax slowly takes off his attire all the way down to his underwear so it doesn't get ruined. Then, he groans as bones begin to snap, and his eyes grow in size. Now Wednesday understands. The monster. Goody. Wednesday and her doppelganger hears their name being called, and she watches as Goody frantically looks around and sees an older woman that slightly resembles her mother. Goody exclaims as she tries over to her, trying her best to get rid of her chains that all of the other outcasts carry. However, her efforts prove to be useless with her open hands alone. There is no time, child. Goody's mother tells her, knowing the dark certainty of her situation. Leave me, save yourself. He's chained us all to the floor. She tells her, and although Goody looks down to see the tightly connected restraints, she still pleadingly shakes her head, not wanting her parental figure to give up. Wednesday glances between them and the transforming monster, wondering if she's accidentally risked the same fate. I shan't leave without he. Please, my sweet lamb. Her mother grabs onto her shoulders, not wanting her to throw her life away when she has the means to escape. She points to a safe place that only they can get to, the basement door. Run. Run as fast as he can. Here our only hope. Wednesday watches as Goody runs past the entire crowd, pushing past them until she gets to a basement door where she swiftly crawls down and locks herself inside. She plans to follow her, but is then deafened by the recognizable roar of the monster that killed Rowan. She snaps her head around and goes wide-eyed at the sight of the same form, the only difference being the hair and the shape of the head. He roars at everyone, and everyone screams before he descends upon all of them. It grabs Wednesday and slams her against the ground. When she looks back up, however, feeling no more, she doesn't see herself in the massive barn anymore. Instead, she's in some kind of open field, unable to see more than 2 feet ahead of her due to all of the fog that surrounds her. Suddenly, the figure of Goody Addams runs out of the fog and straight towards her. Now suddenly able to see her. He won't stop until he's killed us all. Goody tells Wednesday frantically, looking like she's seen a ghost. But then, she glances behind her and now looks like she's become haunted. He's here. She shudders in terror, prompting Wednesday to turn around and see Joseph Crackstone marching towards her. Also seeing Wednesday, he steps in front of her with a bloodlust disdain. There shall be no escape for he declares as he brandishes his staff. Wednesday steps back until she trips and falls to the ground. Harry runs through the forest as he can hear the monster chasing him. His grunts, his footsteps, his claws scratching against the trees, they are nothing new for his ears, yet they feel deafening every time he hears those darn sounds. He keeps sprinting for dear life until he trips on a branch and falls onto the grass and mud below, temporarily getting him stuck. As he forces himself back up on his feet though, he turns around and finds that the creature that was chasing him is gone. He knows that was also a hide, the way it moved around, the way it postured itself. It felt so familiar, something that he would do when he would lose control. But now, it's gone, yet he still hears things, but they feel like they are coming from different directions at once. Is he being circled like a shark's prey? Use his fear, call to me. Harry breathes heavily as he frantically jerks his head around, trying to get even a glimpse of it and failing to do so. He need me. Give in. No. Harry defiantly shakes his head, telling himself that he doesn't need. That he'll survive this as a normal human, that if the monster really wanted him dead, maybe it would have killed him already. But, they maybe doesn't really help his case. Stop being a coward. He need power to survive. He need hide. No, I don't. Then his friends will die. And it will be his fault. No, Harry yells before suddenly hearing something coming up from behind him and throwing a punch, almost socking Wednesday in the face if she doesn't grab it in midair. She squeezes and twists it, causing Harry to sigh in pain before she sends him back, causing him to fall on his butt again. Glad to know I'm not the only who screams at my imaginary friends rather than simply talking to them, she remarks while the boy calms himself down and gets his breathing pace back to normal. Who is yours? Where did he come from? Harry interrogates as he glances up at her curiously, glad she's here, but also still remembering watching her pass out in a way that literally embarrassed herself in front of him. How are he still alive? Why, were he trying to kill me? Wednesday queries with a raised brow, to which Harry rolls his eyes, that obviously not being what he meant. If so, join the line, but be advised, it is starting to grow exponentially lately. Forget I asked, Harry says with a dismissive wave. Wednesday then stares at him with a pointed look. He avoided my question, because I don't wanna do questions right now, Harry states to Wednesday with a look that pleads for her to not instigate another debate between them right now. All he wants at the moment is to go back to Jericho and face whatever punishment awaits him, assuming that he's that late. We gotta get out of here before that monster shows up. Why the rush? I think the monster is fairly calm by now, Wednesday suggests in a very oddly calm tone, even for her, causing Harry to turn back around and stare at her with a raised brow. Is she being serious right now? I doubt we will be hurt. What are he talking about? Harry questions her like she's crazy, glancing around and all of the places it could be right now as heavy rain starts falling down around them. Did he not see the big creature have been talking about sprinting around? I saw it, and I avoided it. But they also now learned that the monster is human. A pair of muddy footprints went from animalistic to human in a matter of seconds. Wednesday shares with Harry, showing that she's slowly growing more knowledge about the species, and that she might be getting closer to his secret. There's also, of course, the transformation itself she saw in her new type of vision. I also think that it's currently human as we speak. Harry blinks, taking a moment before realizing what she's trying to fail at being subtle at. He think it's me. He casually believed my story when others did not, and as much as I appreciate that, the fact that Have constantly showed up everywhere the monster has tried to attack me but disappear when he shows up is questionable at best. Wednesday brings up to defend her suspicious, but Harry sighs as he feels like it's about something else. Also, he have a history of violence. Oh, for the love of, Harry mutters, cutting himself off as he takes a really deep breath so he doesn't lash out at her. All of what Nevermore, Jericho, and the rest of this planet is saying is bull, all right. He insists for what feels like the millionth time. I didn't grab anyone, I didn't force myself on anyone, and the only physical assault I did was to defend a girl from being hurt herself. So he say, Wednesday remarks in response to all of that, despite how serious Harry was about it. He drops his shoulders, mentally defeated as he wonders why he's trying to even get through to her, why he keeps assuming that she'll listen to some kind of reason. He know, girls like. He always seemed to think that he's different from all the other ones, but truth is he's all the same. Harry criticizes her in front of her face, no longer caring about how she feels after hearing it. Wednesday blinks in response, squinting at him as if asking what he means by that. He act like the whole world's against he when in reality, he have more power than he really deserve. One word from his lips and he snaps his fingers. A life could be ruined, a man lose his job, a man can lose his friends, his respect, his dignity. But that doesn't matter to he, does it? I don't think I'm different from anybody else. Wednesday retorts, causing Harry to cross his arms, waiting for what line she's going to come up with. I know I am. Everyone reminds me about it every day. And so says all the rest before Harry shoots her down, knowing she was going to say something like that. Well, newsflash, he still have a family that loves he. There's a rare few who want to be his friend despite he creeping everyone out, heck. He probably have a best friend who treats he like a sibling. He calls her out. Wednesday glances down as if dismissive, but he knows that she can't deny it. He didn't lose all that much, Wednesday. He have everything, he reminds her, stepping closer so that she's looking him in the eyes. I don't. With that, he then turns his boots and walks away, not caring about how harsh the rain is as he makes his way back. He's used to the pouring waters. Wednesday meanwhile, clenches a fist. New chapter. I know it took long once again. I usually have to work out after school every other day, so writing happens late, on the weekends, or not at all. So, we'll probably have more waiting time in between chapters, at least until the final week of December is upon us. We've also got to see Harry's ancestor and maybe doppelganger. I don't know, I've been watching Vampire Diaries lately. Will he play a part in the history as much as Goody does? That's the plan, BU. Things get changed as the ride goes along. Speaking of which, I hope he enjoyed this one. Part 4. Jericho. Town Square. The sun re-rises as the clouds fade away, leaving apart the aftermath of the heavy rain. It's nothing too bad, as everyone has mostly been on concrete now, and there are many paths around the square that will not let Anyonkly muddy dirt, but some people are a little too occupied with their own thoughts to care about such a thing. Sure, he's probably knowing what we're talking about, as Harry idly taps on the bleachers, considering a way to just ditch the band segment of this entire handshake. His eye catches Wednesday as she walks past him without much choice. He find what he were looking for. He quietly asks her without even really thinking, causing her to abruptly stop. She turns around and stares at him with that same dead expression. However, there's a slight darker shade to it than normal. I'd admire his subterfuge. She seemingly compliments him, which makes Harry blink. For most of this outreach day, he almost had me think that he didn't see me as a spoiled rich girl who causes pain for the fun of it, which is only half correct. She notes with a sly hum as if actually trying to be impressed by it. I'm glad to see I was wrong. She then walks away towards the band she's forced to perform with. Harry's twists his jaw before he hears someone's voice calling out to him. Yo, Harry. Ajax quickly chimes in as he walks up next to him with an excited smile, more excited than even someone like him normally is. Check this out, right? I finally sked it out to go meet with me behind the greenhouse tonight. He shares with him, causing the boy to blink in slight surprise. Oh, really? Harry responds with an interested brow, mighty proud of the guy if he can say so himself. Asked her out, or did she have to blatantly explain all of her strategies she was using on he because he were too high to see the obvious signs? He then asks as if double-checking, causing Ajax to happily open his mouth, only to pause before he can even respond. Wow, he really are a psychic, Ajax comments as he stares at Harry in awe, who nods sarcastically before tapping his buddy on the shoulder with a loud laugh. Get out of here. Harry jokingly pushes him away as Ajax heads to a random spot on the bleachers, laughing about what is going to happen later tonight. He then hears footsteps and glances back to see Xavier casually walking up to him, joining him in watching the Gorgon. He thinks he knows that Davina and Yoko are already using that spot tonight. They broke up yesterday. It's Kent and Beth now. Xavier calmly informs, causing Harry to blink rapidly and turn towards him with a look of honest shock. What? Did he think the garlic incident at dinner was really gonna slide? No, I'm just surprised. Harry responds with a small exhale, having thought that those two were actually good for each other. Xavier slowly nods with a hums, before a thought from earlier then crosses his mind. Hey, listen. Xavier crosses his arms as he looks at Harry with a slightly anxious look. Did he really mean what he said earlier, about the nightshades? He asks him, a question that he actually seems worried of what the answer will be. He really think we're all rich kids who like to show off? What? No, Harry cuts himself off, quickly realizing that he lied with the second word. It's just, Bianca, Wednesday. Will, I don't know, it's like I'm always wrong and they're right, even when I in something or help someone out, it's never enough. And even I think that way about me. He expresses to Xavier as they step closer towards the Blenchers. Wednesday. Xavier raises a brow as the name gets put on the list, causing him to turn towards Harry. Does this have something to do with he suddenly running out of the weather vane earlier? Yes and no. Harry somewhat answers with a sigh. She thinks I'm responsible for what happened to Rowan. He eventually shares with Xavier, who processed that for a moment before letting out a whistle. Yikes. Yeah, he'd think someone who's constantly in a normal is overrated mood w. Old eventually hear his side after a couple of weeks, Harry sarcastically remarks with a bitter shake of his head, wondering why he kept putting himself in the same room in the first place, why he chewed up alongside her in the weather vane, why he helped step in at the harvest festival. She's been spoiled way too much. He'd be luckier to get along with a stoner who's drunk on pee. Yeah, Wednesday kind of has that certain way with people, I guess. Xavier comments with a slight nod, completely understanding why he feels that way. But then, he wonders just how well their communication is actually going. Still, spoiled is not the word I'd use. Has she ever told he about Nero? He curiously asks, prompting Harry to glance at him with a perplexed look. Who's Nero? Harry asks confused, causing Xavier to click his tongue as he points to him. Now it makes sense. Harry squints at that choice of words before hearing drums and looking over to see that the Jericho band has arrived at the scene. Ah, the cavalry's arrived, he sighs as he remembers his involver duty for the day. Wish me luck, he requests to Xavier. He turns around to head to his spot. Try not to burn the whole place down, all right. Xavier jokingly pleads, to which Harry glances at him with a knowing smirk before fully walking away. Wednesday and Harry share a blank look as he is forced to sit somewhat close to her chair. Part of Weem's orders mixed with some dumb excuse that he's already forgotten about. There's a whole bunch of cheering from the adults until Mayor finally takes the stand. He greets everyone as the press's cameras point towards them. It is my honor to celebrate our town's history and Jericho's noble forefather, Joseph Crackstone. He begins as he gestures towards the statue, inspiring a few claps from the crowd. Now, he believed that with a happy heart and an open ear, that there was nothing our town couldn't achieve. So, together, as one, our community and our friends at Nevermore Academy, we've built a monument to celebrate his memory. He states as Wednesday shares eye contact with Thing, who then begins sneaking around the feet of the unsuspecting normies and outcasts. Meanwhile, Sheriff Galpin hears snoring and quickly finds a guy has fallen asleep during the celebration. He can say with certainty that he shares the same sentiment. Now may the spirit of Joseph Crackstone be memorialized for eternity. That's Harry's cue, as he sees Weems turn to nod at him, prompting him to mentally sigh before he walks over and steps in front of the statue. Though, before that happens, she and Noble have to take a video showing them activating the waters of the fountain that the Crackstone statue has been moved onto. Meant to be the official beginning of the pilgrims, he guesses. Seeing all of the eyes now placed on him the second he's in front of, well, everyone, Harry takes a deep swallow as he connects his guitar to the instruments. Re's a painful silence as he clearly is delaying the inevitable before he strums the first string. That's when he suddenly feels the whispers of his secret friend through that negative emotion. Don't worry, they laugh. We tear heads off. Ignoring him, Harry that oddly to be motivation enough to get this over with. Please welcome the kid who literally was given as much practice as 3 hours before all of this. Yay. https://youtube.be/9odexine7rg0. After 10 seconds of starting, certain parts of the band having instruments to help him, he finds himself able to play the rest of the song a little bit better. The stage fright slowly going away as he finds himself not caring about the crowd and more about how he's reflecting everything back into the world. He was told he didn't have to sing the lyrics, but surprisingly, he finds himself using the microphone in front of him. But then, once they get to the 1 minute and 10 seconds mark, that's when Thing approaches a trail of cannon fuse and lights a match, igniting it all the way from his position to the behind of the fountain, and eventually, statue. A hot dog man narrowly avoids it from roasting his bum, as well as a band mem. Who glances at it but doesn't say anything. Then, it sets off the gasoline in the fountain and creates a small he's everyone off guard with hits shockwave. Harry briefly pauses as he turns around, however. That's when she hears the heavy string. He looks over and sees Wednesday staring directly at him with a twisted smirk, playing certain lines that should be starting the more exciting part of the song. Meanwhile, everyone else is screaming and running away as the outline of the fountain is set ablaze, catching even the bronze statue on fire as well. Harry should be running away as well, and definitely should not have any reason to be associating himself with this little prank of hers, terrifying everyone with a firecracker display. But for some reason he matches her smirk and keeps playing. While all of the town representatives, aside from Sleeping Joe, flees to safety, Sheriff Galpin stands up and stares directly at both Wednesday and Harry, wearing a face that can already that ease. Not surprised at all to find them in the literal center of this. Mayor Noble hides behind a news van while Weems hides behind the bleachers and looks over to see the two unfazed students throughout this whole mess. This makes her glare directly at Wednesday, who meets her gaze with guilty but shamless eyes. Meanwhile, Tyler runs past everyone as he comes to stare and gawk at the madness in front of him. Then he notices Harry, who stares directly back at him as if just shrugging. Seeing him and Wednesday play together makes the Galpin clench a fist so hard that it almost makes him bleed. His gaze tells Harry that this isn't over as he's forced to flee with his dad. By the time the extended version of the song ends, the statue has turned into dye for the fountain itself. Nevermore. Principal's office. He wanna take a guess how everyone felt about that. More specifically, Principal Weems. Really? Take a wild guess. That was a disaster. Weems exclaims as she paces in front of the fireplace. Angrier than she's ever been before. The mayor is furious. I've lost count of the number of angry phone calls, emails, and people in this town, alumni and parents. She rants before abruptly topping and pointing an accusatory finger at Wednesday. They want answers, and so do I. I would lead the Inquisition, but I left my thumbscrews and rack at home. Wednesday responds with a simple remark instead as she sits calmly at one of the seats, her arms folded politely. Ms. Addams, he's already on thin ice. Weems reminds her with a hardened glare, hinting that her quips aren't going to be doing a very good job at helping her case. Way for thin ice. I swear on my late Scorpion's soul, my hands are clean. Wednesday promises Weems without looking away, even though it was Thing who stole Harry's cannon fuse and put the gasoline in the fountain. I may not have hard evidence, but I see he. Weems tells Wednesday, holding the urge to call her out on her obvious lie behind her twitching smile. He's a trouble magnet. If trouble means standing up to lies, Wednesday abruptly stands up, marching in front of Weems with a determinately rebellious expression. Decades of discrimination, centuries of treating outcasts like second-class citizens, or worse. What are he talking about? Jericho. Why does this town even have an outreach day? Wednesday queries with a raised brow, knowing even Weems to be less ignorant than she's playing as. Don't he know its real history with outcasts? The actual story of Joseph Crackstone. She questions her, causing Weems to drop a low sigh that indicates a sign of guilt. I do. Weems half admits as she still glares defensively about it. To an extent. Then why be complicit in its cover-up? Wednesday interrogates Weems, wondering what the woman is even thinking, trying to get a little too close to normies like the mayor and sheriff. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. She quotes, however, this makes the principal chuckle quietly. That's where he and I differ. Weems notes as if she's seemingly got the dynamic between the two of them figured out. Where he see doom, I see opportunity. She says with a more optimistic face. Maybe this is a change to rewrite the wrongs, to start a new chapter in the normie-outcast relations. Nothing has changed since Crackstone. Wednesday retorts with a matter-of-fact-like tone, seeing more than enough examples to see that all they are doing is sucking up to the nobles that are spitting on the peasants they see as underneath them. They still hate us, ONL. Why now they sugarcoat it with platitudes and smiles? She points out, wiping the smile off of Weems's face. If he's unwilling to fight for the truth, he don't think I want the truth. Weems responds as she stares down at Wednesday with her hands on her hips. Of course I do, but the world isn't always black and white. There are shades of gray. Maybe for he. Wednesday venomously replies with a blank stare. But it's either they write our story or we do. He can't have it both ways. She tells Weems, calling her out on her hypocrisy, and the woman seems to know it too. He's exhausting. I know. Their stare down lasts for about a couple minutes before Weems looks away with a massive exhale. Good night, Ms. Addams, she tells the student, giving her cue to finally leave the room. But he should know, she chimes in really quick, causing Wednesday to stop and turn her head around. I don't tire easily, she informs her with a smile, before allowing her to leave the room and take that as she wills. Wednesday glances down, processing that warning. Now's the time to go to bed. But first, there's still one more thing she has to do. Nevermore. Boys' dormitory. The flames were beautiful. They danced in the night like little devils, devouring that pompous statue and everything it stood for. Joseph Crackstone, patron saint of every hypocrite in this town, reduced to ash and embers. Watching it burn wasn't just satisfying, it was exhilarating. I didn't just like it. I loved it. Every flicker, every pop of the fire felt like a victory, a small rebellion against everything that tries to tell people like me. People like Wednesday, to sit down, shut up, and conform. But it wasn't just the flames that made my blood race. It was the chaos. Wednesday stood there, cool and unaffected, like a shadow in the inferno. And for a brief moment, I thought, maybe this is how the world should look. A little less order, a little more destruction, a little more us. Then, as if the night couldn't get any better, I saw Tyler Galpin, his perfect little golden boy mask cracked for just a second. I caught it in his eyes, the envy, the jealousy. He saw her smirking with me. Me, not him, not the guy the world wants to believe is flawless. I should feel bad about that, right? I should want to be the bigger person, to tell myself it's just petty teenage drama and it doesn't matter. But I don't feel bad. That sure was one way to end off the day. Xavier chimes in as he steps into the room, prompting Harry to instantly close his diary and turn his chair around. I wasn't actually being serious earlier. He then brings up, causing the guy to chuckle. As much as I wish that whole thing wasn't my idea. Harry regretfully confesses with a small chuckle, putting his diary back where it should be safe. For real this time, he made sure to lock it so nobody, wink, wink, dug their sneaky paws into it. I think someone took my stuff. I found my box half open. Quote, guess winning the Poe Cup comes with its unwanted honors. Xavier quips as he begins taking off his uniform jacket, only to quickly remember something. Ah, crap, I forget book at the art studio. He mutters as he quickly turns back around and heads out the door he came from 3 seconds ago. Then, there's a knock on the other door. Yes, the door that leads to the balcony. Squinting, Harry stands up and tries checking the windows, only to see the shadow of the person behind the door without a clear view of who it is. It looks like a female though, possibly that female. Mentally shaking a bit, he walks over and slowly opens the door, finding Wednesday Addams on. Oh, as all that Harry says as he's face to face with her memorable blank stare. Honestly, who else was he really expecting? Another undead teenage girl. Look, he's getting the wrong idea. I am not. I know he aren't. Wednesday instantly assures him with a calm serious look, apparently knowing exactly what he was going to say upon seeing her. But after hearing the hypocrisy from Principal Weems, I believe it's best we clear a few things about ourselves before we formally agree to keep a safe distance. Harry glances sideways as he processes her words for a second before nodding. Yeah, he agrees as he steps outside and closes the door behind him so Xavier doesn't catch him talking to an open door or something. I agree, he replies as he gestures towards the chairs. However, Wednesday makes no move to step towards them, so he shrugs and just goes to lean against the railing instead, which she does join him in. Weirdly, nice view tonight. I agree. The clouds look very sad and the lack of stars makes everything hideous. Wednesday comments as she looks up as well, to which Harry nods in response. What actually happened? She then asks him, prompting Harry to fully turn towards her. With the boy and girl in the woods. Harry sighs, knowing the eventual question was going to see Oma but feels too ashamed to tell it still. Well, here he goes. The scared girl looks over and see Harry's eyes changing shape for a few seconds, as if being possessed by something, before shrinking back to normal. As Will drops his hands to his chest, they eventually get to see that the douchebag's nose is bleeding. Arg, he son of a. He broke. My, stop. The girl cries as she senses two of them about to engage in some seriously dangerous physical combat, knowing that it will make things worse. Please, please, just stop. Oh, now he want him to stop. Will angrily questions her as he points towards Harry, as if she's the reason he just got himself hurt. He were the one who wanted him to help remember. He brings up before groaning in frustration. Geez, you're such a trouble magnet. Hey, that's enough. Harry roars as he starts marching towards Will, causing his expression to instantly change to fear as he steps back with his hands raised, not wanting to get hit again. He need to leave right now, he demands. However, the rich kid doesn't move a muscle. Instead, he takes some time to think and seemingly comes up with something in his head. Oh, I don't think so. Will retorts with a shake of his head, suddenly now smirking despite a small part of his face being covered in blood. No, what's gonna happen is he better apologize, and make sure he mean it. He demands, and Harry stares at him as if he's insane. Are he being serious right now? His darn right, Will exclaims with an angry point at him. He ain't got the right to hurt me. He just tried to. No, I did not. Will instantly cuts him off, that smirk still on his face. No, what happened was that I had to go make a phone call and let my mom know I was coming home with Ruby. He corrects his story with one of his own as he points to the girl. And while she was waiting in the woods, to clear her head after a small argument, he came after her. He says with a shrug and a smile, causing both teens to blink at him. I tried to stop and that's when he busted my nose. No, the girl instantly protests with a rapid shake of her head as she gets off of the rock and stands back up on her 2 feet. I'm not going to just lie for Yes, he will. Will states with a matter-of-fact look. Unless he want my dad to figure how about his brother's drug problem and get him fired from his job. I know he's the only reason he too are still able to stay in that broke-butt house of yours. He then tells her with a threatening look, making the girl's face turn pale. He wouldn't. He wanna bet on that. Will questions with a challenging look, his eyes diminishing the girl's will by every second. That is bullshit. Harry quickly steps in as he marches over and glares into Will's eyes. He can't just lie about this and expect everyone to believe I will if a girl tells the story. Will answers with a smug look on his face, as if wanting the guy to hit him again. Harry clenches a fist, his body once again feeling some change as the hide yells at him to smack his head right off his shoulders. Hey, a loud, demanding voice then calls out towards all of them, prompting everyone to turn and see a police officer approaching the 3 of them, apparently having heard some of the shouting from somewhere. Or maybe, someone called about the situation before Harry even noticed. Kids. All right, he asks inquisitively as he puts his hands to his hips, easily noticing the tense aura between all of them. What's going on here? The cop then asks as he looks at all of them before his eyes fall on Ruby. Young lady, can he please explain what the shouting is about? Well, Will asks Ruby with an expecting look, causing her to shrink and for Harry to silently plead with her not to do this with a look. Me and my boyfriend were fighting, and while I was in the woods to clear my head, he suddenly came out of nowhere and pinned me to the ground, and grabbed at my clothes. Ruby testifies, pointing at Harry but keeping her eyes fully glued to the ground. What? That's not wrong, young lady. The cop quickly cuts him off before turning back to Ruby, allowing her to continue. Then Will came back to save me, but Harry headbutted him in the face, breaking his nose. Ruby continues, pinning all of the blame onto Harry but keeping Will and her guilty free. That's when he all showed up. The cop hums, his eyes turning towards Harry who swallows. Listen, can I please tell my side of the save it? The cops cuts him off again, forcing him around and slapping the handcuffs on him. There, he's taken into the back of the police car. I'm sure he can fill in the blanks. Harry remarks as he concludes his story, his face still staring back into the moonlight. Wednesday has only stared at him the entire time, not even nodding as he told the entire story. But he was still able to tell that she was listening. And that's what actually happened. I swear to God. And it took until he were finally faced in front of this will in Ruby's family where he were finally able to tell his side of the story. Nobody else would listen. Wednesday asks to double check, to which Harry nods in confirmation. There was his lawyer, of course, but even he forced him to take a plea deal for the assault charge. The GIRL takes a moment to process all of this, thinking that her previous thoughts wouldn't change, but instead. I believe Harry simply nods in response. Duh. He opens his mouth only for a slight squeak to come out. Pent-up emotions for that day are finally breaking out of their cage. Sorry. He apologizes, embarrassed as he wipes the tears from his eyes. Wednesday blinks, perplexed. Why are he crying? I'm not. Harry quickly denies as he cleans his face, thankfully holding in the rest of his liquids that almost spilled out for a second there. I was just. Somebody must have been cooking onions or something, I don't know. He blatantly lies, causing Wednesday to give her a look. Okay, whatever, I'm pissed, alright. It's been a year and I'm still pissed, okay. He lets out a loud exhale as Wednesday nods, satisfied that she's now actually heard from the horse's mouth. I should go before. Stop. Harry quickly interjects as she starts turning around, forcing her to go back leaning against the railing reluctantly as she knows what's about to happen next. Now he gotta tell me why he constantly think the worst of everyone on first sight. He demands, though instead, Wednesday looks away with no response. Is it because of Nero? Wednesday snaps her head towards him at the slight mention of that name. Who told he that? Why, he's already planning to dump a toaster in their bath. Harry sarcastically asks, his way OT matter. Wednesday glares at him for a few seconds before staring back into the moonlight. What happened? He asks her. Wednesday's feet step and shift as she strongly hesitates to tell him this, but knows that she has to tell someone. It was the week after Halloween. Wednesday begins, knowing the entire story like it's tattooed on the back of her mind. I was 6 years old. I took my pet scorpion, Nero, out for his afternoon stroll when we were ambushed. At least 4 kids in bicycles drove by. They wondered what kind of freak would have a scorpion for a pet. She tells Harry, who swallows as he holds up a hand. I can connect the dots. No, please, let me finish, Wednesday seemingly begs, much to Harry's surprise, to which he politely goes silent. 2 of them held me down and made me watch, while the others ran Nero over until, she pauses. Seemingly unable to finish the story. It's the first Harry has ever seen her AC. Truly be too emotional to tell the harsh truth. It was snowing when I buried what was left of him, a tombstone carrying his exact replica on it. I cried my little back heart out, but tears don't fix anything, so I vowed to never do it again, and to let every other human know the kind of freak that they created, normie or otherwise. Harry takes a deep breath before nodding after a few seconds of silence. I won't tell anyone, he promises her. I still hate his guts, though. He informs her with a shrug, to which she turns towards him with a seemingly glad look. The feeling is incredibly mutual. She nods at him with respect before walking to actually leave, crawling down the rope she used to get to this floor. Harry casually tosses the knot down to her once she reaches the bottom before heading back into his room, where he finds that Xavier still hasn't returned yet. Interesting. As he prepares for bed, his eyes go over something that's been laying on his nightstand recently, a promotionally poster of the Ravein, which is sure to happen later this year now that Outreach Day is finally behind them. It's pretty much a fancy way to call a winter dance. He doesn't like the sight much of it though. I'm not blind to what's happening inside me. I know this taste for chaos is dangerous. It's like fire, it's warm, it's alive, and it's so easy to get lost in it. And tonight, I realized something else. Fire doesn't just destroy, it creates. It makes way for something new. He slowly opens up the stand's drawer, where he pulls out a sharp knife. With a deep breath, he cuts the palm of his hand open, wincing at the pain. Then, he smears his blood all over the ad. And if this world is going to burn, maybe it's time I play with matches. Wilderness. Old Jericho. The old maw. and shudders as he stands in front of the campfire he's made for himself in this new place he's made his home. The creepy little girl and her mutilated hand are finally gone, so hopefully, there's nobody else here to bother him. What's on his mind right now is this camera. He's been trying to get it to work ever since he had it donated to him by Uriah's heap. Now, he's finally acquired some batteries for it, which he slides into the slot the camera says it goes in. He then hears a mechanical whirl and a click, indicating what sounds like a now operating photographic device. However, before he can take the moment to celebrate this moment, he hears a loud round of rustling coming from the nearby trees, something that doesn't just happen from wolves or bears. Who the heck's there? He yells anxiously as he stands up, not liking that another intruder has invaded his place. That's the wall crumbles down in front of him, revealing the most terrifying monster he's ever seen. The squat screams before the monster slashes at his foot, tearing off his toes then the rest of his body. During this, the camera flashes, capturing everything. New chapter. Finally. Sorry for the slow updates. Episode 3 is not my favorite episode, and I think it shows here, despite my attempts to make it fun for me and for he, but I'd argue that this part was lacking a little bit. However, I think it's safe to say that episode 4 will be the opposite, as there will be the love triangle and a new side of Harry be shown, but a massive change in the plot will occur by the end of this episode. No spoilers though, so PLZ don't ask about it or ask me what happens in Discord. Anyway, episode 4. Whoa, what a night. Change. It's inevitable. People throw that word around like it's this profound truth, like just saying it somehow makes he wiser enlightened. But no one ever tells he the real truth about it. Change isn't gradual. It doesn't arrive politely, knock on the door, and ask if it can stay for dinner. It kicks the door down, takes a seat at his table, and forces he to deal with its chaos. And the worst part, he don't even realize it's happening until it's too late. And then there's this itch I can't shake. This gnawing hunger for something more, something bigger. I want to tear everything down just to see if I can build it back up again. To prove to myself that I have the power to change the rules of this place. To remind them all that nothing, no tradition, no hierarchy, no person, is untouchable. But revenge is a funny thing. It's like holding a match while standing in a room full of gasoline. He thinks he can control it, that he can aim it exactly where he wants it to burn. But fire doesn't care about control. It just wants to consume. And maybe that's what scares me the most. Change is coming. I can feel it in my bones. I don't know what it looks like yet, or how it's going to hit, but I know it's going to hurt. And when it does, when the dust settles and the fire dies down, I wonder what'll be left of me. Of any of us. Part 1. Nevermore. Art Studio. Xavier took a longer time than usual getting back to the dorm, so Harry felt like he has no other choice but to double-check and make sure he was okay. He went to the guy's art studio to see what was going on, and so far, it looks fairly quiet from the outside. But a red light bulb is on, signaling that at least someone was in there. Hands in his jacket's pockets, he simply walks inside, expecting him to see that Xavier's just a little too absorbed in his painting, and technically he is. But Harry can't help but freeze when he steps inside. Hearing the door open, Xavier finally turns around. Oh, hey, the psychic nervously greets as he turns himself around on his stool. What are he doing here? He asks curiously, but then sees that the kid is staring wide-eyed at his painting. That's because it's showing the perfect illustration of the hide. Harry, what is that? Harry can't help but ask as he points towards the painting itself. Xavier squints at him until he glances back at the painting. A new kind of furry trend he got going on or something. He'd like that, wouldn't he? Xavier RKS with a look before standing up to let Harry get a better look. It's a dream thing. A few days ago, I started seeing the same thing. A forest, it's dark, a little bit of fog, and then, then this thing would appear at the end of the dream every time. He shares with the fake psychic as he steps towards the painting with a haunted expression on his face. It's gotten to the part I've got it photographed in my memory. That often, Harry questions with a raised brow, his eyes still on the painting itself. The monster is lashing out at something from a first-person perspective, as if telling the last few seconds of someone's life before they lose their head or is getting their chest nobbled on. Is it like a final destination kind of warning? Most of the time, yeah. Xavier confirms with a sad nod, causing Harry's face to turn even more sorrowful as he stares at the painting with this new context in mind. Is the dream trying to tell a story about someone? Is he getting the same visions Wednesday is getting, just in a different manner? He know what's the creepiest part about it, though. The part that makes me unable to sleep at night. Harry looks toward him with a curious SS with a voice that is terrified of what kind of answer he is about to get. Xavier looks at him with a black expression. I always feel like I recognize the face that monster wears whenever I see it. Even though I've never seen something like that before. Xavier shares with Harry, his shows that he means it from the depths of his heart. Wait a second, is this the kind of thing that might have killed Rowan? He then asks out loud, starting to believe the monster theory more and more, now that he's getting these dreams. Possibly. Arg. Asterisk. Before he can blink, a huge, clawed hand suddenly shoots out of the painting and grabs Harry by the throat. Oh, crap, Xavier exclaims in shock as he sees his roommate choking on the massive hand. The two watch, as his own painting suddenly comes out before their eyes. The Thorpe grabs a knife from the wooden table and slashes at the arm, and the monster lets out a screech of pain as it lets the boy go. However, it doesn't take this punishment too well as it brings its other arm out of the canvas and slashes the side of Xavier's neck, causing him to fall and collapse against his paintings in a chair with a pained yell. Xavier. Harry calls out his name, prompting the monster to snap its head back towards him. The boy crawls away in fear as the monster pulls the rest of itself out of the canvas and begins marching towards him with murderous intent, gnawing and growling at him. It pauses a bit though and squints at the red light, smashing it to bits. Harry can now only see the monster's eyes as it continues towards him. But that reaction gives him a quick idea. The monster roars before raising its claw and swiping it at him. Harry acts quickly by grabbing a random painting and protecting himself with it. The claws only damaging that instead. He then throws it towards the monster's eye, causing them to flinch and grab at it in pain for a few seconds, allowing him enough time to look for the light switch and turn it on. Now, the brighter orange light flashes, and a few seconds later, the monster screeches before melting back into liquid paint. After a few seconds of heavy breathing, Ari takes a moment to process what just happened before remembering his friend. Xavier. He calls out to him again, marching over to the mess in the center of the studio. Xavier. He alright? He RCHES over and sees him slowly standing up, prompting him to grab him by the arm and help him get back on his feet. Yeah, Xavier. Confirms with a nod, though lets out a soft hiss in pain as he feels his scratched neck. Harry can see the marks himself and they do not look good. Guess those paintings hurt. Geez man, that thing almost tore his throat out. Harry comments with a wince as he eyes the poor guy's wound. That painting took a lot of skin from the guy's neck, looking like it was inches away from reaching a jugular. Yeah, if it wasn't a fake, I probably would have died if that happened to me again. Xavier notes with a shaky voice before the pain comes back again like a boomerang. Darn it, I should have known that was going to happen. Again. Harry quotes him out loud, staring at him like he's just witnessed a mad scientist's experiment that's gone horribly wrong. He's telling me there's been more than one Wicked Witch incident that he had to melt. Rarely, but I think it's because I have a hard time controlling my powers. Xavier explains before leaning against his wooden table, glancing down with a face of shame. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I asked he that question, and then I was just staring at it for a few more seconds, and then. Relax, he don't have to worry about it too much. Harry assures him with a raised hand as he takes a break himself. However, Xavier doesn't seem to believe him. But he seemed so scared when he saw it, even more when it came back to life. Xavier points out, before staring at Harry with a pointed look. Have he seen it before? He questions him, causing the other boy to look at him with a conflicted expression. How much should he tell him without looking like a serial killer? Or is he possibly that serial killer? Jericho. Morgue. The body of the squatter that was harassing Wednesday has been found dead in the forest almost 6 hours after she left that place. Is that a coincidence? She thinks it's not so. After all, the monster tracked her down to the piece of old Jericho, a possible sign that she was getting somewhere people didn't want her to be, like someone who knew she has visions. Interesting. It smelled like a lead, so now she's broken into the medical corner of the small little town where she plans to smell it down to the source. Thing is obviously able to fit through the vents. Much dirtier than the movies portray them as, while being as less clatter-wise as he can be. He opens the grate up and spots a camera, so he prepares his fingers before he jumps down and disconnects its wiring. After which, Thing jumps down onto the ground and crawls up a wire leading to the buttons belonging to the garage doors of the morgue section of the examiner's building. He presses the correct one down, allowing Wednesday in her special break-in clothes to step through without a single alarm being raised, if there is one. Wednesday turns to her friend as he recloses the door. While I do the autopsy, he find the files of the monster's other victims and make copies. She instructs him as she immediately marches towards the cold shelves, to which Thing gives an offended reaction. Don't pout, his scalpel skills are questionable. She responds as she lays her tools down on one of the empty tables. Tonight's the night, indeed. Do he remember on my 13th birthday when Uncle Fester gave me that cadaver? He sliced through that man's carotid. She points out, and Thing just shrugs in response. He didn't stop moving. What else did she expect to happen? Thing reluctant L.Y. walks out while Wednesday goes through the row of bodies, the first being the decapitated head of the hitchhiker. No, the next one has a weird skin thing going on that clearly has nothing to do with the murders. No, she says, though takes a moment to eye his skin condition. Magnificent hematoma. The third one, however, has a lot of stitches, a heavy gut, and a beard, the perfect description of who she saw before his brutal demise. There he are, she says out loud before pulling out the tray. She eyes it curiously while pulling out a voice recorder and turning on the button. Thursday, 7:23 p.m. The body is that of a 50-year-old male. She begins, holding up the sheets to get a better look of the aftermath. Lacerations and defensive wounds appear on both hands. Remains of the chest and torso indicates a frenzied attack. Subject has been almost entirely disemboweled. She comments, before noticing something even more off with the corpse. This is curious. Subject's left foot is missing. It appears to have been chewed off at the ankle. Before she can comment more about this interesting detail, however, the door to the morgue opens, and Wednesday turns to see Thing stepping back in. Perfect timing. Have he seen a left foot anywhere? She asks him, and Thing shrugs no, before frantically signing that someone's car is pulling up to the building. Calm down, who's coming? She asks, but the hand just orders her to hide quickly. Wednesday mentally groans before closing the body back up and retreating into the what's the best hiding place here for her? Wait, of course. Appreciate he coming back to the office, Doc. The voice of Sheriff Galpin emits through the other side of the door as footsteps get closer and closer. No problem, Sheriff. Whatever I can do to help. The medical examiner replies in an Indian accent. The sound of the door unlocking eventually echoes across the room before the two adults step in, not seeing any sign of anyone else being in here. Whatever or whoever is responsible for these killings in all my years, I've never seen injuries like them. I thought he should see this before I issued my report on Surreal Noodle Scratcher. She tells the sheriff as he walks over to a fridge with the man right behind him, opening it to reveal the eaten foot of the squatter. The killer cut off 2 toes from the victim's left foot. Best guess, they used a surgical saw. The final autopsy report's still pending. The minute he's done, send it straight to my desk. Galpin orders as he stares at the unusual human-based injuries with an undying curiosity. He literally saw a photograph of the monster that killed the squatter, but now there's human tools added to the mix as well. Is this some kind of werewolf, situation? Media blackout on the toes. He also adds, not wanting other people to get a hold of this information as an excuse to spread misinformation or panic. Sure thing, Sheriff. Dr. Anwar replies with a complying nod, prompting the sheriff to give him a grateful look before turning to leave. Been a busy couple of weeks, huh? The morgue guy comments as he closes his fridge, forcing tea. He other man to turn back around to acknowledge his words. At least I'm going out in style, Friday's my last day. Galpin nods in acknowledgement with a smile, looking glad for him. Happy retirement, Doc, he says before turning to leave. Gonna surprise Mrs. Anwar with a 4-week cruise. The doctor continues, forcing the sheriff to turn around again. He hums in response before turning to leave. Excited to trade rib shears for my ties. The doctor continues again after another pause, forcing the sheriff to again turn back around. Now, all that's left is an awkward silence as Anwar wand. Why the heck he's just standing there as if expecting him to talk some more. See yourself out, I'll lock up. Oh, for the love of. The sheriff walks out, leaving the medical examiner to close the rest of the building. As Anwar grabs his coat, however, he notices that one of the bodies has been left open, pouring out a small portion of icy mist onto the floor. He walks over and investigates, sliding out the tray to reveal Wednesday Addams's body. I don't remember this one coming in. He notes to himself as he pokes at it, feeling a strong chill as it barely flinches from the touch. Full rigor, have been dead a while. Guess he won't mind waiting another day for me to cut he open, He smiles humorously before closing her back up, and fully this time. Anwar then finally leaves the room, none the wiser. After a few seconds, Thing pops out from his hiding place and crawls over to open Wednesday back up, only to see her smirking as she stares blissfully up into the air. 5 more minutes, she requests, not wanting to leave the pleasure just yet. I was just getting comfortable. Since no one will be back for a while, Thing decides not to question it as he closes her back in. Nevermore. Boys' dormitory. Harry wonders if he would have earnestly enjoyed Carrie when it first came out and he wasn't spoiled about every single thing regarding the film. Despite it just being a face-slapper movie, depending on how he see it, he does feel for the main character that it's named after. But it also makes him afraid, because it makes him wonder if he can end up being that kind of monster. If he does, he would want to end up flipping the script, and dump Pig's blood on the people instead of it being dumped on him. While watching the movie in the long, however, he notices something weird with Ajax's eyes. They aren't staring at the television screen, but starting into space instead. Squinting, he decides to test that theory by grabbing one of his grapes and throwing it at his face, causing the guy to actually jump when it hits him. What? What was that? What was what? Harry asks with a small shrug, playing dumb. Ajax squints at him before turning back to the television screen. A few minutes later, however, the Gorgon has the same look in his eyes. So, the LN kid grabs another grape and hurls it at his face, causing the same exact reaction. It was he, Asia, X deduces as he points an accusatory finger at Harry, who just raises a brow in response to him. What the heck is wrong with he, man? No, what's wrong with he? Harry redirects the question back at him, causing the guy to blink nervously at him. Despite being more high than usual, eyes redder than a girl's period, he look like he's completely depressed. He points out, starting to feel a little bit concerned about his sort of friend. Are he okay, man? Did something happen with Enid last night? What? No. Ajax quickly denies with a shake of his head, but his embarrassed expression betrays the obvious lie. Harry raises a skeptical brow at him in response, causing the guy to scoff at him. What? It's true. He stoned yourself, didn't he? Harry quickly calls out, realizing the ONLY thing that could get a Gorgon shamed like this. Judging by Ajax's reaction for the first few seconds, he got it right on the money. What? No, he most certainly did. Xavier Thorpe's voice NTLY chimes in despite Ajax's protests as he walks over and leans against the couch they are both sitting in, causing them both to glance up at him. Harry smirks while the Gorgon glares in embarrassment. I'm the one who found him before anyone else did. He's lucky he didn't get put on #self-stone. Okay, fine, yes, I did. Ajax finally admits with a tiny sigh, his face showing his true emotions. It was a complete accident. Okay. The towel on the mirror fell off, and now Enid probably thinks I showed her up on purpose. She's never going to forgive me for this. Just explain what happened. Harry suggests with a kind of expression, not seeing that someone like Enid wouldn't believe him. She sees so much good in anyone, even Wednesday, and that was in the span of a week. She'll completely understand. No, she won't. No one believes a stoner, especially since the most famous one was known for stoning people eternally, and for fun. Ajax retorts as he peels his eyes away from them, causing Xavier and Harry to share a look as if wondering if this guy is being serious right now. Have he seen the looks she's given me? They'd kill a vampire. That's because she doesn't know the whole truth. Xavier points out the obvious, thinking it would be very simple for even the Gorgon's brain. He gotta tell her, or she'll think he punked out for the rest of her life. Man, he guys just don't get it. Ajax accuses with a glare, standing up and marching away. Harry and Xavier watch him go to the snack table before sharing a strange look with each other. Wow, talk about anxiety stubbornness. Even all that weed isn't chilling him the heck out, and that's saying something, knowing the guy who got caught red-handed by Wednesday while gossiping about her, and acted nonchalant about it. That guy is doomed, Harry comments with a sympathetic face, to which Xavier agrees with a shake of his head. He think he'll actually man up. He'll have to, if he wants to invite her out for the Ravein later. Xavier mentions with a knowing expression, causing Harry to blink before immediately realizing what he's talking about. It's basically a special name for the winter dance. Because outcast things must be labeled differently. He just had to remind me of that, did ya? Harry remarks with a self-degrading chuckle, knowing that he's going to be flying single when that event happens. Actually, that reminds him of something. Speaking of which, are he gonna invite Bianca? He queries Xavier, who snorts in response. He's funny. Worth an ask, Harry claims with a shrug, causing Xavier to humorously shake his head at him with a chuckle. The LN glances back at the movie playing on the television, and the body on-screen reminds him of another thing that he wanted to bring up. Hey, he hear about what happened in the forest. He then tells Xavier as he walks back towards, causing the guy to turn around with a perplexed hum. Is there anything else people are saying? He mean the body that was found a few days ago? Xavier queries with a raised brow, to which Harry nods. What else is he talking about? The psychic glances Daushan. Nothing much, other than it was mutilated pretty heavily. Like the other bear victim. Poor guy, he testifies, causing the other boy to glance down disappointed, until he blinks when he processes the choice of words Xavier chose. Wait, guy, Harry questions out loud, causing Xavier to blink at him. As in, only one body. Yeah, Xavier confirms with a sure nod, Harry's reaction causing him to squint at him. Was there supposed to be more than two? Instead of giving him an answer, Harry grabs his back and walks away, leaving his roommate completely confused by his strange reaction. He tries following him, but stops and he feels the sharp pain in his neck resurfacing. Ow. Meanwhile, Harry walks out of the dorm and down the hallway to the quad, only to accidentally bump into someone while turning the corner. Oh crap, I'm sorry, Harry. A certain female voice rings out, and Harry reopens his eyes to see Davinia standing right in front of him. Clearly, she's seeing just how weirded out he was just a second ago before he hit her. Are he okay? Quote, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Harry quickly dismisses, fixing his jacket while also giving the Siren a look for acting like she actually cares. He passes her to walk away, but stops midway. Hey, do he know where? Shish. Davina quickly hushes him, looking around in a panic before dragging him into an empty corner of the school before Harry can even say anything. Sorry, I just can't let everyone know our secret. She reminds him before clearing her throat and crossing her arms. Do I know what? Harry rolls his eyes before finishing his sentence. Do he know where the best clothing shop in Jericho is? He asks her, earnestly curious. I need a suit for the Ravein, I've kind of come unprepared for that whole thing. The Ravein. Davina reacts weirdly as she looks Harry up and down with a raised brow. He actually plan on going? Yes, I actually plan on going. What did he expect? Harry questions with a look, seeing Davina then hesitate for an answer. Actually, he know what? Forget it. He dismisses as he abruptly raises a hand before she can open her mouth. He's right, why would a loser like me actually go there? Harry, wait. Davina pleads as Harry then tries to walk away for real this time. I didn't mean. How else did he mean it? He's literally still ashamed to be associated with me, even after the poke up. Harry points out as he gestures towards the public area, causing Davina to go silent once again. But I get it, status over yourself, right? He finally gets himself out of her sight before she can find song. Other excuse to make him stay for a few more seconds, mentally scoffing to himself. Unbelievable. That aside though, he also thinks about what Xavier told him. One body, and it was the squatters. What the heck happened to Mr. Craven? Even if it was in a secret hatch dug up thousands of years ago, it should have been found eventually due to how Harry found it when he was there, and it felt like it was pretty easy to detect. He needs to figure out who's hiding these bodies, and find it to prove that one, at the very least, exists. Nevermore. Conservatory. Wednesday has finished violent crime. Board that she's recently added to the dorm room. All of it contains what Thing was able to bring from the medical examiners, plus a little extra from themselves. Seeing all of this now, she wonders how she didn't make such an obvious connection before. It honestly makes her feel like somewhat of a fool. However, it has also made Enid faint roughly half a dozen times, so she should probably move it somewhere else before she runs out of smelling salts. Turns out, all of the monster's victims have had body parts surgically removed. The first one lost a kidney, the second one lost a finger, the third one a gallbladder. And the squatter, who we mentioned, lost a few toes. Not only is a monster savagely tearing people apart, but someone is collecting pieces like a serial killer with trophies. It's quite impressive, actually. Wednesday. Harry snaps his fingers at the girl's face, bringing her back to reality where botanical sciences are still taking place. Are he okay? He's doing the staring thing more than usual. He reminds her with a hand gesture that the lecture had already started 10 minutes ago. I'm fine. Wednesday simply answers with a blank face, causing Harry to shrug as he'll just have to accept that as an answer. Then, she hears a faint grunting, and glances over to see Xavier looking like he's in pain while he puts his sketchbook away. What is wrong with his roommate? What's that? Harry asks before following her gaze and seeing who she's looking at. Oh, tweaked his back while fencing, I guess. He quickly lies with a shrug, only to feel Wednesday's yes daggering at him for his weird response. That sounds familiar. Harry quietly mumbles to himself, though. Wednesday barely catches it, and subtly watches him glancing over at the table left of them where Bianca and Davina are sitting. This makes her go back to that one time she heard them talking in the dorm room. Even after confronting him about it, she still feels like she doesn't know the whole picture surrounding them. And for some reason, that makes her irritated. Now, once the plant is pollinated, what do the male insects get in exchange? Thornhill then pops the question for the class, and almost instantly, Bianca is the one who raises her hand. The teacher points to her. Nada, just like all the guys at the Ravein. Bianca answers with a bit of sass, prompting the class, mostly the females, to snicker in response to that. Once again, it's that darn winter dance. Is Wednesday the only one that doesn't care about it that much? Okay, I know he's all excited about Saturday, which is why I haven't assigned any homework. Thornhill assures the entire classroom, who all cheer and clap gratefully in response to that. But I do still need volunteers for the decorating committee. Anyone interested? Come and see me, up here. With the period pretty much over, everyone stands up to either walk out or walk towards Thornhill to accept that offer. Wednesday, on the other hand, stays where she is for a little bit longer, wonder what she's going to do with all this free time that's just been given to her. What? He's not going to volunteer? Harry queries playfully as if surprised, prompting the girl to turn to him. Aren't he pumped about disco balls and spiked punch? Xavier told me there's even a DJ, MC Bloodsuckers. I would rather stick needles in my eyes. Wednesday bluntly responds without missing a beat, causing the expected Harry to cackle in response, obviously seeing that response coming. Putting the image in her head makes her think a bit. I'll probably do that anyway. What? Impossible, he wound me, Ms. Addams. Harry quips with a horrible medieval noble impression as he packs up his books with a cheeky smirk. Me neither, I bet. No one's gonna ask the man with a record out. Ho Cup winner or not, I'll probably just use my special privileges to get myself a movie marathon. He suggests as he stands up, before turning to Wednesday with a curious brow. He watch scary movies. Seeing monsters behind a screen are tedious and often predictable. I prefer to see the real thing in person. Wednesday answers confidently, to which Harry shrugs. Not surprised since she's going through it right now. Unless he are talking about the stories of a girl and a boy constantly falling in that disgusting art, love, a million times. Yeah, totally what I meant. Harry says before making a weird face for himself. He too just love beating yourselves up that much, huh? A third guy chimes in, prompting both to turn as Xavier walks up to them. With a somewhat snarking smirk on his face. He could, and be ready because this might shock he, invite someone to it and have a little bit of fun. I already gave my answer on that matter. Wednesday states with a look before standing up and marching past the both of them, obviously not finding any entertainment in that eyes at Xavier with a pressed smile. Yup, she's going to be asking he out, eventually. Xavier tells Harry with a seemingly knowing expression, causing the other guy to blink at him. Just give it some time. Why would she ask me? Harry queries with a confused brow. Xavier double-checks to see if he's being serious before snorting as he walks away. What? He asks him, earnestly perplexed by his logic. The psychic shakes his head at him, which accidentally pokes at his wound, causing him to gasp again as he grabs at it. Though, he quickly hides it when he remembers that other people could be watching him. Dude, he need to get that checked out. Not here. Xavier protests with a look before speed walking to his next class, leaving Harry to worry about how the sudden attack's been affecting him. Little do they know, Wednesday is watching them from a few feet away. Squinting at the psychic's obvious body language. Not only that, but she can see a small bit of those scratches under his Nevermore uniform's collar. Something's wrong with him. Nevermore. Art studio. And that's why she's now here a couple hours later, having followed him out of the school and into this strange small building in the middle of nowhere that he walked into. He seemed to have gotten rid of his band so his hair could cover up the scratches, but it's too late, she's seen the visual clues for herself. We need to do this. Wednesday justifies her actions to Thing who is standing on her shoulder by his fingers. Xavier didn't get those scratches from fencing, meaning either Harry has poor judgment or is lying to us about him. She tells him in a confident voice that knows she's right. There's something that one or the other isn't telling her. As soon as she sees Xavier walking out of his studio, Thing crawls back into her bag and Wednesday marches into the building with a mind of a mission. Making sure the door is closed behind her, she looks around to find some kind of light. She eventually walks over and pulls on it, which causes it to reveal a strange set of paintings, all of which contain the face of the monster that's been stalking her, no matter which pose, color, or body it is in. I suppose every artist needs a muse. Wednesday comments quietly to Thing and herself. That aside, that just makes it even more clear to her that Xavier is closer to the murders than Harry has let on, even more so when she grabs two tiny sketches from a wooden table. One like they were painted by a child, and one showing overly perfect imagery of the photos the squatter's camera took before and during the brutal violent crime. Xavier, he just became a lot more interesting. She turns the light bulb back off and decides that this will be enough for her curiosity for now. She pockets the drawings into her inventory before walking out as carefully as she did in. However, despite her apparent silence, it still isn't enough thanks to the unpredictable magic of bad timing. Wednesday. A familiar male voice calls out to her, causing Wednesday to freeze mid-walk. She slowly turns around and sees Xavier coming from the side of his secret shack way from campus. He walked out just to circle around it. How wonderful, she even made sure not to get caught this time. Xavier, hello, what are he doing? Xavier questions her as he walks towards her with a pointed look, clearly not liking that she just randomly showed up to his hobby without a warning, and her unusually nervous reaction upon seeing him. Nothing. I just saw he come out here. Wednesday half lies, the best thing she can do right now. With the dirt that she's just found, it's probably not best to take the standard blunt questioning approach like with the tired actor in Pilgrim World. What is this place? It's kinda my private art studio. Xavier explains with a seemingly uneasy tone of voice. looking like he's trying his best not to show nervousness the second she talked about it. I cleared it out and fixed it up, so Eames let me use it. How very entrepreneurial. Wednesday comments rather passive-aggressively, still not able to fully hide about her feelings surrounding their beloved principal even when she's playing coy. I would love to see inside. Why don't he give me a tour? She questions, causing Xavier to stare at her for an awkwardly too long amount of seconds before replying. And not right now. Me and Harry were rousing each other up, and it kind of got a little messy. Bad time, wrong place. He know. Xavier quickly declines while making up a random excuse for it, an excuse that Wednesday obviously detects for obvious reasons. She knew it, they're hiding something. I'm sorry, do he need help with something? Are he looking for someone? No, not at all. Wednesday calmly declines while glancing towards the art studio's doors. I've seen the sketches in class. I'm just curious to see his subpar attempts at surrealism. She claims as in character as she honestly can be. However, that still earns her a look from Xavier in response. Xavier hums skeptically, obviously not believing her in spite of the straight face she's putting up. He made it very clear to me before that he hated the animal sketches. Try again. He challenges her, narrowing his eyes. The pressure is now on Wednesday as her eyes search for an excuse, knowing that if she endangers the wrath of someone that could be an accomplice to violent crime, it will end badly for her. Not Vlad bad. Wait, hold on, let me guess. Xavier interrupts her, a teasing grin slowly creeping up his lips, a sight that makes Wednesday a little bit uneasy. Was I right in that he were looking for someone? Someone that he may or may not have been talking with for the past few weeks. Wednesday glances sideways, unable to betray herself with an excuse like that, but knows that she has no other choice. Depends on the person. Come on, he know who I'm talking about. Xavier accuses Wednesday with that grin that thinks it knows something still on his face. He came because he want to know how he can ask Harry to the Ravein Saturday, haven't he? The question itself makes Wednesday stiffen in her place, having not expected for even that question. Her and Harry, that is a whole new kind of crazy dream, not the one she would wake up smiling to. But on the other hand, seeing Xavier with his arms crossed like he's about to witness something funny makes her feel like she's caught between her cover and him realizing that he went inside. And so, she blurts out the first thing that comes to mind. Yes. Xavier blinks rapidly, his expression turning from teasing to surprise. Wait, seriously, he asks her, having expected another, I'd rather jump off the bridge and survive by a hair's inch while feeling all of the pain that comes after, kind of answer. Is that so hard to believe? That I may be interested? Wednesday queries him, committing to her bit, even if she's mentally shocked by what she just said. Xavier opens his mouth, but then pauses when he glances over the girl's head. His smirk returning, he should probably turn around. Wednesday's eyes slowly widen as she realizes what Xavier's implying. Hesitantly at first, she slowly turns around, to find Harry L.N. standing there behind her, having apparently been walking up to the studio during the process of them talking. Is this a bad time? Harry asks them with a mentally baffled-like expression. Not at all, Xavier says with a proud face, walking past the two of them and patting Harry on the back. He's welcome, and he owe me $10. He tells him before leaving the two to handle their now established business. With him gone, Harry then slowly turns back to Wednesday, whose ability to just stand there with a dead face doesn't help the awkwardness he's feeling right now. Was he being serious? He asks her as he gestures towards where he left, before turning that head towards her. Were he being serious? Wednesday is about to easily deny it, knowing that RRY would understand if she told him the truth in comparison to the Thorpe. However, she then quickly Harry blatantly lied for his roommate about the scratches on him, meaning that he likely knows where they truly came from. Also, unlike Xavier, Harry L.N. has a clearer motive that could tie him to recent events. Meaning, yes, Wednesday bluntly answers with that simple word a second time. My leads have currently run cold as of late, and with nothing else to do, I have considered taking part in a zoo pit's version of dancing. I am not a stranger from it, she mentions, having taught herself some moves here and there. The answer makes Harry obviously even more taken aback, judging by his eyes. So, Harry stares at her for a few seconds, processing her words before clearing his throat. So what? He asks with a shrug, causing Wednesday to squint at him. Are he really going to make me ask? Well, I'd imagine he'd cut my tongue out if I challenge his independence by doing the manly thing and asked first. Harry remarks with a humorous shrug. As much as this is an act, Wednesday must admit that he has a sharp-edged point there. But, if he's nervous, I can do it. Wednesday is quick to cut him off, causing Harry to hum as he then stands there, waiting. She takes a deep breath, mentally preparing for this shed of humanity she will be forced to show. Would he? She starts off strong, only to trail off, her lips licking her gums. Would he? Would. She clears her throat, annoyed at these mental interruptions. Would he possibly see Onsider going to the Ravein dance with a certain? Right as she finds the words, she loses them again. Would he go to the dance with me? Once it finally comes out of her mouth, Harry looks admittedly surprised. As if not actually expecting her to be serious about the claim. But after a few seconds, he shows her a modest smile that he tries to hold in from becoming a grin by pressing her lips together. Sure, why not? He answers with a shrug, now looking like it's his turn to play confident. Thank you for asking me. It is no problem. Wednesday responds in an attempt to sound teen-ish, before walking past him and leaving the art studio area as well, leaving a surprised but Harry behind to process what just happened. Honestly, he feels a little too happy about it, more than what he expected. He never knew that someone asking him out would feel so right again. Is it because it's Wednesday, or something more? Then, he quickly remembers the actual reason he came here, sing him to go wide-eyed as he turns to find Xavier again. Shoot, finally back with this. Sorry for the long wait, I had a huge writer's block when it came to this episode. But thankfully, the motivation has come back, as I managed to write this entire chapter in the span of a single day, so thank you for still believing in me. I'm now confident about what I am going to do, so don't worry, the entire fourth episode will be all finished sooner rather than later. I also hope that this chapter also makes it clearer that Xavier doesn't have any feelings for Wednesday in this fanfic, as that will end up going nowhere here. I don't know if I mentioned that yet, so I'm just stating it fully here, just in case I wouldn't even know how I would make it fit in here. Anyway, Part 2, Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. She can't believe she just did that. She asked Harry LN out to the Ravein dance. The more she walked back to the campus, the more she realizes just what kind of thing she's done. She's exactly sure what kind of thing she set in motion, but she knows it's there, and she's worried that it may have complicated things in a much unwelcomed manner. Unfortunately, however, she'll have to stick to the plan, and that means oh, my God. Enid squeals as soon as she hears about it from the devil herself. She jumps up and down in front of her, barely able to contain her excitement. Which has somehow gotten stronger upon hearing the name game plan. Wednesday Addams is going to the Ravein, with Harry freaking LN, the winner of this year's Po Cup, no less. My whole world is tilted. She exclaims like she's been given a message from a Christian angel. He know what he need now. A bullet to the head. Wednesday coldly guesses. A dress. I already have one. Wednesday points out, not seeing the point in getting another one. Enid takes a few seconds before noting that she's talking about her original one and makes another one of those faces. Not the one he showed up here in. Enid quickly shoots down that idea, wondering where Wednesday even got it when the terms disco dancing and spiked punch come to mind. That thing was a fashion emergency not even lightning could resuscitate. She remarks, causing Wednesday to glance down. Ouch, a small jab from Enid, the world really has tilted. Back me up here. She requests, and the hand gives an encouraging thumbs up. He needs something that screams, first date. Stand back bitches, I have arrived, she tells her with arms stretched wide, before giving Wednesday a wide grin. And I know just the place. Jericho. What kind of dystopian hexscape is this? Wednesday questions out loud as she stares at the store in front of her and Enid. It's incredibly pink, filled with so many things that fits a Icorn aesthetic that it makes her want to throw up. She's once again been blinded by the horrific view of color. Our first roomy shopping spree. Enid answers with that excitement that hasn't died own since they've made their way into here. No, Wednesday has found a real reason to be nervous. The dance committees, suggesting all white to match the theme, but that's not gonna fly with us. Well, I have more pressing business than to worry about a stupid dress for a dance I don't even want to attend. Wednesday states as she turns to Enid, who blinks at her seemingly sudden change of mind. But I thought we were bonding. Enid says with a slightly hurt expression. I feel I'll only slow he down. He's a gazelle, I'm a wounded fawn. Wednesday states, pointing out the dynamic between them. She's probably always being judged for even standing next to her. Cut me loose and go run with the pack. She encourages as she nods towards a Yoko, Davina, and female Gorgon walking into the shop. Enid looks happy to see them, but is still hesitant on just letting her friend be ditched like that, even if she's granting permission. Are he sure? She asks her, and Wednesday nods, prompting he are to eventually give in and hop into the whatever that devil's playground is. Wednesday then turns around and heads in the opposite direction, knowing that it was for the best. She then marches down the sidewalk, but Thing taps on her shoulder, wondering why she was so quick to take off when she blatantly has a date on her hands that she made it seem like she has to go to. I'm going to see Galpin. She reminds him with a sharp tone. I'm not. Stop. She pauses a bit when she notices an odd-looking dress standing in front of the display window in Uriah's heap. She feels herself drawn to the antique aesthetic with its massive splotch of black colors, not a single bright shade on its fabric. Despite her claims, she can't help but admire it from the other side of the glass. Just then, the door to Uriah's opens with its bells jingling, and Wednesday glances to see Valerie Kinbot stepping out. The woman instantly sees her there. Hi, Wednesday. She greets the girl with a polite smile on her face, before glancing to see what's got her attention. That dress'll certainly turn some heads. Are he collecting more exotic trinkets for his office? Wednesday asks her with a weird look, having a slight judge when it comes to her choice of session displays. Those are souvenirs from my travels. It's how I step outside of my comfort zone. Valerie calmly corrects her with a proud face, somehow finding a way to bring back those two words that Wednesday gets irked when she hears them. Speaking of which, are he going to the Ravein this weekend? Wednesday's eyebrows twitch, wishing she would stop hearing about that darn event. The last thing she wants is connected to someone who calls themselves MC Bloodsuckers. I'm not required to answer his questions out in the wild, am I? Shish. He questions the woman, who just shrugs in response. I look forward to talking all about it at our next session. With that, Wednesday turns around and walks away, using the therapist's presence as an excuse to continue to her business she finds to be more important than dresses and dances. She's never going to fit in anyway, why should she even try? Nevermore. Principal's office. Harry needs to solve this sooner rather than later, since the Ravein will be on everyone's mind by the time it arrives, including his. He feels like he's figured out the appropriate time that Weems finally leaves her office for more than 2 seconds. Which he'll use to go through her stuff and see if there's anyone here, staff or student, that would be the suspected shapeshifter he's looking for. I can't believe they've been talked into being an accomplice for this. Xavier mutters as he walks with Harry down the hallways, having managed to be brought along with the promise that he'll be allowed to help his roommate with preparations for the weekend. He knows. This is what Weems kind of meant about not making waves. Relax, Psy Guy, I know what I'm doing. Harry assures him with a much calmer voice. Haven't G already snuck into one person's place previously this semester? Xavier probably doesn't know about that, since he used him as a distraction to do his thing. He then holds his hand for them to stand, and they watch casually as a window cleaning steps out and heads towards his break. All right. Make sure to text when he see him walking back. Yes sir, Mr. Breaking and Entering. Xavier replies sarcastically, prompting Harry to give him a smirk before using the window the cleaner stepped out of to hop onto his suspended platform. He steps across until he comes across the window that leads to Weems's office. After making sure no one is inside, He uses a small knife to create a little open and shut square he uses to climb inside, a little technique from his survivalist uncle. Don't ask, I am doing what I want, and looks around to see the lights off, meaning that he judged his timing perfectly, at least for now. He looks around until he quickly deduces the obvious first place to look, the desk itself. He goes through the drawers, most of which feature a much of nothingness, board stuff that he might keep in case of insomnia, and a paper that shows the student body of 30 years ago. Back when Weems herself would have been attending. Why does she have this here? He senses a past that is eating her up, even today. He flips through every page, until he sees some clear evidence that nay of them was ripped from the book itself. Harry squints as he feels the ripped page that's left, not really seeing much evidence. This is important, but he can't just steal something that is evidently personal to his head teacher. So, he just quickly goes through the pages again, and realizes what's missing. Gomez Addams is on this list, but Morticia Addams isn't. Interesting. He patrols a little bit more, and notices some recent ash added to the bin. Something was put into the fireplace and burned. Could it be Morticia Addams' student page? Is there something about Weems that despises her so much? Is it the family itself? That can't be true, because Gomez is still on here. He scans the room for any possible clues of what this could indicate, but it's overly perfect to be incriminating. Weems sure has a good idea at keeping secrets. He looks for and goes through the student book that surrounds this term, wondering if this is the one he may be after. However, he strangely doesn't come across any shapeshifters. He heard that this year hasn't been the most delicate to their kind, but is it that bad that not one has attended Nevermore? Or is one species being lied about? Deciding to go back, he rechecks the 30-year gap student book. He goes through every single one of them again until he finally comes across Weems's page, which he wonders how he missed, and finally spots it. Shapeshift, right there in perfect ink or marker, or however this was written. Larissa Weems is a shapeshifter. And possibly, she pretended to be Rowan Laszlo to cover up his violent crime. He pulls out his phone and takes a picture. Buzz. Asterisk. Hearing that quiet but audible sound, Harry quickly pulls up his messages. Xavier. Weems and Thornhill. Harry mentally swears as he speed jogs over to He desk where he puts everything back where he found it, while also secretly swearing about the woman being back so soon. Why can't things just go according to plan, just once? Once he feels like he's in the clear, he quickly jogs towards the window doggy door he made and slips through it, thankfully, without anyone stepping in to see him in a weird position. However, by the time his feet hit the platform again, the door opens with a loud creak, spooking Harry in a way that he ends up tripping when he runs to touch the wood connected to the neighboring window. Now, he's dangling there, while holding on for dear life. I'm unsure, Mrs. Thornhill. He means well, but he often has a bit of a temper when confronted with students who slide in little remarks here and there behind our backs. Weems's voice emits through the window, the two of them not seemingly noticing anything wrong with the office, and not able to see the pair of hands gripping the wood next to the platform yet. I promise it will be all right, Principal Weems. And it will be good for him too. Thornhill's voice responds, seemingly confident in whatever she's trying to pitch to her. Meanwhile, Harry grunts as he tries to lift himself onto the wood, which takes almost everything out of him to bring his body upward. He manages to get his chest on it, but still has his feet kicking at open air. Thankfully, he sees Xavier stepping through the window, and Harry quickly holds up a hand which the guy takes. As he's being lifted up, his right foot accidentally kicks the platform, causing the two women to pause for a second and glance at where it come from. But thankfully, they don't see anything, even when they step in front of the glass to look both ways. After they stumble back into the hallway, Xavier lightly punches Harry's shoulder. Ow, geez, that was a close one. Are he crazy? Xavier questions his roommate with a look that is considering sending him to a psychic hospital for treatment. I told he this was a bad idea. What did he think Weems was gonna do if she caught he? Forget about that, check this out. Harry brushes his panicked concerns off and shows him the picture he took with his phone. Ow, it's kind of hard to read pages from a screen. He knows that Xavier can see what's written on it. Our beloved principal is a shapeshifter, one experienced enough to become Rowan Laszlo without breaking a sweat. She was in theater. Don't he remember? But why would she do that? Xavier asks out loud as he stares at it, more just baffled by the revelation than excited with a bit of anger like Harry is. There's already an established animal killing people, why bother covering it up? Because she wants people to think it's a bear. Harry answers that question with a knowing expression. Wednesday mentioned how she was so sure of that, despite what the sheriff said. Right as Xavier opens his mouth to respond, the door to the principal's office opens, and Thornhill steps out, abruptly, stopping when she sees the two of them standing in the hallway. L.N. Thorpe, he surprised me, she mentions with a breathless chuckle, hand on her chest. I thought he would be out in Jericho with the rest of his friends. Oh, I'm not, but Xavier's wanting to tease me about my date before he goes. Harry is quick to respond with a straight smile, while Xavier just nervously keeps his mouth shut. Not experienced in this half-being-caught thing to know what to say. Well, I think there's another way he can do that without stepping too far out of his comfort zone. Thornhill quips with a hopeful smile, glancing at Xavier, who takes the mementos or says anything that could incriminate himself. Once he's gone, Harry turns to the teacher. We still need volunteers for the committee, and I know he don't get along with the other student body here very well. It's not as bad as it used to be, Harry mentions with a shrug, though his eyes show a slight gratefulness at her considering his position. I've gotten some more respect from the guys at the dorm after the whole Po Cup thing. Yes, but we both know that mob mentality doesn't change its mind overnight. Thornhill mentions with a knowing look, causing Harry to crack his straight expression a bit. Too criminal for the normies, bad example with the outcasts, am I wrong? She queries, to which the boy eventually shakes his head. No, so, he should come around. I promise it will just be hanging snowflakes on the ceiling, the only danger will be the ladder possibly falling underneath he. Thornhill invites him with a slightly humorous smile, to which Harry chuckles a bit. I'll think about it, thank he. Thornhill smiles in excited gratitude before walking away, leaving Harry to slowly take off his revealing some mixed emotions inside. So that's what they were talking about in the office. And he was thinking of him, huh? Jericho. Sheriff's Station. Wednesday marches into the building without a care about the perplexed looks the deputies give her as she strides through like a girl about to meet the President of the United States. Despite his prejudiced point of view, the Addams knows that she's going to need some help from the law enforcement itself if she's going to beat this surgical homicidal monster. She can tell that. Galpin wasn't expecting her, but she just uncaringly tosses the drawing onto the desk, knowing he has the camera's photos. We both know that there is a monster out there, Wednesday states with a knowing tone of voice as Sheriff slowly takes the drawing with a cautious expression. If we're going to stop it, I think it's time we both put our differences aside and began to work together. She states, to which the Galpin sarcastically hums. And this is his stake for me to deal he in. Sheriff Galpin questions him with a look wondering why she's really here. He takes his copy of the photo that the squatter's camera took, and admittedly notices a strong resemblance to the sketch in spite of some clear differences, like the wrong hand being raised to gnaw at the point of view. But it's still not enough for him. I'm sorry, he gotta do better than that. He got some nice detail, though. I didn't draw it, Wednesday reveals as she takes the sketch back, causing the man to blink curiously at her. Now what she's suggesting is a little clearer to him. She's trying to offer him evidence that could belong to an outcast killer. Well, I need to know who did. Unless we're exchanging intel, I'm not at liberty to say, Wednesday states with a blank expression, causing the sheriff to roll his eyes at her. Why would I share information about an ongoing investigation with a high school kid? Sheriff Galpin interrogates her, pointing out the obvious dynamic the two have. That would make any kind of interaction, like the one they're having right now, questionable at best. Because I go to Nevermore and he don't. Wednesday points out with a matter-of-fact voice. Gah, LP in licks his teeth as he feels irked by her smart-like talk. Don't he want some eyes and ears behind those ivy-colored walls? Listen, Velma, why don't he and the Scooby Gang stick to his homework? And leave the investigating to the professionals? Galpin sarcastically. Dismisses the girl before getting his desk phone rings. Wednesday takes that as his cue to stop talking and goes to leave Will. The sheriff groans upon hearing that it's a mayor wanting an update on the new homicide case. Hey, Addams, let me see that sketch again. He calls out to her, bringing her back. Wednesday hands him the drawing and he once again does a double take on the similarities between his and his photo. The person who drew this, that his suspect? He queries, to which the girl nods. He bring me some concrete evidence, maybe we'll talk. He then dismisses her with a finger, allowing her to leave the station while he's forced to answer his superior's beloved car. Yes, Mayor, everything's going splendidly. As she steps out of the building, she looks both ways before crossing the street and turning the corner towards the path of Nevermore. However, behind that corner is Tyler Galpin, who she almost bumps into with her stern marching. Don't want to ask what trouble he's in now. The boy quips as the two awkwardly stare at each other. The circumstances of where they are, it makes it look like she was brought after another cafe brawl. Nothing I can't handle, Wednesday replies with confidence, even if she's been met with a filler side quest. His father is in particularly frustrating form today. Avoid, she advises, to which he empathetically hums. Yeah, welcome to my world. Tyler bitterly remarks, knowing just how frustrated the guy can be, like when he keeps poking into his therapy sessions with Valerie. He guys have the Ravein coming up this weekend, right? It was all the buzz at the Weathervane today. Oh, for the love of everything deathly, I must be the only one not obsessed with this stupid dance. Wednesday mutters with a tired sigh. The only time it wasn't mentioned was during the conversation with the sheriff, and that only lasted a couple minutes. So he's not going? Tyler queries with a slightly disappointed reaction, even though he probably expected her not to show up to such a social event. However, Wednesday glances down, knowing that, yes, would be an unnecessary lie. Actually, I was forced to ask someone as an act of self-preservation. Wednesday tells him, and Tyler blinks rapidly at the blunt honesty. That is certainly not the answer he was looking for, in retrospect. Sure, that happens, I guess, Tyler comments with a weird, envious reaction. So, who is it? He then queries. Wednesday squints at the odd question, wondering why he's so concerned, but he answers anyway. Harry. Tyler's nice guy expression slightly cracks at the name being mentioned. Whatever the two went through together, it is showing in his eyes for Wednesday. Got it, he simply says, putting his hands in his pockets as he bitterly walks past her. Hope he too have fun. I'm not sure why he's becoming upset, Wednesday notes as she turns around to face him, causing the guy to sigh as he does the same. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Tyler replies in a somewhat angry manner as his smile now turns into one of venom rather than nervousness. I mean, call me crazy, Wednesday. But he keep giving me these signals that he want more than just my help, only to turn around and go ask the woods creep to a dance that happens only once a year. What everyone thinks Harry has done in the past is none of my business, or yours. Wednesday is quick to shoot down Tyler's remark, causing him to roll his eyes with a sigh. And it's not my fault that I can't interpret his emotional Morse code. Then let me spell it out. I thought we liked each other, but then he pull something like this, and I have no idea where I stand. Tyler tells Wednesday with a serious voice, causing Wednesday to glance down sheepishly. And that thing that he say people only think he did. I mean, did he even tell he about how a kid with more money than him was able to see on Vince a girl to tell a story that wasn't true, something that the lawyers were able to prove wasn't true? Wednesday quickly finishes his sentence, shutting the boy up. Yes, he did, so if he's going to use a morally past action, make sure it's something he actually committed. Wednesday. Tyler calls out to her, but Wednesday has already turned around and marched away, leaving him heartbroken and confused. Darn it. As they walk away, thing slowly crawls up her shoulder, making her abruptly stop. Not one word, she warns him with a terrifying edge. The hand slowly creeps back into the bag. Nevermore. Not sure I've ever fully grasped the concept. It's this. In spoken choreography everyone seems to know, but no one bothered to teach me the steps. Maybe it's just easier for people who don't have a monster lurking under their skin, waiting for the music to hit the wrong Note. And then there's this whole thing with the Ravein. Everyone's buzzing about it like it's the social event of the year, and I'm supposed to just blend in, smile, laugh, pretend I'm a normal teenager with normal problems. Sounds simple enough, until he remembered that the last time I ever felt like dancing ended with the incident. He sure Weems is going to be able to keep this dance thing going. Harry queries Xavier out loud as he hands another snowflake onto the many strings. The entire ceiling is going to be filled with them to help sell the winter aesthetic it's got going on. I mean, normie or not, people are dying around us. He tell me, he found out what she's been doing behind our backs, haven't he? Xavier points out with a look, to which Harry shrugs in response before climbing back down the ladder. Seriously, though, shouldn't we be talking about the thing around us? He still got that thing with Wednesday. He don't think I haven't tried. Harry remarks with a sigh as he hops back down to the floor. It's kind of hard to talk with Wednesday when she doesn't have a phone for he to text. Or when she goes around wherever she pleases. He points out, letting out a tired exhale. I tried asking Enid at Jericho, but the two apparently split. There's no way I'm going to find her in the expected places. Hey, that's a blessing in disguise, man. This is the only place right now where he won't be confronted by his worst mistakes. Ajax chimes in as he does his own thing, looking like he's possibly attempted to get even higher than his half-human body can handle. Harry and Xavier share a tense look. Just simple guys hanging out with each other and helping school life. Okay, first off, she didn't automatically dump me, Ajax. So don't start celebrating his relatability just yet. Harry points out with a look, causing the guy to drop his head with a sigh. Second of all, at least I'm actively trying to look for her, and not hiding away in the devil's lettuce. Whatever, I'm not hiding anywhere, Ajax claims with a scoff as he stumbles over, causing the two guys to share a skeptical look. Yeah, right, hey, he don't have to fret too much, Harry. Another guy chimes in, prompting the boy and Xavier to glacé at Kent as he walks over to him with a tense-looking smirk on his face. If he want, he go start looking for her some more. I'm sure we can handle the rest of the volunteering without he around. Thanks, but I'm good, Harry answers with a fixed smile, letting the Siren know that he's not going to get rid of him that easily. I actually hanging up icicles and snowflakes. He quips as if he actually means that. Worth a try, Kent comments with a shrug before walking past, purposefully bumping into Harry's shoulder as he goes to do something else. Xavier scoffs at the interaction, shaking his head. I don't think he forgives he for the whole Cup event earlier. He'll get over it, Harry replies without really meaning it as he fixes up his uniform, not taking any of the passive-aggressive jabs the guy sends his way with a heavy heart. Like he did in the fencing locker room. Oh, yeah, what a scene that was. Xavier comments with a small hum, prompting the two to share a chuckle together. Seriously though, he probably shouldn't worry about it too much. Wednesday's just doing whatever it is she does, which is go investigate stuff on her own because people like me get in the way. Harry finishes his sentence in a somewhat bitter manner, letting out a sigh after it comes out that way. He doesn't want to feel like that. I don't think she was even being serious about the Ravein, man. She looked like a deer caught in headlights. I think he's giving yourself less credit than he definitely should be. Xavier notes with a concerned look for him, to which Harry just scoffs in response to that. Hey, I know this may sound surprising, but he deserved to be with a girl that might actually care about he. It's called being a teenager, and he should have that chance. Harry glances down, not wanting to admit it, the idea has always been a dream for him. And hearing it comes out of Xavier's mouth does make him feel a little bit better, that it could actually happen. I appreciate that. Alright then, I'm gonna go fetch suits from Jericho. And we'll decide how each one looks, and I won't have to think about the fact that I might actually end up asking Bianca out to the dance. Xavier suggests with a slightly humorous tone, prompting Harry to nod with a smirk. As he goes to leave, he feels his neck again, which hisses it again. And can he bring me some more wet rags? I completely soaked my last one. No problem, Harry promises with a nod, and Xavier pats his shoulder gratefully before walking away. And make sure the suits are black and/or white. Wednesday doesn't like color. Noticing details like that. This is the way, my friend. Xavier teasingly shouts out before leaving, and Harry lets out a wholehearted laugh as he's left to do the snowflakes on his own. Sorrow and bleak-looking guy, his butt. Nevermore. Beehive. Wednesday has finally found a place to move her violent crime board. Eugene is being kind, a weakness but acceptable for the current situation, and allowing her to saint it here in the shed, which is admittedly a smaller room for it. That aside, adding Xavier's 2 sketches to the occasion help add some much-needed detail, as there could be yet another connection to the killings that she could find just by comparing all of them at once. Enid wouldn't let me keep this in her dorm. Wednesday explains to Eugene. No worries. Mi colmena s su colomena. Eugene assures her, promising that he isn't fazed or bothered by the graphic pictures in his shed in comparison to Enid's reaction to them. He can handle a few decapitated parts, no problem. I assume this is the creature that's been rampaging in the woods. He assumes correctly as he points towards the sketch, causing Wednesday to blink at him. Have heard about it before. Rumors. Eugene responds with a shrug. He was hiking during that night of the squatter's violent crime and came across the active crime scene by accident. Mr. Fitz banned me from bug hunting until further notice. Claimed a bear was on the loose. Which I knew was a lie, didn't match their hibernation schedule. He explains, a very good point. It goes to show not only the town's ignorance, but the law's desperate attempts to cover the brutality of the killings from the public eye. Speaking of monsters with sharp claws, he presses his fingers against his glasses before reaching over and grabbing a jar of honey. Could he give this to his roomie? Put in a good word for me. I hear she's still sans date for the Ravein. Eugene. Wednesday gives him a look, wondering if the boy will ever take the hint. She's heard it from the horse's mouth that the girl likes Ajax, and it's not going to change that way overnight. I know the chances of her asking me are next to 0, but I don't care. Eugene states with a shake of his head, still having that painfully rock-solid optimism that Wednesday's still trying to discover the source of. I'll keep putting myself out there until Enid finally sees me, and if she never does, she will. I'm playing the long game. Eugene states with almost toxic certainty. My moms say people will appreciate me when I'm older. I know they're probably just trying to make me feel better, but listen, people like me and we're different. Wednesday interrupts Eugene, deciding to give him one serious talk, freak to freak. We're original thinkers, intrepid outliers in this vast cesspool adolescence. We don't need these inane rites of passage to validate who we are. So, he's not going to the Ravein either. Eugene asks her curiously, causing the girl to realize she has to tell him the truth as well. Actually, I am. Wednesday confesses, causing Eugene to glance down with a mixed expression. With Harry. Harry L.N. The guy that everyone's always mean to. Eugene brings up, his eyes lighting up by a little bit, before he then raises a brow at her reaction. Why did he make it sound like it's such a bad thing? It's not like I like Harry. I just have ulterior motives. Why not? He seems like such a nice guy, just with a small temper. Eugene questions her with a perplexed brow. Wednesday wonders why he's so interested about it. This one time. A few of those sirens were holding me down and forced me to watch as they burned the hives, until Harry came, out of nowhere and scared them off. I don't know he did it, but it was awesome. He shares with the girl who glances down at the ground. Although, I think that's what started the whole woods creep thing. I still feel kind of bad about it. No good deed goes unpunished. Exactly. I think he's misunderstood. Just like us. Eugene theorizes to Wednesday, who still looks overly conflicted about the idea of being involved with him. There's something about it that makes her nervous. Inside, he should give him more credit. That's not important. Right now, Eugene. Wednesday states coldly with a face that thankfully shuts up the discussion. However, in her heart of her asks herself if the kid is right. And she's following a goose. Sketches are the closet thing I have to a lead right now to try and stop this thing. Eugene eyes her as if suspecting something before deciding to finally drop it. He turns back to the violent crime board and glances at the mentioned sketches, squinting when his brain suddenly gets a sense of familiarity. That circle, he brings up, pointing at the weird-looking painting. I think I know where that is. That instantly gets Wednesday's eyes to go wide. Show me. Wilderness. Cave. They follow it all the way to a little cave just outside Nevermore grounds. In the middle of nowhere. Comparing the sketch with the cave, Wednesday mentally notes that the lines surrounding the entrance hole do indeed look exactly what Xavier had written. Is this where the monster usually goes to turn, or where it goes after turning so nobody can see them exposed and stained with blood? Likely, a mix of both. It's definitely a match, Wednesday confirms, glancing at the boy curiously. What were he doing out here? Collecting specimens. This place is ground zero for horny gypsy moths. Eugene explains like a bug expert, possibly having seen some things around here while he's been hunting. He eyes the cave with a now uneasy feeling in his gut, having thought nothing of it until now, just thought it was a standard, creepy cave. He think it's in there. Only one way to find out. Wednesday responds with a bob of her head before she marches towards it, Eugene following hesitantly behind. The inside is dark, looking like it's leading to the mysterious pits of heck itself or something. It's really hard to tell from up here. Not a huge fan of enclosed spaces. Eugene shares with her with a nervous shake of his head. I'm claustrophobic, he explains. That's fine. Wednesday is used to going through all of this stuff on her own, anyway. At least this time, she knows they won't be caught red-handed by something, unless even Hyde is gifted that kind of timing as well. If he hear me screaming bloody violent crime, there's a good chance I'm just enjoying myself. Wednesday lets her know before stepping down the rough terrain. Eugene glances sideways before finding that waiting around is even more anxiety-thriving and decides to head down there anyway despite himself. Using a flashlight from her bag, Wednesday travels down the narrow tunnel with Eugene a few feet behind her until it leads them into an open sphere-sized space. This is definitely its lair, Wednesday notes as she takes all of the bones into account. There's also a lot of dry blood stains on the wall, hinting that physical torture has taken place in here. Are those human? Eugene wonders with a cringed look, prompting Wednesday to pick one of them up, only to see a deer skull instead. No, I think it's got a taste for venison. Eugene ambles around the cave until he sees a row of long scratch marks on the stone edges. In the center of it is a pair of chains made for two hands. Check this out. He brings Wednesday over, who stands up and sees the interesting scene for herself. The only reason these things would be here is for physical torture or the art of pain-filled pleasure. She looks around it and spots a sharp tooth implanted in a crack. Except, it's not actually a tooth, it's a claw that looks almost the exact same size as the monster's when it slashes and rips people open. Yahtzee, she silently exclaims as she carefully pulls it out, feeling the bone matter to confirm that it's real. What is that? Eugene asks curiously, to which Wednesday smiles victoriously as she answers. Concrete proof. Nevermore. Art studio. However, to make sure the proof matches with the killer, she's going to have to get something else that will make it all but certain. 2 pieces are better than 1, that sort of thing. She tells Thing to stand back and that she won't be long. She's familiar with artist offices and where they hide their secret stuff. This will be a breeze compared to her previous acts of trespassing. She steps inside and turns on the light bulb, looking around to find something that can match against the claw's DNA. She eventually notices a strange bucket placed near one of the empty canvases, one that doesn't seem to have just water inside. However, she can't just put her hands all over it, so she uses a NT brush to open it up and pull out a soaked rag that's been used, as evident by the blood it's covered with. Bingo! She places it carefully into her plastic bag without getting a single one of her own fingerprints on it. And closes it nicely. Right after she does though, the door to the studio opens up, and Wednesday jerks her head around to see Harry L.N. stepping inside. Hey, Xavier, I got his, he announces himself. Eventually freezing when he sees the girl inside. Wednesday. He squints at her as he steps closer. I've looked even at the bee shed for this where he were. Following a new lead for the sheriff. Wednesday answers as she turns to face him, not showing fear one bit in spite of being caught for what must be the 15th time. Have he known that all of these paintings of the monsters were here? she queries as she glances at them, to which Harry blinks at her. Have he told him what the monster looks like? Or does he have personal experience with it like he? What are he even saying? Harry questions her, bewildered, until he glances between the opened bucket and her, and puts 2 and 2 together. Wait, he thinks Xavier did all of this. That he's the one going Jeffrey Dahmer on everyone. I have every reason to believe it. Wednesday tells Harry with the utmost certainty, using her eyes to gesture around all of the paintings that have the monster's face on them in one shape or form. And this only strengthens my theory. This. Harry points to the canvas in front of them, staring at her as if she's lost her mind. Xavier's a psychic, Wednesday. Psychics get visions, whether it's from dreams or a touch. He reminds her, tapping on her chest as if it's satire which Wednesday allows without flinching. This doesn't prove anything. Quote, so the blood on Xavier's rags are only about of a new art technique he's using. Wednesday questions him with a skeptical brow, causing Harry to drop his head with a sigh. And the scratches around his neck. We both know those aren't from fencing. Stop. Harry quickly interjects as he takes a deep breath. The last thing he was expecting or wanting to be feeling after seeing her again would be anger. Wednesday, please, don't do this. We just got to the point where we had some kind of respect and trust towards one another. Don't betray it over a hunk just a hunch. Wednesday retorts as he decides to bring up something that she suspects will sway Harry over to her side of thinking. The sketch that illustrated the cave. Xavier knew where the monster's lair is, dreams like that can only be vivid. Harry blinks rapidly as he takes the photo. He were in here. He asks as he looks back up at her, his confusion then turning to betrayal as he processes all of this at once. That Ravein thing, it was all bullshit. Wasn't it? He realizes, and Wednesday glances down, not saying anything yet speaking immense volumes. Why would he lie about that? He know me. Why did he lie about where Xavier got the scratches? Because Xavier was in freaking shock. I couldn't just spill a moment where we both almost died to the entire gossiping world. Harry answers with a slightly tempered reaction. Though it does show that he probably should have told her about it sooner to prevent something like this from happening. He were gonna use me as an excuse to shadow him. He correctly assumes, his pain showing in his eyes. Why would he try and use me like that? Wednesday glances down, screaming guilty, before realizing that the jig is up and tells him the full-on truth. I'm only trying to uncover the truth. She tells Harry as if that makes it all okay. The guy rapidly blinks at her as if asking if she's being serious. It's simply a tactical decision. A tactical. Harry Ost shouts before immediately cutting himself off, rubbing his face with his hands as he lets out a loud exhale. He can't believe he's hearing this from Wednesday herself. Even with her being her, he feels like he just got stabbed in the heart. I told he the one thing I haven't told anybody else, and he still insult me for it. He snaps at her, his voice sharp-edged, like a kitchen knife cutting through ribs. He interrogate my dorm mate behind my back, he lie to me, he use me why? He asks with a pleading voice that begs to know the truth. However, Addams can't find any words to use. Meanwhile, the boy sits down on a random chair. His next sentence he speaks in a low, defeated voice. What did I ever do to he? Wednesday glances down, the silent screaming into the air like a high-pitched demon with a megaphone. For the first time, she has no clever retort, no calculated response. All she has is her conscience which feels like it's being judged by the most powerful of beings. Forget it. Harry waves her off, seeing that she has nothing to say. Just get out. Wednesday's eyes turn back up to meet his pathetic-looking face. Harry, go. Harry insists with a heavy glare, pointing towards the door. Realizing that she's already poked the bear too hard, Wednesday marches past him and exits the building, leaving the man to his thoughts where he realizes that his few thoughts of friendship were for nothing. It's just like the same as before. He can't trust anyone. Meanwhile, Wednesday steps out of the woods, standing silent as she waits for Thing to enter her bag. He tries signing something to her, but she doesn't listen. She's currently being deafened by an emotion she never thought she would be feeling in her entire life. Guilt. New chapter is here. I know there's not a lot of scenes that Wednesday and Harry are sharing with each other, and I'm sorry if anyone's bothered by that. For the next half of the episode, I think there will be a little bit more that they share with each other. Even if they're now at a point where they're once again keeping each other at arm's length. Next begins the Ravein, so get ready for that. A lot of drama about to pour in when those chapters drop. Whether it's from teenage school life or deadly monster stuff. Part 3. Jericho. Sheriff's Station. Despite of what happened and whatever she is feeling after the confrontation with Harry, bottom line. She has the concrete proof she needs. The sheriff will have no choice but to beg for an authorization form when he sees the two things combined. If this still isn't enough for the Adam hater's stubborn mind, then Wednesday risked a lot for what ended up being a wild goose chase. Yeah, I know Inez is usually 3 sheets to the wind, but she keeps calling the mayor, and she's BSing that there's lights on at the old Gates place. Sheriff Galpin is on the phone while Wednesday marches through, picking through his lunch. So, do a drive-by and make sure there's no squatters. He continues before eventually looking up and seeing the girl standing in front of his desk. He hangs up the phone before she then drops both plastic bags on top of it. That's the claw of the monster. And that's a dried blood sample from one of the 2 potential suspects. Wednesday states in a professional tone as she presents them to the man who glances between the 2 of them. He used it to dab scratches on his neck. Run the DNA test and see if they match. Galpin blinks at her audacity. I'm sorry, do I work for he? He asked for concrete evidence. Wednesday reminds him with a look. Before gesturing towards the bags with her eyes. That's it. Where'd he get this? Galpin queries as he feels the claw bag, since he doubts the monster just casually ripped off a nail and handed it to her like a Christmas gift. And who are the 2 suspects? Run the test first, then I'll explain everything. Wednesday insists, causing him to mentally roll his eyes at her. I'm not playing games, Addams. Galpin growls as he points a finger at Wednesday, already tired enough with the weights of his job. Neither am I, Sheriff. Sheriff Galpin's jaw tightens, but after a few seconds, he Ellenson presses a dial on his desk's phone. Bernice, bring me a DNA authorization form, please. He requests in a tired voice, prompting Wednesday to smile victoriously. The man then turns to her, with a look that asks her to get the heck out of his office. Jericho, Weathervane, Lucas Walker, Carter, and Joe are all at the Weathervane, in the booth that they once claimed was theirs weeks ago, but in reality was just an excuse to exploit misassumed power over Wednesday Addams. Currently, however, the 2 are having casual conversation like friends do, the topic of outcasts only being mentioned once and dying down quickly. No one around them would know of the things they have tried to get into from just looking at them. Though, that piece is somewhat broken when Harry L.N. steps through the coffee shop with his hands in his pockets. Tyler passes by and shares a brief glare with him, but the non-psychic brushes it off and instead, walks over to the normies' table with an oddly friendly smile on his face. Much to their surprise, what the heck are he doing here, freak? Jonah, the guy that obviously has the biggest grudge with Harry, questions him as the 3 boys all give him bad looks. In spite of this, though, he acts nerve-wrackingly calm as he stands in front of the booth. Not here to get a coffee, I can tell he that. Harry remarks as he gives them all a twisted smile, confusing them even more. Why is this guy acting so calm and passive with them? May I sit? He then asks. The 3 boys share a glance with each other before Lucas shrugs. Whatever. Harry smiles as Carter scoots over for him, allowing the guy to take the empty spot left. So, what the heck is the woods creep doing here with the important family's children? Jonna questions him with a pointed look directly only at him. He know that showing his face was here really stupid, right? Not the word I'd use, but yes, I do. Harry replies with a small hum, before putting his elbows on the table. Maybe I'm kind of in a pee-poor mood right now because someone, who I won't name, has left me out of a lot of loops, and that someone may or may not have encouraged something I've tried to battle in my heart. That people usually can't be trusted with anything or anyone. Jonah scoffs in response to that. Join the club. Quote, he's talking about Wednesday Addams, right? Lucas guesses correctly as he squints at Harry, who just shrugs for now, not wanting to give him an answer yet until he knows they're all on board. I thought ting out, or something. Why would we help a rapist like he? Okay, I'll skip the part where I retort he mentioning my crime I was declared innocent of, and answer that question, Harry quips before leaning in with a devilish glint in his eye. I heard about what happened at Pilgrim's World. Admit it, he hate that girl a lot more than he hate me right now. He references, and the looks on the boys' faces confirms it. And what exactly makes he need us? Lucas questions Harry, who feels his negative emotions from his inner beast drooling as it knows that he's about to rope them into this. The Ravein, every single Nevermore outcast, whether they're single or bring someone in, will be there. Perfect setting, perfect time. Harry begins his pitch with the boys who all share another look. I'll give he guys a map of the entire layout, if he promise that he can convince one of his dads to let he borrow a tanker truck. Wait, hold on. Lucas holds up a hand, his expression turning from original suspicion to one of subtle amusement. Are he telling us at he want to help us sabotage the Ravein tomorrow? Aren't he trying to get in those freaks' good graces? Who said they have to know it was me? Harry questions with a raised brow, smirking at the GUYS as if they are a part of his friend group. Look, a few enemies are going to be there, and I know that despite whatever she's saying, our mutual friend is going to show up there too. This is one in a year chance to get back at them. That last sentence makes the boys all share another look. Despite what they've gone through at the hands of Harry and Wednesday at the Harvest Festival, the temptation of bringing the fight to the outcasts makes them willing to let it pass and get some larger payback, assuming that the woods creep is telling the truth. So, what's his plan? Lucas queries him curiously, to which the boy smiles before he clears his throat. Alright, so check this out. Jericho farm. Alright, that's enough, let's hit the sack. An old farmer tells his boy with a pat on his back. The two march back to their home with the rest of their family, leaving all of the animals inside the barn alone to their respective places. A few feet away, the pig pen is full of the fat creatures, eating plants and meat alike that they've been fed. One, however, stays a little far from the group that is currently heading towards places to sleep, the only one ambling around the right side of the pen. Eventually, it hears someone animalistic in the shadows, and its curiosity gets the better of it as it slowly waddles towards the source. Before it can even squeal, the monster's hand grabs it and pulls it out. Soon, there's a loud crack emitting throughout the darkness. Nevermore. Quad. With Wednesday no longer going to the Ravein, she's come up with a new plan for Saturday that will still be a good use of her time. She's not upset that she isn't going with Harry anymore, or that he probably hates her all over again. No, she doesn't care at all. Human connections provide weakness. And whatever Harry was probably thinking, love is the biggest weakness of all. She can't risk it. She goes to relay this plan to Eugene, only to find him sitting on the fountain with a massive frown on his face. Why so glum? She asks him as she approaches, breaking him out of his Disney princess third act state. Saw Enid at lunch, asked if she got my honey, Eugene sheepishly answers. He doesn't complete the sentence. But the way he delivers it makes it very clear to Wednesday that the girl said no. It's not like I didn't warn he. Wednesday reminds him with a mental eye roll. However, Eugene still isn't going to let it bring him down. At least he asked and got the answer from the horse's mouth. Still, he can't help but let out a depressed sigh. I figured since neither he nor I have a date to the dance, we should go together, Eugene abruptly exclaims as he shoots up. What? No. Wednesday almost instantly shoots that idea down with a disgusted look, causing Eugene to drop his shoulders, sad again. Did he really think she was going to go for a make them jealous plan or something? I was going to suggest we stalk out the cave and identify the monster, she suggests, before glancing over at a wall where Harry is helping Xavier paint by holding up a ladder. Whoever it may be, Harry looks over and matches her dark look, before she eventually turns around and walks out of his sight. Eugene close behind her. Are he okay? Eugene asks her as the two enter the hallway and walk down it together, seemingly able to detect the knot that's suddenly curling in her stomach. No, she can't be feeling that way. Love is a weakness. Harry eventually scoffs as soon as she's gone, stepping out of Xavier's way as he comes down from the ladder. See, I told he something was off. He mentions to the psychic as Thorpe collects his paints and puts them in his bag. I mean, the Ravein. Her. That was a huge stretch. I'm sorry, man. Xavier expresses his sympathies as he turns to face his dorm mate with a slightly guilty look. I gave her the idea. I guess I've read too many fanfics at this point to think something was there. Oh, don't worry about it, I'll be fine. Harry assures him with a wave off, hoping that his boiling anger his hide is giving him will resolve with time. Speaking his friend, he'll be putting his energy to better use, anyway, so it won't be that big of a deal in the long run. Wednesday just overdoes things sometimes, he know. Apparently, she thinks that won us. Hey, Harry, a female voice chimes in, and the two turn to see Div. Ina walking towards them with a smile that's pointed directly at LN, according to his dialogue and eyes. He got a second. Without any more arguing, I'll leave he to be, Xavier says as he gives them a confused brow, but has gathered enough context about whatever rapport they once had to know that he shouldn't make it his business. Once he's gone, Davina slowly turns back to Harry. So, I heard he no longer have a date to bring to the Ravein. Davina, please, I'm not in the mood. Hey, I literally just came and walked up to he in front of the entire quad. He can at least give me 2 minutes of his time. Davina points out as Harry tries to walk past her, causing him harshly close his eyes before turning back around, acknowledging that she's right about that. He's right, I'm sorry. Harry admits, taking a deep breath so he can think rationally, not wanting to come off as extremely rude for the sake of petty hate. It's just I'm not in a very trusting mood right now, and I'm in that kill or be killed mindset, which I wholeheartedly respect. Davina quips with a smirk, causing Harry to chuckle a bit in response, much to his inner surprise. I know never asked he out before, because he know. But I'm willing to ask he this time. Social consequences be damned, she expresses to the boy, taking one step closer to him. As friends, Harry thinks on it for a couple seconds before exhaling with a smile. Sounds good. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. If he's going to commit a stakeout, he have to look good and stealthy while doing it, so Wednesday is getting her stealth OU. TFIT once again before she meets up with Eugene in the hallways, far away from where the Ravein is taking place. Thing has been oddly quiet as he watches her change, more so than usual, but she doesn't. Question it is not every talker likes running their fingers every single chance they get. As she's now getting all of her needed equipment, she hears a loud knock on her door. I'm coming Eugene, she informs him in a small shout, closing her desk's drawer and marching towards the door. Hey, did he happen to grab any extra batteries for the flash? She freezes upon opening door, finding that it's instead a very charming looking man with a white suit standing on the other side of it instead. Tyler. Got his invite. Tyler informs her as he holds up a small note in his hands that he bring with him, which he apparently thinks is from her. Guess he had thing drop it in the tip JARG a little nervous standing in front of her like this. Wednesday takes a deep swallow as she once again finds it in her best instinct to lie. Good guess. Yeah, after our last conversation, I wasn't sure if I'd even get to speak to he again since I seemed to have offended he pretty bad, but Tyler shrugs as he knows he didn't use the best choice of words when talking about a friend of hers. I mean, his note was so genuine and sweet. He expresses, cracking open a genuine smile. I'm glad he's not mad at me. Wednesday glances down as she finally puts 2 and 2 together. That stupid walking hand. She's been giving him too much power as of late that he actually assumed who she liked and that she wanted to dance with someone. Hate is irrelevant, she blurts out randomly in response. Well, now that I'm here, I'm glad I came. Tyler quips as he gestures around them, smiling widely at her. But then, during the awkward silence that follows, he looks at her outfit and then her taken aback expression and sees that he may have arrived too soon. He need a few minutes. Or, Wednesday abruptly slams the door before he can even finish that sentence, snapping her head towards Thing. Genuine and sweet. How could he do this to me? She hisses at the hand as she rushes to her closet, to which he taps if he chose the wrong guy. No, I'm not mad that it wasn't Harry, I'm mad that he did this behind my back without wondering why I dismissed him in the first place. Despite these words, she scavenges through her closet, rushing to find a dress that is suitable for the event that she did not prepare for whatsoever. Thing snaps his fingers after a few seconds, getting her attention. And he points towards a dress on the table that he thinks will strike her fancy. Wednesday looks down and is in awe by what she's seeing, the dress from Uriah's heap. He actually remembered her interest in that. Wait, how did he? Nevermore. Ravein. https://youtube.be/304ug07qgb. Harry walks down the path to the special dance event with Davina's arms shamelessly locked with his. Yes, she's actually showing him off in front of everyone, for the first time in forever. Does this mean they're back together or something, like Xavier and Bianca might be? Not really, but it's a step towards fixing their relationship into being something that's somewhere in the platonic middle. Hello, he two look perfect. Thornhill compliments them as they walk past, as part of her job, but it does help boost the ego a little bit. Harry wonders if Weems put her there because of her sour reputation amongst the students, and this could help her standing with everyone. Have a dance for me. As the two walk in, taking in the aesthetic that the winter-themed Ravein has brought, with ice and a misty floor from a smoke machine for flashy additions, another couple approaches upon seeing the two of them. Davina, took he long enough. Bianca Barkley chimes in as she approaches with Xavier Thorpe right next to her, before glancing at Harry. And he brought Harry L.N. Yeah, I did. Davina F. finishes Bianca's sentence for her before she can call him something like, Woods Creep, again. I wonder if they spiked the punch already, she mumbles as she briefly separates from Harry to go. Fetch some. The boy turns to the other couple with a surprisingly happy face. Bianca. Harry greets her with a respectful nod, before glancing at Xavier who's smirking proudly at him, obviously not as bothered about him being here. The two boys share a fist bump before he goes to the drink stand as well. As he walks over, he glances around all of the fresh meat that's come to this yearly establishment. Davina turns around and notices his expression. He's looking awfully excited tonight. She comments out loud, causing Harry to turn towards her. Glad that he decided to come after all. Something like that, Harry responds, teasingly cryptically as he grabs a glass for his own. I think this is going to be a night that no one will forget, trust me. He remarks as he clinks his glass against Div. Nias, who just gives him an odd look before shrugging it off, not seeing any context to connect that statement to. Harry looks around until he sees Enid striding into the Ravein with Lucas Walker right next to them. The two eventually share a brief moment of eye contact, where Lucas nods to him with a smirk, signaling that the other two are coming in with the truck as they dance. Harry takes a CP of his Yeti Teeny, with a twisted smile. Nevermore. Hallway. She can't believe she's doing it, but she's changing her change of plans. She won't admit what got her to oblige, whether it was things persistence that deserves to have a happy day, for once, like that fits in her vocabulary, or if it was simple curiosity. Nevertheless, here she is, and this better end up being worth it. She walks down the steps with her new dress on, seeing Tyler idly staring at all of the display stuff on the other side. He eventually turns around upon spotting her reflection, to see her in her antique-like outfit. And his eyes indicate that he is immediately blown away. Wow, he silently exclaims as he looks her up and down. He look unrecognizable, ridiculous, a classic example of female objectification for the male gaze. Wednesday almost immediately puts words in his mouth, and the nervous Tyler takes a few moments before giving his actual critique. Amazing. Tyler tells her what he was actually going to say, although he notices the uneasy movement in her brows, showing that she might be a little hesitant to believe him. I mean it, Wednesday, he look beautiful. He then glances down anxiously, which Wednesday does as well, prompting her to eventually notice the small box in his hands. Before he can try and explain what it is for though, the two hear footsteps approach from the girl's right. And they both turn to see a familiar boy in hiking gear approach them. Eugene. Wednesday. Eugene utters in confusion upon seeing her in a dress, glancing between her and the normie in the white suit. What's going on? He asks her, causing the two of them to share an awkward glance. What happened to staking out the cave? He brings up. causing Tyler to blink due to lacking context about the staking of any cave. This creates even more awkward silence as guilty and confused faces are shared all around until the honey kid puts the obvious visual clues together. Sure, I get it. Guess I'll check out the woods myself. Don't go alone, it's too dangerous. Stand down. Wednesday instantly shoots down that game plan, pleadingly staring at Eugene not to do something he will regret. We'll go together tomorrow night. Understood, she tells the boy, who still looks a little hurt, but nods at her. The two then walk away, with Tyler setting down his box for later, though not while giving his date a weird look. Staking out a cave, however, as Eugene turns around, he presses his glasses upward, a determined feeling to stick to the mission. A Hummer never shies away from danger. Nevermore. Ravein. Meanwhile, Harry and Davina are making idle chat while also glancing occasionally at the unexpected pair of Enid and Lucas. It's clear that Ajax didn't end up brushing his anxiety-filled thoughts aside and eventually explained the situation to the werewolf, though he honestly never thought that the werewolf would find another date. Something tells the LN that there's still hope for the two yet. Lucas and Enid. Davina comments next to Harry as they can't help but stare at the two like a judging pair of gossip girls. What the heck did he do to make her say yes? She wonders out loud, to which the boy scoffs. More like, what did Ajax not do? Harry corrects the phrasing, explaining the situation to the Siren in a humorous way. Now he feels bad for him, knowing that this is going to be added to the huge regret aisle in the library of memorizes. Poor guy is not gonna like this. Reminds me of that time Ken thought it would be a good idea to around middle school in a chicken suit. Davinia references with a nostalgic giggle, to YC as he glances at her. Is that a real story? Actually, he know what? Knowing Kent, that probably couldn't be any more truer. He know. I never really said congratulations for winning the Poe Cup earlier. She then mentions, earnestly smiling. I know I'm a few weeks late, but it was not that big of a deal. Harry tells her, trying to wave it off. But he can see the skeptical brow by Divnia, which eventually makes him crack a smirk. Okay, it did feel really good, but in all honesty, I was just doing it for a friend. More like he were doing it because of me and Bianca. Davina corrects him, giving him a knowing look. Am I wrong? She queries him. Harry opens his mouth, but hesitates to answer, not wanting to add more guilt to her conscience. The last thing he wants is to victim blame and stuff. He eventually finds the words he's looking for, but then Ajax approaches with a look of awe on his face. Yo, check it out. Ajax points at across the room. Wednesday totally busted out of her cocoon. The two blink rapidly before following his finer. Surprise, surprise, Wednesday is walking into the Ravein with Tyler right next to her. Her dress is amazing and stands out amongst every else's, even Bianca who brow her own unique color, in a very good way. And it pisses Harry off. I knew it, Harry grumbles quietly to himself as he watches the two, but Davinia hears it and glances at him with a concerned look. Why didn't she just tell him how she really felt? Can he give me a moment? He requests from Siren, being diligent since he knows how it kind of looks due to his reaction. I promise I'll be back for, ever. Despite the context of the situation, Davina nods with a reassuring look. And Harry smiles gratefully at her before briefly leaving her side. Ooh, is little Harry mad? Kent questions out loud with a mischievous smirk, rubbing his chin. His sister tilts her head and gives him a small glare. Shut it, purple eye. Meanwhile, as Wednesday and Tyler walk around and observe the place, they are approached by a happy-looking teacher. Wednesday Addams. What a lovely surprise, Thornhill exclaims as she claps her hands together, glad to see that the special moth has come to the bright lights after all. Wednesday gives her a blank look before glancing at her temporary companion. Miss Thornhill, this is Tyler Galpin. Thornhill says it for her, showing that she knows completely who the barista is. The boy blinks before snapping his fingers in recognition. Yeah, double cap, no foam. 2 pumps of sugar-free vanilla. Tyler references as he points at her, remembering her as well. Thornhill chuckles in confirmation. It's a small town, hard to keep secrets. I'm gonna go get us some drinks. Wednesday informs Tyler as she turns and heads off, allowing the two to catch up as it seems like they need it. She walks towards the table with Yeti matins. At least that's what she thinks she heard someone calls them. Hopefully, they contain a dose of poison to make this event somewhat tolerable. While trying to figure out how much mist and smoke is in this bowl, she hears squealing and turns around to see Enid eyeing her dress. OMG, I love the look, she compliments her excitedly, before glancing at Tyler. Interesting choice of date, though. I could say the same. Wednesday remarks as she glances over Enid's shoulder at Lucas, wondering why magic spell he used to corrupt her easily brainwashed mind. The werewolf makes a face when she notices who she's talking about. It's not what it looks like. Good. 'Cause that pilgrim already has 2 strikes in my book. Lucas is trying to make his ex jealous, I'm trying to make Ajax jealous. It's a win-win. Enid explains the situation with a smirk that acts like it's doing something. Lucas then glances over and sees the 2 talking. Smiling, he approaches them with his arms raised in surrender. Wednesday, I come in peace. That's a shame. I brought my pocket mace, the medieval kind. Wednesday replies with a dark tone, indicating what she will do if Lucas shows even the tiny saint of hints that he will behave like he has in the past. The boy's fixed expression drops, showing that he got the message. The 2 then walk away, and Wednesday guesses that now would be the appropriate time to return to Tyler. However, as she turns around with 2 full glasses in her hands, she almost bumps into Harry, inches away from spilling them all over the boy who's once again appeared out of nowhere. I'd be cautious around those, Harry quips as he glances at the Yeti teenies. Spiking the punch is a kind of tradition around here. I assume he's here to express his bitter disdain for me in bringing Tyler here instead of he. Wednesday guesses with what she thinks is a knowing expression, seeing Harry chuckle at her in response. Well, that was my first idea, but now Have kind of ruined it. Harry remarks humorously, though Wednesday can easily see the mask he's hiding behind. I'm still glad he came, though. I was worried I scared he off. He mentions, causing the girl to see. As she finally relents and asks him the question he wants to hear. What do he want, Harry? To know that if Tyler's spilt his troubles the same way he's been feeding he mine behind my back. Why jumps to answer with a now serious look in his eyes. Wednesday blinks, but does remember that one glare he and Tyler shared at the Harvest Festival, and more subtle moments after. Look, I know that. I can't force he or decide for he what he feel, and I respect that. I really do, Harry promises her, but if he's gonna confront me about what I did, at least ask Tyler about what happened after my trial. Wednesday glances down at the floor at first, hesitant, but know that he makes a very solid point. She wants to uncover the truth, no matter how much it relates to the monster or her own problems. Enlighten me, she requests, and Harry nods before taking a big swallow. Tyler was a friend of Will's. Harry reveals to Wednesday, though he doesn't if that's changed during the small time gap of then and now. This seems to have gotten her attention. After I was declared innocent, they them and the rest of their gang cornered me in an empty parking lot, and knocked some justice into me, he testifies. That's how they put it anyway. He can replay the entire scene from beginning to end in his mind. I don't really know what happened to him after last year. I was too scared, I don't know what made them come to Jericho, but that's the truth. Once she sees that he's done talking, Wednesday processes all of this in her head. She's been questioning his and Xavier's motive. All this time that she hasn't stopped to consider Tyler's. Why did she not think of that before? Was he subtly misdirecting her? Or is he just that good at keeping secrets? Without saying anything, she walks away from Harry, leaving him to hope that she at least takes what she said into account, but still has a good time. While it lasts, hearing his phone dinging in, Harry snaps out of his staring of Wednesday to pull out his phone. It's a text message from his new mutual friends. Jonah. Almost there. Carter. Gonna deliver his friends the surprise of their lives. Harry smirks deliciously, but his moment of self-excitement ends pretty fast. Hey, Tyler's voice yells loudly at him, and the boy jerks his head up to see the Galpin kid marching towards him angrily. What the heck did he say to her? He asks him, no doubt talking about Wednesday. Guess she gave him a reaction that indicates she now knows the truth. Harry answers calmly as he puts his phone back in his pocket without tearing his eye away from Tyler. What? I can slip in a little pit of his dark secrets to the girl we both wanna win over. He mockingly asks him, putting an obvious sarcastic note on, win over. Is that really what he think I see it as? A competition? Tyler questions with a raised brow, to which Harry shrugs. Could have fooled me, Harry remarks with a passive-aggressive look, causing Tyler to scoff at him. Gee. I've been at her side this entire time, actually helping. She's never looked at he in that way. He drops the bombshell on him, smirking despite him claiming that he doesn't view Wednesday as a prize. Admit it, he never had a way with girls. He then walks away to go find his hiding date, leaving Harry to tighten his jaw, letting out a massive exhale like he was a cartoon bull. He doesn't want to admit it, but that actually stung a little. Wednesday Addams, the one girl that might possibly understand him, seeing him as nothing. Wouldn't that be painfully ironic? New chapter here. This one's a little shorter than the others, and I think the next one will be too, but I'm currently working on that one by the time he's reading this author's note, assuming it's right as this chapter was published or SMTH. Anyway, next chapter will add another twist to the Wednesday story, a shocking one at that, so get ready. Part 4. Nevermore. Ravein. Tyler frantically patrols around the dance floor for his date, only to see that she's still nowhere to be found. He runs a hand through his hair as he wonders just how much Harry said to her that could possibly make her not want to even look at her anymore. Eventually, he spots a neighboring room that pretty much functions as a bench for everyone to take a quick break, and sitting on one of those benches is Wednesday, arms crossed as she stares into thin air. Hey, was in the thin mountain air or the Yeti teenies that got to he? He asks her playfully, trying to start the conversation with some humor. However, when he sees Wednesday's face as she looks up at him, he knows that he should probably take this a little more seriously. How much did Harry tell he? I guess that was inevitable. Tyler mumbles as he slowly takes a seat next to her, swallowing nervously. Okay, I wish I could say that it was an accident or that it wasn't half as bad as it sounds, but I'd be lying. He confesses to Wednesday, hinting that part him knew Will was talking out his butt, but didn't bother to listen to it. And he could have turned us over to the police, but he didn't. Why'd he do it? Wednesday interrogates him with squinted eyes, causing him to softly chuckle a bit. I could give he a million excuses, like that I actually believed what Will said, but truth is, I'm still trying to figure that out. Tyler swears her as his eyes fall back down to the floor in shame. I got sent away to this boot camp and realized that's not the version of myself I want to be, a bitter townie that blames everyone else for the shitty hand he's been dealt. He looks back up at her, looking scared that her opinion of him has now changed. Look, I did a terrible thing, but I swear I'm not a terrible person. Do NK I would judge he over one lousy prank. Wednesday questions him with a raised brow, seeing Tyler's remorse, causing him to let out a sigh of relief when he sees that she's being serious. If I heard that it was my brother, I would have taken it a step further. He mean, like, putting piranhas in a swimming pool? Tyler humorously queries, causing Wednesday to blink at the reference. He knows about that. I may have done a little digging on he after we met. He admits, though the girl doesn't show a hint of shame in her expression. I'd do it again, Wednesday claims proudly, prompting a grin to appear on Tyler's face. I knew there was a reason I liked he. Tyler quips, causing a weird feeling to pop into Wednesday's chest. Like, that's a concept she never thought was possible. Come on, I heard they're going to start their next song in a couple minutes. He then mentions as he stands up, offering his hand to her. She doesn't know why she jumps too readily into taking it. Love is a weakness, and yet, it's hitting her straight in the face. However, she feels like something is wrong, like something is out of place. Maybe it's because deep down, she knows still isn't caring about other people's feelings. She's just caring about this moment with Tyler. Honestly, she wishes she cared a little more. Nevermore. Outside. Meanwhile, during all of this, the truck that's going to play a part in a disastrous prank rolls through the gates of Nevermore grounds. The kids driving it eventually pull it over onto a custom parking spot where Harry marked it on their map, where a hose Connected to the sprinkler system is attached to the outside wall. Let's go. Jonah yells as they jump out of their cars, ready to dump a whole lot of trauma onto their mutual friends. Carter opens up the back and grabs the hose, pulling it as fast as he can. Come on, let's go. The tall kid taps on his shoulder impatiently as he stands closer to hose. He got it. Take it. Carter rushes as he hastily hands the end of the hose towards him with the same amount of impatience. However, by the time he joins Jonah, the guy is having trouble trying to attach the darn thing into the building. Oh, move, I'll do it. Go turn it on. As they try going through with it all at a very fast pace, the door next to them opens, but it's only Harry to steps out. He guys are 10 minutes early. He comments as he glances back before closing the door behind him. He sure that thing's filled. Yeah, we got every drop. Jonah insists with a low-tempered look that requests Harry not to doubt them on everything. To which the boy rolls his eyes at them with a somewhat amused face. So, is this really pig's blood we're putting in here? What, he think is all dry paint? Trust me, everything he put in that thing is biological. Harry insists with a sarcastic voice. He's not going to ruin the flavor of this by bringing something boring like that. He got motivated from the movie he watches a couple days ago. And he's not going to change the practical effects one bit. The door then opens again, and this time, it's Lucas Walker that steps out. But interestingly, he doesn't have same mischievous expression he had with this whole plan was presented to him and the boys in the weather vane. Guys, I was thinking that maybe this isn't such a good idea. He tells them, much to their shock. I don't want my dad to get any blowback or anything, Dude, did he forget why we're doing this? Carter questions him as if he's gone crazy or moronic. He's the one who said yes about this whole plan in the first place. We're trying to get revenge on these freaks for everything that happened on Outreach Day. Did something happen, Lucas? Harry queries him with a raised brow, causing Lucas to turn towards him. The instigator of this plan. Harry, listen, maybe we're not thinking about the big picture here. Lucas suggests to the outcast. The irony of the situation makes Harry blink rapidly at him. He like Wednesday, right? Or maybe he's at least still friends with that Thorpe's son. Whatever. Point is, I think we may be overreacting, letting our hate get the better of us. Seriously, Harry utters as he's the most surprised out of the three of them to be hearing this. One of the Jericho bullies, who has been shown to hate outcasts, is trying to convince him that he might be doing the wrong thing. This causes him to blink rapidly, wondering if maybe the hide is influencing his feelings a little too strongly. Come on, don't tell me have gone soft, like Tyler. Jonah mocks with a teasing grin, finding the idea that this is coming from the mayor's son all the more hilarious. He might as well go with that other freak who decided he'd rather went hiking than go to this lame dance. He then remarks, which makes Harry glance at him. Hiking kid, yeah, I saw some other kid running down the woods earlier while we were driving here. Jonah references as, he points back towards the road they came here in. He was hiking gear and everything. Guess not even freaks stick around, no offense, guy. Not in the mood to say none taken. Harry blinks again as he processes that information. Hiking gear. Now, during the Ravein, he was sure that everyone would be here, including Wednesday. The only ones who possibly wouldn't have, excluding Wenrel from werewolf breeding class, and that Beehive's kid, Eugene. That's the kid who owns the club that the Addams is going to. But why would